In the desert, the boy fought a considerable monster and quickly defeated it by cutting it with his sword. This battle was very dull for him. It took place in a game called Arena. It is the best virtual MMORPG game in the world. The guy who just fought is the strongest player with an unprecedented score, named Milligate. After this battle, he decided to quit the game. He told his friend Kwon Yunchan, whose nickname in the game is Yuncha. The latter was outraged to learn that Kang Hyun-woo, the name of the strongest player in real life, had deleted his account. He did not understand why his friend was so surprised because he could not play games forever. It was time to get real. In Enichan's opinion, there was a reason for surprise. The best player would leave. He could have earned millions if he had sold his inventory, but he removed himself. But Kang Hyun-woo made sure that he didn't regret it. And all the time he played not for money, but for pleasure. His friend wondered what he was going to do now. Henu planned to join the army and take over his father's business. He was a wealthy son, so there was no reason to worry, but life was incredible. But no one knew that it could change so much. 2 years have passed since that day. The man asked him to give him cigarettes in a red pack and pointed at them. The seller turned out to be Henu. He took the pack and asked the man with a smile if he needed them. The man began to scold the boy because the cigarettes were the wrong ones. In his mind, Henu cursed the drunk and would have been better off doing his job. Meanwhile, the man kept pointing at the cigarette, which he needed. Instead of a man, the guy was a goblin with a bottle in his hands, pointing at red cigarettes with his short finger. The boy's name was Kang Hyun-woo, and he worked in a small shop and earned 8,901 per hour. He was born the heir to a considerable fortune and was supposed to live his whole life without worries. Who knew that something would happen? When he returned from the army, it turned out that his father's company had gone bankrupt. The father, who is the support of the whole family, is in the hospital, and the family is almost destroyed. Now Kang Hyun-woo has to be the head of the family, and all he has for dinner tonight is ramen from the shop where he works. He has to pay the bills from the hospital and feed 3 people, so he can't go out much. He wondered how much longer he could hold out, and when he received a message on his phone, it was a message from his friend Enichan. He asked me to answer him because he knew Hen was struggling. He wanted to support him because friends are needed to help you in difficult times. Enchant was the only one who did not give up. The first thing Henu did after what happened in their family was to disappear. He didn't contact anyone because he thought it would only worsen things. He read the messages but did not reply, but Enichan continued to write. He was told that Henu was working in a shop. Then he asked if he wanted to return to the arena. Now you can earn decent money in the arena. You can broadcast or participate in professional matches if you are a runner. With his skill, it will be easier to win because he used to take the first places in the tops. The guy started to remember how he used to play. If he can reach the same level as before, will he be able to make money? Kang Hyun-woo went to the mall to buy an A-cube to play with. Before he would have bought it without hesitation, but now its price was out of this world. Who knew that the A-cube would be so expensive? After all, it was 3 of his paychecks. He began to rummage through his wallet, thinking that he had deleted his account in vain because he could have kept the money. A guy with blonde hair and a girl he was hugging approached him. He asked the boy if he was Kang Hyun-woo. The guy didn't recognize me at first and asked who I was. He was very surprised to learn that it was Jong Han-bak, the son of one of his father's friends. Jong continued to talk in surprise about Hun's failure to remember his name. Hyun was annoyed with the guy and said he had to go shopping. Jong mockingly replied, "Where else would he go shopping but at the mall? Except that the family's business is dead," and asked if he had the money to shop at the mall. Hyun wondered how he knew about his situation, but his parents told him everything. With a smile, Jong Han-bak said that his father destroyed Hyun's family. His father had worked with Kang Hyun-woo's father for a long time, and he just needed to find his way. Jong Han-bak heard that the boy's father was very ill and asked if he was taking care of him. If his father died, Kang Hyun-woo would be very lonely. He stood there confused. He hadn't expected such a truth. The guy couldn't take it anymore, so he punched Jong in the face and called him a bastard. Jong was pleased that he had hurt the boy's feelings. Very quickly, the guards came and grabbed Kang Hyun-woo. They tried to calm him down, but he kept shouting. Did his father's illness and business ruin all happen because of Jong Han-bak? The girl who was with Jong ordered the guards to take Hyun to the police station. The guy didn't stop screaming. He promised to kill Jong Han-bak and call him a bastard. In the evening, Kang Hyun-woo was released from the police station. It was raining outside, but he did not have an umbrella. Walking in the rain, the guy was thinking about money and what was wrong with it. And Jong, they destroyed his family and still brag about it. He had to take revenge. But the question was how to do it because Hanu had nothing to do with it. I was passing by a store with TVs, one showing the news. The reporter told me that the arena's streaming revenue exceeded billions. This is incredible money. Recently, the arena's impact on the economy has increased. There are many vacancies related to the arena. The guy was already soaking wet, but he was in no hurry to hide from the rain because he realized that the arena was what would save him. He felt no shame, no pride, nothing. His body was acting authentically, and he called Kwon En-chan his friend. En-chan immediately asked why it had taken Hyun so long to call him. He apologized to his friend and asked for help. En-chan thought something had happened, because Hanu's voice was excited, and eventually the guy said that he decided to return to the arena. The next day, the staff buzzed in the game support office about who had created a character using Milligate's information. The manager had no use for this, so he asked his subordinate to return to work. One girl heard this and turned to Al, who is the NPC of the training progress, and asked about the player who is currently undergoing training. The NPC told us that the player's nickname is Kang Hyun-woo. He's currently undergoing a mana test. According to the results, he has the highest score on the mana test. This result surprised Al. The guy asked Al to give him the next test. If the arena can change his life, he will come back and become the best again. Let's go back to last night. Kang Hyun-woo came to Kwon En-chan to borrow an A-cube to play with. His friend had no problem letting him. Hen was ashamed to lend it to him, but he had no choice. He apologized to the boy and promised to return it. Young-chan punched Hyun in the side for thinking only about money, even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time before. He kept holding his fist and threatened to hit again if Hanu said something like that again. Let's get back to the game. Hanu has a sword. He was able to complete the training in such a short period, so he asked Al to move on to the 10th level test. When he saw the bars before him, Hanu remembered how he had once been here. A creature appeared in front of him. He was surprised to know that it was the 10th level of difficulty. Information about the creature was displayed in the game. It turned out to be Malfurion, the night elf, who is at the 10th level. Kang Hyun-woo thought it was easy. The main thing was concentrating, so he closed his eyes. Al was scared. She shouted that the training had begun. The night elf began to approach, but the boy continued to stand still with his eyes closed. The night elf was approaching quickly, but as he swung his sword, he said the boy had closed his eyes in vain. The moment he came close to Hanu, he dodged. Al, watching the battle, was shocked to see that the first-level user had repelled Malfurion's attack. The guy didn't even think about the difference in their levels and just did it. This is why he could hold the first place like Milligate, because of his unrivaled level of control. As the fight continued, Kang Hyun-woo was throwing solid punches. The elf thought he was more robust and faster, and did not understand why this guy's attacks were so powerful. He recalled how Hyun had allowed him to stay with him and his father, who was hospitalized. He felt grateful and desperate, and most importantly, he felt revenge against Jung Han-bak. He had to pay back for everything. But for this, he will have to climb the arena podium faster than ever before. Meanwhile, in the office, an employee watched him defeat the night elf, being only a non-level character, as they expected. Because skills are not easily lost, Milligate. As expected, the boy defeated the nothing elf. Al was shocked, congratulated the boy, and told him his training was over. After that, Hanu went to the head of the Aslan village named Derry. The older man praised the boy and rewarded him for his successful training. It was a small box, but what exactly was in it was unknown. When he opened it, he saw that his reward was a Morax ring. The Archon's ring from the country of Liyuz contains the Archon's power and spirit. Kang Hyun-woo was happy to put it on his finger because it was a unique loot. It was good that he still managed to beat level 10. It was a good start. En-chan wrote to the guy in the game chat then. He offered to give Hyun a level up and asked him to come to the gate. If not now, then whenever he had the opportunity to help a top player. Kang Hyun-woo suggested another time because he had to make one item but refused to tell us what it was. Young-chan was surprised by the secrets at the beginning of the game. Henu asked him to lend him 50 gold pieces after that. Enchant was no less surprised. In the past, the best users of the arena had one item, an experience potion. It was a popular item that increased the amount of experience gained by 20% for 4 hours. The experience potion cost 3,000 gold pieces back then. But one day its supplier disappeared, and over time, it was forgotten among the players. This would have been the story if Henu had not been the supplier, since he was the only one who knew how to make it and could sell it for any amount. To do this, he needed some items: oak roots, dead tree resin, black rabbit wool, morning dew, and the first petal. He had no choice but to go to the dungeon. At the entrance, he was met by a guy who wouldn't let him into the Black Skull Guild dungeon because there was nothing for newcomers to do there. Kang Hyun-woo thought it was just some kind of fool. His last ingredient is in this very dungeon. He asked if the man would leave, but the man said he had just started the game and should leave while he was in the mood. Henu just pushed the guy away and walked on. He shouted that he was very busy, and the guard was confused, but immediately felt the sword on his shoulder. The dungeon guard was outraged by the newcomer's bold behavior. When Kang Hyun-woo heard he was called a rookie, he got angry. He took his hand to his blade and said that his life depended on this game, and he didn't intend to waste a second on such big men, and asked him if he wanted to fight the newcomer for the deletion, the battle of deletion. The loser will have to delete their account, but not all players are willing to take such a risk, so it's hard to say that such a battle is often practiced in the arena. But the dungeon guard suddenly agreed. He was confident in his abilities, so he said that the newcomer would have to create a new account today. And so the deletion battle began. Hyun sent a request to Song Jun-woo for a deletion battle. He accepted the rules and there was no turning back. A sword began to appear in Kang Hyun-woo's hands. He threatened that he would finish off his opponent in 5 minutes and he could say goodbye to the character. Added that the guard should stay calm because it's hard for him to beat someone like Hinu, so it could be considered a great practice. Announced the beginning of the battle. Sung Jun-woo was confident of victory and considered everything the newcomer said to be nonsense. Kang Hyun-woo rushed to attack first, but the guard dodged, and it only made him laugh because the newcomer would never be able to match his speed. Song Jun-woo attacked, but the guy managed to block the attack. Sung Jun did not expect this. It seemed impossible because he was at a higher level. Then the guard realized that the guy had a unique item. Besides, he was too overconfident for a beginner. Is the guy a player hunter pretending to be a rookie? Meanwhile, the guard attacked. Hyun thought this attack was foolish and Sung might have already noticed. Henu also attacked and cut his opponent's leg. The opponent thought that the guy was too open. When he blocked the guy's damage, Sun was so angry that he started calling him names. But he decided to use damage blocking. At this time, Henu activated the Morax ring, and his power increased for a set period. Kang Hyun-woo began to strike. After a few attacks, his body was covered in scratches. Sung Jun still thought he could beat the guy, but suddenly, swinging his sword, he suggested ending the fight. The guard was shocked. His arms and body were covered in scratches. His clothes were torn, but he could not give up. At that moment, he realized that something was wrong with his body. Henu approached the guard and destroyed it. If you don't feel pain, your opponent can't understand your body condition. The guard had a lot of items, and Henu would get all of them because these are the rules of the removal game. The only thing left to do is to enter the dungeon. After a while, the boy was already in Aslan's workshop, where he found a capsule that created the potion. Kang Hyun-woo remembered the recipe but could only create it once a month. Finally, the potion was ready. It was a unique item that increased the experience gained by 20% for 4 hours. Holding the potion bottle in his hands, Henu was very happy because he could earn money. That day, a strange object appeared on the arena market. The players were shocked when they beat it on the market. The quantity was only 1 piece. All users immediately went to the auction to get it. Because of this, the bids were very high. If earlier the highest bid was 3,000 gold, now it was sold for 5,000. If we pay the bills for my dad's hospitalization and other expenses, we'll have about 2,000 gold pieces left over. 1 gold is equal to 1,001, so he can earn more here than in the shop. Although this was not the main thing, Kang Hyun-woo became a streamer or pro gamer. The first step was to level up, which means you need equipment. He needed to find 2,000 gold pieces, not for something cool, but for the most profitable and effective. He bought Mamet's leather jacket, red leather pants, and a sharp-pointed sword. When the boy came to the head of the village of Derry, he was very surprised by the boy's appearance. Since their meeting, the boy has changed a lot. The people passing by laughed at Henu, but his stature was more important than his appearance. Derry asked why the boy had come. The boy asked for an urgent quest. The same day, he went on a quest. He had to defeat a pack of angry wolves. Thanks to his clothes, he could move more easily, and the wolves disappeared one by one. Still, these expensive things are worth their price. He killed the wolves one by one and easily accomplished the task. Who needed fashion? The task was completed. Henu killed 15 forest wolves. He could return and collect his reward. Henu was sleepy, but he slapped his cheeks to wake up. His life depended on it. Even 1 second was worth money. He decided to go to the Goblin Dungeon because he had to reach the 10th level today. There were many players outside the dungeon. A man in heavy armor asked Henu if he wanted to join their team. He agreed, though he warned him that he was good in hand-to-hand combat. But after looking at Kang Hyun-woo, the man said he was unsuitable for her because he had no immune items. He better find a team with a low level. The guy was outraged that he was sent to a team with a low level, and who they thought he was. Even without his amplifiers, he could easily handle any goblin in this dungeon. Then someone asked if he had any experience. It was a girl with blonde hair. She was here for the first time and could use the help of someone experienced, so she offered to join her team. Kang Hyun-woo agreed to help the girl and raise her to a higher level. She told the others that she had found the last person. It's time to get acquainted. The girl's name is Choi Somi, and she's a level 20 sport. Hanu also introduced himself and said that he was a level 20 warrior. It's good that Arena allows you to hide each user's personal information. The other team members also introduced themselves. Level 24 tank, Choi Jin-woo. Level 22 archer, Park Cholmi, and level 23 sorceress, Chia. Choi Jin-woo doubted that the boy would be able to deal with the goblins, since there was no regeneration potion. But Choi Somi was outraged because she found it, so they doubted her. Choi Jin-woo had reason to worry. He didn't want everyone to die because of him. Eventually, they went to the dungeon, where little evil goblins met them. Choi Jin-woo ordered them to get ready and stood in front of them with a spear and a shield. The goblins began to launch small wires through the tubes. Choi Jin-woo blocked their attack while the others prepared to attack. They simultaneously launched arrows and fire, and some of the goblins were destroyed. Kang Hyun-woo thought that he didn't have to worry, and that this team had good chances. He wondered what they needed him for, but what did it matter? The main thing was to improve his level. When a huge pile of goblins was destroyed, Choi Jin-woo realized that they had been hunting for an hour. Chia praised Hyun, and Park Cholmi echoed that and asked him what his subject was. The guy was good at controlling the situation. Choi Sum suggested that they rest for a while. Choi Jin-woo agrees, but warns them not to relax because the hobgoblin could attack any time. Kang Hyun-woo was surprised that they had defeated the boss before, but Choi Jin-woo said he was the only one who had defeated him. He thought it would be hard for a level 20 to fight a hobgoblin, and he hadn't been here long. Choi Jin-woo asked Somi to keep an eye on the buff timing, and Chia had to keep an eye on the mana count, and Cholman had to ensure that none of the team was hit by arrows. The guy was embarrassed. He hadn't done that before. Hearing that his ally could hit him with an arrow, Henu was outraged but had to raise his level. Park Cholmi used magic to find the path that led to the boss's room. The hobgoblin was sitting on a throne with a huge sword, and there were many small goblins around him. Choi Jin-woo and Hyun-woo were to provide protection while the rest dealt with the small goblins. And the raid on the boss began, and the guy received a blessing from his ally. His strength and agility were increased. The hobgoblin got up from his throne and sent a team of small goblins toward the team. They began to attack Hyun and Choi Jin-woo. Hyun noticed the boss was about to launch the ball and shouted for everyone to dodge. In the end, the magic ball hit Choi Jin-woo's shield. He was thrown back by the blast wave and hit the wall. Some could have helped him. Hyun-woo realized that he had to stop the boss himself before he attacked them again. He asked the defense to help him, but they were standing still. The guy did not understand why they were standing there, looking at where the teamwork had gone. Hyun-woo noticed that a bullet had formed in his boss's hand again, and he was ready to attack. But suddenly, an arrow flew out from behind and hit the hobgoblin's eye. Henu was confused because the arrow barely missed him. Park Cholmi barely touched the boy. He immediately began to apologize, but Hyun-woo thought he was trying to kill him. But there was no time to deal with it. First, we had to deal with the boss. Anyway, no hobgoblin can defeat him. He began to actively attack and asked the witch for protection, but she stood there with her mouth open and did nothing. Eventually, after a few minutes, the hobgoblin was defeated. Chia was surprised they had managed to defeat the boss, but Somi came over and said it wasn't them, it was Hyun. Park Cholmi approached the boy and apologized for almost missing the arrow. He didn't do it on purpose. The team decided to give the items they found to Hyun-woo, but the boy reasoned that if he took everything, they would definitely kill him. He decided to deal with it and leave them. Hyun-woo said he would only take the egg and the animal. He didn't need the book or coins. Somi was very happy about this. After that, the guy said goodbye, saying that he had urgent business. Although the team invited him on another quest, he refused. Because of these fools, he spent more time on the quest but still managed to raise his level to 10th. And he could finally begin his journey. Hyun-woo went to the Pulsar Tower. It is usually called a promotion tower. Each floor has its own skill that can be obtained. It is required for all players who have reached the 10th level. I suddenly received a message about an egg with an animal. For it to open, it was necessary to channel magic, and in an hour it would open. It is not known what exactly was in the egg, perhaps a rabbit or a dragon. While the egg was incubating, Henu had time to move to the next level. In the tower, the boy was met by Khan, the man in charge of the floors of warriors named Khan. Henu wanted to become a warrior, but the necessary skills would start only from the second level. Khan said that it was not like in other classes. He would decide whether the boy was worthy of developing into a warrior in a fair battle. Han took the sword and said that the boy could attack first. He also took the sword and threw it at Han. The guy caught the sword and pointed it at the man. He attacked for several seconds. Khan appreciated his attack, but it was obvious that the boy was used to his sword. He was different from the others, and his level was enough for a warrior, but it was not perfect. At that time, Khan attacked and wounded a guy. The victory was still far away. Khan began to attack the boy. At this time, Hyunwoo got down on his hands and knocked the man down. The guy himself was shocked by what happened, and it was not for nothing that he tried. Khan was surprised that the boy was trying new attacks at such a moment, and the confidence with which he trusted the sword was impressive. This is what talent means. When the boy put his sword to the man's neck, the man said it was time to end the fight. Henu proved himself. Khan recognized that the boy had incredible skills, and he recognized him as a warrior. After that, his strength and physique increased by 10 units, and he was awarded the title of Warrior Recognized by Khan. Also, new skill sets have been added, such as Weapon Master, which increases weapon damage by 10%. Dexter, which allows you to quickly reload and fill weapons with magical power. Khan threw an object and told him to try, because the boy had to do a task related to this object. Of the items turned out to be a coin. Hyun had to find its owner, and so Hyunwoo received his new task. The owner of the coin is the Knight of Keon, LeBron. He is one of the strongest knights in the Empire, leading the arena army. Getting his skills would help Hyunwoo increase his strength. Han asked the boy to leave. When the boy left the tower, he thought everything had gone better than expected. Was it because he finished the test better and surprised Khan? But for the E-level quest, you need to be at least level 50. Suddenly, there was a message that the egg was with an animal, which was supposed to open in 1 minute. Hung-woo hoped it would be some unique animal. The boy really wanted a dragon. The egg began to crack, and light spilled out of the cracks. But when the egg hatched, the boy's dreams were shattered. It turned out to be a cute bear. Hyun-woo was shocked to see it. Seeing the boy's reaction, the bear said that he probably had nothing to say for joy. Hyun-woo was very surprised that the bear could talk, but it was not surprising for a bear. The guy can talk, though. He thought that he had never seen an animal that could talk before. Perhaps it is really very rare, and it will still be possible to make money from it. The bear was definitely going to bring him a lot of money. The bear climbed on the boy's shoulders and said he would serve him. The boy stopped abruptly. The bear hit him on the head and asked him why he was standing. Henu replied that he did not understand what was happening, but he was sure of one thing. Since he was his pupil, he had to be trained. Henu took the bear by the skin and threw it to the ground. He hit his head on the ground and a lump came out. The pet did not understand why he deserved such a punishment, but perhaps the boy could become his master. The bear assumed that the boy was unlikely to be popular with girls. Henu approached the animal and hit it again. The bear started to cry, unexpectedly meeting such an evil master. Meanwhile, Henu checked the pet's profile and noticed that it had good skills. He decided to name him Taney. In his opinion, it was a name for a fool. But the bear himself liked the name Tanya very much. He suggested that we get to know each other better. Henu had other plans. He apologized and said he had to go. Taney was outraged because they had only met a few minutes earlier. He removed his VR glasses and logged out of the game. Today, he spent longer than usual playing. Kwan Young-chan came into the room and asked how he was doing today. Hyun told him that he had gotten the creature in the class. When Enshin thought about the class, he realized that the guy was ready to start making his streaming debut. Henu knew that he could make good money from this, but he needed to do something Enna-chan asked him to do, namely to record all games. They can be used to enter the world stage. It didn't seem so easy for Hyun, but Kwan Young-chan told him not to worry because he would become his manager. The guy was number one. People would want to see a legendary comeback. Henu didn't understand why his friend was more enthusiastic than he was. But how can you not be happy? It's the return of the legendary Milligate. How can you be calm? Henu promised his friend to do his best to make him happy. Later, Henwoo returned to the game and the western part of the Dark Forest. This was Shadow's first hunt. The Night Elves appeared before them, and Henu began to attack. Tenny motivated his master by telling him to defeat them all with his support. A few seconds later, the boy felt his strength increase. It was the shadow, which gave its owner the powers of a forest protector and a rexer. When Hyunwoo realized this, it turned out that the bear was not a tank but a sport. At that time, the elf was approaching the boy to attack him. The night elf shouted at the boy to look at him. But there was no point. Henu destroyed the elf with just a few blows. After that, I thought that I hadn't been able to finish reading the information about Shadow yesterday, but he could improve his strength, defense, and regeneration. It was much better than other buffs at his level. Behind the trees, unknown boys and one girl were watching Hyunwoo and the elves fight. One of them asked how they liked the boy. One of them noticed that Henu had expensive equipment, weapons, and an animal, and that he must be a rich player. He offered to throw a party in honor of the new player. The other asked if they would do what they always do, pretend to be good, and attack at the right time. At this point, the girl suggested that it could be the guy's second account. Because he looks experienced, that's why she says. But another player didn't let her finish by saying that the level of the entrance to the forest was 20. They all had an average level of 40, and he would definitely not win. They choose to focus and worry because they have been through this before. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo didn't even realize he was being watched. Looking at the game's interface, he told Tina that he had recorded everything on video. Still, he wasn't sure if anyone would want to watch the fight with the night elf. But the bear praised his owner. Hyunwoo got angry with the bear and said he didn't take it to cheer him up. He asked him to call him by his first name. Tenny had a different opinion because he gave him buffs. The boy could have won because of them, but because the bear was strong and could at least distract him. At this time, the team that was following the boy approached him. One of the men asked if the boy was hunting alone and offered to join their team, and added that he was glad to see other players in the dark forest. Hyunwoo thought that 2 warriors, an archer and a sapper, would not be useful to him. After all, he's not even a sorcerer. And besides, all of them were wearing level 20 equipment, but the sword was at least level 40. He realized that they were hiding their entire level, which meant they were prey hunters. They really could be murderers when they get the chance, he thought, and agreed to join their team. The teammate was very happy to have Hinu in their snares. After that, everyone began to introduce themselves. The guy who spoke, Ray, the captain, Cal, and Crowford, their teammates, and Wormwood, their sport. Henu, in turn, also introduced himself, saying that his name was Enchan, and introduced his friend Tenny. He decided not to say his real name. The night elves suddenly approached. After Henwoo hit a few, he hid behind Crowford. Then he hit and hit again and again. The guy thought his team was strong, so all the indicators were growing fast. He really liked hunting in the team. 1 hour passed. Crowford was furious because the guy would throw one punch and immediately hide behind it. He realized that he was using them. The boy constantly dodges even when he seems to attack him accidentally. Ray asked the boy to calm down because they were not going hunting. As a team, they went off to confer. Tenny was standing behind a tree and heard their plan. They wanted to kill Hyunwoo when they attacked the boss, making it look like an accident. The bear quickly ran to the owner and told him everything. His guesses were confirmed. They were murderers, after all. Thanks to them, he advanced in the level and completed the task, so he will have to thank them for attacking first. He called it Revenge is a Dish Served Cold. I thought it would be a cool title for the video and was sure that Enchan would love it. Hinu would get back at the team for trying to trick him. Tenny was convinced that his master was really very angry. The team approached the guy and told him that they were going to turn on the boss and invited him to go with them. The guy asked if he was useful to them because he got the impression that he was just a hindrance, but Ray denied him and praised his attacks. He realized that Henu wanted to get away from them. He added that without him, they would not have been able to make it all the way here, so he should follow the boss. After some persuasion, the guy said he agreed. Show them how to take down the boss on the first try. Crawford was so furious when he heard this, but he calmed himself down with the thought that he hadn't been told. Suddenly, the night elves flew up and a battle began. He attacked Crowford and knocked him down, saying that he was frail. If he came to the forest to fight, he had to know that strength was a banal etiquette. He was not ready yet. This elf was Illidan, the leader of the night elves. Ray stood up to defend Crawford. He thought that even though they didn't have such good equipment, they still needed at least level 40 to defeat the leader of the night elves, and besides, where was the signal? He remembered the plan to destroy Henu. Ray said the guy would probably want to level up by fighting the boss. That's where they'd kill him. When Wormwood makes a signal with buffs, he will shoot a poisonous arrow at Hen, and the others will immediately attack. Crowford did not want to finish with the boy so quickly, and asked to be allowed to play with him one last time. Meanwhile, Ray ordered Wormwood to implement their plan to destroy Hyun-woo. But as soon as Ray pulled the arrow on the bow, Tenny came up to him, climbed on his shoulders, and began to caress him. Crowford saw the sign, prepared to attack, and wondered what to do with it. Suddenly, an arrow came flying at his ass. Ray shouted that it was all because of a stupid bear, but Tenny said he was not stupid. The team began to quarrel with each other. The leader of the Night Elves approached Cal from behind. Ray shouted at him to come back. The elf took the boy by the throat and lifted him up. The weak were not allowed to get away, the leader said. Hyun-woo started to run towards the Night Elf and asked him to let him go, but the weighty man looked him in the eye, and the boy pointed his sword at Cal. Ray and Wormwood were shocked and asked why he did that. Hung-woo slung his sword over his shoulder and said to never forget that your actions can come back to haunt you. Tenny said that they knew about their plan. Ray was shocked. How did they know about their plan to destroy the boy? When Ray realized this, he pulled an arrow and aimed at Hyun-woo. But the boy knew that it was straightforward to defend against arrows flying straight at you. They started fighting, and the leader of the Night Elves just watched. And Crowford was lying there with an arrow in his ass, wishing he could move. The Night Elf destroyed Crowford, saying the losers were not given the floor. He was amused by Hyun-woo's actions. The boy defeated all the characters, and they began to disappear. Hyun-woo was happy because the recording was good. The team members were stronger and more experienced than him, meaning people would want to watch it. Everyone should like it, and it will be fun. Now we need to find a rival worthy of the level. The Night Elf said that his search was over, because it is always interesting to fight a strong opponent. Hanu took a stance to fight. He immediately thought of a name for this video. Level 20 player destroys a Night Elf. Later, the boy told Ena-chan about his adventures. He said that Hen was lucky and asked how he had found them in the first place. The guy said that they found him on their own, but most importantly, he improved his skills and fought with the boss. It was a productive day. He got some items from their inventory. Kwan and Chan said he wanted to make a full-fledged video. He needed a good video editor to move on to the next stage. Hanu thought he was talking about the stream, but he didn't say exactly what it was. The guy was outraged by the secrets because it was his job. Later, Enchan started looking for a good editor. He looked on various websites, but there were no decent ones. He even thought about raising the price. Hanu has a great video, they need a good edit. But then he remembered about one man, so he would be their editor. His name is Ellis Movie, and although it was expensive, he hoped it would be worth it. Ellis, a ghost among all the arena's video editors. The best editor using the latest techniques. It is known for its color changes. He has a special nickname among everyone involved in the arena. The maestro of editing, that's what they call him. At this time, Ellis Movie was checking his mail. All the orders he had received were garbage. The video he was supposed to edit was impossible to make, but the hero was bad in the role of a killer. He deleted all requests for video processing, but suddenly, he noticed an email from Enchan and remembered that he was Michael's friend, so he decided to open the email. After watching the video, Ellis was delighted. The player on it was the same Milligate as the one in the new account. He has a cool story, and the battle looked very cool. He could not hold back any longer. He had to start editing immediately. Now Ellis has become a fan of Hen and promised to bring him to the top of the arena. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo was in the game and acting strangely. Tenny asked what was wrong with him. He had goosebumps on his body, which meant that enemies were watching him somewhere. But then he reported the object left by the killers and calmed down. Tenny climbed over his shoulder to look at the object. This item is the Apocryphon of rare random skills. The guy was planning to sell it for good money, but suddenly he got something useful. Hang-woo asked Tang if he had land and decided to sell it. What would he do with it? Should he make a farm or sell it? Tang answered with a question. He was curious about what would happen to it after the sale. And why sell it anyway? He needed money. But it wasn't that Hen needed money. He figured he could sell the murderer's items and still have some leftovers. Until he did that, he opened a book with rare skills. He got them for free anyway and gained a new skill that reduced his opponent's defense by 10%. Henu was as happy as ever. He took Shadow's paws and started to twirl with joy, but the bear didn't like it very much. A few days later, a video of Hyun-woo was posted in Arena World. The reaction of people was not long in coming. The biggest reaction came from people who had suffered from the killers themselves. Later, Kwon Young-chan checked how many views the video had received. They already had 150,000 views. As expected, Ellis is an excellent editor. In addition, according to the feedback Hen liked the viewers, he decided to add more videos to his channel. It was evening. In one of the city's offices, a manager named Kyle stumbled across a video called Revenge of the Killers with Hyun-woo. At the end of the video, there was a fight between Henu and a night elf. He was surprised how a player of such a low level could defeat a dark elf so easily. He hasn't seen such a promising player in a long time. Kyle decided that he needed to sign a contract with him immediately. The video was on Argon's channel, so he contacted them. The next day in the dark forest, Hyun-woo was preparing for a new battle. Tenny had given him buffs. Now he's much faster. While going through this journey as a Milligate, he had no information or sound equipment. Now everything was much easier. He could fly to the top much faster. In a few minutes, all the orcs were on the ground. Now it was straightforward for him to deal with orcs. Tenny also felt that he was getting stronger. Henu checked Tenny's profile and noticed he had already reached level 15. Usually animals have their own growth limit. Common animals grow to level 3, 5, rare animals to level 6, 7, and unique animals to level 8, 10. Now he knows for sure that Tenny is a unique animal. He was an excellent sapper, and the boy hoped he would soon be even more helpful in battle. At this time, Tenny jumped on his master's shoulders and said that he could not go anymore. The boy realized that he had to work on his manners. Henu threw him to the ground, and the bear's head grew a gouge. He ordered to search the dead orcs. Perhaps they still had items. The bear cried but searched the orcs. Something lit up on one of the orcs as they were about to leave. Henu went over to check what it was, a pendant. It was the first time he had ever seen one of these. A message about a new task appeared in the game when he picked it up. It was called Heirs of the Wolf Pack. The task was to find the heir's father, Rahunu, and get the recognition of Dakan's boss. But the boy did not understand what this meant. Dakan? He's a powerful monster and Rahun is just an NPC. It was the first time he had heard of such a quest. It was interesting. This is a D+ quest and it needs to be at least level 30. I had to go up another 4 units. That's why Henu took Tenny hunting to improve his level. The bear asked for a rest, but his master had another goal. After defeating the next batch of orcs, Hyun-woo was not satisfied because he had only leveled up 1 level, which was very slow. He didn't see any point in leveling up alone. Tenny was angry with Hen because he also helped. The guy realized that it's much easier when you're in a team. You have to find average players. There was a strange explosion as if a bomb had gone off. Henu immediately realized that it was the work of a sorcerer. Not far away, a wizard was indeed fighting the orcs with fireballs. It was the sorcerer Mason, who had defeated the 10th orc. He fell to the ground because his mana was gone, and he had no more potions. So was this a sign that it was time to leave? It was hard for the sorcerer to hunt alone. At this time, Hen W. Mason approached him. At first, he thought it was a monster, but he didn't even have time to recover. He launched a fire arrow, looked closely, and saw that it was a man and apologized. Henu also apologized for approaching very quietly and introduced himself. The sorcerer said his name in response. Mason thought the guy was strange, both his clothes and the animal, but he still asked him what he needed. Hyun-woo thought the sorcerer had enough skills to work as a team and offered to hunt together. It would be better for their skills. Mason had his doubts because there had been a lot of assassins hanging around lately, and at his level, he was unlikely to stand up to the guy. But it would be easier to work in a team with someone, so he agreed to work together. Somewhere in a dark forest, the Black Skull Guild was fighting orcs. The guy in the knight's armor is named Sean. He was very annoyed with the orcs, but it was an order from the head. A girl named Hein asked Park Jun-woo how his boss was, and if he felt safe. Ju-woo enthusiastically replied that he felt his boss did not like him. In the past, Park Jun-woo's account was deleted by mistake, but since he is critical to his team, he created a new one and is now climbing the levels. It's all because of one bastard. Because of a fight with him, he lost his account and his place in the guild. He wanted to find him by all means and take revenge for everything. They continued to move through the dark forest, but no orcs were in sight. Hein assumed that another team had already passed through. Sean said their goal is to get to level 25, but it will be a long journey if things continue like this. He thought that there were probably several other teams that had worked here before them. Finally, Park Jun-woo saw the orc and ran to attack him. At the same time, Mason and Hyun-woo defeated another bunch of orcs. They were happy because they had raised their level much faster together. Hyun-woo gathers all the orcs in one place, and Mason stuns them with his magic. Then Hyun-woo finishes off the remaining ones. They constantly repeat this pattern and very quickly build up experience points. Tenny came up to Mason and said that the sorcerer could call himself the Bear's Master. Henu leaned over to his pet and reminded him that the sorcerer had shot a magic arrow at them the first time they met. Mason, hearing this, began to deny it. He was just surprised. Tenny spotted the same orc as Park Jun-woo and reported it to the owner. Hyun-woo said that he would deal with it himself and asked Mason to stay and restore mana. Hyun-woo approached the orc and hit him. When the orc fell, Park Jun-woo was approaching him. He recognized the boy and shouted, calling him a bastard. He was about to beat the boy, but Hyun-woo kicked him in the face. When Park Jun-woo fell to the ground, the guy apologized and said he thought he was a monster. The boy was picked up by his friends. Henu explained to Mason that he was surprised, but he didn't really believe him. Jun-woo said that it was all on purpose because he had lost his previous account because of him. Hyun asked him his name, and he growled at Park Jun-woo. Mason asked if his boyfriend knew his name. He told him that Jun-woo had lost a battle with him to get his account deleted. Jun-woo kept shouting that he would kill the guy because he was with his friends today, and they would kill the guy, but Hein asked him to calm down, and also asked Hannah to calm down. In her opinion, they were acting like children. Hein asked what they would do to him since he could beat the three of them with one left. Hein was sure it was just overconfidence because she was a black skull. Mason asked Hyun-woo if he was afraid of them because they were at least level 60. But the guy convinced him that everything was fine. Sean and Gain were about to leave because they had to go hunting, but Jun-woo was outraged and threatened to tell the boss. They were scared and ran away, even though the other player defamed their guild's name, so the team had to listen to him. They will apologize later. Sean couldn't listen to him anymore and stabbed Jun-woo with his sword, but he agreed with him on one thing. The smaller the team in the forest, the more successful the hunt. Hyun wondered if he really wanted to fight. Hyun-woo said he was only playing to get his accounts deleted. Mason was shocked because then he could be deleted. Tenny asked Hen what would happen to him if he was deleted. He replied that he would probably be deleted with him. This outcome did not suit Tenny. Henu added that he was ready to fight them at once. The winner would take everything. The loser would have their account deleted, and it was a duel of captains. Sean knew that the guy had only 20 levels and considered such an action stupid, so he agreed. A duel of captains? Each team has a captain, and they fight each other. The team that has no more captains loses. The first duel between Kang Hyun-woo and Sean began. Jun-woo shouted that the guy was finished, but Sean was only angry and asked him to shut up. Mason wasn't sure if the guy would make it, so he asked him if he was confident, but he assured him that there was no reason to worry. Sean was confident that he would beat the guy in the first round. He already had a lot on his plate. The guy said that because of the difference in level, it might be extended, but overall he would beat him in 10 strokes. Sean attacked first, but Hyun-woo dodged and threw the first punch. Mason was surprised by how the boy understood the attacker's trajectory and was able to strike while dodging. Sean continued to make attacks but never managed to inflict even a scratch. He was furious because he had the best level of items. How could such a vast difference not give him an advantage? Henu sensed that Sean was getting angry. He knew that many people relied on the level difference alone, but this was arena. Your level, items, and skills in the arena do not guarantee victory. By this time, Henu had already beaten Sean pretty well. He knocked the helmet off the man's head with his sword. Even a low-level student can kill a high level with the right skills. This was the third blow. And by the way, it was fatal because Henu cut Sean's throat. It took some time, but a rookie can kill even a top player. The first duel was won by Hen W. Mason, who was shocked that the guy was so strong. Hein was next, and it was easier for her to fight. She couldn't even withstand one punch and lost to Hyun-woo without trying to fight back. Park Jun-woo is the last one left. He must delete his account if he loses. He wanted to score the previous level with a new account, and now he'll have to delete this one as well. When Hyun-woo looked at Jung-woo, he remembered Jung Han-bak looking at him. A stuffed jerk who is worthless without his connections makes the victory over him even sweeter. He told Jun-woo to kneel down, and if he begged for mercy, Hyun would forgive him. Jun-woo was wondering what he should do because he could beat him when he was at level 40, and now Hyun is at level 20, and he's definitely finished. Rage, confusion, heart palpitations. The arena decided to help such a desperate player by allowing him to go to the Berserker stage, but Hyun-woo wasn't upset. From the first meeting, he realized that even so, Jun-woo was very easy to defeat. It was time to defeat him again. The boy decided to use the power of the Archons and increase his strength level. The fight started. Jun-woo started to approach the guy, and when he was too close, Hyun-woo punched him in the face, and the guy fell to the ground. In this way, Hyun-woo got the victory and won the award. Mason was shocked by the guy's strength. He said he was now a fan of defeating an opponent higher in the ranks. Henu interrupted him and said that he said it wouldn't be hard. Hyunwoo realized that the boy didn't know that he used to be in first place in the arena, even though it could be burdensome. Hyunwoo suggested that they continue hunting. After a while, the guys decided to end the hunt. Mason thanked the guy for their work together, invited him to join the hunt next time, and sent a friend request. Thanks to the team with Mason, Hyunwoo was able to reach level 31. You don't often meet such simple guys, and he's brave enough so they will work together. They leveled up, and now Tenny was very tired and asked the owner to go to rest, but Henu suggested that they take on a new quest. To complete the task, they need to deliver the pendant. To meet Raccoon, you need to get recognition from Boss Dakan. Usually monsters appear on the map randomly and respawn every 12 hours. The guy has been here for more than 12 hours, so he must be somewhere nearby. But after searching for a while, Henu found no one. Tenny was already very exhausted. He asked to rest for at least a minute, otherwise his legs would fall off. When the boy wanted to agree, Tenny noticed a door in the tree trunk and thought it was a place to rest and suggested that Hyunwoo go there. As they approached the door, Hyunwoo received a message asking if he wanted to start a duel with Boss Dakan. This door does not lead to the restroom, but to the entrance to the dungeon. Hyunwoo was so happy that Tenny had helped him find this door that he started to spin him around. Tenny started to cry because he wanted to rest, but Hyunwoo promised to help him regain his strength so that he would stop crying. This boss is so powerful that they had to create a dungeon for him. Anyway, Henu decided it was time to go in. As soon as he entered, a giant orc appeared before him. The boy immediately felt a massive energy of danger. It was the boss, Dean. He asked Han what he was doing here. The guy thought that he couldn't beat him at level 31. He took out the pendant and said he had to give it to Raccoon. The Dean said it was Kakun's pendant. He kept losing it, and it was back again. The orc reached out to take the pendant, thanked him, and asked him to leave. But Hyunwoo wouldn't give it back, saying he had to give it to him personally. The Dean was already angry, but the guy couldn't leave. It wasn't a simple quest. He needed to get everything. The Dean said he respected his aspirations, but to meet the man in charge, Hyunwoo had to pass a test that Dakan would conduct. The guy got a new task to get Dakan's recognition. He knew it would be an additional quest. This pendant is worth hunting for. He said they were starting a fight and determinedly attacked the boy. He took the boy by the head and threw him away. While Henu was getting up and trying to recover, Dakan attacked. When Dakan struck with his sword, he saw that he hit the floor with it. Henu was able to dodge and even tried to attack the orc. But he dodged and attacked back. Henu was too weak. Even at level 31, he was no match for Dakan's strength. It was his first time fighting such an opponent in the arena. Dakan said that this was not enough to meet the leader and asked if the boy would continue to fight. Lying on the ground, the boy did not want to give up, even though he realized that he had no strength. He called Shadow to give him a boost. The bear was not happy because he was resting. They started to quarrel. Tenny wanted to rest, but Hen needed buffs, and he was the bear's master, so he had to follow his orders. When the fight had already begun between them, the orc suddenly asked Shadow whether he was the heir to the Great Islands, and he confirmed. It turned out that Dakan and Tenny had already met, but hadn't seen each other for a long time. Henu was shocked that they knew each other. Tenny asked if they had fought, and the boy told him he had a quest and needed to win it. And the bear remembered the quest with Uncle Raccoon. Dakan eventually tapped his foot to get attention. Henu hasn't been tested yet since he's Shadow's master, so they can fight together. But Tenny didn't think he could help, because he could only do magic behind Hyunwoo's back, and the guy was okay with that. Tenny increased the boy's strength. Dakan said that it was time to return to the fight. He would not make any indulgences because he was his friend's master. Henu thought he couldn't win even with buffs, but he had to finish this quest and fight to the end. After several recent attempts to attack Dakan, Hyunwoo fell to the ground exhausted and said he was giving up. He did not want to die. Tenny went up to his master and praised him for his efforts because Uncle Dakan was a strong opponent. But his support was not crucial to Hen. He was going to fail anyway, although Dakan did not say he needed to win, and he received Dakan's recognition. This battle was enough to win the award. Henu was shocked and pleasantly surprised. His reward was a Dakan pendant. Suddenly, a message appeared that Raccoon was approaching. He tore down the wall to enter, and when the dust settled, Hyunwoo could see him. Now he understood the purpose of the test. To put it simply, Dakan was just a prophecy, but Raccoon was a walking apocalypse. Although no, this is Billy Butcher, in the world of gaming. Dakan said that the guy came to hand over Kakun's pendant. When Raccoon heard this, he seemed to get angry. He took the boy's hands and started yelling at him. After that, how to roar so loudly that Hyun-woo was thrown back by a wave. He ordered him to be brought here. Rakuna's Rick had reduced all characteristics by 50%, and recovery was impossible. Dakan approached the orc and asked him to calm down and imagine how difficult it was for him to escape with this pendant. There was a big story behind this quest. Kakun is the future heir and son of Rakun. Kakun did not want to become a warrior and ran away from his father several times. As a punishment for running away, Kakun had to wear a pendant that showed his location. But thanks to someone's magical help, he managed to remove the pendant and escape for good. This help was given to him by Teddy Bear, but who knew that it would be so? Hyun-woo was pleased to hear this because his assistant was so good at so many things. But the guy didn't even know the limits of his abilities. Rakun apologized, saying he could not restrain himself because of his son, and accepted the pendant. As a result, Hyun-woo gained a new skill, mana compression. The skill was unique and the first time he had ever seen a magic skill used in the arena. Rakun asked the boy to tell his son that his home was a dark forest when he met him. Thus, Henu received a new quest. He decided that he needed to make friends with the orcs. He shook Rakun's hand and told him to fulfill the task. He asked the heir apparent, the Medvedi, not to be upset by what happened to Kakun. He said that he would not. No spell was cast on the pendant, so it wasn't his fault. Tenny was outraged because it meant his super magic hadn't worked. Henu was convinced that the bear was really useless. Kwon Young-chan woke him up the next day. Hyun was so tired after the game that he fell asleep on the couch. When he opened his eyes, he asked if they wanted to give him another quest. Ina-chan thought it was crazy and asked the boy to stand up because he wanted to talk to him. They went to the computer, and Ina-chan said he had two pieces of news. First, their video became very popular in the arena community. The video had over 150,000 views. Henu started hugging his friend and thanking him as if he didn't deserve it. Enchant asked to listen to him further. A letter came from the managers of Nazar, is a vast sports fashion company with one of the arena's most prominent sponsors. Enchant didn't open the letter but assumed they wanted Hen's job. It's a global company. Want to work with him? This was very surprising to the guy. Not even a week had passed since Hyun-woo returned to the arena, and he already had such a good job offer. Enchant asked if they would give any response, but he noticed that the letter had a phone number and decided that it was better to call Han. The same evening at the Nazar office, Kyle told his boss that the player had agreed to sign with them. This player was Kang Hyun-woo with a video about revenge on murderers. They even came up with a nickname for him. Kyle was the head of business affairs. Having taken Kyle's report, Jamie, the director of Nazar, did not understand what MG meant and what his employee was trying to do. The man explained to the director that this player was Milligate, the best player who had disappeared 2 years ago. Jamie was pleased that they had caught such a big fish. 2 years ago, the arena was not as famous as it is now. The arena has reached a global level and has become a profit source. That's probably why the player came back. He was wondering how the return of the legendary rocker would affect the current situation in the arena. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo went to the Aslan auction house. He was deciding which items to sell and which to keep. Thanks to the victory over the assassins and members of the Black Skull Guild, he has 5,100 gold and 1 pair of shoes. Boots will not give an advantage over 5 legendary ships, and the reward for the quest is a pendant with a red stone. The pendant was a gift from Dakan for a player who showed strength. The item is unique and ensures the presence of the spirit of victory. When entering into battle with an opponent, Hen's characteristics will temporarily increase, so he decides to pour it on himself. If you look at it this way, all of his items are level 60. Now he was already at level 32 and had the opportunity to buy something at an auction. For example, he had a rare weapon, so he opened an auction. The most important thing now is the ability to attack. He left the defensive poverty for later. After reviewing the proposals, he was disappointed because his 5,000 was not enough. After a few minutes of searching, he found a unique sword for only 1,000 coins. It was 10 times cheaper than the actual price. The guy immediately bought it because it was a natural gift of fate. It must have been sold by someone who was retiring from the game. At the same time, somewhere in the auction house, Shern, the master of the Black Skull Guild, noticed that his sword had been sold. A girl, a guild member, approached him and asked what happened. The guy was furious and started shouting that he had made a mistake and did not add another 0, and the sword had already been sold. The girl still did not understand what had happened. He ordered her to find the person who bought it and bring him here. Hyun-woo, meanwhile, left the auction very happy with his purchase. The confrontation between the Black Cheaper Guild and Kang Hyun-woo was beginning. With only 3 days left before signing the contract with Nazar, Hyun-woo planned to become stronger, and quests were the best way to do that. He took out the coin he received from Han and decided to find LeBron. Thanks to the quest with the Wolf Pack, he received a great reward. He was already wondering what skill he would get as the strongest knight in the Empire. He remembered that he had lived in the province of Yuzma and had gone there. It was far away, and he wondered how much it would cost to teleport there. After a while, Henu was already in the province of Yuzma. The vast fortress impressed him, and he wondered if this was where LeBron lived. The estates of the most influential people in the Empire are really on another level. At the entrance to the city, there was a massive gate and 2 strong knights who would not let anyone in. They asked Hen to leave because ordinary people had no place here. Even when he was a Milligate, he had never met anyone like that. But the guy pulled a coin out of his pocket and said he was running an errand for Khan and needed to meet LeBron. The guards let him in and said that LeBron was in the training room. The other players were outraged because they were not allowed in. The crowd couldn't believe how the door to LeBron's mansion opened, and the guy made it. They started shouting that they were friends of Hen or were from his team, so the Knights would let them through as well. Hyun-woo mentioned that he hadn't seen the video with LeBron yet, so he would be the first to do so, and turned on the video. When he got to the training room, he saw a man in a lotus position with his eyes closed. Was it really LeBron? When he saw the boy, he asked if he was the one who had carried out Han's errand. Han confirmed this and introduced himself. He was indeed the strongest knight of the LeBron Empire, and no one had come to see him for a long time. Since Khan himself recognized the guy, he must be perfect. Han was surprised that no one had come to see him for a long time. He thought that Khan had given him the coin, which was unfair. He suggested that Hyun-woo test his strength by fighting with swords because it would say more about a person than all his words. Henu just wanted to complete the quest. As LeBron pulled out his swords, he promised to teach everyone who came here skills. He couldn't understand why every quest had to be fought. He asked if he could learn 2 skills from the knight. LeBron could teach a kid many skills if he liked it. Thanks to the spirit of victory, all of the boy's characteristics increased. The guy was hoping to get some unique skills. He stood in a stance to fight, but LeBron didn't like it. It was the first time he had ever seen a player in such a strange stance before a fight. LeBron closed his eyes. Henu thought he was preparing for battle. All the strange movements disappeared. The battle began. The attacks were filled with power, which surprised LeBron because when did a player of his level manage to learn such a thing? He didn't even think the guy would be a worthy opponent. Hangwoo even used his legs to attack. Not every knight will be able to defeat him. But still, he could only give 50 points so far. He wasn't that different from anyone who had come here before. LeBron hit the guy hard, and he fell to the ground. Looking at him, LeBron thought that none of all the 10 players who came here could get more than 50 points. Apparently, this one did too. Suddenly, the guy said he would show what he could do even if he didn't win. He got up and rushed to attack LeBron, but he deflected the attack. He didn't even think the guy would use a punch at such a short distance. LeBron unexpectedly said that despite the difference in their levels, Hyun-woo still dared to attack him. And moreover, the attack was carried out in the air and was able to maintain balance, and recognized that the boy had talent. He gave him 80 points. The guy was shocked, so he stood there, unmoving. LeBron said it was his turn to attack. He asked Hannah to get into position. For LeBron, there was no greater happiness than coaching with talented players. The man hit the boy on the head, and he just stood there motionless. He had a massive gash on his head. LeBron shook the guy's hand and praised him. Henu could not overcome him. The man kept hitting him in the same place. Hyun-woo returned the coin to LeBron. Now he has all 10 coins back. Heng is the 10th, and the best of the rest. Even better than all of them together. The task was completed, and his experience, magic, and strength were increased. In addition, Henu received the new title of LeBron's best student. As promised, LeBron gave the boy a giant book, but only one because the rules were not to be broken. When he opened the book, he received a message that his stats had increased by 10%, giving him the unbreakable player skill. Henu was delighted. All of his stats increased by 10%, a total of 20. The man said that he had kept his promise to him, so he asked the boy to leave. But Hyun-woo didn't want to go. He felt sorry to end the quest, so he asked if he could help LeBron with something. The man really needed people, but there was one problem. There are many undead in Northern Briggs. His Majesty believes it's the work of dark wizards, and asked him to conduct the investigation instead. Thus, Hen was given a new assignment, the Briggs investigation. This is South tasks that affect the arena itself and tell about its history. According to rumors, dark sorcerers were involved in necromancy and psychic magic. So LeBron asked the boy not to get caught. Henu promised that he would successfully complete the task. He's just completed one episode, and now he's jumped straight to the fourth, only level 33, and already a significant player in the story. The guy decided to go cook before leaving. At the same time, in the auction house of Aslan Shern, he was shouting at his assistant throughout the hall because she had not found the person who had stolen his sword. Shern was furious that his subordinate was not able to enter the room of the man who had stolen his sword, but he had bought it, not stolen it. The girl apologized and promised to find it by tomorrow. Hyunwoo overheard the conversation and did not understand how anyone could behave like that in an auction house. Shern kept yelling that tomorrow the asshole who bought his sword would kneel before him. Henu wondered why they were looking for him since he had bought the sword. I could tell by their masks that they were from the Black Skull Guild. Once an enemy, always an enemy. Hyunwoo is out of the game. Now that he's in the lead, he has to deal with all the other cases. Maybe he needs to take them out one by one. It was a very long time, and money is time. Then he thought only the top could be killed, and the rest would fall apart. At that time, Enchan came into the room. He called Hyun to eat. Over dinner, the boy told him everything and asked for advice on what to do. Enchant suggested provoking them. Create a threat on the forum, such as Henu calling the entire guild to battle. The community will not let his message go unnoticed. They will definitely react. Then the guy will definitely manage to destroy the entire guild together. And such videos will definitely become popular. Two birds with one stone. Henu considered his friend a genius. But Enchan himself did not consider himself as such. The main thing is that Hyun really could defeat everyone. The guy laughed evilly. It was a piece of cake. The next day, a video appeared on the arena's uniforms calling the Black Skull Guild to battle. At the guild house, the assistant immediately told the captain that a video had appeared where they were being called to fight. The captain of the unit decided to take a look. In the video, a guy who introduced himself as a top-level nub said that he recorded the video because he had recently received a letter. Many people were in it, thanking him for defeating the jerk from the Black Skull Guild. Shern was shocked. The guy challenged all the guild members to a battle. There was no place in the dark forest where they couldn't poke their noses. As he knew, there were 15 people in the guild, but after defeating 2 of them, 13 left. He challenged them to a duel to remove them with honor. The guy in the video was holding a captain's sword, and he was really pissed off. He was a scumbag because he wanted to fight to the death and stole his sword. The assistant suggested not answering. The guy would only make money on them. But Shern ordered the girl to gather all the participants. They had to get this guy. It was a war. After a while, all the participants were sitting at a huge table. The assistant found out information about their opponent and told them at the meeting. Even though he was a level 30 guy, he had previously killed 3 guild soldiers, which meant that things were not that simple. She thought it would be better not to participate in a duel for removal. Moreover, there was no benefit for them in this battle, and she suggested that they ignore him. Shern was shocked when he heard this option. It was like a mockery. What about his sword and the honor of their guild? They will appear in a bad light in front of the community. Another participant suggested the following: set a date and just kill him. That is, to attack from the back. The general of the New World Guild, Kang Chung, suddenly appeared. He overheard what the guild members were discussing and said it was nonsense. For their entire guild to be afraid of a level 30 player? Shern asked why he was here. The general asked Cholga to come over to him. When Cholgu approached Kang Chung, he immediately hit him. The guy fell to the floor. They took over the dungeon without telling the guild. 3 people were killed, and they again did not tell them. The general could no longer turn a blind eye to their mistakes. Kang Chung approached Captain Shern and told him that he needed to make a video in which he would agree to a duel. This way, he would restore some of his trust in him. The strong will kill the weak anyway. He hoped that this time the Black Cheaper Guild would survive. Meanwhile, in real life, Hyunwoo came to the restaurant to meet a man in a suit. Sitting at the table, the man introduced himself as Mr. G. He seemed utterly different in Han's life and praised his English skills. Kyle also seemed different to the boy. They ordered dinner, and Kyle gave the guy the contract to read and ask questions. And Nachin was right. They had excellent facilities. Hen also liked it. All conditions are at the level of the Nazar team. Kyle asked me to check the additional conditions at the end. It stated that the contract was for 2 years. Every 10,000 subscribers were paid $10,000. Each time he would be given a choice of an apocryphon with a rare skill. Henu was shocked that every month his bosses would give him more. Henu was already planning how he would create a bunch of items. He could not even believe that all these conditions were true. Kyle confirmed that all the conditions were natural, addressed Mr. G and asked if it was better to call him Milligate. For a player of his level, this might not have been enough. Henu was shocked, wondering how he even knew. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. Also, his equipment should be engraved with their logotype. The guy can consult with their fashion manager about once a week. Kyle asked if the guy had a promotion plan. Henu said he would start streaming next week and hoped Kyle would watch. The man was sure that since Milligate himself was asking, he was already looking forward to it. Later, the guy came home. Henu told Enchan that the contract was remarkable. The guy told him that he was the Black Skull Guild and came back. They called Hyun-woo to a meeting at the Yuzma Coliseum in 2 at 8 in the evening. The boy decided not to watch the video but went straight to play. He fought reptilians who were about 60, 70 levels, and he's now at 34. And the difference is about 30 levels, but why was it so easy? Possibly thanks to unique items and skins. Perhaps the guy was just overwhelmed because he was competing against monsters programmed by the arena. The leader of the Black Skull Guild, Shern, is at level 85, and everyone else is at about level 70. Hyun-woo was confident that he would not lose, but if he wanted to win that way, he needed to become stronger. The guy hunted for about 30 hours. Of course, he sometimes took a break, but still he spent 30 hours training. When he defeated the reptilian boss, he was utterly exhausted. He was about to go to bed, but he checked his stats before he did. Thanks to his hard work over the past 3 days, he climbed 6 levels to reach level 40. The day of Hen Wu's battle with the Black Skull Guild has arrived. The players gathered in the Yuzma Coliseum and took their seats. There were a lot of people there. In the crowd, the players were discussing who would win. The guild had more members and a higher level, but they wouldn't attack 13 against 1. It's a personal duel with each. The max level nub will be the first. Hyun-woo and 13 members of the Black Skull Guild met in the arena. Henu listed all the participants. He was afraid they would get scared and not come. Shern will even thank him because he has a chance to kill the bastard who stole his sword. Henu pretended not to know it was his and thanked him for the gift. This made Shern angry. Hyun-woo took out a microphone and greeted all the players. He was wearing a mask on his face. He promised that what was going to happen would be interesting. He added that it would be a battle for removal in a team game. Enchant watched the video and had a good feeling about it. But when Hyun added that it would be a team battle, Enchant almost choked on his coffee. A max-level nub against the Black Skull Guild, 13-1. He announced the start. The crowd was shocked that it would be a team battle. The guild captain wanted to understand why Hyun-woo chose a team battle, since he would have a better chance of winning in a single battle. But he challenged them to a team battle. 1 against 13 people. What did he want? The guy turned to the captain and said he wanted everyone to participate. It won't be much fun if he kills them all individually. Shern asked Hen to watch his mouth. He didn't care about his strategies as long as they won. The candidates for the battle were chosen. Park Chulgu asked the captain if he could take Hyun's items if he killed him personally. Shern didn't care about anything but the sword, and Park Chulg's eyes lit up. He went to the center of the arena, closer to Hen, and said he had made a colossal mistake. He may have the faceted items and the skill, but to actually think about winning, the main thing in the game is his brain and level. They are all level 70, 80, and he thought he could beat 13. Henu asked him in response, if brains win, why did he come out to him? The battle began. Hyun waved his sword, and Park Chulgu began to disappear. Shern was shocked. He did not understand how this happened. He was second in their guild. How is that possible? They were talking about how the guy could attack. Henu reminded them that the battle had already begun. Had they forgotten? Guild leaders Sogan and Sawan decided to go out next because the guy was not so easy. They rushed to attack simultaneously because their combo was the best in the guild. Henu began to swim in the battle. If he dodged the spear, the sword would catch up, and if he dodged the sword, the spear would catch up with him. Henu stood still while Sogang and Sowan flew at him. Their attack was very predictable for the boy, and the weapon even made him laugh. A moment later, Hyun-woo's sword was at their throats. They could at least attack from behind, but this was too predictable. One swing of the sword and those players were gone. Shern couldn't believe what had happened, but Henu told him his piercing was perfect. He was already -3 players. The guy was waiting to see who would be next. The crowd was surprised because the guy had killed 3 guild members in a matter of minutes. Could he really defeat them all? Henu decided to use his acting talents. He held up his and asked to recall how the guild killed other players and seized mines. Apparently before, they only caught nubs, not players. He suggested they give up, as they would soon be saying goodbye to their accounts anyway. The players in the stands started shouting for the guild people to surrender. Shern was shocked to see how quickly they sided with Hyun-woo. In team battles, it isn't easy to prove yourself. After the first person wins, all the other members of the guild start to worry about their position. They thought it would be easy, but now she's panicked and can't think of a strategy. Shern panicked and yelled for everyone to attack at once. There are 10 of them. The guy overheard their conversation and rushed to attack first. While the guild members are panicking, you must finish them off individually. They shouldn't have pissed off Hen. Now they're just a decoration for his video. There were 3 of them left. But the captain didn't give up. He shouted that it wasn't over yet, that if they won, the others wouldn't have to delete their accounts either. All they had to do was win. But suddenly one of the 3 threw his sword to the ground and said he surrendered. He realized that they would only be disgraced. Shern was shocked. The girl said she was also giving up because they were too focused on leveling up and getting items. She was no longer interested in playing in the arena as she used to. She liked the guild when they didn't care about that. They wanted to go back to those times. The captain was left alone. He wondered how this could have happened. They created a guild to play with their friends and catch monsters. Since then, they have stopped enjoying the game and focused only on increasing their level. Since then, the Black Skull has been associated with the evil of the arena. The audience chanted, asking Hyun-woo to destroy Shern. The guy talked about how they had surrendered, but it's straightforward. Someone might think it's all just a game. Shern finally admitted that everything in the guild started because of him. Now it would end because of him. He raised the whole sword and told the NSA not to rejoice. Even deleting your account is not the end. He will start from scratch, and no one would think badly of them next time. He was sure that Shern had given up hope and was glad to see that he still had it. After defeating 13 guild players, Nub's name of max level embodied the word justice. As expected, Hyun-woo won the team battle. Thanks to the winner-take-all rule, he will be given a reward. At the same time, another person showed interest in Kang-hyun. He couldn't believe that the guild had lost, even though he hadn't hoped to win, but still. The max-level Nub has won. This person turned out to be the general of the New World Guild, Kang Chung. The hen will have to answer for today's battle. Meanwhile, the boy was happy to have received so many items. Meanwhile, manager Kyle watched a video of Hyun-woo's fight while sitting in a cafe. He admired Mr. G because he beat 13 players, which is what the Milligan level means. Kyle would have helped him if he had known about it earlier, but now the guy's name is on the lips of the entire community. This can be called a big victory. Hainu has a goal that he is achieving to benefit himself and the company. The manager was happy to have chosen him. He wondered what he would come up with next. He had high hopes for Mr. G. Later, Hyun-woo was sitting on the couch with a very unhappy expression on his face. Enchant asked him what he was unhappy about. After all, he had signed a successful contract with Nazar and won the guild. What could have gone wrong? He just pointed at the TV screen. An old friend, Young-han Baek, was on a show. A journalist was interviewing him. Hyun-woo had forgotten about his revenge, but now everything is clear. Yoon-hwan was surprised that Young-han Baek made his debut as a pro gamer. He also needs to become a pro gamer and kill this bastard right in the arena. Hyun-woo got off the couch and went to play. He couldn't wait and had to keep practicing. After entering the game, he immediately went to the southern gate of Briggs. He was done with the guild. He could return to the main plot. There are 4 quests in the main story, but there is not much information. If Hyun-woo can dig up something else, he will learn about the 5th. If he fights against the Black Wizard, he will have to defeat the undead. He would need to team up with some supporta, but he didn't know any, so he would try to do it alone. Tenny, sitting on the boy's shoulders, reminded him that he had him, but Hennu didn't seem to hear him or know where to go. A cemetery to the south and a dark cave to the east. The dark cave is a popular hunting spot because killing skeletons is not difficult and gives a lot of experience. Not everyone goes to the cemetery because of the difficulty of the battle with the poisonous gas. Where should he go? All of a sudden, Hyun-woo decided to go to the cemetery. It was a good idea to come here, as he didn't want the other players to know that he had accessed the main plot. His thoughts were interrupted by a man who came up behind him and asked him to go with him. Hennu didn't understand why he was following him. He told the boy that he had Chinese and Korean roots and that his name was Kim Seok-jun. He followed Hyun-woo all the way to the Briggs Gate. When Kim saw the equipment, he immediately realized it was a maximum level nub. The boy did not want to hunt with him and ignored the man in every way possible, but he was persistent. Kim grabbed the boy by the hood to stop him and asked if he wanted to catch goals. Hyun confirmed this because few people are there, so the hunt won't be brutal. He thought he only had 200 points of strength, but Kim grabbed him so quickly. How much did he have? Unexpectedly, Kim asked if the boyfriend was looking for a sorcerer. He refused to tell us how he learned the process. It was his big secret. Hyun-woo assumed that Kim knew about the main plot's quest, so he was going on it himself. Kim hugged him, said he also had a case here, knew where he was, and offered to catch him together. It was about a dark sorcerer. I just decided to help Nubik, the highest level. He was promoted to the 2nd grade anyway. It wasn't like it was profitable for him, Henu thought. So he didn't really see much point in refusing. Since it came up, I had to grab the opportunity. Still, he agreed to hunt together. Kim led the boy to an ordinary grave and told him that it was the magician's hiding place. But the grave looked very ordinary. The man asked me to wait. He raised his hand, and Henu saw the glove of the monk Liru. He had gotten it for recognizing. The famous monarch of the 2nd class and the strongest is the monk Liru, who worships at the Temple of the Sun. Heng-woo had heard that there are very few people of the 2nd class because to get it, they need to get the personal recognition of the head monk. But this man is not a simple player. While the boy was thinking, Kim hit the ground with his fist, and a staircase appeared on the site of the grave. This was their way. Creatures began to appear and attack them. Kim immediately rushed to destroy them. His attacks were powerful and hit the boy. He wondered why he hadn't heard of him before, why a person with such skills was still unknown. He remembered that the main thing now was to complete the quest, not to praise Kim, so he started fighting. When Kim saw the guy fighting with the Gulas, he understood why Chungu had ordered him to check out the player who had managed to finish the Black Skull Guild. He was outstanding in battle. Kim Seok-jun was a master of the New World Guild. As he continued to destroy monsters, he wondered what to do with the max-level nub. After entering the vault, they killed the Dark Wizard in a few minutes. It was relatively easy to defeat him. Kim praised Hyun. They defeated one Dark Wizard, but the quest was not yet complete. Apparently, because there was a question mark, they needed to kill more. But now he knew he could handle him himself. He had to get rid of Kim. Given his excellent rookie year, he could be a top-class runner. He better stay on good terms with him. Meanwhile, Kim thought Hyun was being very cautious. Would she run away if he asked her to join their guild? And what if he was already in some kind of... Hyun-woo said he had to go. He planned to play with a friend and didn't want to be late. Kim, to leave a good impression of himself, said that she doesn't like to be late, so Hyun-woo could go. When Hyun left, Kim thought he was like a child afraid to admit something. His thoughts were interrupted by a call. It was Chungu. Kim told him he didn't need to snoop around anymore about this nub. Chungu didn't understand, but Kim insisted on not doing it. They didn't need any revenge. Because now Henu was his brother. He planned to meet him and ask him to join their guild. A-World Arena's streaming site promotes many convenient services live in the cube. QBR is a modern technology that allows you to watch videos from the arena in a cube of X different angles and feel the presence by paying the amount set by the person who uploaded the video. Hyun-woo decided to check how many views his video with the Black Skull Guild had. He was surprised to see that the video was in this format. He was shocked. There were 10,000 views in the cube. He quickly calculated that one view costs 500 won, so it comes out to 5 million won. Ena-chan went into the boy's room and asked him if he was hungry, but Henu knelt down in front of QBR. Ena-chan didn't understand what he was feeling. Later, the boy returned to the game. The storyline still had a question mark, and the boy wondered how many more dark wizards he needed to destroy. There could be 2 or 3, or even 10. He stepped into the cave. There were a lot of players around it. One girl screamed when she saw Hyun-woo, and he thought she was his fan. The stranger asked if it was definitely Henu. The guy turned on his charm, turned around, and said hello to the fangirl. But when he looked at who was calling him, he was surprised. It was Juri and Onyoung. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Henu was not very happy about this joke of fate. Why did he meet Yuri here? When the girl saw the boy's reaction, she asked him if he was feeling well. Kwon Yuri and Kwon Yoon-jung are Young-chan's younger brother and sister. The boy's nervousness about meeting Yuri, not because she is the sister of his best friend. Yuri took the boy by the arm and asked him if he was living with their brother now. According to her logic, Henu was now part of their family. The guy remembered how this little girl once confessed her love to him. Although he refused her, she didn't believe him and made it a joke. When she told him that he had become part of their family, he was embarrassed. Eun-young asked his sister to leave Hyun alone. She laughed and said that he was just a friend, nothing more. While Hyun stood there, not realizing what had happened, Yunjung suggested going after the monsters together as a team. They were playing with another warrior friend, but he wasn't here today, so they persuaded Hannah to join them. Hyunwoo was sure they didn't know about his past or the maximum level of nub. They only know him as an excellent friend of their brother, so they could have fun. So he agreed to help them get into the swing of things. Upon entering the cave, the team immediately encountered skeletons. Yuri and Yunjung quickly dealt with them. Hyunwoo hadn't realized they were so capable. He had doubted their skills, but now they could even reach the 90th level of the dungeon. Eunjung shoots straight at the target at high speed. With one arrow, he was able to destroy all the skeletons. Yuri always supports them with buffs, which is not easy, but she even manages to strengthen their defense. Henu even thought he might take them on a quest. The undead were approaching him from behind. Noticing this, Yuri created a protective barrier around Henu, and the undead did not harm him. The girl ran up to the boy and asked him to be careful because the skeleton almost ate him. They noticed it was a temporary dungeon when all the skeletons were destroyed. Hyunwoo said he had to kill a dark sorcerer, and a temporary dungeon was supposed to appear in this cave. He was hesitant to tell them this was the main story's quest. Eunjung said that you can stay in the game for about 8 hours today. That was enough. Yuri gladly agreed to continue the hunt. Indeed, they will find great rewards. They decided to continue hunting to find a temporary dungeon. Hanu thought that Yuri and Yunjung didn't even know that they were going to go to an absolute hell. The spitting lasted for 7 hours. Yunjung asked Hyun if they were doing the right thing because they had spent so much time and there was no result. He thought they had already passed the cave, but Hanu was sure that they had to be here and suggested that they rest. Hanu was used to such a long hunt, but for them, it was the first time. And Yuri looks very cheerful. Does she have an exceptional talent for playing? Engine was already very tired. His legs would not hold him, so he sat on the floor and pressed his hand on the stone. The wall behind him parted, and the entrance to the laboratory of the Dark Wizard's apprentice, Adelius, appeared. When they came down, they saw a boy. He was a student of the Dark Magician Adelius. As he mixed the potion, he said that now he would be able to become a full-fledged sorcerer and will be able to control the army of the undead and get even with all those who despised him. And this will be just the beginning. Hyunwoo interrupted Adelia's joyful cries, and now he understood who caused the undead here. Now they knew about his super plan. Adelia was shocked that someone had been able to enter his and did not understand how they had done it. They were already exhausted, so Henu did not want to answer his questions and raised his sword in preparation for the battle. But immediately, his shock at Adelia's shock turned to laughter. He threatened that he would make them regret coming in here, and he shouted to Pepe. A huge bear burst into the room. Adelia said that those people were his food, and he could eat every last morsel. Hyunwoo said he would deal with the monster, and Yoonjung and Yuri were asked to kill the sorcerer. The bear stood on 2 paws, so he became even bigger. Eunjung and Yuri were worried about Durga, but he told them not to worry. Of course, he's not a skeleton, so we'll have to think a little bit. Pepe roared using fear, but because of the spirit of victory, fear did not work on Hyunwoo. Only the highest-ranked monsters can use fear, and Hyunwoo began worrying that they might lose. He had to protect his friends. Adelius looked out from behind Pepe and mocked the team because the skills were powerful. At this time, Eunjung shot an arrow at him and hit him in the heart, and Yuri protected him. She realized that only high-class monsters use fear to protect Eunjung. She thought it through. Adeli fell to the floor. The last thing he said was Pepe Pe. In his last moments, he remembered when Pepe was a baby and how he had fed him. Pepe started to cry. Eunjung was surprised by this. He assumed that the bear was angry because of the death of his master. Hyun said that the second phase had begun, and it was time to use a different weapon. Henwoo called out to Tiny. The bear was confidently walking towards Pepe because Henu hadn't called him for a long time, but he noticed who was standing in front of him and started running away in the other direction. Tenny went over to Eunjung and Yuri, who was standing behind Henu, and started making a fuss about how bad his master was because the monster could kill him in minutes. Henu knew this and asked him to give him buffs. A few seconds later, the skills for Rexar and Forest Defender were activated, and Henu rushed to attack. Yuri started hugging Tenny. The bear was cute. She asked him his name. Teddy Bear told them that he was the king and that people should worship him. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was going on between Henu and Pepe. Yuri squeezed Tenny tighter and tighter and asked him to go with her. Tenny didn't like it anymore and started asking his master for help. The guy was outraged by this because he was busy fighting, but even more so by the fact that others were not going to help him. He decided that he needed to accelerate and activated the power of the Archons to increase his power level. In a few attacks, he managed to overcome Pepe. He fell down next to his master and reached out to him with his paw. They began to disappear. For Hen, the quest was not easy, but he gained a new level by defeating the giant bear. His energy and mana were restored. Now the quest was almost complete. He still had to get back to LeBron. Eunyoung asked what to do with the dark shaken items. Hyun asked what kind of items they got. There was a book, a stick, and some bear spheres. Eunyoung had no idea what it was, so he asked Hyun to look at it. When the boy looked at the bear sphere, he realized what it was and where he could get it. Hyunwoo wanted to share these things with Yuri and Eunjung. At first, they refused because it was his quest, and he did most of the work. But Hyunwoo insisted he wanted to leave gifts, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After that, he suggested they leave the dungeon. Kang Hyun never told them that the orb was more valuable than all the other rewards of this quest. Later, Hyunwoo returned to LeBron, and the man was surprised that the boy had completed this quest so quickly. Henu said that the research was successful and gave the journal to the Dark Wizard. LeBron took the magazine in his hands and read it. His Majesty will be delighted to receive such a valuable thing. The Briggs study task was complete. LeBron put on his suit and said it was time to get ready. Henu didn't understand what he meant. They had to meet with the Emperor because Hyunwoo had dealt with the case himself, so he had to report personally. During all 3 years of the arena's existence, no one could enter the Imperial Palace. That's why LeBron's house is always so crowded, because they know that he is connected to the main plot. And they were right. For the first time ever, the player got a chance to meet the Emperor. Henu received the title of the first to set foot in the Imperial Palace. LeBron asked the boy not to worry because the Emperor was a good man. Sometimes he's picky, but in general, he is pretty easy to communicate with. Henu pretended that everything was fine, but in his mind he was confused. After all, if the Emperor is picky, he must be worried. For the main scenario, the parade ground was of great importance. Hung Woo expected the Emperor to share beautiful objects with him. Finally, they reached the door behind the Emperor. LeBron said he had already warned him about their visit, so he didn't have to worry about formalities. Upon entering the room, a young man, the Emperor, sat on the throne. Hung Woo was shocked that he was so young. LeBron said that he had brought the researcher, Briggs. After that, Hen Woo received a new title, the first to meet the Emperor. Suddenly, the Emperor's eyes turned purple and Henu felt strange. The guy fell to his knees and could not move. He was paralyzed by a powerful impulse. It was like meeting Rakun, although no, the Emperor was stronger. He was an absolute monster, that's why he was the Emperor. LeBron turned to the Emperor and said that now was not the time for his jokes, and at that moment, Henu started to move. But it seemed the Emperor was angry that LeBron thought his actions were a joke. Instantly, he teleported and appeared right in front of LeBron's face. He asked if the man was ready to be punished for such words. LeBron wasn't going to obey because the Emperor had called them here himself, but instead he was mocking them and was ready to show them how much he was willing to do. They began to quarrel. By the way, come to think of it, Hyunwoo read something about their relationship when he was looking for information about the script, the tale of the great emperor of their country and the best knight, LeBron. The Emperor was furious because he didn't understand why LeBron was always at home and not doing his job. But LeBron didn't understand what the complaint against him was. The Emperor entrusts the work to him, and he, as a duke by title, can reassign it to a subordinate. They had both studied under the captain of the Royal Knights, so they were old friends. Henu had never imagined that the Emperor and the Duke could have such a quarrel. He asked if he should leave. The Emperor and LeBron even forgot that the boy was still here. The men came to their senses, and the Emperor returned to his throne. He praised Hyunwoo and said that he had called him to give him a new task. But he couldn't just take him. He needed proof of Hyunwoo's strength, so he would have to pass the test and show what he could do. The Emperor gave him 15 days to prove that he was a great fighter. But if he didn't make it, they would never meet again. Henu was excited. In the main story quest again, he was fortunate. He only had to win 100 duels, which was easy for him. He bowed to the Emperor and left the game. Later, he told Enchan about everything. The friend was shocked that the guy had come out on the main story himself. Enchan praised the boy, but he was very jealous. Henu smiled and said to comfort his friend that his skills had very high luck scores. But he didn't know yet. The guy wanted to save the battles for his debut as a streamer. But I'll have to start on Monday. Enchan asked what he was going to do until Monday. He planned to level up to level 50 and make a few short videos. Young Chan asked if it was because of him that Hyun gave the excellent items to Yuri and Yoon-jung, but they deserved them. Everything was going really well for the guy, so he could afford it. The friend shook his fist at him and said that he hoped that soon everything would be as it was before and that Haenu would be rich again. The boy fought off his friend's fist. It wouldn't be long now. Back in the game, Hyunwoo took out the magic control book he had received from Nazar. This book was costly. It would teach you how to control magic. To use it, you need to have 60 magic points. Hyunwoo picked up his sword, and it shone brightly. He raised it above him and said happily that he was now a sword master. Tenny approached him and reminded him that the boy had promised to give him something. He took out of his pocket a giant bear's kernel in a small sphere. Tenny was delighted and asked to give him the kernel as soon as possible and even called him his favorite master. But the guy raised his hand high with a cannonball in it and started to fight. He wanted Tenny to call him Mister. The bear was running around him and shouting, "Sir!" But suddenly, Tenny outsmarted him, jumped on his neck, and took the cannonball away. Because of this, Tenny gained 2 new skills, chain lightning and magical friendship. Hyunwoo was upset because the bear would soon overtake him in stats. Meanwhile, Tenny tried to use his new skills. Now he was much stronger than his master. He asked if he could handle his new powers. The closer the day of Haenu's first stream came, the more people subscribed to him. His new video, Fighting with an Overgrown Bear, received over 500,000 views. Every day, the number of subscribers in the cube grew, which meant that Haenu's income increased as well. His new short video, 1 minute long, also gained views. In it, he talked about his debut and battle plans. After that, the arena community continued to have disputes, and more rumors spread. Meanwhile, Kim Seok-jun told Chung how Hyun surprised everyone. He will soon be on the same level as them, or even higher. Kang Chung is ranked #435 in the arena rankings. If Kim says that about this guy, he should have fought him in person. Kim Seok-jun is currently ranked 17th in the arena rankings. He offered to go to a fight where Hyun needed 100 wins. I wonder what will come of it. In the dark forest, Hyunwoo and Tang were fighting reptilians, which helped the boy reach level 50. Tenny was very tired and sat down by a tree. The lightning bolts were very cool, but they took a lot of mana, so Hen let him rest. Now it has reached the required level of 50. It's definitely ready for streaming. Suddenly, a giant bird flew up behind him. It was Peck's carrier bird. He brought a letter from Kyle and a gift from his boss. In the box, the guy found a set of black Jaguars he used to wear. Apparently, it was specially made for the stream. You need 20 wins to enter the ranking and 80 to go. Peck's mailman bird has flown away. Haenu was thinking about whether to officially announce the return of the world's #1 runner, Milligate, to the arena. In the past, streaming sites gradually lost their popularity. With the development of virtual reality games, a problem with streaming arose. Problems such as time differences and constant lags were never solved, and therefore, many streaming companies eventually collapsed. However, one day, a company appeared that took the management of all these sites under its wing, and it was the QC company that created Arena. They decided it was not cool to watch streams through monitors and changed it to a cube. This changed the culture of streaming. They have developed a streaming system right in the cube. Not only do they not take a commission from streamers' donations, but they also allow you to donate directly in gold, not regular money. That's why Arena became popular during the 2 years Haenu was in the army. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo was preparing for his first stream. Many people came, and the stream hadn't even started yet. He didn't even think he would ever have his first stream, and was a little nervous, but it was time to start. He started the stream and greeted the audience. At first, he was embarrassed, but when viewers started donating, Hyunwoo was overwhelmed. Enchant warned him about this and told him not to be afraid, but he has a good fan base, and it's strange to be surprised by donations at the beginning of a stream. As the donations kept coming in, Hen's uncertainty went away. Now he was ready to start. Some viewers were also surprised by the number of donors. Hyunwoo announced that he would fight 100 opponents on his first stream. He showed the audience his current level. He will fight with the 50th level because he's 50. In the Coliseum Arena, there is only one type of battle, a one-on-one duel. They are also called rank matches because the winner's rank is increased with each victory, and the loser's rank is reduced. The opponent's selection is determined by the overall performance. As the rank increases, you get the most vigorous opponents. The first 20 matches are used to determine the rank. Hyunwoo heard that one player, after winning 20 duels, immediately rose to the millionth place from the 4 millionth. If you lose in a ranked match, you will have to develop your character from scratch again. But usually people with 30-40 levels enter the Colosseum, which means that it will not be very easy for him. At the same time, an assistant burst into the office of the director of the JT Telecom Arena Pro Team, Kang Woo-jun, and asked if he had heard that the nub of the maximum level was Kang Hyun. The director immediately recognized it was Milligate. He had previously rejected their offer. The assistant showed the director his stream. They started discussing whether they could get him this time. Because Hanbek was not up to the level of their team, at that moment, Jong Hanbek came to the office and stopped to eavesdrop on the conversation. They didn't want to lose him because of Hanbek's father's money. But they wondered what they would do if a top-level nub made his debut as a pro player. Following the stream, they were shocked because Hyun had already won 40 duels quickly. When Jong heard this, he was furious because no one could be better than him. Meanwhile, Henu had already won 50 fights. The stream already had about 1 million viewers. He decided to look at the comments and noticed one out of hundreds. The viewer wrote that he was leaving the stream because he was bored with watching the stupid slaughter. Henu realized he hadn't done anything but make kills in all 50 matches, and people were getting bored. Henu started thinking about making the stream more fun and told the audience they could give him tasks. The guy's first task was to fight 51 unarmed battles for a 999 gold donation. Henu told the audience that killing with bare hands is much more horrible with a weapon. The opponent was found. He is a level 70 player. Hyun-woo will have to do his best in this round because he will be fighting unarmed. When the opponent saw the guy drop his weapon, he thought he was a fool. The fight started, and he attacked first. Hyun-woo dodged the attack at the right time and hit the right place. The opponent, whose name is Jack, was in a state of shock after Henu's punch. Taking advantage of his opponent's condition, Henu had to finish him off. In the end, the guy won again. The viewers started writing comments. Some wanted to learn from the guy, and some wanted to give him tasks. Of course, Henu accepted all of them. After that, he received a quest to win 100 duels in the Colosseum Arena. He told the audience about it. Since he already has 90 victories, if he defeats 10 more opponents, he will be awarded a new title. One of the stream's viewers wrote that he would drop 10,000 gold if Hyun-woo completed the task. The guy was shocked because 10,000 gold is 10 million won. Another opponent appeared. He didn't even have time to realize who he was facing, as Henu was already flying at him with a sword because he was waiting for 1 million. The battles followed one after another, as did the victories. Only one victory to 10 million won left. The last opponent was found, and Henu could not wait. Millions were waiting for him. His opponent was a guy in a Cobra outfit. Previously, the opponents were 80, 90 levels, but this one is above 100. He's definitely twice the level. This guy is going to be a pain in Hen's ass. He decided to use everything he had to win. Hyun-woo decided to call Tenny to help him and give him his buffs. With them, victory became more accurate and faster. He returned to his owner and asked what had happened. The audience started writing many comments in the comments section about Tenny's cuteness, and some wanted to buy him. The boy asked Tanya not to say too much because many spectators heard him. But looking around, the bear did not see any spectators. The fight started, and Henu asked to give him buffs. But Tenny put his hands together and said he needed an apology. The guy promised to help him improve the bear's skills later, and after that, Tanya agreed to give him buffs. Hen's strength, physical development, and defense increased. He was sure that thanks to this, he would win in 5 minutes. Their swords clashed. Hyun-woo realized that he would have killed him if it wasn't for Shadow's buffs. The opponent was speedy and robust. It was unlucky because it was the last opponent. But the guy was not going to give up. He used the power of the Archons and attacked the opponent. He still had many tricks up his sleeve. The opponent was shocked because Henu had never had such strength before. The guy threw a punch, and as a result, a small wound appeared on his neck. He didn't even think that a player with such a low level could resist him, and asked if he was a smurf. Hyun-woo was pissed because he thought someone else was playing instead of him. He replied that he was a streamer, a maximum level nub, and if he killed him now, he would successfully complete his task. The guy started attacking. He needed to finish this fight with a decent victory. The giant's strength will last for 2 minutes, Shadow's buffs for 3, and he's dead if he doesn't make it before the buffs expire. It's a shame that the skill has so little time. If only it had something else besides a hit. The opponent was enraged by Henu's attacks and started shouting that he was getting angry and it was time to put an end to it. Henu wondered what he should do. It was too late to evade. If he didn't, he was finished. So there was only one way. The guy dodged and landed a punch that destroyed him. It was hard, but he completed the task and raised his skill rank. Henu was tired. It seemed like the stream had been going on for 10 hours. He would like to finish and rest soon. But he was very encouraged when he saw that a viewer had sent 10,000 gold. It was like a new lease on life. When Tenny saw that Henu was talking to himself as he thought that he had gone completely mad. Henu, at this time, decided to end the stream. Leaving the game, the guy announced the next stream at 6 in the evening. Hyun-woo was lying exhausted on the bed. It turned out that streaming was not so easy. To follow the chat, complete tasks, and so on. Kwon Young-chan came into the room and said that he would get used to it after a few more streams. In-chan asked how much the guy earned, and they went to the laptop to check. The website showed some strange numbers. The guys were confused, but at least they all made some money. His gold was 57,384, and after doing some quick math, they found that 1 gold equals 1,001, so it would be 57,384,001. They were shocked. Hen's first stream became the #1 topic of discussion on many websites. And since Nub's name was everywhere, many companies wanted to sign a contract with him or even sponsor him. The same goes for the arena. In the Mono Guild, the master learned that the guild's account was insufficient and that the sponsors refused to renew their contract or reduce payment. The guild master Marco was furious. Everything happened to Nuba at the highest level. Many companies now want to work with him. Marco asked what level he was at now. The assistant replied that he was at level 50, but that he could have upgraded to level 53 during this time. The guild master was shocked by the player's low level. He ordered him to either bring him to him or get rid of him. At the same time, another guild was watching Hen's video in the forest by the campfire, where he was the first to see the Emperor's face. The New World Guild and the Behemoth Guild also received the main story quest, but he did it himself. They couldn't figure out how exactly. And with LeBron, he went much further than he did. Griffin, a master of the Phoenix Guild, was asked what they would do. She decided to find a boyfriend. After watching his video, they concluded that the guy was still following the main plot. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo received the title of Fearless, given to a player who has won 100 battles. Still, most importantly, he received the Ring of Hephaestus. This ring, the one he received during his studies, and the Hephaestus ring are from the same collection. Thanks to one unique ring, he was able to get a good workout. Everything was going perfectly. Henu decided to treat Tenny to some food. While he was eating, the boy was sitting delighted and smiling. Tenny thought it was strange, but he liked eating better and did not ask any more questions to keep the conversation going. He became very popular on the stream, so Henu decided to use him more often in the future. He became like his mascot. He still had a reward from the Emperor, and he wondered what it would be like. It is on the 2nd level. As soon as the bear finished his meal, they went to the Emperor for a reward. The Emperor was surprised that the boy would return so quickly, because not even a week had passed. He was convinced that LeBron had not lied to him about Henna. The Emperor forced the boy to fall to his knees before him. Henu realized that he should never forget that the Emperor was a monster. The Emperor threw him a gift. Thus, his task, through thorns to the stars, was completed, and he received a gift, and told him to take the ball and find Aldred in the Ardea Desert. This was a new task. He also heard that there were rebels in the desert. The Emperor was very annoyed and ordered to find out everything about those involved. Henu promised to do his best. He wondered if the Emperor had to give quests with such a horrible face. Ardea Desert. The location is necessary to complete the first quest of the main story. When Henu was playing Milligate, this was the first place he came to when following the main story. Having destroyed several desert scorpions, Tanya and Henu gained experience. The bear felt stronger. They didn't know where Rift's castle was yet, so they would have to cross this huge desert. Suddenly, Henu noticed a building in the distance. It seemed to be Rift's castle. Tenny was worried that his master was unsure if the castle was secure. Henu reassured him because luck was always on his side. Suddenly, the boy noticed a man who seemed to be watching them. After a while, they did get to the castle. There, they met with the captain of the Knights of the Castle, Rifa Aldred, who had been given a ball by the Emperor. The man was happy that they had met while he was going around the area and promised a reward. Henu was happy about this. It was a book with the faceted crescent skill. Judging by the name, he could now lengthen his blade and make it better. So now he will have access to ranged attacks. He already has a lot of skill, but with this, he could pump twice as fast. But then pulled himself together and asked Mr. Aldred what he knew about the uprising. The man was surprised at first, saying that the boy had heard of it. But Henu explained that he had come here to deliver the ball and, by order of His Majesty, to learn about the uprising in the desert. Aldrada realized that the emperor could not give such a task to anyone, so he gave him a map of the desert to help him investigate. Henu unfolded the map. Suspicious places were marked on it. Rifa's castle was also marked, which surprised the boy. Aldred thought that someone in the castle was helping the production. They have a lot of secret materials that only people from the castle should know about. The man hoped that the boy would be able to sort out this complicated case. Only 3 locations were marked on the map: Rifa Castle, the TMA tribe, and Lake Bryan. The Tama tribe seems to be the most suspicious. These level 90 hunting grounds are home to desert scorpions and desert goblins. Henu knew one secret about the TMA tribe that he had discovered back in Milligat's time, and it would be the key to victory. At that moment, he and Tenny approached the edge of the cliff. At the bottom of the abyss, they could see a giant cactus with a flower. Tenny did not understand why they were there. Henu took the bear in his arms and jumped down. If he completes this quest, he will go much further than any other player. I wonder what the reward will be. Over the past 2 years, many players have visited the arena desert, but none of them could find the dungeon's secret, except for Henu in the Milligate era, and that's why it's here. The boy started to run headlong into the cactus, but Tenny caught his leg with his paw, and he fell. He did not believe that the cactus was the entrance to the dungeon, and if they got on the needles, they would die in 5 minutes. Henu took Tenny by the hood. While the bear said that the boy was crazy, he threw him into a cactus and the bear disappeared. Once inside, they saw a hidden desert in the desert. The boy had forgotten what it was like inside. Tenny started to cry because the boy threw him into a cactus. The boy apologized, but Tenny was still offended. Someone was approaching them from behind. It was a desert lizard. Hen was surprised to see them here. The arena community didn't even know they existed. He recalled that there was only one such lizard, but it was some giant monster, not a Varan. It's an overgrown lizard about 20 meters tall, but about 5 meters long, so it doesn't look that big. Either way, they didn't look that different. It was time to fight. Henu rushed to attack. The beast was powerful, and given its strength, speed, and appearance, we can conclude that it is over level 100. Unless you use your full arsenal, Henu will not be able to repel its attacks. He asked Tenny to give him buffs, but he was still offended. Then the boy promised to wear it for 4 hours straight, and it worked. Henu was able to dodge the attacks and drive his sword into the beast's back. The animal began to run like crazy and in pain, riding Henu. Tenny started shouting that he wanted to ride as well. Suddenly, Henu noticed a weak spot and decided to strike. The desert giraffe was in a state of shock and could not move. That's why the boy was able to strike and destroy the Baran. After the victory, he lay down on the sand to rest. They gave him enough information to make him happy. By the way, you can use it for your next stream. He came up with the idea to ask Ellis to make a video. The day Ellis made the video with Henu and the Emperor, he swore that he would make videos for Hen for free for the rest of his life. And very quickly, Ellis realized that he had not sworn in vain. Later, Ellis watched the video Han sent him despite the different levels. The guy could find the monster's weak point and destroy it. Ellis was happy he chose Nubis, the highest level, for his edits. Henu is the best. It was Friday, the day of Henu's new stream. In the morning, a video of Hyun's battle with an overgrown lizard was released, so viewers expected a lot. He wondered how Jung Hanbok would feel when he saw it. Henu has been feeling just fine lately, but it's not for nothing that he returned to the arena. There were already about 50,000 viewers on the stream. It was time to start. He put on a mask and greeted the audience. Today's topic will be a one-person raid. The boy was able to find the location of the lizard leader. They started writing off donations. Henu thanked him for it, but when he was catching the boss, he wouldn't be able to respond to gifts. So he asked me to hold back until the victory. He saw comments that said he didn't respond to all donations, so he apologized to the audience in advance. Also, he couldn't watch the chat, so he needed to focus. At that time, he approached the rock where the leader was sitting. When the lizard noticed the boy, it took off. Henu asked the audience not to worry. He would be dead on the ground in a couple of hours. I have completed Henu's preliminary examination. He has a weakness in his neck. All monsters have almost the same weakness. You need to attack correctly. His raid on the dragon began, and he struck halfway through. Raid on the boss. This is usually a group attack on a boss depending on its difficulty. A group attack involves players performing separate roles: damagers, tanks, sappers, and healers. They must all fulfill their roles clearly to reduce the risk of raid failure. This is the whole point of boss raids. Because of this, practically no people succeeded in solo raids. Well, that was until today. Henu attacked the dragon but failed to reach the weak spot, and so it went on for 3 hours. At the beginning of the raid, Henu was very focused. Although it was the first time he had seen this monster, he felt the same satisfaction from completing the main story that had been forgotten since Milligate. And thanks to these memories, he felt a massive surge of strength. But as expected, his mana ran out. He spent his last mana on an attack. Victory in a raid directly depends on the amount of mana. Henu began to think about how he could restore it quickly. Tenny was panicking but was sure the dragon would soon be finished. He had a lot of experience in raids and Tenny had to trust him because of that. The leader was nearing his end. Suddenly, the dragon rose into the sky and flew high. Henu knew he was not running away. The last phase had begun. The dragon came crashing down. Stones began to fly. The dragon started flying again. Tenny asked why it was so fast and why Henu was standing still, but the boy did not answer. All bosses in the game have their own strategy. They have attack patterns and vulnerabilities. It is interesting for players to solve them. Right now, Henu is focused on understanding the monster's movements. As soon as the dragon landed, Henu took off and asked Tenny to launch a bolt of lightning from its weak spot at the back of his neck. When Tenny did this, the desert dragon could not move and was in a state of shock. The hen had one last stroke to make. He had to put all of his mana into this strike. He went down and tried to hit the weak spot. It was hard and I was exhausted. Eventually, he defeated Apophis, the desert dragon. Sala and the magician recovered, but the boy was exhausted. Finally, he finished him off, and now Henu could relax. We had to keep an eye on him for 3 hours. Tenny ran up to the boy, shouting with joy. He hit him in the face with his paw. He was furious that the boy had gotten him into this. Henu fell to the ground and forgot he was still holding the stream. Tenny went up to the owner and asked if he was going to answer, but the guy was so tired that he couldn't even answer. The raid lasted a total of 3 hours and 36 minutes. Henu thanked the audience for their support. He was so tired of following this monster for so long. But the reward was worth it, a bracelet made from parts of a desert dragon. He was about to finish with the rewards for the raid and go to rest, but he heard a voice from behind him saying that he had finally found him. Henu thought it was his fans and asked about it, but the guy in the hood and with the sword behind his back denied it. They're from the Mano Guild. They found him and asked him to join their guild. Henu asked if it was a guild, which angered the representative of the Mano Guild. They were one of the largest guilds, and the boy had to know about them. He realized that they were not fans after all. But where are their manners unless they are from a big guild and can communicate rudely? He said he didn't care about their guild and just left them. But the guild members were determined, said he had no choice, and began to surround him. Henu had no fighting strength, and their equipment was about level 110. Suddenly, a guy with pink hair watching them from the top of the hill said that Nub was in trouble. He came in and introduced himself. His name is Yoon Junho, a supervisor from the Nazar team. His task was to help a top client when they were in danger, like nannies in kindergartens. The guy from the Mano Guild asked what the fuck was that guy on the mountain. Yoon Junho said that judging by the looks of it, their dear client needed help. He turned to the crowd of Mano Guild members and offered to make a deal. He wouldn't touch them, and they wouldn't touch his client, but they didn't want to talk. The crowd began to run at Yoon, and he sighed in frustration because he wanted to negotiate. He pulled out his sword and asked Hyun to stay out of it. There were 9 of them. They valued their time, so he dealt with them in 3 minutes. He killed the first one and didn't even feel it. Then he took on the leader. He killed him in a few blows. The other members were shocked to find themselves without a captain. Yun Yuagato had heard about their guild. He then asked those who remained what they would do without their leader. While watching this, Henu was surprised because he didn't know that wardens existed and that they were so cool. Yoon was unbelievable in battle. His level was definitely higher than Hyun's, so it was better not to be at odds with him. When Yoon had the last member of the Mano Guild by the throat, he said that maybe the client was already waiting. As soon as the last player disappeared, Hyun praised Yoon's skills. The boy was embarrassed by his words. He said he was now at level 170, which impressed Hena. But at that level, he had to have a rank. He didn't think guys with rank could do this kind of work. Yoon said that it was not the level that provided for his family. In addition, if he plays games, he will not be able to buy baby food, and his wife will throw him out of the house. This is what it means to be a gamer. Don't stop playing, even in marriage. A few days passed. Henu and Tenny were still in the desert. There was no point in looking for the TMA tribe. Several days had passed since the raid on the dragon, and there were only goblins around, and they couldn't find any rebels. The boy hoped to find something on Lake Bryan. Tenny asked why his master always invited him to hike in the desert because it was boiling. Henu called for the bear only because he was bored. Tenny was angry and hit him in the face. The bear began to make noise. He asked how much longer his master would waste his energy. Hen was really bored because he didn't belong to any guilds. At this time, he noticed shoe marks in the sand. Meanwhile, in real life, Tian Ho, a Chinese arena streamer, received a call and was told that the company refused to fund him. It was an order from the management. Tian had to get them to advertise on his streams. The guy was outraged. He didn't need the money. He just wanted to advertise Porsche. The management told them their company was better suited to an advertising face, using the nickname Nub of the highest level. They apologized and said goodbye to the guy. Tian was furious when he heard about it. He threw the phone on the floor and it broke. He didn't understand how the company representatives could say that to him. He could not be worse than some nubby. There was another guy in the room. He asked if Tian was talking about the streamer recently winning 100 duels in a row. His name is Liu Shay, and Tian told him that Porsche canceled his contract because of Nub. Liu Shay was surprised that they replaced him, the great streamer of all of China, with it. Porsche had no taste at all. He offered to help Tian with this issue. Tian thought that his guild would appear and offered to send his guys. But Liu Shay, who was a representative of God, promised to solve everything on his own. His guild is the largest in the arena, so they were confident of defeating Nub. Meanwhile, Henu was approaching the wall where the trail ended. The guy knew this mirage like he did with the cactus. As he approached the wall, a message appeared asking if he wanted to enter the staging camp. Upon entering the camp, Henu was disappointed because their camp was not what he had imagined. Usually, it is some captured castle or village. He noticed a lot of weapons in the cart and wondered if they were really going to fight. The quest was incomplete. The boy did not understand what else he had to do. At this time, a delivery man noticed him and asked what he was doing next to the cart. Henu thought that things were wrong because they had come here unarmed. Suddenly, the delivery man spotted a bear and thought that Henu was Adele, Felton's student. At first, he couldn't remember who Adele was, but then he remembered that Adele was a dark magician. He fought against him with his friends and had a bear named Pepe, and Henu pretended to be him. He also introduced Tenny as Pepe's chimera. The bear was shocked and wanted to give him away, but the owner put his hand over his mouth. The postman recalled that Mr. Felion had spoken about him. Henu said they had come to meet him. The man said that Mr. Felion was currently examining the illusions in the camp, and that's where the boy could find him. Henu was glad that Adele's name worked for him. Tenny started to hit and bite his master, saying that he was Tenny. The black archmage Felion sat on his throne and held his hand over the magic orb. It was not yet clear whether the Holy Lands would intervene or not. They will have to adjust their plans in order to gather all the black sorcerers from the south. The Lord of Rifa Castle supported them. In 3 days, they will send them a signal and they will start moving in their direction. A bunch of undead were listening to him. Someone from the crowd asked if there would be any preparation, but they had a massive pile of undead and illusions. So Felion said that no preparation was needed. Suddenly, Felion turned and used his magic. When the smoke cleared, no one was there, although he was sure he felt someone looking at him. It was Henu who almost got caught. He ran headlong to get to the exit, running and thinking about what he had just heard. Henu did not notice a man standing in his way. They bumped into each other. Not far from them were 2 bystanders who heard the noise when the men clashed and decided to check what was happening. While Henu was thinking about what to do, the man he encountered noticed his sword. The delivery people came up and asked Hen to show his face. When he thought he was going to have to fight, the man pressed the boy's head into the ground and said that he was his student, and that the noise was because he had dropped his weapon. He apologized for the noise. The guard asked him if he was Dvorf from the arms shop. He nodded, and they left, asking him not to make any more noise. Henu wondered what it was. The NPC had just protected him. He couldn't wrap his head around it. The man asked the boy where he got the sword. They went to the shop, where the man looked at Henu's sword for a long time. The man had seen one before, and did not think he would see it again. Henu asked if they had been kidnapped and sent here to create weapons. The guy thought the man was on some quest, so he told him that he had come as a spy from the side that was at war with the rebels, and offered to help the man escape from the camp. Another boy sitting next to him began to dissuade the man from escaping, because the rebels promised to release them soon. But he was a fool to believe the kidnappers. They used them as labor and it was dangerous to stay. Eventually the man agreed, but on the condition that he also set free all the doors held in betrothal. This became the guy's new quest. He agreed, but he was puzzled that the reward for this quest would be another quest. Meanwhile, in the Yuzman Empire, in the shop, There was a meeting between Deputy Master Rachel and Master of the Phoenix Guild, Griffin, and Kang Chung's deputy and New World Guild Master, Kim Seok-jun. Kim suggested that the Phoenix Guild go on a quest together. Griffin couldn't understand why they would do that, because the content of the main plot was kept secret even in the middle guilds. Unlike the New Light Guild, the Phoenix Guild was behind. Kim confirmed that the gap with other guilds is even more significant, so their guilds are in the same boat. He took it out of his pocket and asked them if they needed a nub and warned them that they would get it, and they knew what was behind his words. Griffin thought that they wanted to start a war. She thought Nub was already connected to the New World Guild, but the Phoenix Guild would be finished if he joined them, so she agreed. Kim thought it was strange. He thought they were going to fight over him. A news of cooperation between guilds has become a topic of discussion in the arena community, a proposal and a hidden interest. Many even suggested that by this union, the two guilds would establish a kind of monopoly on the main storyline. But the very next day, one video impressed Arena even more. Chung-woo came to Kim and asked if he had seen a video in the community about a maximal nub. In it, Henu told us that the main storyline is currently underway, and he would like to show his concern for the players who are not good enough for it. But even for them, he had something, and it was information about the quest from him personally. Who was interested in the main plot, had to come 3 days later to Rifa's castle. Kim was shocked that the guy was willing to share information about the main scenario just like that. The video was strange, but he felt it would be interesting. Let's get back to Heng. He successfully escaped the camp of the stagers and immediately went to the Emperor to tell him where he was. He said they were hiding near Lake Brian. The entrance was closed by magic. At this time, Henu was already kneeling before the Emperor because of his magical influence. He also helped the captured dwarves escape, and they reduced the supply of weapons to the suppliers. The Lord of Rift Castle has an agreement with them. They plan to gather in his castle in 3 days. The Emperor was surprised by what he heard. He had asked many people to find out about the performers, but only Henu could do it. The task was completed, so the Emperor gave the boy his last task, to help Aldred stop the uprising in the west. Thus, Henu was given a new task to protect Rifa's castle from the supply side, the reward for completing a unique item, and the support of the Emperor. Later, he unread the news and learned about the merger of the two guilds. That's how he discovered Kim was from the New World Guild. That's why he's so strong. He needed help understanding why the quest of the two guilds in the south was in Kasir Castle, while his pursuit was in Rifa Castle in the west. He was furious, wondering why he didn't have the brains to complete the quest, which was meant for the whole guild. He came up with one way that might work, and now it was time to put it to work. The news that Henu was sharing information about the main plot quickly spread in the arena community, and of course the popularity of the max-level newbie grew along with it. 3 days later, Henu personally saw the power of his popularity. There were twice as many viewers on the stream. He started a stream on which he promised to tell about the quest of the main plot. Henu said hello to the audience. The audience could not believe he would tell the main plot, but the guy assured them it was true. Today, there will be a siege in Rift's castle, and the task of this quest is to defend Rift's castle. Due to the rules of the arena, he could not show the quests, but Henu decided that such an exciting quest would be tedious to do alone, so he started a stream. There were many viewers and comments as well. Henu was pleased that the audience liked it. Everything was as he had planned. The quest of the main story began. Aldred stood with a sword in his hand and a massive army behind him, calling Ramon to battle. Ramon humiliated Aldred by saying he should not trust the Emperor. A huge battle broke out between their armies. Henu took out his glasses and popcorn and watched the battle between Ramon and Aldred's armies. He knew it was a script, but it was still interesting to watch. Aldred is just fantastic in battle. If it continues like this, everything will end in his victory. Meanwhile, Ramon and Aldreda were fighting. One accused the other of all mortal sins. Ramon began to attack and asked Aldred to stay out of the way and not pretend to fight for justice. Aldred could not stand it and threw a punch. Ramon could no longer move. His mouth was bleeding, and he fell to the ground. Aldred said he would never again call the Emperor by his filthy name. Behind him, Henu stood and clapped. The man turned around and saw the boy. He thanked him for coming, but did not understand why he wore a strange mask. Henu explained that it was because of his religious beliefs. They have already defeated the first group, and there are still numerous groups with undead. The man reached out to the boy and said he needed help defending Rift's castle. Finally, it was the boy's turn. At the same time, the undead began to appear in the vicinity of Rifa Castle. No one understood where these monsters came from. Henu stood and watched them appear on the horizon. He hadn't expected so many monsters. Aldred asked how they would deal with them if so many of them were there. Was he afraid for their victory? They needed to stall until Duke LeBron's knights arrived. Henu was afraid, but not for this. But they did have another problem. He didn't think there would be so many undead. He hoped they wouldn't take all his loot. The army of the undead had already approached the castle. The quest of the arena's main story, Siege of Reef Castle, has begun. A colossal battle has already started. Aldred asked the wizards to destroy the undead, but there were still many of them. Despite the help of the mages, one could even say that nothing changed, and the Pashtans did not even fight them. Only the undead. Aldred hoped they would hold out until the knights arrived. Suddenly, some boys shouted at the man to leave, calling him an old bastard. They were new players who had come to the hunt to level up. Some of them were arguing near the dead undead about who killed him. Among the pile of undead, a colossal elephant appeared with a black archmage sitting on it. He was shocked by what was happening and who these fools were. According to the plan, the occupation of Rifa Castle was supposed to go smoothly, thanks to the help of Lord Ramon. How did they know? Felion ordered his dark sorcerers to destroy everyone. Meanwhile, novice players were fighting the undead. One of them thought that the quests of the main story were challenging, but everything was easy. A magic circle appeared in the ground near each knight, and they didn't understand what was happening. A few seconds later, giant monsters began to appear from the circles. Aldred rushed to apprehend the dark sorcerer and ordered the other knights to destroy the others. As he approached one of the monsters, he shouted to attract attention. The monster took a fierce dragon in his hand and beat it to the ground, sweeping away everyone in his path. Aldred tried to attack, but the monster only opened him up. The man did not know what to do. Not much time had passed since the beginning of the battle, and he was already exhausted. But if he died, Rift's castle would be destroyed. He couldn't let that happen, so he had to do the unthinkable and stop them. A considerable monster struck at Aldred. When the dust cleared, the man stood hiding behind the part of his sword that remained intact. Unlike regular arena players who can come back to life many times, NPCs do not have this option. That is, for NPCs, death is the end. The monster rushed to attack Aldred and was ready to fight, but realized that the forces were not equal and mentally apologized to the Emperor for leaving him so early. When there seemed to be no hope, Henu from the shadow appeared and destroyed the monster. Aldred's death was planned in this quest of the main story. Henu was surprised that the man had resisted for so long, wondering what kind of defense he had. But now Arena has begun to create a new scenario for Aldred's future. The adventurer who saved his life. He was an adventurer with incredible skills, which he was convinced of by seeing with his own eyes. An adventurer who is impossible not to respect, as well as a new hero was born before his eyes. This was the second time Henu had gotten a new level. He was happy to get such an excellent quest. At this time, Felion appeared in the sky above Henu and Aldred. He launched an attack, but they dodged it. He said he didn't think he would have to deal with them personally. For him, they were Imperial mongrels. His level was unknown. In the information about the Dark Wizard, it was stated that he was awakened. Henu realized that it would be difficult to defeat him. 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 53 seconds left before the Knights of Kion arrived. Story task. In this quest, according to LeBron's plan, the players have to defend Reef's castle from the attack of the undead and rebels. However, everything did not go according to plan, and when the number of players was much higher than expected, the arena system quickly began to change the plot. Quite simple measures were taken. Reinforcement was adopted for the supplier side in real time. Henu suggested that Aldred step aside and let him decide. His condition was serious, and he could only get in the way. The man left but promised a reward for the boy after the battle. Henu knew there was a hidden reward in the quest. Felion, seeing Aldred running away, wanted to stop him, but Henu started shouting that he couldn't do it because he had to get Aldred's reward back. Of course, the Black Archmage was outraged by this audacity and the fact that the boy believed he could defeat him. Hen thought it was strange that in this world, dark magicians gave cute names to their monsters. Felion pointed his hand at Hena, and the undead began to crawl out of the ground near him. It must have been his skill. Tenny immediately left the boy and told him to find him if he survived. He was shocked that Tenny had left him. Felion fired an explosive beam at the guy, and an explosion occurred. When the breath cleared, a guy with a shield stood in front of Hen. He was followed by many players who learned about this quest from Hen's video. They stood up to defend the guy. They thanked the nub for sharing such an excellent quest. Some even promised to send gold on the next broadcast. Tenny did not understand where such a bunch of people came from. The bear climbed on Hen's shoulders, and the boy was glad that his audience and other players were able to come. That was the charm of the game in the main plot, and it was a lot of fun in the arena. After a short period of the battle between Felion and the players, it was clear that he was starting to lose ground. Henu supervised the players' attacks. They began attacking the Dark Mage in groups. It only irritated Felion. He didn't understand why they worked so well together. He realized that it was all because of Henna. When the boy was giving orders, one group had to prepare for defense, and those who were running low on mana had to use the elixir. Felion realized that Henu was in charge of everything and had to deal with him first, and the guy was happy because it turned out to be easier to work in a team. Meanwhile, the magician formed a vast circle. If they were going to overwhelm him with numbers, he had no choice but to respond in kind. The huge chimeras began to appear. He prepared this army of orc chimeras to overthrow the emperor. Henu never thought it would be this bad, but suddenly a man with a horse appeared in the distance. He waved his sword and destroyed all the undead, the illusions, and Felion himself. All the players were shocked that the Okras had disappeared, and Henu was glad that it happened in time because they had almost died. The savior turned out to be Duke Lebron. Here was the power of the Emperor's best knight. He ordered the knights to take out all the Felion, cut in half, was lying on the ground and saying it was not over yet, because he is a servant of the meter, the dark wizard Felion. Henu approached him and put his sword to his neck. Felion realized what was about to happen, but continued to humiliate the boy. Henu knew he would be rewarded if he struck the last blow. After the knights appeared, the events began to come to an end. The Knights of Kion, led by Lebron, quickly finished all the couriers. With their strength, they proved once again that they were the best knights in the empire. A few minutes later, the imperial flags were raised everywhere, and the main story's quest ended with the empire's victory. Henu sat on a column and looked at the object he was given. It was only half of something. There was no information about the object. Aldred told me he found it when he was young, traveling through the imperial lands. Although it is broken, the dwarves say that this object is perfect. But Henu was not impressed. He thought that Aldred was just greedy. I was glad that at least the level was up. Lebron approached him. He had already heard about the boy's feat, and now realized that he had believed in him for a reason. Lebron was sure that His Majesty would also be pleased, although Henu did what he needed to do. He sat down next to me and said that they had a purge of dark mages in the south, and there was a player called Monk. Henu remembered that this was the guy from the New World Guild. Apparently, they had also completed the main story quest. But the guy felt that Lebron came for more than that. He asked why he really came. The man said he had an offer. And with the others, the man asked if the boy wanted to become his apprentice. A message was displayed asking whether the boy wanted to choose an occupation. But instead of the name of the occupation, there were question marks. Given the question marks in the question, you can't even imagine what will happen there. Still, given LeBron's strength and drink, the guy will probably get titles he hasn't heard of. This opportunity was not to be missed, so he agreed to become his student and called LeBron his mentor. After that, his stats increased by 250 points. Although before that, his stats increased by only 150 points. But in 2 days, by as much as 250. The boy asked if they would give him any items like swords. Of course, permanent skills are good, but he wanted something active daily. But the Knights of Kion didn't need it. They always used magic. LeBron gained strength that his father had never even dreamed of. After that, he broke a stone with just 2 fingers. Henu can cut through whole bricks with a finger flick if he practices hard enough. The motto of the Knights of Kion is to never give up. They have already finished here, and training will begin after the meeting with His Majesty. The rumors reached the Emperor faster than Lebron and Henna. The Emperor immediately praised the boy as soon as they entered his chambers. Aldred told him about his selflessness and bravery, and threw something right into Han's hands. Now, he has become Lebron's apprentice. The knight's training is quite tricky, but the Emperor is sure that the boy will cope. Lebron asked the Emperor if he really wanted to give the item away. It was an ancient ring, it was unique, and it increased skill by 10%. This ring was given to the Emperor by a previous commander of the Knights, but he no longer needed it, so he gave it back. And also to his first student. Henu was shocked because the ring increased the experience by 10%. It was his first time seeing such a unique item in the arena. As far as he knew, consumables increased the skill and experience gained, but they increased the speed of gaining both. He could not even dream of getting such a thing. A truly imperial level. After that, Henu went to LeBron's house to start training. They took their swords, stood in front of each other, and LeBron asked what the boy knew about using mana. He lifted his sword to the mountain, and it came down. It could have been used on other objects without any problems, but Henu knew this and knew how to use it. His expression showed that he was checking him, but using mana was his element. The correct use of mana is to direct it along a particular trajectory. Consider it a game of balance when you must direct mana in a specific direction so they do not jump to another. Henu thought that was all for today, but LeBron was not ready to let the boy go. The man wondered who knew there could be such a genius among the adventurers. Or not a genius, but a monster. The next lesson for Henu was a battle with scarecrows. This is a secret technique that is passed down only to their knights. LeBron cut one of the puppets in half with a single swing of his sword. The other puppets were left unharmed. Henu was surprised by how LeBron cut with his sword on all sides, but only one scarecrow was in the middle. Hank needed to do it again. He tried to channel mana into the sword, but only made LeBron laugh. The guy got angry and asked him to teach him something. The man was laughing so hard that he even started to cry. The guy is good at using mana. He learned this technique quickly, but didn't have enough will. The will is in desire, and desire is thoughts and aspirations. It needs to draw the movement of mana, and it must come directly from the heart. The boy gripped the sword harder with both hands. Perhaps to increase the strength of the sword, he should draw it longer and faster. Closing his eyes, Henu began accumulating mana and balancing it to guide it along the right path. Now, he was drawing images, imagining everything very clearly. He imagined his sword cutting through a scarecrow standing. By focusing on directing his mana into the scarecrow, he was able to channel his energy into the scarecrow. LeBron didn't even think that his student would be such a skilled. Meanwhile, another quest was in the middle of a fight. Two guys were watching it and saying their leader was in a mood today. It must be something with Liu Shay, who was his foster brother. The guy who fought thought how Liu Shay dared to refuse a favor after all. Having said that, there is no such thing as Nub becoming popular after the main scenario quest. He didn't want to spoil his image. He was still a public figure. One of the guys called Tianho and told him that if he was worried about a Nub, he could call him out publicly during the stream. But Tian didn't understand what the guy meant. The guy explained that we could ask for a substitute knight. He has an acquaintance named Cleo. He's the best double fencer and one of the highest ranked with his double swords. If you pay him, the max level Nub will be destroyed. Tian liked the idea. He ordered the guy to contact him urgently. It was time to nail this Nub. The next day, Henu and Tenny were hunting. They were surrounded by swamp monsters, and Tenny was so afraid that he was hanging on his master's leg. Even though the boy told him not to worry, Tenny was afraid. He did not understand why Hen wanted to fight swamp monsters. The boy explained that he wanted to try out his new skills. With one swing of his sword, the boy destroyed all the monsters. Tenny was captivated by the magical power of his master. He already had at level 84, and now the hunt has become much more manageable. Henu would have liked to videotape his sword, but saved that idea for good times. The only problem is that now he has nothing extraordinary to do on the broadcasts. He has finished the main story's quest, which means there will be a massive break until the next one. Then he decided to look at the same content. Tenny asked him to tell him ideas, but the guy spoke in riddles. Meanwhile, at Nazar's headquarters, Kyle went to see his boss. He was wearing a mask and would wear it until the boss told him what he thought of his plan. He developed this plan specifically for the broadcasts that would be produced. He thought that such content would be suitable for them all year round. All he needed was the boss's approval. Despite Kyle's worries, the boss was delighted, and the plan was enough for 2 years. He praised Kyle, but he admitted that it was not his idea. The boss said he should give a huge bonus for such a good idea. Kyle said that this is Nub's idea of the highest level. He uses this concept in his streams. BDDM is a clickbait and a show in one. A battle between players where any person, even a celebrity, can hide behind them. The guy never ceased to amaze his boss. Kyle offered to give the time that would soon be available on their channel to the Battle of the Two Masks. After that, active work on the content began. At the same time, Henu continued to work on content for his streams. Meanwhile, he defeated another opponent. This was his 9th victory. This was the 3rd masked player, and for some reason the number of masked people has increased. So it's proof that he's getting fans. He said on the stream that he was happy that they were trying to improve each other's skills together, but in the comments, viewers began to write that they were not fans, but substitute knights. Replacement knight. The main culprits of the game balance instability are those who receive money, access to customer accounts, and instead raise their rank. He remembered what Enchan had told him about them. There are a lot of guys like that now. and they're at all levels, from the lowest to the highest. Henu was a little disappointed. And this time, the next opponent appeared again in a mask. Is this the replacement knight again? His opponent also thought that Henu had another replacement knight. If he loses, he will earn a silver medal tomorrow. Henu attacked first, but the opponent deflected his blows, and Henu asked if he was really a substitute knight. The opponent replied that he was just like him. This made Henu angry. The opponent didn't even think there was such a talent among them, and he had never seen a player so strong before. He thought that he was genuine, and then realized that his opponent was a maximum level NSA. They stopped the fight, and the opponent told Hank he was a fan and had been watching him since the first stream. He offered to take a screenshot together. At this time, Henu called Tenny, and when he appeared, he immediately asked how he was not ashamed to challenge him to a one-on-one duel. His opponent began to pet the bear and say words of admiration. The guy asked if he was sure he was a fan, and his opponent assured him that he was, and then Henu ordered Tenna to give him buffs. In a solemn voice, he said that if a fan of a streamer does something wrong, then the streamer needs to correct his behavior. The guy walked closer to his opponent and said he had to guide his fans to the right path as a max-level nub. The opponent was confused. He didn't even have time to say a word in his defense. Henu dealt him a mighty blow that was supposed to destroy the player. He hoped that in his next life, he would be reborn as a proper player, but when he looked closely, he saw that the player was still in the game. Henu approached the replacement knight and pointed his sword before his face. He hoped that his new life would not be the same as his past. The opponent was saying something, but Henu couldn't determine it. He asked the audience to congratulate him on his rebirth. The guy artificially cried and said he couldn't be happier and informed us that they would have to stop pumping, but they would move on to other, more critical content. An interview with the replacement knight right on the stream. They found a place in the forest, sat down opposite each other, and started a new stream with a greeting to the audience. The replacement knight introduced himself. His name was Hedo. In the comments, they recognized him because he is a very famous earring of all knights. After reading the comments, Henu asked the knight if he was famous for his skills. He replied that it was just flattery. He's just a regular substitute knight like the others. Hedo told me that there were only 30 gold medal winners, which surprised him because he thought there were fewer. He didn't want to sound like a braggart, but winning a gold medal opened up many opportunities. A lot of people start streaming or become pro players. Then Henu decided to ask the question that worried him the most. How much does a substitute knight earn? The guy said he charges a lot because he moves items to the customer's account. Usually he gets 5 million won for a bronze medal, which takes about 3 days. Hyun was shocked by the amount of money, but there was one condition. At level 100, you have to upgrade, and if you don't, Hedo will refuse to give you the game because it will take longer. Hedo thought that as a streamer, Henu would make more money. He said he wasn't going to become a replacement knight. Suddenly, the knight asked to turn off the microphone so the stream viewers could not hear them. He had some personal questions. Henu apologized to the audience and turned off the microphone. Then Hedo asked if Hyun had any quarrels with Chinese players. The guy was surprised. He didn't even know anyone from there. Hedo said that an ad appeared on a Chinese portal looking for a replacement knight to attack Henna. They even found a replacement knight named Cleo, nicknamed Kleiner K. He is very famous and has been charged huge sums of money for his work. He uses 2 swords at once, so Henu has to be careful around him. Hyun thanked Hado for the information. He didn't even know how to thank him, but Hado didn't need to because he was a fan. The guy wanted to remember who he had hurt from China, but nothing came to mind. Meanwhile, Tian was in his office. His assistant came into the office and told him that Kleiner K had started to work out with Nub. He could be trusted because he's one of the best replacement knights. He would not use his account, but would take a level 140 account with rare equipment. Tian didn't care, he just wanted Nub to be gone. Then he remembered that he could join the stream and enjoy Nub's last moments. Back to the game. Kleiner K was already standing in front of Hen and offered to play for account deletion. This was the only condition for Kleiner K, because he did not come here to train. The guy was surprised by the audacity of his opponent. He was disrespectful at the first meeting. Henu couldn't understand what was going on. He came to his stream and challenged him to a battle for elimination, whether it was the same Kleiner K, the substitute knight. While the boy was thinking, the knight was waiting for an answer, and to speed up the response, he asked if he was afraid. Henu quickly assessed the cost of clothing and weapons because after the victory, he would get everything. The substitute knight's clothes were expensive, worth 5,000 gold pieces, so he agreed to this battle. Clipper K crossed his two swords in front of him and said that Nubu was about to be finished. When Hainu saw this, he started laughing, which made his opponent angry. The knight rushed to attack first. He used two swords with rotation because of the centered force. His attacks are faster and the power is stronger than he expected. Kleiner K is a really strong opponent, so he decided to call him Cleo. He was surprised that the boy knew his name. Hainu asked him why the Chinese would kill him, but he said he didn't know anything. He was just doing his job. At this time, Hainu put his sword to Kleiner K's neck. He was sure the guy knew the reason, but the customer was probably watching now. The guy took the sword away from his opponent's neck and got another sword. He told Clipper K that this was all his customer could pay, and now he understood his level. He offered his opponent to surrender because he could also fight with two swords, although it would be his first time doing so. The opponent was furious, calling the guy an arrogant bastard, and rushed to attack. Hen was excited because he was interested in trying something new. Kleiner K knew that his opponent's level was 60 points lower than this account, while he could fight him on equal terms. He's also a skilled wielder of two swords. Unexpected. Hainu said that a boxer had once said the words that he would now pass on to Kleiner K. Flutter like a butterfly, sting like a bee. After a few attacks, Hainu won. When the player started to disappear, Hainu stood there thinking that he had forgotten something, and then thanked him for the 5,000 gold pieces. Tian knew he had taken the A-cube off his head and was furious. He ordered his assistant to bring the bastard to him. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Nazar Company, the team gathered for a meeting. Kyle announced that the names of the participants in the two-masked battle had not yet been decided. He would like to see the episodes come out on a weekly or monthly basis, according to the schedule. They decided that 8 people would be filmed in one program. They have free time from 4 to 5 o'clock Korean time, so I suggested that we shoot on a Monday or Friday, since their main participant is Korean anyway. The manager listened to Kyle's proposal and did not support it, instead saying that it was too simple. He wanted drama. First, we need to come up with a rule that requires the loser to take off their mask and show their face. Second, 8 players will fight like in the league. And thirdly, the winner becomes the king and participates in the next filming. The winner of the next episode has to fight the previous one, and the new winner becomes the king of the two masks. For whatever reason, if a player loses 5 times, he becomes the sole king of two masks. Kyle enthusiastically supported his boss's idea. Mr. Khan's idea is sure to be a success. After that, rumors began to circulate about who would be the participants of the show. So this topic became the most discussed among the high-ranked players. Chungu came to Kim and told him that Nazar was looking for them. They didn't realize what kind of BDSM they were being offered. Chung said that it was because of a show that the nub came up with at the highest level. They're looking for players with big names. Kim was not interested, but he asked if Chung wanted to go there. The boy couldn't decide because he wasn't a guild master. Then maybe their guild will take the title of King of the Two Masks. We are transported to JT Telecom, specifically to the training room for pro gamers. The players were all at the computer. Only Jung Hanbok was sitting apart from everyone else, staring at his phone. A girl came into the room and asked what they were doing. They were watching a new video from the arena. The girl was surprised because they had said before that there was no one there who was equal to their level. But it seemed that there was one. There is a player who is called a max-level noob, and his solo raids are mesmerizing. He's even better than those players from America and Germany. He still needs to level up, and he will really be a top raid player. The girl was shocked when she saw Hen's video on the screen. They reported that their company was offered to participate in a program related to this nub. It will be a one-on-one battle in masks. The player's identity will be hidden until the end of the duel. Most likely, the other players are also pro gamers or members of large guilds and well-known streamers. She didn't know anything for sure yet. She didn't even know which of them would want to participate. Only Hanbek raised his hand. The girl tried to dissuade Zhang, but he didn't even listen to her and asked her to send the details when they were known. They thought the guy was really worried about his reputation. They barely talked him out of streaming. And he doesn't need money because he comes from a rich family. But if you push him, everything will be as he wants it to be. So we decided to send Hanbek. The guy was happy and thanked us. Today, Nazar contacted Hainu, and it seemed like there were results. He was looking for a letter in the mail and noticed a letter from Ellis. He was worried that something had happened. He congratulated him on his debut on TV and told him that he would participate as a producer in the Battle of the Masks project. He wrote him a letter as a thank you for fulfilling his dream. As part of this same gratitude, Ellis would no longer charge him for video editing. Hainu was shocked. It was a very generous offer. Then he looked at what Kyle had sent him. The email said that everything was going well, that the project was going to be super popular. But many runners refused to participate. Now there are about 30 participants. All the details are below. For Hen, it was a lot of participants. He was curious what they came up with. When the work on the Battle of the Two Masks begins, he and his boss will visit Korea again. He never expected this project to become so large-scale. Among the letters, Hyun saw a letter from a black eagle. He knew that it was Jong Han Baek's ID, so he was very happy. He shouted joyfully throughout the apartment. Enshin came to the door and asked what was wrong. Henu apologized for the noise. A friend asked if he had seen what was happening in the arena community. Someone had seen Kakun. The boy screamed with joy once more, and Enshin knew what he had forgotten and showed him that. A strange incident with orcs in an ice canyon. Yesterday, Enshin was hunting with his guildmates and saw something strange. Some orc in winter clothes was wandering around all alone. They found it interesting and started talking to him. But all he asked for was food. And this is what they came up with. He's an NPC who could give us a quest. They immediately gave him food. Even the guys from the guild had nothing left. The funny thing is that he ate everything, thanked them, and left. What was the point of that? His 500 gold pieces. In general, you need to be careful in the icy canyon. If you give him food, he will simply cheat you and run away. As it turned out, this orc's name was Kakun. Hanu immediately set out to fulfill the task. Who knew that the orc he needed would be right here? But he didn't know that Enshin was studying his videos in such detail. It was nice. Tenny was not happy that his master had dragged him to a cold place, a bear's place in the forest. Henu told him that they were going to look for his friend, but the bear did not believe him. His friends did not live in such places. But then the guy said that Kakun was here, and he jumped on his shoulders and started calling for Kakun. Hyun asked him to help him, because that way they would find... Suddenly the guy came up with the idea for the theme of the new video, namely, the missing orc has been found. But Henu wasn't the only one looking for Kakun. One of the guilds was also wandering the snowy hills for this purpose. One of the members asked a guy named Kate if he was still looking for the orc and offered to give him 500 gold pieces, but for the guy it wasn't about money. They didn't want to spend another week here when Kale simply spared the orc food. Kate, the author of the article about the orc in the ice crevasse, still hadn't left the place. He, who is the master of his guild, and the other members of the guild, Ace, Maha, Nix, and Jules, were very wealthy people in the real world, but they lost interest in money because it didn't give them pleasure. So they just traveled to different parts of the arena and shared these moments with the audience. And although they didn't want to become celebrities, by coincidence, it happened. Their guild is called Pioneer. It is the best guild in the arena by the number of subscribers. Kite noticed a person walking in the distance and told Ace about it. Looking closely, he recognized the guy as a nub of the highest level, carrying Tenny on his shoulders. Kate ran to Hen and called for the others. He wanted to meet him because he was the star of the arena. When they met, Keith said it was an honor to meet him. Henu thought it was better to leave a good impression. They told me that they came here to hunt an orc. It was their master who posted that article in the community. Henu also said that he had come to get him because he had a quest. Ace realized that this was their chance. Kate offered to hunt with them, as they had already spent a week searching for the orc. They just wanted to meet him again. He's a funny guy. Hen was surprised by this, and yet guys with a lot of money think quite differently. Working with such a guild was supposed to help Hen, so he agreed to accept the friend request. When the guild members saw Kang Hyun's request, they were pleasantly surprised. So Kate, Ace, Jules, Maha, and Nix became Hyun's new friends. After that, they went in search. After a while, they spotted a huge monster. The guild members immediately rushed to attack it, but Hanu was told not to worry. Watching them fight, Hanu admired their teamwork. Everyone knows what they have to do. The warrior Kate and the wizard Ace are the strongest with him. The guy thought that pro gamers must be like that, and assumed that Jonghan Baek was constantly training with the same people. He couldn't watch the fight any longer and decided to go hunting, but promised to let Kate know if he found an orc. Playing in a team is really fun, but Hyun knew that for his development it was better to play solo, to take revenge on young Hanbok. He couldn't just stand on the sidelines, and knowing that, he had to try harder. Tenny was sitting on Henu's shoulder. He asked why they were walking so fast. Maybe Henu had to go to the bathroom. Because with such an expression on his face, it was the only idea that came to him, and it would not help them find Kakun. Suddenly they heard an explosion. Henu immediately realized that it wasn't magic. Only monsters could make such a loud sound. This meant that the boss monster was somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, Kakun was already fighting the monster boss. The monster had injured him. Normally, Hyun wouldn't have wasted time on a monster that size. But the monster's huge foot was about to crush Kakun, and Henu used a crescent kick to wound the monster. So he found it. The boy took out the necklace of the Kakun people and showed it to him. Tenny immediately rushed to hug the orc, who was surprised to see the bear. Henu looked at the monster and realized that there was no time to talk. He was glad they had met, but first they had to destroy the monster. Kakun and Hyun started attacking together. The boy noticed that the monster's weak point was in its legs. The monster was destroyed. Kakun survived only because of Tenny and Hen. He could not believe that they had come all this way just to find him. And Tenny could not believe that the orc had left his home because of the hard training. The studies were really hard, but he left because he had to find something. Hyun was surprised that Kakun left home not only because he was afraid of Raccoon. Although later, he realized that they were the same size, and there was no reason to be afraid. Although who cares, he only needs to follow the quest. So Hyun said that Raccoon asked him to tell him that his home was a dark forest. The task was completed, but in order to receive the reward, the boy had to return to Raccoon, although he did not really want to. Kakun also wanted to return to his tribe, but it was too early. His father could not see him as he had become. He took off his clothes. His chest and arms were covered with glowing veins. A dark sorcerer cursed him in a fight. The curse has affected his entire body and does not go away. If Kakun does not kill the magician, the curse will remain forever. The remnants of black magic were seen in this place. Kakun asked Hyun to help him know the sorcerer. The quest sign did not fall, which meant there would be no reward. At first, the guy wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that Chakulna can be many things, and asked Kakun about it. Shadow was outraged by this question, but Henu realized that if he defeated him, he could take everything and free the orc from the curse. They set out to find him. Kate received a message from Henu that he had found an orc in the same gorge in the city of the sleeping giants. The Pioneer Guild immediately went to the specified place. Ace wanted to go to Nub as soon as possible so as not to keep him waiting, but Henu wrote to ask about the dungeon nearby, and Kate asked him to take his time. Their boss, a dark sorcerer, was going to appear in the dungeon. He asked the guild if they knew anything about him, but they only wondered how the boy had found him. They decided to quickly search for information about the dungeon. After a while, Henu, Kakun, and the Pioneer Guild met at the entrance to the dungeon. Kate was very happy to finally meet the orc. He thanked him for the food. Henu, meanwhile, asked Ace how to thank him for the information about the dungeon, but without him, the guild would not have found it at all. So this is just their contribution to the overall work. The door led to Cardinum's laboratory. Finally, the door opened and the boys started to walk in. Keith wondered how the guy had managed to find him. In the middle, they saw many graves. The place looked more like a cemetery than a laboratory. There was a lot of dark energy in the air. One of the guild members asked the other if he could handle it, since he was the only one here with holy powers. But he denied that he was the only one, because he was actually a knight of the Holy Order, but without the ability to deliver. Hearing this conversation, Hinu was surprised that no one with him was worried. Were they really so sure of victory? Kate and Maha started to remember that they had seen this place before. And then the guy mentioned that it was the place from the Phoenix video. The Phoenixes in the New World made this video when they were going through the main scenario. It was a huge battle in the cemetery. There was also a moment when the monk, the master of the New World Guild, smashed the skeletons with his hands. So the Lich was able to summon an army of the undead. This cemetery is an ideal environment for the arrival of an entire undead squad. At this time, Lich Cardinum appeared. He greeted everyone in the Cardinum laboratory. Kakun tried to attack but failed. It was the same dark mage. Lich was surprised that the orc had found him. He noticed that the orc still carried his curse with him, and he really pissed him off. Because of the wounds the orc had inflicted, he had to become a lychee. At that moment, he started attacking and knocked Kakun down. Tenny approached him and asked if he was going to give up. The orc apologized, relaxed a bit. Leech was sure that no one would get out of here alive. The undead began to crawl out of the ground. Jewel was surprised to see ordinary skeletons and skeleton knights. Ace realized why his friend who had given him information about the dungeon had told him not to go there. Keith rushed to fight the undead. He was annoyed that the others were just standing there watching. He even thought it was funny. The guys from the guild asked him to leave the undead to them. While the guild members were fighting the skeletons, Henu asked Kakun to try to figure out how much mana the Lich had. His strength was concentrated in his chest and left arm, So some of this is the vital energy of Lich. Henu used his half-moon punch and destroyed all the skeletons, but Lich summoned as many new ones as he wanted. Kate and Ace wondered how Nub did it, since he didn't even have 100th. How can he use a sword that takes so much mana? Although maybe this technique requires more than just mana. The Lich's mana was quickly lost. It took a lot to rebuild the skeletons. He realized that he had to destroy the masked man, because he was putting him in danger. Tenny and Kakahun noticed that Lich started attacking the boy with the same magic that cursed Kakahun and warned him about it. But it didn't stop Hyun. Suddenly, the Lich launched a magical beam of light directly at Hyun. Tenny and Kakahun thought he was dead as his body began to corrode. But Henu was hiding behind a skeleton dressed like him. The Lich has a really strong curse, and the undead began to disappear. Tenny asked indignantly how Henu could still play with him under such circumstances. But the boy only wanted to try to find out if the plan would work. Otherwise, the video is very boring. Lich was furious. No one had the courage to play with him and humiliate him. So he decided to play with them too. The undead began to disappear, and magic circles began to appear on the ground. Lich summoned his best creature. The guys were shocked. They were not sure they could defeat this creature. No one had warned them that there was such a thing. No one has ever called Dullahan. 2 months ago, the arena community received news of a new raid boss, Dullahan, the Headless Horseman. Upon hearing this news, many large guilds and pro gamers immediately set out to raid, but all of them were defeated, except for one. And the boss was soon nicknamed the Echo of Terror. Leech ordered the top dog to kill all the people. The top, holding his head in his hand, promised to fulfill his master's order. Everyone was shocked because there was almost no chance of winning. Earlier, there was one guild of the New World that we managed to defeat. There were 20 people with monks, and it took them 3 hours. Ace started to panic because he had knights and about 7 orcs. Tenny decided to add some words of encouragement and said that the humans had no chance. They began to attack Dullahan. Kakun suddenly became ill. His curse became stronger, and he could no longer fight. Henu asked Tenny to stay with him while they fought. Ace didn't understand how he could be so fast with so much mass. He wondered if they could even defeat him, if they had no chance at all. At that moment, Dullahan shouted that if they dared to attack his master, they would die. Henu rushed to attack the rider and ordered the guild to kill the Lich when he himself fought Dullahan. He decided to use his remaining mana for buffs and not give up. Henu began to attack the rider's head, which surprised him. After that, the battle seemed unequal to him. Henu couldn't understand why this Dullahan was so distracted. Meanwhile, the rider decided to fight only with his head. Henu made an attack. The rider's head was damaged, and the boy was surprised. As if the armor of a monster of this class could not withstand such an attack, he thought. Dullahan was furious. He shouted that he would take revenge for his head. Henu began to doubt that this was the same Dullahan that the New World and Phoenix guilds had fought. It felt like Dullahan was not a raid boss, but a mini-boss. After a few more attacks, Dullahan broke down again. There is no point in summoning a raid boss for a dungeon boss. Henu wondered if he should tell the Pioneer Guild about it. At this time, they noticed that Henu was winning. He could use the guild's popularity to get himself through. Dullahan shouted that the boy, like a true knight, should fight, not run away. Henu came closer to him and asked why the top man is always talking nonsense because he is not the boss and therefore cannot use fear. Suddenly, the master said that the boy's mana was very strong and that he would be better off dodging. Although he had previously told the boy not to run away, he could try, but his master was unlikely to be able to. Dullahan was angry at these words. They were not worthy of a knight. But Henu was never a knight, so he used his strength and the crescent kick. Dullahan was cut in two and destroyed. Mana began to return to the Lich, and he realized that Dullahan was destroyed. He pointed his bony hand with the bracelet on it and summoned the god. The guys from the guild got angry and were interrupted again. Henu realized that the holy power was in his bracelet and sent a blow to destroy the bracelet. The bracelet fell to the ground and began to disappear. The dark powers were lost, so the count began to disappear. Henu was able to level up 2 levels. He was confident that the video turned out great as well. Ace began to talk enthusiastically about Hina. It seemed incredible that he had destroyed Dullahan on his own. Kale thought they would help, but the guy managed to handle the situation on his own. But Henu forgot to tell them that it wasn't even the boss. Kakun's body began to purify itself. Tenny shouted with joy when he saw this. Tears flowed from his eyes. His master helped him a lot. He hadn't understood why his father had called people, but now he knew. Keith asked Hen if they could talk about what had happened in their community. The boy felt uncomfortable, but still the guy agreed, because the number of views of this video will make him feel better. They left the dungeon. Now Kakun can return to his tribe and see his father. Kakun thanked Hen and Tanya for their help and invited him to visit them. The boy never realized what his bear had done. Tanny asked the orc to take care of himself and they would visit them later. Kakun left. The only thing left to do was to divide the items. Henu noticed that the guys from the guild were fighting over the items they had received. A said that they fight for rare items with mana and fast recharge. Jewel came over and hit them both, took them on his shoulders. Ace apologized to Hen for the scene and gave him a bracelet with a ring. At first, Henu asked why he was giving it to him, but Ace explained that he was the one who had defeated the main thief, and as an apology for the scene with the division of objects. As soon as Jewel and the boys on his shoulders moved away, Az asked him to sell him the ring for 20,000 gold pieces. Hyun agreed, because it was 20 million won. In the Pioneer Guild, everything is on a completely different level. He still had the bracelet of the Dark Wizard. He didn't understand why it was only a rare class, because it had many great features. When it hits an opponent, it reduces life by 20%. With this skill, he will be able to easily defeat raid bosses. And previously, the raid of desert dragons took several hours. Han's thoughts were interrupted by Keith, who approached. He apologized for bringing it up so suddenly and invited him to join them. They would have much more fun playing together. As soon as Henu was about to refuse, Keith interrupted him and suggested that he leave it for later. He realized that the guy would know, and he probably had reasons for not joining their guild, but he was still waiting for a positive answer. The Pioneer Guild really enjoyed playing in the arena, and Hen was even jealous. Later, Hyun and Enchan were eating fried chicken. Enchan asked him what his rank was in the arena. Henu told him that he was already at level 93 and had a bronze medal. This shocked his friend, because you can get bronze at level 120. He didn't understand how Henu could achieve such a result at such a low level. But for some reason, his friend didn't tell him how he did it. Enchan asked if he could enter PMP before reaching level 100. Henu thought about it. PMP. Only players with level 100 and above can enter it. These are competitions at the end of which you get a great item or get noticed by a pro gamer guild or large guilds. Henu knew there were 3 events: PvP, a mana test, and an achievement assessment. He reasoned that it would be boring to watch a simple PvP with a player whose stats were lower than his. However, the mana test and achievement score could be an interesting topic for a video. They still had to figure out the battle of the 2 masks. The next day, Henu was at the Allianz Arena, the stadium for the competition. Henu had already started a stream and greeted the audience. Immediately after receiving a donation from a viewer named Ezio, he thanked and announced that the topic would be PMP. At the end of the video, he promised to tell details about the battle of the 2 masks. If anyone was interested, they had to watch to the end. Today they will start with PvP and fight with a dagger. The dagger is a normal class and deals 15 damage. The viewers thought it was a bluff, but Henu hoped they wouldn't change their time for the broadcast. The first opponent appeared at the stadium, and when he saw Nub at the maximum level, he was pleasantly surprised, because he was a fan of his. The guy didn't even have time to speak, as Henu started attacking and destroyed the player. In a few minutes, he already had 10 victories in a row in PvP. Henu was a bit upset that due to the ease of winning, he forgot to add humor to his stream. So he will consider the main thing on the stream to be a demonstration of skills. We take him to the mana test room. There he was met by a mana test examiner named Vance. The mana test was not like a simple fight. The test is divided into 2 parts. The first one is to gain magic power from the outside, as it was in the tutorial, but you are not allowed to use skills. Vance didn't believe that Henu could do it, so he was skeptical and told him not to even try. But when he completed the task, he surprised him. It's time to move on to the second part. Compared to the second part, the first one is just a child's toy. He got some gray sprats that react to mana by changing color. The man gave it to Hen to try, but he was sure that he would fail at this task. Henu picked up the balls and they became different colors. Kang Hyun won first place and set a record for speed in the mana test. After that, a nice girl evaluated his achievements. To do this, Henu had to put his hands on a stone slab. When he did, the evaluation began. He was wondering if he would get a unique item. If he did get a unique item, his stream would be better. The assessment has been completed and the results are ready. There are 4 classes of different subjects in the arena: normal, unusual, rare, unique. But there are rumors that there is another level, an unknown level that has never appeared in the arena before. The evaluation has been completed. The Henu level is legendary. This was an unknown level that just appeared. Viewers began to admire Hen in the comments, and the guy blushed. He thanked them for the compliments, but he didn't think he had earned them. All the players gathered around the huge screen to see the results. Kang Heng's name was displayed on the screen with his legendary level. The players looked at Henu in shock, and he was embarrassed and just said, "Leng, wait, it's a gift. Legendary." After the evaluation, Henu, as promised, began to talk about the Battle of the Two Masks. The Battle of the Two Masks is a competition for masked arena players. You need a maxi to hide your identity. Thanks to nicknames or appearance, you can find out who exactly is in front of you. And knowing this, you can always choose the right tactics and defeat your opponent by hitting their weaknesses. But in a battle of two masks, it's impossible to know who the opponent is, which means that victory will depend on instinctive skills. It is really very interesting when a celebrity hides his or her face behind a mask. The plan is to hold the show every Friday of odd-numbered weeks. There will be 8 participants in total, and the winner of the first week will go to the playoffs. They have not yet decided on the reward, but there will definitely be an autograph and a joint photo among them. Later, in the Heijin mountain range, Tanya and Hen wandered around. The bear was very happy to be back in the forest because he was tired of deserts and snowy mountains. The boy asked why his pet was so happy. Henu recalled the quest from the dwarves that he had received after rescuing them. They had already caught 3 bosses here nearby, but no weapons dropped. So, there was only this path left. Surely, as a reward, you can choose a weapon that was made with a golden hammer. He was going to come here after level 120, as the terrain is difficult, but he really wanted to finish this quest as soon as possible and pump his characteristics. After living for so many years, he realized that people usually have a lot of prejudice against a stranger, just like with Tian Ho, who is now also walking on the mountain range. Tian was with Lin. He is her boss. The guy asked her if it was safe here. Lin didn't know for sure, but there were players who had gone hunting deep into the forest. The guy suggested that they go hunting as well, because they also needed to advance. Lin agreed with the boss, but he put his hand on her head and asked her to call him Tian, since they were in the arena. The guy planned to spend 3 hours here and asked me to call the others and set up a camp. Tian went ahead, while Lin stayed put to call the other players. They didn't want to disappoint the boss. At that moment, Henu was walking toward her. Lin was very scared, and at the same time surprised to see the boy. He didn't understand why she had such a look on her face. After a few seconds, the girl came to her senses and realized that it was a maximum level NSA ID, and that's why the boss had so many problems. It was because of him that the boss was so unwell. It's a gift from fate, and if she catches it, her boss will definitely be in a better mood. Meanwhile, Henu moved further into the forest and saw monsters. He didn't understand why they were so scary here. He didn't know who was human and who was a monster, and for some reason he had the feeling that he wasn't looking for the tribe, but was being chased. They wandered around and made no progress. Henu decided that they needed to kill someone. Tenny, who was sitting on his master's shoulders, said that this was a good forest. The boy asked him to stop crying. Then, he would let him ride him as long as possible. He turned around and noticed Lin following him behind the Dever. He asked why they were following him. The girl came out from behind a tree. She was not alone, and offered to play together. But Henu didn't understand why there were 4 of them, and he had said earlier that he wasn't going to interfere with them. Lin said that they weren't going to fight over it, but simply because he is the same max-level nub. His very existence makes her suffer. Henu said he didn't remember the girl and asked what guild they were from. Tenny started to make noise that he was also suffering because of his master, but there was no need to say it to his face. Lin refused to answer his questions and suggested they just fight. Henu started running away from them. Why the hell did he have to waste his time fighting with them? Lin ordered the team to catch the guy. Usually players in Heijin mountain range are above level 150. Even for him, these 4 of this level could be deadly. And why did such things happen only to them? Before Henu started playing in the arena, he was a runner in another game. One guild came to him and invited him to join them, but he refused because he liked to play alone. After that, a lot of bad things happened. Killing players, interfering with his hunting. They even created an unflattering opinion of him in the community. They kept fighting him and he kept fighting them. The game that had brought him joy began to haunt him, and when he could no longer help but feel stressed, he decided to quit the game. Meanwhile, Henu had reached the cliff. Lin was very excited because Henu was trapped. A game that forces you to fight. The advantage of being in the guild, Thanks to them, the vile memories reappeared in his head, but now everything is really different because the arena is a part of his life. One of the players asked Lin if he could deal with him alone. He wanted to see how a nub who hadn't reached level 100 would fare against 4 players who had already reached level 150. He was sure that Henu wasn't as good as he was said to be, so he's the only one who's going to be left. Henu is surprised that they call Lin the boss. The girl thought that Chen was one of the best players in the guild, and that it was impossible to win with such a difference in levels. So she accepted his offer. He quit attacking Hina with a big bastard punch. The boy realized that he had seen him before. Henu activated his strength stats. With his strength stats plus 1500 and a LeBron-like sword, Heng was able to destroy Chen's sword. While he stood there in shock, Henu walked up to him and grabbed his iron suit around the neck. The guy obviously did not expect such a turn. Henu lifted the boy by his armor and threw him into the abyss. When he fought the Black Skull Guild, there was also a fool who thought he could defeat him, but he met the same fate as Chen. Lin was shocked that Chen had lost. She even thought that Henu had lured them here on purpose to kill them. And if he was able to destroy Chen's weapon in one go, he has hidden skill. Lin ordered the other Wei and Xiao soldiers to prepare for the attack, take up positions, and think it was a raid. They followed the order, and the battle began. Henu knew it would be difficult to defend against so many level 150 players. Do they really think this is a raid? Besides, they worked so well together that the guy even thought they were twins. Meanwhile, Lin launched a wave of fire. He magic was definitely going to make him disappear. A strong sorcerer is one of the main supporters of teams. However, it is difficult to master due to the fact that it is often abnormal. For example, a burn when using fire or frostbite when using ice. It's like using IPs to control the crowd, a technique that hinders the opponent's movement. Lin asked the guys to keep attacking. Time was in their favor as their level was higher. They had to be prepared. Henu thought he had to prepare himself to fight the wizard. At this time, Lin noticed that Tenny was climbing a tree. She did not understand what he was doing. Hen's body began to be affected. They were hiding the fact that they could use IPs. At this time, Tenny sent a bolt of lightning at Lin. Henu breathed a sigh of relief because he was almost too late. A bear was sitting in a tree eating apples. When Henu realized this, he was angry because Tenny had been doing this all the time while he was fighting. Lin could not understand what had happened. They had been struck by lightning and suffered internal injuries. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. For powerful sorcerers, there is always a risk of internal damage. If the sorcerer's magic is interrupted, he gets a strong debuff. Henu's crescent strike first killed Lin, and then the other players. Lin immediately went to Tian and told him what had happened. Tian was angry that 4 level 150 players couldn't beat 1 level 100 player. He got up from the table and started making noise. The girl apologized and said it was her mistake. She didn't know that Nub was so strong and had a strong animal, but Tian didn't care. He knew that Henu was recently at level 50 and couldn't have increased it so quickly. Lin pulled out a flash drive and handed it to Tian. To be honest, she'd made the video because she wanted to show him how she'd kill him, but now he could see with his own eyes how Han had managed to defeat. Later, Hyun told Kim that he had defeated the witch Lin. Kim realized that the boy was filming a video, and he thought he just wanted to hunt together. He didn't think he would have guessed it, but the man was trying to remember who Lin was because the name seemed familiar. While fighting the gnomes, the man remembered that Lin worked for Tian Ho as a secretary. Tian himself is the captain of the Izzy's Guild. They partly host streams, but in general he is the director of an item farm. His job is to run a farm to monopolize items in the area and artificially manipulate the market price. Because of people like Tian Ho, items in the arena are very expensive. All in all, a bastard. Now Henu understood why the items were so expensive. And in general, the guy already had more reasons to defeat him. It was the beginning of the war. Later, Kim and Hyun-woo arrived at the waterfall. Henu wasn't sure if this was the place they were looking for, but Kim assured him that he remembered it. He had seen dwarfs here before. They were muscular and healthy, but that didn't convince Henna. But there was no other way out. Hen wanted to complete the quest as soon as possible. Just as he was beginning to think that Kim had deceived him, a short but muscular man jumped out of the waterfall. He apologized and wanted to leave, but the boy put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop. He came here to meet the Golden Hammer. This is the dwarf who caught the Dark Wizard in the Arty Desert. The man recognized who he was, said his name was Edchin. He said his name was Tresha. He had heard about the boy from his brothers. When he saw Kim, he stopped talking. Tresha asked if Kim was an overgrown dwarf. because he was a fantastic creature. Kim became angry and attacked the man with his fists. Eventually, the man led them to Edchin. When they entered, they were surprised because no one knew that there was a village in such a city. Tresia took them to Edchin's workshop. When they entered, the man asked who was there to greet them. Tricia was surprised that the man did not see the two giants. Edchin went up to Hen and said that he thought he would be early. But the guy just couldn't find them. They were hiding very well. The task was completed. Edchin gave the boy a reward. It was just a pile of weapons and different items. Henu could choose one thing he liked. Tenny was running around the pile of weapons happily because he was shocked that the man had taken so many out of a small bag. Among all the items, Henu noticed a stick made of the winds of the world tree and a unique sword. He also liked the sword made by processing steel from meteorite. It's a pity it's not a freedom oath, he thought. His thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who was already tired of waiting for Hyun to choose. Watching Hyun, Kim thought that the guy was like an auntie who picks out the cheapest vegetables at the market. Finally, Henu made up his mind. Enshin did not. His father had passed it down as one of the artifacts. Henu was very happy about his choice. It was the glove of a hired killer who lived in the era of myths. At first glance, they are quite thin for gloves, completely stained with the blood of the closest animals. Kim was surprised that the boy had chosen gloves, so he asked if the boy wanted to give them to him. But Hyun's expression showed that he didn't. He's not a monk or a knight, and he can't fully utilize his attack power. But his 650 defense would increase his stats if he were to wear a new black jaguar costume, and they can be used in different situations. It remains only to level up, and there is still a little more to go before the runner becomes a runner. Meanwhile, the guild warriors were on the hunt. They had been in the forest for 5 hours, and some monsters were on their way. They were annoyed by it, but they had to do it until their director came. They developed very well. But the maximum level nub killed one of the best players in the team, so the director does nothing but pump his level. Suddenly, a masked player appeared near them and killed the monsters. The guys started discussing that recently, a lot of masked players have appeared because of nub. It is very popular now. They were already tired of hunting, so looking at the masked player, one of them suggested killing someone. They were pissed off that this guy looked very much like Nub, so their eyes fell on him. Killing a player was a good way for them to get rid of stress. They approached Hen and asked him if he had any pride, and why the guy was copying other players, even in the mountain range. They even called him a cosplayer. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with his costume. One of them came closer to Hen and said that he had seen a lot of such assholes today, and even more in masks. Henu offered to challenge him to a duel, but the guild member laughed because of the guy's self-confidence. A guy from the guild suggests that Hen organize a team match, and wouldn't it bring him closer to Nub, whom he adores? Henu agreed to fight not only for the team, but also for the account to be deleted. The guys from the guild agreed. When the countdown to the fight began, the guys were sure that they would take the Nub fans' equipment and be able to rest. As soon as the announcement of the fight came up, the guy started streaming. He greeted the viewers and said that this was a maximum level Nub. The guys' jaws dropped. They could not believe that they had actually stumbled upon Nub. Meanwhile, Henu asked the audience if they knew about farms that manipulate prices in the market and create artificial shortages and price increases. The person who runs such a farm is the leader of the ISIS Guild, Tian Ho. Henu announced that the theme of the Nub stream of the max level of the simple guild ISIS begins, and took off his mask. Meanwhile, in his office, Tianlin burst into his office and said they had a big problem. Nub is broadcasting it right now. Tian Ho said he had already seen it and assumed it was aimed at him. Tian asked Lin to check out the flash drive he had given him. He was definitely a great player. Who would have thought that it would take him a few months to level up from level 50? He is a monster of control and growth rate. He recognized his merits. They were definitely equal in control. Lin was shocked. Tian would have never said that in his life. And then he added that he had to defeat him with everything else they had, in his own special way. We returned to Hein. The fierce battle continued. Shadow helped by attacking with lightning. One of the guys from the guild, named Shi Jun, resisted the electric current and swung his sword at Tenny, but at that moment, Henu hit him from behind and destroyed him. In the end, with the joint efforts of Hen and Tenny, they destroyed 2 guys from the ISIS Guild. The guy took all the things that the destroyed players had. Tenny sat down on the ground tiredly, and the guy said that wasn't the only reason he was targeting Tian Ho. Thanks to the information he received from Hido on the last broadcast, he learned that it was Tian Ho who asked the replacement knight to kill him. Besides, given the recent attack in the forest, he obviously has some reason to hate Hina. He did not know the reason, but he did not want to wait quietly either. until he receives a personal apology from Tian-ho. Until then, Hen will kill all members of the ISIS guild who are on the Hejin Mountains. Unexpectedly, a viewer sent 10 gold pieces, and if Henu won the duel without skill, he would get another 200. He didn't mind it, but the amount was small and there were many other missions. Then the viewer sent 1,000 gold as a subscription fee, and Henu immediately got down to business. After that, he met 4 men who happily joined the battle to delete the account. Within minutes, everyone was defeated. It was a good thing that he had previously leveled up during the hunt with Hen, so even without skill, he easily destroyed his opponents. The viewer's task was completed. Now he had 1,000 gold in the inventory of the members of the ISIS guild, and today he had an incredible catch. A few minutes later, the viewer threw more missions. Do not attack for 30 seconds. Fight using weapons from the opponent's inventory. Fight with one hand. Henu did all this, but something was wrong. All accounts were being deleted, and word of their battle should have spread by now, so why weren't the other guilds making themselves known? Tenny was exhausted and couldn't fight anymore. Hyun saw that the sessions were getting harder and harder, so he decided to stop doing them, but then a mission for 30,000 gold arrived. It was 30 million won. He had to beat a newbie in a set. His level was at a decent level, but with this equipment he would take a lot of damage. But 30 million, which will have to be returned if he refuses. Although he did have the shadows, so he could win, as soon as he took off his clothes to complete the task. Suddenly, the man who had finally found him approached him. It was Tian-ho and his team. He told the team that it was the same bastard who was throwing mud at him, and now they would see that what he was saying was nonsense. Henu thought he had come to apologize, but Tian was furious that the guy had killed his teammates, even though he had started to hurt Henu first. But Tian stood his ground, saying that his men wanted to fight a fair battle, and he did not provoke them. Henu asked the boy why he was doing it, and he assumed that he was jealous. So much so that he even had to hire a replacement knight. For Tian-ho, Han's words were nothing because he had no proof. He tried in vain, but there is one way to prove his words right: challenge him to a duel. In medieval Europe, it was the duel that determined the winner. People believed that God would protect the one who was right in any case. Tian asked the boy if he wanted to see who was right in a duel. Henu asked if Tian hoped to beat him. The guy remembered that he was playing a newcomer's set. It was a mess. Tian thought that the guy was a lower level. He was wearing a beginner's set, and Tian himself had a silver rank. So what are his chances of winning? He's not as good as other guild masters. If he does not accept the offer, he will have to abandon the mission, because the public likes him because of his determination. If he does, his image will be destroyed, and the King of Masks will no longer have any meaning. So what will the nub choose? To delete the account or to end the streamer's career? In the end, Henu agreed to the duel. Tian immediately checked Henu's mission, and it only confirmed that he was right. At some point, it seemed to Hen that Tian had deliberately set up everything so that the mission and the duel would be at the same time. It was as if it was a planned trap. According to the data he had, Tian was now at level 160 and had a silver rank, and compared to him, he's in the beginner's set. His playing style depended on the situation, but it was usually stable, so he always stayed at the silver level without getting gold. If you think about it, Henu had a chance. This event will be discussed even before the launch of the BDDM. Of course, if Henu wins, he announced that according to the rules, the winner takes all and the character is deleted. In addition, Tian-ho confesses to his misdeeds. The duel was about to start. Tian asked the guy if he was really going to fight him in the rookie set because of his mission, whether he will be offended that he lost because of the difference in their sets. The battle began. Henu tried to attack Tian, but it didn't work. The guy seemed to pass through him. They had different HPs, and Henu would have to hit him 100 times, but Tian was sure he could win with just one hit. At that time, Kim and Chungu learned that Nub and Tian had organized a duel to prove who was right with him. Chungu said they were even streaming it. They started watching the stream. When Kim looked closely, he saw that Hyun was in the beginner's set. He was shocked to see how he would do against Tian-ho, but Henu surprisingly started winning. Tian used his sonic blade. Henu thought he was too quick with his skill. If he took a step back, Tian would miss. All the time that Henu spent in the arena, he fought a handful of guilds and mantries alone. For a solo player without special recovery items, just one hit can be fatal. That is why solo players often avoid direct attacks and use combat methods to repel all attacks. Back in Milligate's time, Henu was the #1 solo moralist using this method. After hearing about the duel between Henu and Tian-ho, many users immediately started watching the broadcast. and began to look closely at Haenu's fighting style. His example showed that in different situations, a single punch can determine victory or defeat. Haenu jumped up and in flight, holding on to Tianho's shoulder, he stabbed him in the neck with his sword. It was gorgeous. That was why the new Light Guild really needed him. Tian was shocked. He could not believe that he had lost because his level and self-confidence were at a high level, and his subjects are better, and much better all around. Hen got tired of the shouting and asked the boy to calm down because it was interfering with his concentration. And Tianho was still far from Hyun in terms of level and subjects, but there is one thing that the guy is better at. He's better at playing, and that's the most important thing. Tianho became angry after these words and fell into the berserker state. And at this time, Haenu struck the decisive blow and won. After that, Lin appeared with the other guild members whom Haenu had killed. She asked him how he dared to do such a thing. The guy replied that they had lost, so they had to admit their sins, or they decided to lie to the audience to the end. As soon as they started attacking Hina, Kate and her friends showed up. They came to help because they thought it would be fun. It's a good thing that the Pioneer Guild canceled the contract with Tianho. Lin was shocked because she didn't know anything about it. Haenu told us that the guy's full name is Kate Portia, and everyone who plays Arena knows it. He is a relative of Ferdinand Portia, who founded the company. Lin realized that they were the ones who had canceled the contract with their director. After the Pioneer Guild arrived, the situation was quickly resolved. While Kate continued to talk about the sins of the players of the Aziz Guild, having learned the truth, became furious. All Aziz players have logged out of their accounts to avoid people's anger. Now they are unlikely to appear in the arena. After that, Haenu and the Pioneer Guild exchanged a few words and parted ways. Keith hoped that there would be more meetings and new adventures, but it was doubtful. As soon as Tenny and Haenu were alone, the boy remembered the most important thing. It was a box with Tianho's belongings. Tenny asked if he could open it. Haenu was sure he had a lot of good stuff. He had a lot of good sets and hoped to get some accessories. In any case, the rich always have the best. But when Tenny opened the box, he was satisfied with what was in it. Exactly what he expected. But Haenu was disappointed. It was just a bunch of junk and nothing worthwhile. But among the junk, he noticed a book with the Super Energy Wave skill. A skill invented by Master Bardock that allows a player to collect mana in a separate stream and blow it up. Immediately afterwards, he tried to launch an energy wave. The tree fell down, and Tenny was shocked by his master's teaching as well. Nub's maximum level battle against the Isis Guild resulted in 20 items worth a total of 60,000 gold and 500,000 subscribers on the channel. The next day, Haenu woke up very early. When he was about to leave the apartment, Enchan came out and asked him why he was up so early, but he was the one who had slept late. When Haenu tied his shoes, Enchan asked where he was going. Haenu replied that they were airing the Battle of the Two Masks today. The guy was outraged that he had just found out about it, but Haenu left without saying anything else. A short time later, he was at Nazar's Korean office for a meeting with Kyle and the boss. Hyun didn't know what the CEO looked like, so he immediately asked who he was. The man said that his name was Jamie Moo, and he was very happy to meet with the nub of the highest level. The boy knew exactly who he was. The director went on to say that he was worried that the boy might not be in shape because of the daily play at the arena. But now he saw that his worries were in vain. When he saw the battle plan for the two masks, he was surprised that Haenu had come up with it himself. Entropy was also interested in the project, so they even built a separate venue at the arena. They have even launched an advertisement for the Battle of the Two Masks. Speaking of the Porsche company, Kate told them a lot about Hina. Now Haenu understood what Kate meant. The director asked him if he would accept their offer of cooperation, and of course he said yes. You'd have to be a fool to turn down a job with Porsche. Kyle asked if Haenu had checked the list of people for the broadcast. Of course he did, but there were a lot of famous people on the list, and he wasn't sure if they would come. But Kyle assured him that there would only be 6 players, and they were already waiting at the set if the guys from Entropy did. When Haenu walked down the corridor to the set, he wondered how they managed to build the whole building, and the guys from Entropy are not so simple. Suddenly, a pentagram appeared in the floor, as if you could teleport to the desired place through such a pentagram. As soon as Haenu wanted to step on it, Kim Seok-jun, a master of the New World Guild, great monk, came up behind me. He was happy to see me. Hyunwoo didn't think the man would come here. Kim, in turn, thought the boyfriend already knew that they would appear on the next broadcast, but that Hyunwoo himself would only appear on the next one. He came closer and put his hand on my shoulder, saying that if he loses today, he won't be able to appear on the next broadcast. He had a fire in his eyes that said he had to win today. Kim added that if Hyun didn't show up next time, There would be a war between them. The guy didn't understand why he was so eager to fight him. He had other players to meet. In the end, Hyun didn't want to listen to Kim and left. The first person to meet him was Griffin, the master of the Phoenix Guild. She came closer to Hyun and asked if the shooting had already started. He explained that he had just come to meet everyone. She came even closer to the guy and said almost in his ear that she had heard about a big patch, and after that, a PvP event, and she threatened that she would definitely win the PvP event. The Battle of the Two Masks is a great place for her to gather information. Henu was both surprised and disappointed. In his opinion, it would be better if she focused on the main broadcast. Also present was the master of the Mono Guild, Marco. He looked very angry. Henu didn't realize when he had managed to piss him off. The master of the Haku Guild, Daniel, did not even say hello, saying that he did not want to give an interview because he had to focus on the battle. He had passed almost everyone on the list of participants, and only 2 remained, and they were pro gamers. He wondered why they were here when the Pro League opened at the arena. His thoughts were interrupted by a guy. It was a pro gamer from the American Red Bull division named Mascherano. Henu asked why he wanted to participate in the competition. Mascherano replied that he just wanted to do something outside of the company, but there was another reason. As a scout, he immediately offered to join their team. They want him to become their player along with a pro gamer from the Manchester Devils named Cavani. Henu refused. He wanted to focus on streaming for now. Cavani asked us to think carefully, because they would be very happy to have Nub in their company. When Henu left the room, he realized that he never thought he would receive an offer from 2 well-known pro gamers in one day. In Milligate's time, he wouldn't have thought about it, but now it was an interesting proposition. His thoughts were interrupted by a guy looking for him. He informed him that they were about to start. He had to focus and concentrate on the competition. As Henu walked to the venue, many people were already looking forward to the start. A-World, the streaming platform used by Henu. Usually the number of spectators did not exceed 50,000, but this time there were more than 200,000. Many people were really interested in the Battle of the Two Masks. And then Henu took the stage and announced the start of the competition, which would finally begin. They chose only the most famous PvP players, so the audience should enjoy it. Did everyone have time to go to the bathroom before the start? Viewers, they have a great lineup today. The audience will see runners who have not appeared on other shows. The participants of the competition came on stage and he began to introduce them one by one. The first player was the King Bee, who flies like a butterfly and stings like a bee. The soldier's custom armor was specially sponsored by Entropy. Not only the appearance of the costume, but also the armor has changed. The second fighter is named Dark Home. He wears a wolf mask and his fist is not afraid of anything in the world. The third fighter is Sir Camelot, dressed in knight's armor. The ladies had to look at him. The fighter with the paper bag over his face is Bitard. He has a restless spirit, a returning fighter. The fifth girl is a South American-Canadian dancer who is full of passion. Her name is Passos. And the last, sixth fighter, an example of a high-tech civilization named Nano Machine Jackson. After announcing the participants, we need to remind you of the rules. They were simple. First, the player who reaches 5 wins becomes the king of this week, and the broadcast ends. Second, if no one challenges the opponent within 30 seconds, the fighter in the ring gets an additional victory. 1 victory every 30 seconds. The player who loses 3 battles takes off his mask and shows his face. The current king will fight for his place with the king of the following week. The announcement of the rules was completed. The cube was used to select the participant who would open the game. He was the King Bee. Now it's time to decide on his opponent. Darkholm decided to become his opponent. The rest of the participants went to the tribune to watch the fight. It is very interesting who will become the king of the first week. The rivals stood opposite each other. The fight began. The players immediately began to attack each other. They fought with tremendous force. This is an amazing confrontation. Neither side is ready to give in. Darkholm was determined to be king this week. He wasn't going to spend that much time with each player. He planned to defeat the bee as soon as possible and become king. He used a powerful kick, and Hanu immediately realized that it was a monk's kick. For Darkholm, the main thing was to win, because only then would he be able to fight Nub. But even after such a blow, the King Bee survived. He also knew that only the monk of the New World Guild's master, Kim Soo-jung, had such power. Kim revealed himself, and the Bee King decided to do the same. Hyun was unpleasantly shocked, because in the King of Masks, on the contrary, you need to hide your identity. The King Bee was not going to give up. He used the big cross technique. Darkholm knew how to counter this. They are not insecure, as practice shows. He repulsed the attack with a storm, but when the smoke cleared, the King Bee was still standing. It would be easy to kill him, Darkholm realized. Suddenly, Kim attacked his opponent with his fists. A few minutes later, the King Bee was defeated. Darkholm became the winner, and the King Bee returned to the waiting area. The King Bee reasoned that Darkholm had indeed become much stronger. So it will end with his 5 victories. Is there really no way to beat him? This was only the first victory. There were 4 more to go before the battle with Noob. Darkholm was going to defeat him and end the show. But things didn't go according to his plan at all. He was able to extend his win streak to 2 wins, but he was only able to win 3 times. He was defeated in the 4th round, disappointing many. The first victory for the Nano Machine and the end for Darkholm. Back then, no one could have imagined who was hiding behind his mask, and how much the Nano Machine Jackson would create a big problem for the King of Two Masks and make everyone afraid. This was the 2nd consecutive victory for the Nano Machine. It really does go to victory like a ruthless mechanism. Henu asked who would be his next opponent. Suddenly, Nano Machine said something in Hen's ear, and he announced a 10-minute break. Meanwhile, Enichen watched the stream at home. It was easy for him to understand who was hiding behind the mask, and he had to warn the participants to be more secretive. He suddenly received a call from Hyun, and Chan was surprised because the broadcast was going on, but the guy asked for help. They were in trouble, and maybe their show would be closed after the first episode. The break was over, and the host asked who would be next to fight the Nano Machine Jackson. He already had 2 victories under his belt. The players were sitting still on the podium, but it couldn't go on like that for long, because if no one accepted the fight in 30 seconds, everyone would lose. Suddenly, Bidard jumped up from his seat and went on stage. He wanted to stop this stupid tin can. He was ready to do anything to win. He didn't even care about hiding his identity. The host announced the start of the battle between Nano Machine Jackson and Bidard. Bidard attacked first. Jackson was able to avoid a direct hit, but still took damage. Bidard revealed Nano Machine's identity through his fighting style. He called him Daniel, but Jackson kept saying that wasn't his real name. Bidard was surprised because no one else would use such techniques. Daniel, master of the Haku Guild, 2nd in the rankings for today's broadcast, a master of swordplay. Among all the players, no one can compare to him in terms of agility and technique. It could be said that he could easily have taken the top spot in the rankings, or even gone beyond it, but Bidard knew his weakness. His weak point is trash talk. This is a technique of idiocy, which consists of saying anything to piss off your opponent. Because of his unstable personality, Jackson is easy to piss off. Jackson continued to claim that he was not Daniel. Bidard wondered why his opponent was giving in. It felt like his strength was less, but his Nagabato technique was better. Could it be that he was able to pick up objects with precision and was in complete control of the situation? Jackson applied a crescent kick, and now it was Bidard's turn to attack. When he did, Jackson realized it was definitely a Mascherano technique. Jackson successfully repelled the attack. He pointed his sword at the end of his opponent's fist. Bidard was shocked how Daniel could become so strong. He certainly could not have done it in such a short time. Only one player could pull off such attacks, and that was Milligat. Could his opponent reach Milligat's level? Probably not. While Bidard was distracted by his thoughts, Jackson struck the decisive blow. And it was the 3rd victory in a row for the Nano Machine. Passos was shocked that Jackson could be so good. Who knew that Daniel would beat Mascherano so easily? And who would be able to stop him at all? After the fight, they called a break again. The host went into the break room sighing. A guy dressed exactly the same way was sitting on the couch, and he asked why the guy was so inclined to. He was outraged by the other's actions, but the other began to calm him down, saying that it would only fuel the public's interest, and he would still participate in the next broadcast. Enchan took off his mask. He was instead of the host in this round. He asked Hen what he wanted to achieve. He didn't understand at all why he was asking him to be the host. The broadcast continued. The host asked who would fight the Nano Machine next. Everyone was afraid of losing, so no one came forward. But as soon as Darkholm took the stage, Jackson said he couldn't continue in the competition. He apologized and asked for a 30-minute break due to personal circumstances. Of course, a battle between two masks is no place for understanding and apologies, so the game must go on. But there was no longer any reason for the Nano Machine to participate in the competition. That's because the game ended when Kim Seok-jung won 2 games in a row and became the winner of the first game with 5 wins and 1 loss. Darkholm put on the robe of a king and a crown. The host asked what it was like to become the first king of 2 masks. He said it was easy. It's because it was just the first broadcast, so everyone didn't play to their full potential. I wonder who will come next week. It was time to reveal their personalities. The losers had to go on stage and take off their masks. The first person to take off his mask was the King Bee. It was Cavani, a pro gamer from Manchester. He said that if he appeared here again, he promised to change his fighting style and become better. The host replied that he would be happy if the man came again. A South American-Canadian dancer full of passion, Passos is a master of the Phoenix Guild, Griffin. Marco, a master of the Mono Guild, was hiding under the mask of Sir Camelot. Bidart is a pro gamer from the American Red Ball subgenre Mascherano. And the last participant, Nanomachine Jackson, took off his mask. It turned out to be Daniel. He explained that there were circumstances that prevented him from continuing the game and apologized again. But if viewers watch the broadcast in the recording, they will learn something interesting. It was time to end the broadcast. That was the end of the first episode of the Battle of the Two Masks. The next time, the host promised better fights and moments with identity concealment. As soon as the Battle of the Two Masks was over, feedback from the audience and the arena community began to appear. Daniel's escape was discussed the most. It was the first time a player personally decided to leave during a broadcast at the arena. So many theories were put forward about what happened. 2 days later, the show of the Battle of the Two Masks was released in a recording. As Daniel said, the viewers of the broadcast were very excited about what happened. Let's go back to the events on the broadcast. Daniel asked the host to leave for an hour because something happened to him. The host was shocked because if he had warned them earlier, they could have rescheduled the program. They had 5 duels left, but he could not return before then. But as soon as Daniel returned, he promised to start the fight right away. Many people also actively discussed the video from the show's filming after the broadcast recording was released. In order not to interrupt the show, Henu dressed up as Jackson in order not to interrupt the show. Didn't Daniel defeat the knight? The evidence was simple. It was very difficult to beat Mascherano's player. No matter how skillful the other players were, one day another opinion emerged. Maybe it was just the nub, but the situation was quickly hushed up. It was hard to even imagine that Nub, with his low level, could defeat pro players with high levels and upgraded items. Later, Enchan and Hyun were sitting at home reading the comments. They had really caused a scandal. Their rating in America went over 2.4%. The highest rating in the arena used to be 1.2, and now they have doubled it. But Enchan was not satisfied, but rather upset. He had learned something terrible. Enchan flipped the screen of his phone and said that Henu's channel had 5 million subscribers after the release of the Battle of the Two Masks. Henu still didn't understand why his friend was upset, but he reminded him that they had a contract with Nazar. According to the contract, $10,000 are paid for 10,000 subscribers, and an additional bonus is paid for more than 100,000 subscribers. The contract is valid for 2 years. He can choose one rare newbie book, rare item, and unique material every month. Henu was shocked. It was tens of thousands of dollars. Enchan asked what about the salary he would receive. The guy was sad, and he offered his friend something to eat. And the friend asked if Henu was afraid that his money would run out soon. This money was very important to Hen. Because the next day, he was standing outside the Millwall building. The money overwhelmed him, and finally he is here. It was time to make some money, and he entered the building. In the Moon's capital office, he was met by a man who thought he was looking to borrow money, but he said he wanted to pay back the debt on the contrary. The man was surprised because it was unlikely that at such a young age it would be a large amount of money. The man asked the boy's name. The boy said Kang Seok-jun. The debt was huge. It was 15 billion won in total, and the man asked who the boy could use the debt from. He replied that it was his father, and how much he was going to return because the man was sure it would be a tiny amount. Hyun wanted to return 5 billion won to begin with, and when the man heard this, he was shocked. He thought it was a joke, but the guy said he was ready to pay that amount. Henu showed him the balance of the account so that he would believe it. And when the man was convinced that the guy was rich, he became jealous, because that was his entire salary for the year. After the repayment of part of the debt, Henu was in a happy mood. If everything goes on like this, he will be able to repay the debt this year. And with the money left over, he planned to buy his mom a house and transfer his dad to a nice ward. He immediately called his mother to tell her about the partial repayment of the debt. When he got home, he immediately started playing the game. In the forest near Yuzma, he put on his new clothes for the first time. Thanks to the armor, his stature grew much larger. Tenny appreciated his master's outfit. The costume really looked cool. Thanks to Nazar, he easily obtained a unique material, the heart of Every. Now he could craft what he had known since Milligate. I had to spend 30,000 gold on other components, but as a result, Hen received a set of armor, Apollo's Majesty. Now he could strike the target with lightning within a radius of 10 meters. The two masks still had plenty of time before the next battle, so they decided to look for a new quest. To do this, the guy went to LeBron. The man immediately asked why the boy had come. Henu replied that he was his student and came to become stronger. LeBron noticed that the guy was already stronger and asked him if he had completed his task. Henu demonstrated his strength. LeBron appreciated the guy's skills. They really improved, but he was still pretty weak. Now he became a typical major. He came closer to the guy and indignantly said that he was like the majors. Usually all adventurers look good on the outside but empty on the inside. But for Henu it was the opposite. He had enough on the inside but nothing on the outside. Henu assumed that the man was talking about the level of... He ordered him to go south beyond the Briggs, to Fortress Lattice, beyond the Hedgen Mountains, and find General Gerard. This was a new task, the main purpose of which was to meet Gerard. The reward was experience. Henu was glad he came here. When the guy came back from his assignment, LeBron said they had to go to the same place, so he had to be ready for that. At that time, Kyle called Han, so he said goodbye to LeBron. Let's move on to the Entropy Canteen. During lunch, Park Hyun-jun, the person in charge of the planning department, was talking with a colleague. A new patch was about to be released. Rain, who is ranked, is level 197, so the deadline is next week, so it's time to start. His interlocutor was Kim Jin-yeon, a person in charge of the management department. He asked if the third patch was related to the assault on the fortress. Park Hyun-jung confirmed this, and there would have been no problems if not for the assault. Some people buy titles and hold sieges for the sake of this castle. He didn't know whose idea it was, but the persistence was impressive. Then they started discussing the Battle of the Two Masks. Park Hyun-jun said he was more surprised by the edited version of... He said that the nanomachine was the nub when he fought Mascherano. Kim Jin-in was shocked. Daniel simply used him as a substitute knight and left, while Nub fought in his equipment. What was even more shocking was that it was impossible to compare their levels. The community thinks that there is about an 80-level difference between them. There were a lot of good newcomers now. There was always something interesting. Kim Jin-in mentioned Milligat and wondered how he was doing. He was the first runner to disappear so suddenly. Park Hyun-jung couldn't immediately remember where he'd heard the name, but he was sure he'd heard it somewhere. In the end, without remembering, he didn't care. Let's get back to the game. Kyle called Henu to let him know who the contestants would be for the next show. They also wanted to do an extra practice session and asked if Henu would be willing to participate. Henu said he wanted to ask for that as well. We can lock in 2 guests for the next round. Kyle agreed. The guy was going to go out in this round himself. Kyle was surprised that it was now, because he thought that Hyun wanted to raise his level and appeared somewhere in episode 6. But the guy was confident in his victory and would like Kyle to give the second place to the player from JT Telecom, Rock. He wasn't that good, but Henu owed him a favor. Kyle took pity on the man Henu hated and promised to tell his boss what he wanted. It had been a while since Jong had humiliated him at the mall, when he told him that it was his father's fault that Hyun's family was destroyed. This time, he wasn't going to get rid of his stress on the broadcast. You could call it revenge, but it's just a drop in the bucket. We moved to the Fortress of Lattice. There, Henu met the captain of the fortress, Lattice Herald. The captain was so tall that he was overwhelmed. The Duke allowed the captain to do whatever he wanted with the boy, but Henu could go on vacation because he was LeBron's apprentice. But Han had a quest to complete. That's why he said he would do anything for the sake of the fortress's well-being. The captain said that the walls of the fortress were thick and high because of the waves of monsters. Every year, for some unknown reason, the monsters of the mountain range attacked the fortress. The time for the next attack was approaching. It would be nice to reduce the number of monsters and find out the reason for the attack. Thus, Henu received 2 new quests at once. He had to kill 999 monsters. The guy was shocked. The herald understood the boy's surprise and reminded him that he had said he would do anything and wished him a good trip. Henu wondered if he was really an ordinary NPS. Tenny and Henu immediately set off to complete the task. Bear noticed that the boy was on a roll today and asked how much longer he had left. Henu checked the quest information, and they had only destroyed 32 monsters of the mountain range. There were only 967 monsters left to destroy before the quest was completed. Tenny was outraged. He was very tired, and at this rate he would never return to the islands. Henu remembered that he had not yet changed his weapon. 36 hours left before the broadcast. Something new must come out of the destroyed monsters. Their goal is to kill 999 monsters and get a dobro. Tiny is already tired. He asked to be left alone. The battle continued. Henu and Tenny kept destroying monsters. The bear sat down by a tree and said he was leaving this world. At this time, Henu was fighting. He thought that usually one group per hunt for 6 hours. He receives 3 or 4 new items. But in his case, there was nothing. Henu was very angry. Half the day had already passed, and he hadn't knocked out anything. He gathered his thoughts. He had to keep fighting. Henu decided to think positively. Since it had been half a day, something must be coming soon. After a while, there were only 99 monsters left to destroy. It was the stupidest quest ever, but for some reason nothing has dropped yet. Henu had already leveled up to 7 levels. How could this be? Tenny asked if he could go home. The guy thought about how many hours were left and decided that he needed to move towards the fortress, but still realized that he had to go all the way. A gorilla-like monster appeared in front of them. Since they had traveled so far, Henu was sure to receive a reward. The hunt was over, and Henu returned to his normal life. He was lying on the couch resting when Enchan came into the room. He warned him that the broadcast was about to start. Henu was exhausted from fighting so many monsters and never getting anything. He's stressed out, especially since his friend promised to help. Young Chan didn't know it was that bad, but he agreed to it in vain. He added that young Hanbok would be on the broadcast. Henu jumped out of bed and said that he suddenly felt better. He felt better than ever. A few minutes later, the broadcast of the Battle of the Two Masks began. The host greeted the audience and said that this time there would be an update. They will have interesting players and interesting guests on this broadcast. He introduced the guest on this broadcast. The guest was Tenny. He said he came here only because his boss promised him a day off. Let's move on to the part of introducing the first participants. The first of them was a countess who renounced her title. She took up the sword to avenge her family, the Grand Marquise. The second participant came to us from outer space and is called the alien HZ-12. Participant number 3, the one whose body looks like a stone, is Mr. Moai. A man holding a sword in the name of romance and love is a ladies' man. He is dressed like a real gentleman in a suit and has a stick. Then we were visited by the defender of the earth, the flying Superboy, dressed in a superhero costume. And the last participant, the killer who cuts with a smile on his face, Smile Face. This concluded the show. Whether someone will be able to oust the winner of the first round and become king today. To find out when the battles will start, Young Chan thought that this time, Jung Han Baek should be among the players. Not surprisingly, he felt better after hearing that if he lost to Han Baek, he would have to throw Hyun out of the house. Everyone knew the rules, so the host did not remind them. The first named player starts the game. This time it was the Countess. The host asked if anyone was ready for a battle. The participant had to come forward. But all the players raised their hands almost simultaneously. The players were very active this time. However, Mr. Superboy was faster, so this chance fell to him. The participants stood opposite each other and began to prepare for the battle. Finally, the host announced the start of the fight. Superboy immediately disappeared. He decided to hide at the very beginning of the fight. This is a secret assassin class skill. Such high speed and invulnerability indicate incredible skill. The Countess was only able to deflect attacks. Superboy laughed at her because they were only defending themselves, and her defense was very weak. The Countess was thinking about how to expose her opponent. It was harder than expected. But the more he hid, the more he would get hit. Her skill was special, so she would be detected immediately, but she didn't want to lose either. Grafina used the ice attribute, and the opponent immediately recognized her as the Ice Princess of the Rhine, a warrior class runner who uses the ice attribute, a pro gamer on the New York Warriors team, the first woman to enter the top 10 best runners in the arena. Superboy realized that Reina was not as easy to deal with as he thought. She partially froze his movements. He wanted to finish her off before the Countess used the ice flower, so he used a shadow cut. The audience realized that it was Ichino. He is a famous streamer from Japan. He is among the top 1,000 players in the arena, class ninja. The battle continued. Reina built ice walls around herself, and Superboy disappeared and reappeared. The Countess was sure that the boy's skills were useless if they used their... She froze everything using the ice field skill. The game pavilion was instantly covered with ice and became very cold. Because of the cold, Superboy, who was invisible in his time, began to appear. Using such a skill could have been tantamount to cheating, but he was ready for it. Superboy has a fiery flame skill. Instantly, everything began to burn. But the Countess did not stop covering everything with ice, and the battle became more and more fierce. In the end, the Countess's power was stronger. She froze Superboy and then broke the ice into 1,000 small pieces. Thus, The Countess won. Henu was disappointed because he had tried for nothing. The participants were asked not to reveal their personalities, but these two did the opposite. The host congratulated the Duchess on her victory. Today's participants have amazing abilities. The host asked the girl if she had anything to say after her first victory on the King of Two Masks. The Countess replied that she was waiting for the other players to do the same to them. It was a direct threat to the remaining players. It became interesting who would be the next to accept the challenge from the Countess. The players in the stands froze at the challenge. Was everyone afraid of the Duchess's strength and sword? The host reminded them that according to the rules, if no one accepted the challenge in 30 seconds, the Countess would choose the opponent herself. Suddenly, someone said they were accepting the challenge, and the ladies' man came on stage. The players stood opposite each other, and the host asked the players to get ready. The ladies' man took out a broken sword from his stick. The host was surprised that the player chose such a weapon and offered to replace it, but he refused. The Countess was outraged by the opponent's weapon. He did not know who he was dealing with. She was confident that she would win in one punch and started attacking, even though the distance between them was not significant. The Countess didn't see any effects from the skill, which means it was unlikely to be a crescent kick. The ladies' player missed a great time to hit. As soon as the Countess approached the boy, he stabbed her to death. Due to the speed and force of the blow, she instantly entered a state of death. Everyone who watched the battle opened their mouths. Thus, the ladies' man won. The Countess did not even realize how it happened. Enchan was shocked by Hyun's skills. He didn't even know he had such skills. When he drew his sword, there was definitely nothing there, but as he swung, something suddenly flashed in the air. Since death came instantly, it means that he drew his sword and immediately cut her open. The players in the stands also wondered where the skill came from. Doesn't it require special concentration, or is it a secret unique skill? So what was it really? During a break between fights, Enchan and Hyun went to the dressing room. Enchan attacked the guy and started asking him how he won. Henu thought it would be funny if he pretended to not know him, but he still said that it was a technique that LeBron taught him. Enchan was outraged that the guy didn't tell him, and he felt like it was a scam. And in general, Henu was always hiding something from his friend. He felt bad because Yunahan was always helping his friend out. But Hyun didn't care about that. The main thing for him was that he had found Younghan Bak. After watching a few of his videos, Henu noticed that he has a habit of folding his hands in front of him before a match. The smiley face is Junghan Baek. Enchan said that they could have just checked the list of participants and there was no point in complicating things so much. But Henu didn't want the victory to be too easy and asked Enchan to spar with him. The guy agreed, but asked him to kick his ass. If Henu doesn't do it, he might not come home. The break is over, and the host goes on stage. The third battle begins, and the player who was ready to fight the ladies' man had to go on stage. Smileface was the next to fight, just as Hen wanted. The boys were happy about this fact. They stood opposite each other. Henu was going to break his face today. The host announced that the players were definitely ready to fight, so there would be no delay and announced the start of the fight. The fourth scenario. At the end of the battle for Reef Castle, Henu received half of the sword from Aldred. At first he was very confused, but after talking to the dwarf, he was able to realize its true value. Although the origin of the sword was unknown and it was half-hearted, its attack was high. Despite the direct use of mana, its consumption is low and its defense is increased, so it is a suitable weapon for Hen. The guy attacked, but Smileface was able to repel the ladies' man's attack. Zhang realized that his opponent was not as strong as he wanted to appear, and Reina lost by mistake. This is Henu's trick. You don't have to reveal your full potential because according to the rules of the King of Two Masks, participants will have to reveal their identity, but you'll definitely feel annoyed after losing. If Hyun had been able to use all of his excellent strikes, things would have been different. However, thanks to his underpowered attacks, the victory over Zhang will be even sweeter. Henu swung his sword and knocked Smileface out of the game with just one blow. Zhang couldn't understand how it happened. After the loss, he returned to the podium and was furious because he couldn't even use his skill properly. He did not know who exactly was hiding behind the mask of the ladies' man, but he promised himself to destroy him. Suddenly, the ladies' player said that he needed to rest. The host was shocked, but the player asked for at least half an hour because he was terribly tired. Then the host asked if he would agree to the first automatic loss for the sake of relaxation. The guy replied that he would. Enchan was shocked by the guy's action. He didn't understand why the guy always behaved like that. But the ladies' man was given an automatic point and left the stage. Henu thought that Enchan was good at this. Not for nothing that he is also a well-known streamer under the nickname Argon. Perhaps make him a full-time host. As soon as the ladies' player returned to the podium, he started talking about how tired he was and how strong all the players were, and how hard it was for him. Smileface said he lost only because he didn't want to reveal his identity, not because he was weaker. The boy realized that Jiang was always ready to fight to the end, just to avoid admitting his weakness. He suggested that they challenge each other to a fight, so they would definitely have to show their skills, and called him the Stone Eagle. Meanwhile, another battle began. Two players started attacking without the intention of defending. Thus, they wanted to determine the course of the battle. In the end, Mr. Moai won. The host said that the players today were amazing, even though many commentators wrote that they only came to watch the host, but the participants deserve attention. The current King Darkholm sat on his throne and watched the players in the waiting area. The winner from the alley was definitely one of them, and if he did show up this week, what mask was he hiding under? Then he realized that the ladies' man was his brother. After a while, Smileface won twice, and Chan was already starting to worry that Henu was not accepting the challenge from Smileface. But now it didn't make sense. We need to finish him off when he gets 2 losses in a row, but if no one can beat him, the Countess was the next to fight Chan. Smileface already knew that his opponent was Captain Reina, the leader of the New York Warriors. If he defeated her, he would become famous. And with great intensity, he rushed to attack. But the girl just froze him and won. She was able to finish the battle in a couple of seconds thanks to her skills. The host realized that she would choose her next opponent, a ladies' man. Henu pretended that he had to choose, but in fact he was happy that it happened as he had planned. When he came on stage, the Countess said that last time she won by chance, but this time it would not be easy to win. The guy replied that they would only be able to test this in battle. If you lose only once, the second loss is much easier. Reina was very angry after these words, and she asked the host to announce the beginning of the fight. The host did so, and the fight began between the Marquise, who had 2 wins and 1 loss, and the ladies' man, who had the same result. Henu realized that he had to be careful and take his time. The Countess uses her magic very quickly and easily. He had to watch her movements carefully. Hyun wondered what tactics the girl would use this time. He definitely needs to beat her so he can fight Hanbok again. He decided to distract the Countess and gave a sign to Shadow. Bear noticed this and increased his defense and strength. With the buffs from Shadow and the killer's memories, he would definitely be able to defeat Reina. After that, the guy immediately rushed to attack. The most important thing is that she doesn't know who is hiding behind the mask, but he does. It's not about winning. It's about how to win and make it look like he was lucky. Reina hadn't seen anything special, so it surprised her that they had never fought a player like that. She had never even met a runner of this level. It seemed to her that her opponent didn't even consider her a rival. She could not forgive him, so she started attacking. The Countess froze Hyun's sword, and he disappeared. The girl thought that he had run out of mana or couldn't use his skill because of the frostbite. Strong skill requires strong preparation. It became clear that Reina would win. But the ladies' man pointed his broken sword at her and said that they were stupider than he expected. The other half of the sword appeared and destroyed the Countess. Henu thought that he would not appear, but fortunately he appeared just in time. Reina returned to the waiting area. All the other players were shocked by her loss. Superboy reasoned that the sword trick was a setup because it simply distracted Reina and used the situation to his advantage. The girl was shocked. She was attentive, but for some reason she still didn't realize who her opponent was. Maybe there were runners she didn't know about? Henu was pleased with himself. He survived because the girl was distracted. It will be a lesson for the future. You can stop guessing who will win. The ladies' man raised his sword and said that one player told him that he lost by accident, but now it was time to prove the opposite and summoned Smileface. As if he was giving him a second chance to prove himself, but the guy sat there. Henu knew he would say yes and didn't want to believe otherwise. It was time to take off his mask. Watching this, Enshin decided to support the guy and said that the winner, ladies' man, made an unexpected choice. I wonder if Smileface will agree to his proposal. Jong was furious after hearing that, and the ladies' player definitely won by accident. Eventually, he stepped into the ring and said he was accepting the challenge. This time, he was confident that victory was his. No more losses. The host warned him that if he lost a second time, he would be eliminated from the game and would have to take off his mask. He asked if Smileface was sure he was ready to accept the challenge. He thought the host was exaggerating on purpose, although scandals are welcome on any program. Smileface shows confidence in his victory. What will the ladies' player say to him? Two players literally destroy each other mentally, so it was time to let them destroy each other physically. Tenny gave Hen a buff and his strength and stats increased. Additionally, he used the assassin's decision, and all stats were increased by 15%. Meanwhile, Smileface attacked first. The ladies' man deflected the attack and the opponent was blown away by the shockwave. He realized that the boy had become stronger and was now using all his skills. The ladies' man told Smileface to attack. Zhang thought that he could win using his secret skill, but if he used it now, he would not be able to do so in the next fights. Still, the desire to win was stronger, and he used a unique skill. First, he would deal with his opponent, and then take care of the rest. His unique skill is the Fairy's Blessing, which increases agility by 50% and speed by 20%. Zhang started to attack, and the ladies' man waited for his opponent to get closer and then swung his sword. Smileface was furious because no one in his team could resist this skill. A fierce battle broke out between them. The ladies' man repelled all attacks and managed to strike back. Chan did not understand how he was doing it. The guy hadn't even moved yet, as if Chan's attack meant nothing. You can't become a pro gamer without talent. Zhang has won many single-player duels, which is why he has managed to reach such heights. But why is the ladies' covenant so strong? No matter what Zhang did, it was all for naught. Hyun was confident that he would win. As soon as his brain sends a signal, all the cells in his body are already rushing to fight. He wanted to destroy Zhang Hanbok and started attacking him even more than before. His house had destroyed Hyun's family and was proud of it. Just thinking about it made him want to kill him even more. He became very angry and struck a strong blow that killed Chan. He was ready to destroy him not only in the ring, but in life. But the circumstances were different. Henu made a promise to himself that the perfect time would come for his revenge. Inachin, who was watching the fight, saw how hard Henu was fighting. He hadn't fought like that in a long time. In the end, the ladies' dealer won. Reina was shocked. She couldn't help but know such an experienced player. Since Smileface has lost 3 times, he has to show his face. The guy took off his mask. And everyone found out that behind the Smileface mask was a pro gamer from JT Telecom. The guy said hello and introduced himself as Zhang Hanbak. The host asked Zhang if he had anything to say as the player who lost first. He said that it was a shame that he couldn't win, but he would try to do better in the league, and also hopes that he will have the opportunity to fight the ladies' man again. The host asked for a round of applause for young Hanbak's efforts. Darkholm was pleased with Hen's 4 victories, because now he would fight him. But unexpectedly, Damien said he was not feeling well and apologized for not being able to continue participating. Thus, Darkholm faced off against the Countess. The winner of this round was the beautiful Countess, who defeated Two Fists. Hen even felt sorry for him. Today, all the battles are over, and it's time to reveal the identities of the losing players. The winner of the first round of Two Fists was the first to remove his mask. The player came forward and took off his wolf mask. The mask hid the captain of the New World Guild, Jin Shuiqian. The host asked the player if he had any regrets about sitting in the king's seat for only a week. He said that he wanted to fight a certain player, but it didn't work out. The host moved on to the other players. The second to take off his mask was Superboy. It was the streamer, Lee Chino. The streamer Johan was hiding under the mask of an alien. The audience did not expect this. Mr. Moai is a cute girl with blonde hair. Both the players and the audience were equally shocked because this player had so many muscles in his costume. Only one player remains to be revealed, the ladies' man. Reina couldn't wait for it to happen. When he took off his mask, everyone saw the winner from the alley. The Countess could not believe that it was he who had been fighting all along. Then the question arose as to who was hiding under the host's mask. The audience thought there were 2 of them, but then the host took off his mask and introduced himself. It was the streamer Argon, who was replacing the winner today. Although there were many discussions and questions, basically everyone came to the same conclusion. Right now, the winner from the alley is on the 100th level. All the other opponents are at least 180, so it is not at all clear how he was able to win with such a gap. Especially Reina. She's a special player known all over the world, but today she lost twice to ladies player. That's what all the talk was about in the comments. After reading the comments, Hen realized that it was hard for the audience to believe that he had beaten everyone, but the more practice he had, the more victories he would get. Today, Henu realized that all the world's players surpass him only in terms of a level, which means that if he is pumped up, he will become invincible. The second issue of The King of Two Masks ended in a scandal. The next day, Henu was sleeping on the couch when Enchan woke him up. He did not want to discuss his departure with him and asked him to let him sleep. He hadn't slept for 24 hours because of the hunt and the show. Unshan didn't understand how he had defeated Young Hanbok and Reina in that state. Later, Kyle called Han. He praised the guy, and he in turn was glad that everything went well. But Henu had no idea how much he was affecting the entire arena. Take the example of the Rhine. It was believed that its income was more than 100 million won. Gifts, advertising, and sponsorship are part of the brand called Reina. In the future, Henu will also become more popular. At the end of the streams, he will be offered advertising and advised to choose which brands he likes right away so that he won't regret it later. He thanked Kyle for his advice, and that was the end of their conversation. Henu decided not to think about it. Kyle is overly colorful, but he decided to find out in the future, and now it's time for him to go to the arena. He took the A-cube and entered the game. He went to see Captain Lattice Harold because he had completed his assignment. The captain was surprised that the boy had returned so quickly. Henu noticed that Harold did not make a big deal about it. He asked me not to be angry, because not everyone is worthy of the treasure of Lattice. His task was done, and he could not wait for his treasure. It was a challenging quest, so the scrub should be appropriate. Henu was expecting something big, but the captain gave him a scroll. The guy was disappointed. He didn't believe it could be a treasure. It was just a scroll. The captain asked him to open the scroll, but there was nothing on it. The herald told him that it was a treasure map. He had to go to the mountain range, and the way would appear. Henu did as the captain said, but nothing appeared on the paper. Henu was very angry because he had spent hours killing dragons and still nothing had happened. Only a part of the mountains appeared on the map after hundreds of animals were killed. So he has to kill 5,000 monsters to make the whole map appear. The captain probably just wants the boy to clear the mountain range. The only advantage was that Henu was getting new levels. Opening all the profiles, he saw that he had already reached level 117. But he needs a little more agility to hunt in the dungeon. At this point, Henu's thoughts were interrupted by Tenny. A monster was flying at him from behind. Tenny immediately launched a bolt of lightning at it, and the guy had already cut him in half. He was pretending to be dead because they had become smarter. Tenny screamed out to Hen, his body beginning to glow. A message displayed that his pet, Tenny, was beginning to change. The bear has reached the 100th level, which means that it is going through the first stage of changes. The change was complete. Tony shouted that he was very strong now, but nothing had changed on the outside. But he got 2 new skins, body change during combat and roar. These 2 skins were very cool. Means that Tenny can become bigger for 10 minutes and all skill levels improve. Finally, this little guy will come in handy in battle. And roar. It's a pity that roar can only be used in ancient conversation, but reduce enemy attacks and defenses. Henu asked Tenny to show him his new skins. A pentagram appeared under his paws. The little bear began to grow bigger, and in a few seconds a huge bear stood in front of the boy. Now, it was bigger than the boy. Henu asked him to shoot lightning into the tree and break it. Tenny did so and broke not just one tree, but several. Henu wondered if this power was superior to him. It became a real treasure for the boy. Henu immediately invited him to try his strength in actions, namely to go hunting. 2 hours after the conversion, the map was 100% complete. Thanks to Tenny's improvements, they were able to complete the task quickly. Tenny was a little tired because he was working hard now. There were many marks on the scroll. It was not even a map, but a drawing. This was how they were supposed to find the dungeon. Henu turned over Tenny's card and asked her where she should go. The bear was shocked because he didn't want to go anywhere right now, but he had no choice. They easily found the dungeon spider's lair. Thanks to the crystals, it was not so dark inside. Shadow didn't understand why they were here at all. Henu wondered how they would die, or if they would be thrown out of the cave. Since this is the Herald's map, perhaps there is only one chance to complete the quest. They heard a loud sound. Someone was coming. Henu and Tenny hid with a rock and waited. A few seconds later, a huge monster appeared. Henu was surprised. He had never seen such a monster before. He was not ordinary and looked stronger than a desert dragon. How could he be defeated? I wonder if everyone in this place is so spidery. While Henu was thinking about this, a spider walked toward them. But suddenly, another spider appeared in front of him and saw Henu. The boy had no choice but to fight. The guy thought the first one was the boss. He walked around for half an hour and found out that ordinary spiders make up a third of the boss. The spider attacked first. His weakness was already known to the spider. Let his body be strong. But his legs were not protected at all. Henu immediately attacked the legs. The monster fell to the ground and Tenny shouted that it was his turn. He rushed to attack and grew bigger. Immediately he shot lightning at the spider and it fell to the ground and never moved again. Henu praised Tenny. The bear was very happy to be so strong. But Hen was more interested in what reward he would get for defeating the spider. It was a small bag with an unknown composition. Suddenly, a spider began to approach Hen from the ceiling. He grabbed Henna. Tenny thought the monster had eaten his master. He began to feel very sad, remembering how they had met and all the good things about Henu. Tenny attacked the spider. He was very upset, so he fought with all his strength. Eventually, after a few strong attacks, the bear destroyed him. Suddenly, Henu came around the corner and said that he had already been awarded experience. The bear started crying and ran into his owner's arms. He did not expect to see him again. He was very happy that his master was alive and well. Henu said he was able to dodge the blinkers and thought Tenny had noticed. The bear continued to cry and say that he was very worried because Henu could come back right away. Henu was not expecting such a reaction. He wanted to reassure his pet and told him that he was not so weak that he could die so easily. It was very touching. Tenny was very happy that his master believed him, because he knew he was not dead, because he had a great level, and now the owner was on the hook. At that moment, he thought that he needed to treat Tenny better. While Henu and Tenny were in the spider's lair, the second part of The King of Two Masks was playing on TV. Many people wanted to know the identity of the ladies' man. When the possible participants of the show were announced, the nickname of the winner from the alley was not mentioned. Many thought that this was necessary to maintain intrigue, or because of its insufficient level. But the true personality of the ladies' man exceeded all expectations. A wave of rumors and discussions swept through the arena community. Because until now, the winner from the alley has never lost. He never lost a battle. An ordinary duel? He could hold a dozen in a row. Does the player take everything? If he lost, he would have lost his character. Therefore, in the eyes of the audience and players, his name began to take on a new meaning. Meanwhile, the director of the Asian branch of Addis, Jung Jin, ordered his assistant to bring the winner to him. The assistant said that he was already working with Nike, and that it would not be possible, but Jung Jin offered to offer him a sponsor. The assistant thought that it was unlikely that the main sponsor would like such an obvious lure, but he promised to try. The director realized that his assistant was mentally cursing him and ordered him to bring the sponsor to the next meeting. At the level of large companies, a real war for the winner from the alleyway has begun. Let's get back to the game. The battle between the spider and Henu continued. Shadow helped him by striking monsters with lightning, and the guy would strike a decisive blow. Thus, they destroyed the ruby spider. Many have already been killed. Each of them had its own stone on which the skill depended. Thanks to the spider's lair, Henu learned something new. There are 5 different types of spiders: sapphire, ruby, diamond, emerald, topaz, and similar elements of iron, fire, earth, water, and plants. Each of them has its own characteristics. Some techniques work for some and not for others. It's good that everyone succumbs to his wind attribute and Shadow's lightning attribute. Henu heard the strange sounds. He asked Shadow if he liked it here. The bear did not like it here, so he was thinking of leaving. But still, they had to defeat the boss and then go to rest. They followed the sounds and found something. Just as Henu thought, it was Vaughn, the boss monster, a spider of 5 elements. The boy had never seen one before. Many players die from bosses, despite being well-trained. And in situations where a new boss appears, even large guilds are afraid to venture in without knowing at least some information. There is no point in taking risks to get nothing at all. But the Herald has only 1 card, and he's unlikely to give him another if he loses now. Henu could have used the blink 5 more times, and there are other skins, plus buffs. Tenny asked me to believe in him. There's only one thing left to do, and they're ready to fight. Activate the cursed bracelet. When the monster saw how many children Henu had killed, he was furious. A small creature like the boy had killed so many of his beautiful creatures. And for what purpose? To get away to a cave for treasure? He will not have mercy on him. Suddenly, the spider felt the magic from the bracelet hit him. For the spider, it was nothing. He considered the boy a criminal. All people were the same to him. Meanwhile, Henu was running toward him. The monster started screaming very loudly, and Henu decided to run away from it. He did not understand where the anger came from. He ran into a room. It was the boss's room, and he'd lured them in on purpose. The spider began to launch hundreds of firebombs, but Henu was able to escape from them. The monster began to change its attack style, like the gems on its back. Tenny asked how much longer they would run away from the monster. Henu picked up Tenny, who was sitting on his shoulder, and threw him toward the monster. The bear was outraged by the owner's actions because he had promised to take care of him. He promised not to let it go. But now he had to fight the spider, so he grew in size and used an ancient roar. He started to beat the monster, but Henu asked him to stop. This did not stop the monster. He released crystals of green color in the place where Shadow was not and paralyzed him. Henu threw a light bomb at it to break the crystals, but it hit too close to Shadow, and the bear flew away and hit the wall. The monster began to influence Hena. A magic circle began to appear around him. If the boy hasn't tried to win, he must end up like everyone else. The spider just wanted the guy to leave him alone. He started to change the crystal, and his armor and damage increased. Henu rushed to attack with the motivation that he would gain experience, items, and a title. But there was no success. The spider looked at Henu and thought that he wanted this person to understand him. It seemed to the boy that the spider was looking down on him as if they were not on equal terms now. Previously, the monster used only one crystal each, but this time it used two. The boss enters the second stage when it's down to 40% health, and if Henu's guess is correct, the main thing is to strike at the right time and finish the job. He sent another wave of magic toward the monster with the bracelet he had made by collecting what was left of the desert dragon. The spider began to cast his magic in response. Their magic was intertwined, but the spider was sure that his magic was much stronger. He had to avenge his children. Henu suddenly launched a powerful beam of black magic. Henu was sure that victory was his because the cursed spear's recharge time was over. The monster's head was damaged. He was very angry, and even if this person killed him, he promised himself to curse him forever. The spider fell to the ground and never moved again. Thus, Henu defeated the spider of the 5 crystals, Grazel. He received the title of Tamer of the Cave Spider, which increased his speed by 10%. With the cursed bracelet, rating the boss was much better. Hen was excited to fight Grazel. He walked closer to the spider to see what object had fallen out. When he saw what he got, he was shocked. It was the curse of Grazel, the mask of the 5 crystals. It gave off a bad aura. Henu was excited because the item was unique, and masks were very rare. It had so many cool buffs and even 5 curses. He could work on it and use it to change the mask of the alleyway winner. He now has an increased rank of skill, so this hunt can be considered very successful, and a lot of bonuses have been dropped. Henu asked Tenny to collect the remaining items. The bear was indignant because he was about to leave and it was extra work and he didn't like it. This time the owner did almost everything himself. While Henu was happy about the mask, Tenny was offended because his master got a new toy and forgot about him. Suddenly he noticed 2 red and blue balls. They smelled delicious and he did not understand why. The bear was considering whether to give them to the owner, but then decided that he did not need them, and then he might not return them. In the end, Tenny could not stand it and swallowed them. It turned out that these balls were the essence of the Grazel spider, Sapphire and Ruby. The boy was shocked. Tenny began to glow. Something was happening to his body. Henu immediately began to scold the bear. He would have sold them anyway, or just left them, until it was clear how such balls affect animals, so he was worried about Tanya. But something was happening to his body, and it was clear that he was definitely not okay. His tail turned blue and 2 red balls appeared on his cheeks. Henu breathed out a sigh of relief. Nothing much had happened, and his cheeks were red now. All of Shadow's stats have increased significantly, and he also has 2 new skill sets, the Fire Magic attribute and the Ice Magic attribute. Now he could create fire and ice, and he immediately demonstrated it. He even has magic on his own now. It seemed that the bear was becoming more and more independent. Later in the evening, Henu was sitting at his computer. He was very tired and wanted to sleep. He was about to send Ellis a video of the battle with the 5 crystal spider when he saw an email from Kyle. In his letter, he listed all the potential sponsors for him. Henu was not happy because the sponsorship contract was 500 pages long. He had to read and respond as soon as possible. Henu is used to seeing things through, so he started reading. It had been a long time since he opened the letter, and there were still 200 pages to go. After that, Henu decided to watch the streams, even if it was just for half an hour. Reina, Mono's Guild, Reina, Red Bull America were streaming. But his eyes fell on a stream from JT Telecom, where Jonghan Bayak answers the question. The audience asked him about his low score on the King of Two Masks. Hen got curious because the viewer's opinion is not a joke. Yi Chung replied that he would not comment on what happened at the King of Two Masks. But he's a good player and it's just a show. Anyway, there was nothing to discuss. Jong is a professional esports player. How can he be compared to amateurs? It was just a shock. He knew before he started that his opponent was a winner from the alley. They fought for the show. In real life, Jong put him down in 30 seconds. It was all staged. Henu was furious because it was an outright lie. He spoke with great confidence, but he was not ready to answer for his words. Chan was done, not only for him, but for his JT Telecom. Henu decided that they were all finished. After reading the 500 pages of the contract, Hyun decided to accept sponsorships from Armani, Rolex, and Mermed. Let's go to the JT Telecom dormitory. There, the company's captain, Kim Jin-young, was talking to Jong. This time he helped him, but asked him not to screw up again. The reputation of the entire team suffered because of him. Jong thanked Kim Jin-young. After that, the man left his room. When Jong was alone, he thought about Kim's words. He said he wouldn't help him anymore, but he didn't care. He could take the whole team with him. Kim went to his team. They were already waiting for him in the room because they were looking for something for him. They were looking for a video from the King of Masks stream to see what skill Jong used. He used the Blessing of the Fairy to win. This is one of Hanbok's artifact skins. The coach forbade him to use it. Besides, using the fairy's blessing is very expensive. He's probably already getting his bones crushed in the community. The players asked the captain why he had a separate room, why he was given such preferences. The captain admitted that he was wrong to send Chan to the King of Two Masks show. After the season starts, there will be even more talk, and they need to keep their team's honor. Meanwhile, Haenu was in the game. Together with Tenny, they were lying on the grass. Bear was very surprised that his master had chosen such a quiet place. He thought it was their day off. Haenu was thinking about what to do on the broadcasts. He could leave Enchan as the host for the king, and he'd figure out how to deal with Nike. If he had known that all the topics would end at once, he would have broadcast the battle with the spider. It has little content. Regular arena competitions and duels are not enough, and team raids are not his thing. It is unlikely to gain viewers, and it needs to surpass everyone in terms of views. What might the audience like? Tenny interrupted the boy's thoughts by asking him to listen to him. He asked him to teach him something. Haenu thought that maybe animals are given quests. Tenny only wanted to learn how to increase his strength, like Haenu does. The boy was upset that he couldn't think of anything interesting, and didn't really listen to what Tenny was saying, but the bear started shouting and asking him to teach him. Haenu turned away from him and told him to just study fire and ice in detail. A few seconds later, Hen came up with the idea of training. They could recruit celebrities and teach them how to play in the arena. This way, they could attract people who want to learn to play and those who want to watch their favorite stars. Haenu called Tenny a genius because it was he who had given him the idea. Bear was happy that his talent was recognized. He said goodbye to Tanya and left the game. He wanted his master to teach him something, but he just disappeared. A bad master. Meanwhile, Kyle sat in the restaurant and worked while waiting for his food. It was at this time that he received an email from Han. It was about the idea of bringing in stars for a new concept and a celebrity battle. Kyle liked the idea. The postscript was a request to give the King of Two Masks to his friend Argon. He was very surprised that Haenu wanted to abandon the King of Masks. The show was just getting off the ground, but apparently Mr. Khan definitely saw something more in the new idea. Kyle was already looking forward to the new show. Later, Haenu returned to the game and invited Tenny to a restaurant. He ordered a lot of food for him and started a stream. He announced that he was launching a chatterbox with the winner from the alley and Tony. The bear really wanted to eat rather than talk, so Haenu let him eat and enjoy. The guy has been streaming for over a month, so today he would like to talk to the audience. They could ask questions and get answers to any questions. There were a lot of questions. He didn't have time to read them, but it was good that there were so many. He decided to save the most interesting ones for later. The first question he answered was, how are things in the arena? He is currently hunting on the Heijin mountain range. Recently, he found a dungeon there, and soon there will be a new video about it. To get the audience interested, he showed a small preview. Then he chose a question about how to quickly raise the level. Haenu said that he simply hunted a lot, but there was no exact answer. After answering, he noticed a question about how to learn to hunt so well. Haenu thought it was a similar question, so he decided not to answer it. The next question he chose was whether it was difficult for him to conduct single duels. The viewer who asked it once tried it and his heart almost stopped. The guy replied that people are different, but there is no reason to worry, because he always comes out on top. Finally, among a bunch of different questions, he asked how to get a gold medal. He was waiting for it. In the comments, viewers wrote that you can exchange items or substitute for someone. Haenu said that it wasn't very fair, but he could work as a substitute knight. Since all his viewers are good, he said that he had prepared a new concept for them. Professional lessons from the winner from the alley. Gold medal is easy. Studying with him without problems and no problems. If anyone is interested, they can contact his representative, Nike. Haenu is looking forward to receiving applications from viewers. The reaction was overwhelming, which surprised Hen. Viewers started sending donations. Haenu stood up from the table and bowed to the audience to thank them for their donations. He thanked the largest donors separately, although it was not to be expected. The winner from the alley is the strongest of all the top runners and pro gamers. His performance shocked everyone. Therefore, to be noticed and recognized, people began to send him gold. Henu constantly thanked the viewers and reminded them to send their suggestions to the... He decided to go back to answering questions. Henu spent the next 3 hours answering questions. It felt like he was being interrogated by the police. The identity of the winner from the alley began to be revealed a little. As a result, rumors began to circulate again about who was hiding behind the mask. The viewers were able to determine that he was 23 years old. He was definitely a black sorcerer, and his magic was at the 2nd level. His stream was coming to an end, and Henu was exhausted. People were asking a lot of questions, so he asked for a few last questions. A player with the nickname I'm Super Pro sent 9,999 gold, so Henu decided to answer his question. He would like to fight with Pro, and asked the viewers if they would be interested in. Once the audience started talking about it, it was as if Henu had accidentally mentioned that he had watched A World yesterday and learned something. One gamer claimed that everything on the King of Two Masks was staged, that he just felt sorry for him during the battle. Hyun would like to make it clear that he accepts his challenge and is ready to fight the so-called pro, checkmate, Jong Hanbok. Now it wasn't enough for Hyun to be disgraced on the king. His goal is to completely destroy Jong so that no one will even think of calling him a pro. After the stream ended, the entire community. The arena was once again filled with heated discussions about what had happened. JT got a lot of flack from the winner's fans. Many have begun to discuss them publicly and not always in a polite manner. Henu was pleased with this result, and it's a shame he hadn't done it before. While he was in the mood, he decided to, but suddenly received a message from Seokjun. He invited him to the demon's dungeon, although the guy thought that only a monk could go there. He asked why they needed help, as it seemed that their guild had enough members. Kim explained that they needed 3 participants to enter, and that Hyun was the right person for the job. Henu realized that he needed 2 assistants. At first, he thought he wouldn't be interested. But when Kim wrote that the guy had lost his spirit of adventure, he thought about it. And eventually, the guy agreed, and they were to meet at the entrance. Seokjun was going to make a cool video and check if Hyun was worthy of being in their guild. Kim asked Chung if he would mind if Hyun joined them. He said yes. Meanwhile, they reached the entrance to the dungeon. It was time to see if he was worthy of a place in their new light guild. Henu had already reached the meeting place. The place seemed very strange, and he was surprised that there could be a dungeon here. Kim saw Hyun and started waving at him. The boy came closer, and Kim realized that Chung and Hyun had never met before in their lives. Kim introduced Kang Jung as his right-hand man. Hyun had already heard of him. Junggu was very excited to meet Kang Hyun Woo. The guy thought that a lot of people already know his real name, but they are more allies than enemies, so it's okay. Henu asked Chunggu to speak to him informally because he was older than him. At first, Chunggu said he would like to, but there was a catch, and then asked if he could use his first name. Then they went to the entrance, and the guy asked how they knew about him. Kim replied that a member of their guild had found him. A message was displayed asking if they wanted to enter the Rotan dungeon. It said that 3 people were required to enter. Henu thought that if it required 3 people, then there were 2 options. Either the dungeon necessarily required 3 pairs of hands, or it was very difficult. When they entered the dungeon, they saw many orcs. They were orc slaves from Rotan, and their level was not known. Kim and Junggu immediately rushed to attack. Kim asked Hyun to take care of the buffs. Henu calls Tengyu and asks him for buffs. For some reason, Tenny was annoyed and asked him not to talk to him like that. He already knew what to do. Tenny did his job. Jungguo was surprised that his pet had such a high level of buffs. That was probably why Henu had brought him. Bear asked Hyun where they were. As he watched Kim and Chung fight, he noticed that they were very strong. He asked Hyun if he knew them. Tenny said that his father had once given these pagans a hand. He remembered for sure that they had a lot of sacred power and were bad with fire. For Hen, this was useful information. He asked Shadow to use the fireball against the orcs. He destroyed everyone who was here at once. Kim and Young were surprised because it happened so fast that they didn't realize how it happened. Besides, they did not expect such a cute bear to have buffs and magic. Looks can be deceiving. Henu told them that fire and sacred power weaken orcs. Kim was surprised that the boy knew this, because they were all here for the first time. The guy admitted that Tenny had taught him. He knows about the bosses of this dungeon. The boss of this dungeon is a local vampire. You could say he's a self-proclaimed baron. Kim realized that Roten was a vampire. There's almost no information about vampires. And he's a baron. How strong is he? This could only be found out when they met him, so they started to move further through the dungeon. When they reached the door, they thought it was the boss's room. It took them 4 hours to get here. You could say they got here quickly. Suddenly, Tenny called Henna and said that there was something wrong and that he had to look at it immediately. There was a gap in the floor. When he looked in, he saw trolls. Under them was another room, then another floor. Hyun told the boys about it, and Kim immediately realized that it was a multi-level dungeon. A multi-level dungeon, unlike the usual ones, is divided into several floors. With each floor, the difficulty increased, but the rewards improved. Henu said it would probably take another 10 hours to hunt. Chungu was tired and Tenny was angry. They didn't want to spend so much time here. Hyun came to the door and said that he had been covering their rear before, so this time he would go forward. Kim decided to take a break for a while. When they entered the room, they saw the warden of the first dungeon, Rotan. His level was unknown, and he was holding a huge sledgehammer. Henu immediately rushed to attack him. The guy immediately inflicted serious injuries on the warden. He was put in many states of freezing and was bleeding. With each blow, the state changed. It's a good thing that Henu had a custom Grassel mask made. I had to finish him off before the curse ended. While Hyun was fighting, Chung and Seokjun watched him and made sure he would fit in with their team. Meanwhile, Henu defeated the warden of the first dungeon, Roten, and gained experience. And right after that, Kim invited him to join their guild. He didn't think he should be on his own. What good is sauce if you don't eat it with something? Even promised the best content. Together, they could definitely be the first in the whole arena, and Chungu would like to work with Heng. He realized that they had been planning this from the beginning. We need to change the subject now. Hyun promised to think about it, and Kim immediately realized that he didn't like the idea, because the guy didn't even fight with Kim at the King of Two Masks. It looks like he's just not comfortable just being with Kim. Chung said that Hyun should be given some time. Chungu and Kim pretended to be very upset, and the guy said that if he joined a guild, it would definitely be a New World guild. He didn't have any plans for the time being, but if he did, he would definitely contact Kim. Hyun decided that it was better to say that for now. Kim agreed that before joining the guild, he had to think it through. And when he promised Kim would not be tortured, they decided to go explore the other floors of the dungeon. Hyun didn't like this reaction. When Kim and Chungwoo moved away from Hyun, Chungwoo said that he wrote down everything Hyun said, specifically the part where he promised to join the guild. It was a trap, because you still have to choose a guild in the arena. That means the time will come when Henu will come to them. After going a little further, they met the second guard and quickly destroyed him. Hyun opened the passage and asked if they would go straight to the third floor. Kim said yes, it was better to avoid all the trolls. They're just a waste of time. Eventually, they reached the third dungeon of Rotan. The room they entered looked different. Perhaps it was the last one. The dungeon boss, the vampire, must be behind the door. A bunch of red eyes began to glow on the ceiling. They were bats that swarmed at the boys. While they were fighting them off, a bunch of monsters appeared in front of them. At first, they seemed to be vampires, but Tenny said they were minions, something between a vampire and a human. Surprised by their number, Chungu said they must be cautious. One of the henchmen said that this place belongs to the Lord of the Night. The vampire Rotan and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Hyun realized that he needed to find their weaknesses. He asked Kim to drink the power elixir because he had an idea. He asked Shadow to go back and rest for a while. The bear was very happy. The henchmen rushed to attack Henu. They surrounded him from all sides, but he launched a breath of fire, and thus a huge pile was destroyed. They were done even sooner than Chungu thought. Henu called Tenny back to them. They went into the next room. In the center of the room was a stone coffin with the boss in it. Kim walked over to the coffin. He told Chung that they had to come up with a plan right away. Hyun agreed with him. It was better to think things through because this was the first time they had ever faced a boss like this. But Kim's didn't want to think too much. He had to get started. He looked at it for a few more seconds and then hit it. Chung said that Kim flails his legs again and then thinks, when Kim broke the coffin, at first he thought it was empty. They thought he had done something wrong. Maybe it was a hidden room. Suddenly a man with pointed ears and blonde hair appeared in front of Kim. He was very sleepy and asked who had disturbed his sleep. Seokjun immediately started to punch the vampire, but he was so strong that he stopped his fist with his hand. He said that while he was sleeping, a few flies had started to fly in his kingdom, and all his henchmen had died. Kim was angry that the vampire called him a fly. The vampire obviously wanted to taste his fist. Then the vampire used a bloody shield. Seokjun was blown away by the blood wave. Blood waves began to appear in his room. Kim was able to stand upright. Chungu wondered if he was okay, but the man replied that he was not injured. The vampire added that it was still unpleasant. His full name was Viscount Vampire Roten Saynod. His level was unknown. He needs to deal with the guys. A blood circle began to appear around his leg. A few seconds later, he screamed bloody field and blood drops began to appear from the floor. The boys began to be affected by the bloody field of Rotan. Their stats and mana decreased by 20%. Hyun asked Kim what he wanted to do. Finish him off quickly or play around for a while. The man wanted to take care of the vampire as quickly as possible, so the three of them had to attack. Henu asked Tenny to give him buffs, but he had to try harder because the vampire Roten was a very dangerous opponent. The guys started to attack, but Roten closed himself with a bloody shield. Kim approached and tried to break through the shield. He succeeded. Now he would hit in a completely different way. He still had a lot of holy power. Roten was confident that his blood shield would be able to handle her, so Kim shouldn't be so sure of himself. At this time, Henu was approaching Rotan. He noticed that the boy's sword was sharpened. He was even amused that he was attacking with it. But when the sword struck him, there was no laughter. Rotan realized that this lunge was the same as the one of the knight Kion. This made the vampire angry, and he launched a bloody sphere. Tenny approached him and asked why he kept adding bloody to everything. Rotan has been living in the world for a long time and should definitely remember Shadow. He used to be a thunderstorm of bloodsuckers like him. Roten asked him to be quiet, surprised that the boy had been brought here as a pet. The vampire was annoyed when Tenny called him an animal, so he grew in size and slammed the vampire's head against the wall. When Roten raised his head, he said that they were serious about defeating him and that he would have to make them his new henchmen. The boys were very surprised because Rotan's nose was bleeding. He asked why they were so surprised. They started laughing a lot because his nose was bleeding and he was bragging and pretending to be strong. Rotan wiped his nose and said that the guys were stupid because it was not a nosebleed, but bloody snot. But soon everyone here will be covered in the blood of the boys. They thought he was the one with the skill. Kim said that Roten should be dealt with in the style of the New World Guild. Chungu just laughed because Kim's only style is to be stronger. Wiping his nose with a napkin, Roten thought what a circus this was. He didn't want to admit it, but these people were dangerous to him. We need to figure out if they use such techniques, then he should too. Rotunda was going to launch a huge blood wave into the guys. This blood of the dead here. Now the guys had to try to survive here. As soon as he wanted to launch a blood wave at the guys, Tenny approached him and used his roar. Rotan suffered damage to his internal organs. Hyun-woo ran up to the vampire and started beating him. Then Seok-jun ran over to destroy the vampire as quickly as possible. Having increased his strength with buffs, he began to hit harder than before. Chungu wanted to help them, but when he saw the boys using all their tricks and skills, and in the end they succeeded, Kim managed to defeat the vampire Viscount, Roten Saynod. Hyun was very surprised that it would be so easy. It's good that they have holy power. All stats increased by 50 units. Also, Henu received the title of Viscount Vampire Killer. He asked if Seok-jun had gotten it as well. The man replied that he had only gotten to the 198th level. It took him a week to go from 196 to 197, and in just one day, he was able to go up to 198. Now, the difference between him and the first place in the ranking is not so great. Henu thought that the man was very fond of competitions. At this time, Tenny shouted that the equipment was falling out. They were the first to receive Rotan gloves. They restored health by 5% of the damage. Next came the ceremonial cloak of Rotan, worn by the vampire Vicomte, Roten Saynod. Then the heart, consisting of the essence of a vampire Viscount. When using the race, the player changes to a vampire, is the last book of entry-level black magic skill cards to drop. With its help, the player can become a sorcerer. Chung and Kim told Hyun to take all these things as a thank you for their help, but they couldn't use them either. Hyun put on a cape but said he shouldn't share everything, but Kim insisted. If he's happy, they're happy. It was a gift for him. He must remember it when he joins the guild. Hyun said that he and Tenny would only take the book and gloves and give the rest to Kim and Chung, but the men made it clear that they did not want the items. The guy had to go, so he said a short goodbye and left the game. Kim did his best, and he took the best things. In the evening, Hen was at home when Kyle called him. He wanted to know if they had decided on the participants. He said that there were 8 candidates, all of them public, but they decided to keep only 3, namely Dwayne Evanson, a Hollywood star, Christina, a British diva, and Lou, a Korean-born Hollywood star. Henu did not even expect such superstars. He thought it would be streamers. Kyle recommended choosing Dwayne Evanson. He's the most famous, and Kyle had a good feeling about him. The man is very well known for his roles in action movies, but in the battle he could not even get a bronze medal. Kyle assumed that he was not as good in real life as he was in the movies. We decided to focus on him. So tomorrow he will be in the room at 5 o'clock Korean time. After the conversation ended, Henu decided to look up information about Dwayne Evanson to get to know him better before the first meeting. To his surprise, all the news about Dwayne was related to the victorious one from the alley. One of the most famous Hollywood stars wanted to meet him. It seemed strange to Han. He could not believe that they would actually meet tomorrow in the hall. The next day, as agreed, Henu was waiting for him at the gym. He sent the name of the room and the password and waited for Dwayne to show up. Meeting a person of this level, and a fan before that, the guy's hands are shaking with excitement. Finally, the man showed up. When Henu returned, he saw Kyle and they met for the first time in the arena. A few seconds later, Dwayne himself appeared. He said he was very happy to meet the winner. He introduced himself and held out his hand to shake. Henu was surprised because he thought he might not come. Henu shook his hand in return and introduced himself. He never imagined that he would have to shake hands with a world star, even if it was in a game. Dwayne added that he was excited to become a student of his first set. It is an honor for him. Henu was completely disheveled. He even asked to take a photo with Tenny. While they were being photographed, the guy could not understand how it happened that the Hollywood star was seriously his fan. Henu started talking about the stream. Over the next 2 days, they will be studying PvP combat for 3 hours each. Dwayne said he was eager to learn it. His body hadn't been properly trained for a long time. Han needs to know something before they start. Why, as an action movie star, is Dwayne ranked 67,342,332 on the... The man did not know the answer himself. He was not very good at PvP battles. He thought melee combat was an element, but it was not. He uses the pack style. He is characterized by striking with his limbs. 100% of the power of his attacks is realized without weapons. When the blow is delivered with something other than fists, the damage increases to 300%. This was the first time Henu had heard of Pakta. It's a rare style. And with 300% attack potential, isn't that cheating? He decided to show his style in action. A mannequin appeared. Dwayne stood in front of them and began to stretch. Then he began to demonstrate his technique. Now Henu realized why, despite having such a cool style, he couldn't increase his rating. The guy started a stream and greeted the audience. Today he is opening the Winners Academy. He asked not to be surprised because today there will be interesting guests. Viewers in the comments were waiting for streamers or did not believe that anything interesting would happen. He went on to introduce the first student of their academy, and then Dwayne Evans, a Hollywood superstar, appeared. Everyone was delighted in the comments. First, they showed Dwayne's rating to the audience. They wouldn't believe it otherwise. He was 67,342,332. Dwayne himself thought it was strange, and the audience was even more surprised that he was so low. Henu asked the viewers if they were interested in why Dwayne had such a rating. Right now, they will start the first lesson at the Winners Academy. Then Dwayne's rival appeared. At first, we had to test the student's skills one by one. His opponent was a robot man of the latest development with a sword in his hands. The man was confident of his victory, so he rushed to attack his opponent. Henu had already seen the student's skills and was sure that the audience would now understand the reason for such a low rating. Dwayne's specialty is Pak-2. This is a fighting style that uses elbows, knees, and other body parts as weapons. Henu asked the audience who they thought would win if the fighters had the same stats. In the comments, and viewers immediately realized that there was no difference at all. Meanwhile, the human robot was already actively attacking Dwayne. The whole problem was his technique. Packed fighters use only close combat tactics. This means that they are not able to simultaneously defend and attack at full strength. Henu saw that the man was losing, so he asked him to stop fighting. He could have died in the first lesson. The guy asked what the biggest disadvantage of the pact was, despite its great strength. Pact cannot withstand magic. You can learn magic control and develop in this direction, but when magic leaves your hand, you immediately become weaker. Dwayne didn't even realize it. The only way out was to change his fighting style. But Henu said it was better to develop what we already had. If he learns the correct way to conduct PvP combat and other tactics, he will realize that the pact is a very favorable style. The guy came out to demonstrate in a fight with a human robot. The robot began to attack, and Henu was preparing to show the first way to win from the pact, and added that it was better to do nothing. After that, he neutralized the robot with just one punch. No one realized what had happened or noticed when Henu threw the punch. One viewer wrote to tell everyone to look at his fist. Henu knew that at least one player would notice. Dwayne was not the one who understood and explained to Han that he needed to do nothing. For some, their fighting style looks like just game control, turn-based attack and defense. But if you look closely, is it really what options users have when they say that the arena is a turn-based game? Dwayne assumed that it was attack and defense, but it wasn't. If it was all about attacking and defending, Arena would be just another game like any other, and the strongest would win. That's why it's better to focus on different things. Attack, defense, skills, skill leveling, break, run, and so on. In turn-based games, there are many choices that affect the sequence. In PvP battles, they decide for themselves what is needed to win, and the best choice in this case is to do nothing. He could see that the robot was reacting to the guy's movements, anticipating that he might attack him. So he decided to back away, and made the only correct decision to do nothing. That is why the robot's attack based on a guess had no effect. In other words, the mannequin made a wrong move, and Hank lost 3 to 5/10 of a second to move away. This is the perfect time to attack. This is the best way to lunge during a PvP battle and the best way to gain time. The second important thing is the customization of the items. Henu came closer and began to look at Dwayne. His items were very aggressive. In Ace PvP, balance is very important if you have something to attack with, but nothing to defend with. It's not balance. Dwayne thought that he needed to invest in strength right away. Henu asked if the man realized that the sorcerer would be weak without his magic and without protection. This was the third problem. Henu continued the lecture. He helped with tips on PvP battles and told us about Dwayne's mistakes. No one had ever told Dwayne how to do anything before. Criticism, help, feedback for superstar Dwayne Johnson turned out to be very interesting. Dwayne thought the winner was cool and really hoped he could help other viewers. In the comments, one of the viewers asked him to reveal other secrets. Hen was surprised by this, as he had already told a lot. The class was over for the day. People started writing in the comments that guilds don't teach this. When Henu saw this, he asked us not to mention the guilds. There was a strange atmosphere in the chat, but he didn't create it, so everything should be fine. At the next lesson with Dwayne, they will continue to practice in real life. That was the end of the stream. Henu left the game and was very hungry, so he immediately went to the kitchen. Enchen came up to him and asked what he had done. The boy did not understand what he was talking about. He showed the guy the comments from people who said that the winner was great and now they would only follow him, and the guilds were not very helpful. Henu was surprised that the revision came out so quickly, but it had nothing to do with him because they don't discuss him in a bad way. Enchen, seeing that Henu didn't understand, asked if this wasn't an attempt to create problems with the other guilds. The guy understood his friend's excitement, but he knew what he could do with these guilds. Let them only try to be indignant. Meanwhile, in the game, guild member Mano Patrick came to the main Marco and told him that everything was very bad, even worse. On the stream of the winner from the alley, many people wrote horrible comments about them. They didn't think it was a deliberate setup by the player. Marco was very angry because he had never liked the winner from the alley. But Patrick convinced him that it had nothing to do with the guy. It was the commenters themselves who began to compare his streaming style with theirs. Macro recalled how the winner had destroyed their players and decided that he himself needed to be destroyed. Patrick suggested making more useful content like the winner. If he does such streams now, they will soon have no viewers left at all. You can't stay at the same level. But Marco wouldn't listen to anything. He kept saying that the winner was a liar. Probably Rain was helped by Nike to win, and this time someone is clearly behind him. He told them to stop streaming and focus on the script. It was better for their guild. Marco thought that if they came up with something interesting, the audience would come back again. Patrick thought that if he ignored their PvP streams and the main scenario, it would be a terrible result. Hen's tutorial video made a lot of noise in the arena community, and the result was not quite what Henu expected. It was like a bolt from the blue. The announcement of special arena updates dedicated to the 3rd anniversary has been published. The message said that the first place in the ranking had reached level 200 and they were introducing a global patch. It's a shame that Han didn't get the top spot. Further, it was stated that this patch will add a new contingent for the best players, a large number of updates for guilds, and several regular events. So many things. Enchan was angry because he realized this update was directly for Hyun. The guy, meanwhile, was very pleased because the first update in honor of the 3rd anniversary sounded interesting. New content created specifically for users, adding a 3rd specialization. Probably for the 3rd specialization, the minimum required level is 200. It was not clear what the conditions for rare specializations were. It's hard to imagine what kind of requests LeBron would have. Second, the siege style has been updated. From now on, Users or guilds will also be able to get castles. It will be possible to lay siege to them even if the players are not sports players. But to take possession of a castle, you need the title of Baron or higher or the title of Imperial Depositor. It's a good thing that Hen has all these titles. And third, new content aimed at revitalizing the foster care system that have not received the necessary development before. This means that there will be battles of pets. And as in any battle system, they will have season winners and accordingly huge rewards. Henu was very excited about the Battle of the Pets because it's perfect for Tenny. In addition, a special event is being held in honor of the opening of the Pets battles. A detailed explanation would be released later. Henu was already looking forward to it. Tenny would definitely not miss out on first place. He needed to train it, even though he had already fed it a few elixirs. Anshin wondered if he should get a pet too. Later, Henu returned to the game. He had an unfinished quest, Monster Wave, and didn't know how to complete it. He thought about going to Seogjun because he was experienced in such cases, but then changed his mind because the man would ask to join the guild again. Tenny, who was sitting on his shoulder, heard the sounds and told Hen about it. They hid behind a tree and noticed a huge eagle. The boy didn't even know that they existed here, and he didn't know that they had such a pattern, and then realized that he was the key to completing his quest. The ogre spotted Shadow and Hen and rushed to attack with his stick, but as soon as he hit Hen and Shadow flew away. The guy thought that the organ had plenty of strength, so he needed to attack to stun it and then finish it off. By launching the cursed sword from the bracelet, he only charged the ogre with black magic and increased its damage by 2. The guy was shocked but not confused and flyingly inflicted wounds on the ogre all over his body. Despite the strength of the attack, his armor was weak. But suddenly, the orc started attacking back. The guy could have caught him right away, but then the game would be over immediately, so it's better to drag it out. Tenny watched with a gully on his head. Henu said he would finish the ogre himself and asked the bear to wait. The bear was only too happy to do so. Usually the owner would use the pet to the end, but here he told it to rest. In any case, the owner can never be changed. After a while, Henu finally defeated the ogre. His experience was credited, his level increased, and his energy and mana were restored. It's been a long time since Henu has had so much fun, but suddenly he got an extra quest. He guessed that the secret was in this quest. He didn't get any items, but at least now he could complete the quest. So he went to the herald. Meanwhile, LeBron was meditating in his mansion. He asked why the herald had come to him. The man thought he would only see him at his funeral. LeBron's character hasn't changed at all. This answer surprised LeBorn, who wondered where the captain could have gotten it from, and told him not to die from a bunch of complaints. Harold asked for LeBron's support in the fortress. He was the one who was needed there. He needed support. Dark forces had gathered over their empire. LeBron concluded that the captain had come to borrow money. LeBron asked how his student was doing because he was perfect for this task. The herald understood why LeBron accepted the adventure as a student, but did not think he was on his level. At this time, Henu came over and heard everything that was said about him. He said that his request was out of line and that he was complaining. Isn't it a shame to come to the capital unannounced? The herald was surprised to see the boy and asked why he was here. Henu told him that he had come to meet the emperor, and he had one more thing to do. He didn't find the cause of the wave of monsters, but he did meet an ogre with a tattoo that had become stronger through the use of dark magic. Maybe the wave of monsters has something to do with it. LeBron immediately realized it was a monster by the tattoos. He showed me his tattoo and asked if it was the same. Henu confirmed it. LeBron thought the uprising in the castle was just a cover. Apparently, the Dark Wizard had moved on. They want the whole empire, or more precisely, to attack the imperial family. They urgently went to meet with His Majesty. Now the fate of the empire is being decided. Hen was called to go as well. He was surprised that they had become so kind. Where was his reward? When they entered the emperor's court, they immediately told him everything. The emperor asked if they needed support to destroy the Dark Wizard. At first, the emperor did not realize that he was the target of the Dark Chakuln. The herald emphasized that they were coming for him and needed his help to prevent trouble. LeBron said that everything is very bad and he needs to be protected because he is the son of the empire. He wants to kill the horrible people who oppose them. For some reason, the emperor began to be capricious, like a small child. He asked the herald to take the throne and let him run the fortress. What's the point of letting such a talent go to waste in the middle of nowhere? LeBron thought the emperor was very problematic. Meanwhile, he continued, he could send them to defend Fortress Lattice instead. They all irritated him. Then he pointed his finger at Hen and ordered him to take responsibility for everything that was happening. He even gave him a reward and immediately threw something at the boy. Thus, the strange monster task was completed. Henu received an imperial gift. With it, he can go to the library and get a real reward. With it, you could get a book with a skill in the imperial library. Henu was very excited, as he had very few skill books. It is true that the emperor gives the best rewards. LeBron called Hina. He said he had to talk to him. Immediately after his conversation with Emperor Henu, he went to the library. There he met with Diamond Mountain, a librarian. Henu introduced himself and said that His Majesty had said that he could get a book with a skill here. The man opened the library door for Henu to choose a book with a skill. He realized that Henu was LeBron's student and that he had a nice skill related to his teacher. Their library contains many books about the secret skylines of the empire and the entire eastern continent. Henu was delighted with the pile of books. The librarian allowed him to look at them as long as he wanted. He walked over to the shelf and began to read the titles of the books. There was the Crescent Sword, the Middle Cut, the Dragon Sphere, the Seven Stars, the Magic Flash, the Fire Sphere. Even from the name, it was clear that these were cool skill sets. The question was which one he would choose, and there was nothing to offend him. Unexpectedly, among all the books, he noticed one that was not at all suitable for the arena. The Book of the 10 Dark Heavens. This is dark magic. It probably referred to a dark martial art. Henu mentioned that he had read about such books, and here is one of them. This is the original source. After some thought, he chose it to delve into dark magic. He immediately received a new skill. He could now use the magic of the 10 dark skies, and his attribute was changed to dark. It was so awesome that he screamed. Demida Martin asked me to be quiet in the library. Magic increase, a new skill, a dark attribute, and Henu could now increase his tutors. Suddenly, he received a message about a new quest. It was not just a book with a skill, but also a quest. It is unlikely that he will deal with it quickly, given the level. And there was no information at all. Henu decided to postpone it until later, when he had explored the continent. In any case, it was very good because the castle quests are always generously rewarded. When he left the library, Han was in a great mood. LeBron was already waiting for him and couldn't help but notice. He thought that Henu spent all day practicing and playing. LeBron asked the guy if he was in the guild. He had a task he couldn't do alone and needed reliable players. Henu said that he knew some of the guys, and he also made friends with the New World Guild on the same mission. LeBron was surprised that Henu had friends. He was hurt by this because he actually has a lot of friends. And he started counting everyone, and it turned out to be more than 8 people. LeBron realized that the guy was not only hunting. Hank got a new quest. LeBron asked him to gather all his friends to go to Mount Hedgens. He also asked for information about the uprising from the Imperial Rangers. This was the main scenario quest. And not a month had passed since the last quest. A quest that is difficult even for LeBron, which means he will definitely need the help of others. But there will be a fight for participation in a quest with such a level. Henu said he had to prepare well, so he had to leave. As he approached the door, he said that next time he would not come as a Knight of Kion, but with a higher rank. Meanwhile, Chungu and Seokjun were on the hunt. When all the orgs were destroyed, Seokjun sat on one of them brooding. Hyun wrote to him about an interesting job that had come up, is about the main scenario. He has already completed 5 of its quests. At the same time, Kate received this message and told her guild. The next day, Henu and Enchan had lunch together. He had already settled with the New World Guild and the Pioneer, and there was only one problem left. Kwan Young-chan. What can I say to him? He always supported him and was there for him. But the main script is not up to his level, and how to tell him that without offending him. As soon as Henu started to speak, Enchan interrupted him and said that his guild would have a hard time pulling off the main scenario. Henu was surprised, but said he didn't mean it. Enchan still knew that this was the case. Henu is afraid that they will not shake up the level of the big guilds and die in the process. He asked why the boy was so surprised. Maybe he thought his friend would beg him. Besides, he was busy being the king of 2 masks. He didn't need the main script. Henu was very happy with this reaction. He was going to repay him for his kindness. Later, the New World Guild and the Pioneers met in the same place. Kate was surprised that Kim had come here. Apparently, their leader and the winner knew each other. Led by Hinu, they came to meet with Captain Karen of the Imperial Rangers. He had already been informed about Hinu. The man asked who Henu came with. He replied that they were adventurers who had come to help deal with the wave of monsters. Among them are several craftsmen. Karen thought that there were definitely more than a few. They all looked strong enough. Suddenly, all the participants received a quest message. The man said that the monsters on the mountain ridge are special. Their bodies are covered with tattoos. Kate and Hen received a new quest and were looking forward to an interesting hunt. Henu told them to hunt until the quest was over and suggested that they split up and kill monsters for a common contribution. Kate was excited about the main scenario. Seok-jun offered to bet on who would kill the most monsters and find out who was the best hunter. Henu gladly agreed to make a bet because he was sure of his victory. After that, they immediately went hunting. In a short time of hunting, Henu destroyed 23 monsters and got a new level. He was already at level 137. He had 8 permanent skins and 5 active ones. His skill also increased significantly. He had a good workout today. The guy suggested that Tanya should call it a day. A bear found a bag of gold for killing a monster and wanting to get more, reminded the owner of the dispute. Henu replied that he didn't care as long as the others tried hard. The quest would end faster, and he would take the best reward for himself. Tenny was outraged by this statement because it was a lie. The guy still had to publish and conduct training at the academy, and he wondered if he should hunt more so that Tenny could level up as well. Tenny got even angrier because Henu kept changing the subject. In the evening, Henu was sitting at his computer. The video of the victory over Grassel was downloaded, and he decided to read the comments. Among the good comments, he noticed one he didn't like. It said, "I don't know, he had a hard time with this fight." It was written by someone with the nickname African Bird, and then he wrote several more. Henu was already angry. He wondered what right it had to talk to him like that. He immediately realized that this bird was a fan of Jung Han Bak. He blacklisted the African Bird. Meanwhile, JT Telecom sent him a message that he had been blacklisted and could no longer watch videos on the channel. He was so angry that he smashed his keyboard. His friends came to his room to ask what had happened and where the reports came from. Jung laughed nervously and said he was just laying down the keyboard. Jung Hanbuk A-World, 80, an African Bird. He was angry that he was not allowed to express his opinion and promised himself to kill the jerk in the alley. The next day, Henu practiced using black magic. In the training room, there were a bunch of mannequins that he had to destroy. He needed to move quickly using magic, and every time he used this skill, he threw up. It felt like he was drunk, and his body was moving on its own. Henu wanted to learn how to use the skateboard properly. He had 10 minutes to go before meeting Dwayne. He put on his mask and planned to try to practice using this skill a few more times. As soon as Henu tried to use magic again, the man came earlier and greeted him. He had a habit of coming in 10 minutes early. Henu wondered if the man had planned to see his real face. He thought that a star of this level was always late. But he is not only a nice person, but also responsible. Hen called the robot to check if Dwayne was training as he told him to. The battle began, with one man striking the other. Henu was surprised because the tactics of the battle had improved. His movements became lighter. He was definitely practicing, not resting all this time. Henu was afraid that his first student would not be as diligent, and his program would end. He turned out to be a great first student. Dwayne defeated the human robot. It was an amazing sight. No one would have believed that Dwayne was the player from last week. He should have won a medal for sure. This required some more work, and moving up from 67,342,332 levels. The guy started the stream and greeted the audience. This is the second graduation of the Winners Academy from the alley. Today he met with his student Dwayne again. Dwayne continued to climb the rankings, and they will fight and get feedback from the audience. Henu said that the audience will be very surprised to see Dwayne's new skills. He even offered to bet that if Dwayne won bronze, there would be no streams for 2 weeks, and if he lost at least once, there would be 4 streams in the next 2 weeks. The audience was pleased and agreed. Henu emphasized that this was not a recording, so that they could not say that it did not happen. Henu went back to Dwayne to see if he was ready to start, but he didn't see what he wanted to see. The man was confident when he fought the robot, because it was just a practice run. Also, he was not sure he could get a bronze in such a short time. Henu didn't understand why the man was so suddenly confused. Now he needs to concentrate on the main scenario, because if he has to do as many streams as he wants in the next 2 weeks, he won't have time for anything else. Dwayne has to win. Henu asked if Dwayne was human. Of course he loved the bear. There wasn't a person who didn't think he was cute. The boy decided to use it. He promised to give him a bear for 1 hour if he won. Dwayne had already imagined touching and playing with Tanya. Meanwhile, the bear suddenly frightened. Henu announced Dwayne's first battle. He switched to the arena presenter mode and asked to watch carefully. The first opponent appeared. He was wearing armor, which means his class is knight. He wondered how exactly Dwayne would fight him. All the man could think about was how to concentrate. The fight began. Dwayne managed to dodge all the attacks, which angered his opponent. Dwayne realized that his opponent was using magic. He remembered that the winner had taught him that if the opponent used a magic sword, he should dodge. When he loses mana, then it's time to strike. Dwayne did just that. If your opponent uses skill, It is better to move to a safe distance and wait for the best moment to use your skill. There's no need to rush. If it doesn't work the first time, it will work the second or third time. Dwayne followed all the tips and won with ease. The viewers in the comments were surprised, but Henu knew it would happen. Dwayne is a global action star. He is much better than a simple mountain of muscles. Perhaps his weakness in the arena is due to his popularity. He didn't have enough time to get used to the game and train in real battles. And now Dwayne has an understanding of how the game works. If he can use all his skills and strength in a balanced way, he will win. Dwayne was surprised that the victory came so easily to him. The battles continued. Henu asked the viewers if they could verify that in just 1 week, Dwayne was 67,272, 932 the fee in the rankings. Meanwhile, Dwayne already had 9 wins. Henu was very happy and congratulated his student. Now he was already at 42.272.932 in the ranking. Bronze would be at 9.999.999. He was improving quickly, because their goal was to get bronze. Henu said that Dwayne was a monster who had won 9. The motivation was powerful until the next opponent appeared. Over his head, they saw that he had 13 wins in a row. For Hen, the main scenario was important now because it is very important to take time to plan a strategy. But why did a knight appear to replace him? Dwayne's probably going to be confused right now. The man reasoned that his opponent had 4 more victories than he had now. Surprisingly, he knew Dwayne was determined. He wanted to get better and get a more prestigious medal. He had to believe in himself and in the words of the winner from the alley. Today, he was a winning machine. Henu realized that the man did not know who the replacement knights were. The battle began. The replacement knight immediately began to attack. He dodged his blows, but the trajectory of the sword adapted to Dwayne's movements. And if he didn't defend himself, there would be disaster. Now he understands why he has 14 wins. He's on a completely different level than his previous rivals. Dwayne began to remember how Henu had told him how to defeat someone who could not be defeated. He decided to do just that. The knight was confident of his victory. He had a strange selection of players today and wanted to play with it, so he swung to destroy the player. But Dwayne used his hands to deflect the blow of his sword. The knight was shocked because he did not know that the man would make a contract. While the opponent was shocked, Dwayne threw a bunch of different strikes. Eventually, he fell into a state of numbness due to the lion's breath skill. Dwayne continued to attack with various techniques. In the end, he won. Henu was very happy that he defeated the replacement knight and the man really didn't know who it was. This knight has at least a silver medal, which means that Dwayne definitely doesn't have a bronze anymore. Thanks to 19 wins in a row, Dwayne became much stronger and he got rid of the title of loser. When he started training at the academy, he never thought he would get a medal higher than his own. Dwayne thanked the alleyway winner for meeting him because it made the impossible possible. If someone is not good at duels, they can enter the academy. The experience in the arena will change. Henu praised Dwayne for his perseverance, and they shook hands. That was the end of it, as he and Dwayne had achieved their goal. The next stream will be on Monday in a week. Henu is very happy because now he can focus on the main script. Meanwhile, in Mano's guild, Marco was furious that Henu had started the 5th main scenario first and a quest to boot. It was supposed to be their guild. He yelled at Patrick because he was the only one in the room. A lot of money had already been spent. Patrick apologized and said it was all his fault. Marco asked who did it, the New World Guild or the Pro Gamers. Patrick said that he was the first to open the 5th scenario and received the winning quest from the alley. The NPC told him that a masked player was the first to come and get the quest on LeBron's orders. Marco ordered to assemble the expedition now. The winner may have been the first to discover the scenario, but they could be the first to complete it. The winner had to pay for everything he did to them. Let's go back to Hank. He was in the woods and met someone unknown in a long cloak. The guy thought it was a fan who found him. It was a girl who told me that the black sorcerer was using some new power, and when the quest appeared, he decided to organize a performance again. He was told that she had information about the quest, so he came to the meeting, but everything that happened seemed strange. The main thing was that the group of suppliers was called Al-Keel, and its leader was Edward. After that, the girl asked if he would accept her friend request. Henu did not promise her that. He apologized because they didn't know each other at all. She took off her hood to meet him, but Henu did not recognize her. He was about to leave when the girl started shouting indignantly at him for not recognizing her. She came closer to the guy and said that he should definitely turn her in. The guy thought her face looked familiar. She said her name was Sonia, and she was a streamer. Sonia is a reporter and one of the most famous A-World streamers. She was one of the first to learn about the arena and changes within the game, so her streams were nicknamed the Evening News. Now Henu remembers where he saw her. Her streams have been canceled because of the suppliers. Quincy was told it was a bug. Henu thought that Sonia had information and could be trusted. They should take the opportunity to find out more information. He apologized for not recognizing her right away and offered to do a broadcast together after the main script. He would definitely need such an informant. Sony thought that if she did a joint stream with the winner, she would definitely get twice as many viewers. She would make money and take advantage of the fact that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. That was their first meeting. Later, Hanu visited Garanome. He praised the boy for destroying 47 monsters, and now he understood why Leborn accepted him as a student. He thanked them for their help with the monsters, but more was needed. Hanu thought that this quest would continue until all the conditions were met. It was going to be an RPG, but he knew that this task required a special approach. Suddenly, Hanu said that he had found out some very interesting information and had to report. The name of their group is Alkil, and the name of its leader is Edward. Garen was shocked. How could the boy have known this? Hanu realized that the man knew about it. He said that the boy deserved to know the truth. Everyone knows that the Black Wizards are responsible for the uprising, but they are only henchmen. In fact, the real source of the problems is Edward, Captain Alcilla, the only younger brother of the current emperor and second prince. Hanu did not know that the emperor had a younger brother. The man asked him to wait until they sorted it out. In any case, it was Hanu who stopped the first wave of suppliers. Everything was decided when His Majesty gave him the task. If he does not follow the standards, he will have to fight on equal terms with everyone else. If nothing changes, the uprising will begin in a month. Hen had to climb 35 levels in 30 days. The captain decided that he needed some advice and that he would need. The guy had already thought that he would help him gain experience. So he was looking forward to the advice. The Archmage Sefed is wherever this scroll will take him. All he has to do is tell Cephod that he knows about it and get his help. Henu thought that he only needed a messenger, and he could do it in a day. And it's very easy. Time was short, so the boy tore the scroll to move to the meeting with Sefed. Suddenly, Garen said that he had forgotten to say something. It would help him, but it would be very difficult. And he said that Henu should try to come back alive. The boy wondered why the man hadn't said this earlier. He found himself in a classroom. He thought Garen was joking and asked him not to waste his time. Suddenly, a voice said, "Welcome to Rake, the Academy for Beginners of the Ruos Empire." Henu did not understand what Rake and Ruos were. The voice continued to speak. Rake consists of 10 floors. You need to fulfill the condition of a floor to move to the next one. A book appeared on the table. On the ground floor, there would be a test of basic knowledge about the Ruos Empire. I had to read the book and pass the exam. Hen was given 30 minutes to do this. He didn't even think that he would have to learn quickly here as well. Henu took the Ruos history book. It was huge. It was over 300 pages long. He never thought or imagined that he would have to learn quickly here as well. Ruos, the only empire on the continent, it was founded by the first emperor, Akan. At that time, unlike the present, this place was filled with monsters and monsters. Akan fought for the freedom of the people, but the Archmage Ruth suggested that the reason why Akan was able to unite the entire continent was because they were a giant, not a human. As evidence, he claimed that the entire imperial family was strong and tall. But this argument was quickly overridden by the fact that even ordinary people could have the same characteristics as the imperial family. The territory of the Ruos Empire was about half of the continent. The rest was the territory of monsters and monsters. Among the monsters were elves, orcs, dwarves, and so on. Among them, the races that had hostile relations with the empire were the bull elves and lycanthropes. Henu finished the book, and the time for preparation was over. Surprisingly, he was even interested. The test has begun. Hen needs to answer the questions. He had to score more than 80 points. He approached the stone on which the questions were written. He was surprised that he had to write the answers on the stone, because usually people use a pen and a piece of paper. 5 questions were engraved on the stone: the name of the empire, the name of the first emperor, 2 features of the imperial family, the type of monsters that oppose the empire, and the name of the archmage who opposed the empire. Henu couldn't think of anything better than to use his finger to write the answers on the stones, even though there was a pen on the side of the stone. All the answers were correct, and the teleporter took him to the 2nd floor. He was awarded experience and hoped that on the 10th floor, he would be able to get at least 3 more levels. It turned out to be a great place to gain experience. I was wondering what would happen next, but the 2nd floor was no different from the first. LeBron was sitting at the table with his feet up. He asked the guy what he was doing here because he shouldn't be here. He should be on a mountain ridge. The guy replied that Mr. Garin said that Sefed was here and that he needed to see him. This surprised LeBron. He probably didn't want to read the book himself. Henu took off his mask and wanted to understand what it was about. On the first and second floor, you have to solve tests from a book. If you fail, the book changes and everything starts over. LeBron asked if Henu would go with him to Sefed or if he wanted to go to the dungeon. The reward is good. You can get skills, an artifact of the Ruos Empire, and probably some elixirs. The guy wanted to find Sefed. The man had to know that for the boy, the meaning of life was to go through dungeons. LeBron got ready to leave. A teleporter circle appeared in front of him. He wished the boy good luck and disappeared. Meanwhile, Henu answered the questions. They turned out to be correct. He received the award and went to the third floor. The boy was pleased with himself. There's not much difference between the first and the second. All the questions were about culture and art. Even for a beginner, it's very easy. That's just why the answers need to be given in this way, Henu thought. He assumed that writing on the stone was also part of the exam. He went to the third floor and found himself in a laboratory. All items in the lab are designed to assess the level of magic. You need to pour it into 3 balls on the table according to the instructions. You were given an hour to complete this task. He was given the same task at the competition. For Hen, it was easy, because it was then that he set a new record. Archmage Sefed watched what the boy was doing in the other room. He was outraged by what he saw. LeBron was in the room with him. The Archmage began to yell at the man, asking where he knew such a monster. Meanwhile, LeBron was calmly drinking tea at the table. Cephas was also outraged because he sat down in his place. LeBron had told him earlier that the guy was just an adventurer. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to get through the floors so easily. Cephas probably expected Henu to be a wimp. He kept shouting, outraged by the boy's strength. There is no way an adventurer can have so much strength. And LeBron should have known that on the first and second floor, you have to write answers with a pen. Cephas started shouting even louder when he did not understand how the boy had the strength to write answers with his finger. LeBron replied that he also didn't want to look for a pen and wrote with his finger. Next time, you need to leave it in a normal place. Meanwhile, Henu received an award and moved to the third floor. Cephas must have thought that LeBron's student would not be able to. I was wondering how Mason was doing. Today, I especially wanted to see him. Meanwhile, Hen had 54, 13 left before the end of the task, but he finished the test early, received an award, and moved to the fourth floor. All of his magic-related skills became 1 level better. He was very happy to be here. Even if someone had stopped him, he would have come anyway. And indeed, it was very easy for him. LeBron was confident that his student would graduate today. After a while, Henu had already passed the 4th, then the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. He's already at level 144. He's leveled up 4 in this dungeon. He's a good guy. Eventually, he received the award and moved up to the 8th floor. Hen wondered what kind of reward was waiting for him on the 8th floor. On the 8th floor, he was facing a battle with a potential threat to the Empire. He had to try to deal with the monster that would appear and defeat. Dakan appeared before him, but he was not real. A summoned monster is a chimera created from the memories of a student who has come to Rake. It can be weaker or stronger than a real monster. Henu didn't understand why Dakan had appeared out of all of them. He hoped that this one would be weaker than the real one. He immediately called Tenny. Bear asked where they were. He was surprised that it was not the Black Forest. Maybe the boy was still fighting with Dakan. But Henu explained to him that he was a chimera pretending to be him for a test. He asked to destroy this fake. While his muscles were still sore, Tenny wanted to rest, but Henu didn't ask him to fight. He needed buffs. The boy approached the bear and hit it on the head because it made him angry. But he said that next time he would go to fight. First the pet, then the owner. Tenny burst into tears and said that's why he doesn't have a girlfriend, because he is very cruel. The fight was about to begin. Henu had previously lost only to Dakan, and someday there would be a rematch. So now he's going to practice. The start of the battle has been announced. In addition to the buffs, Henu activated his stats. The chimera immediately started attacking, but Henu repelled the attack. The opponent was very strong. It was clear from the first attacks. The chimera must be at least level 180. However, Henu had some attributes, by activating which he would become stronger. After that, he rushed to attack and managed to inflict a scratch. This angered the chimera, and it began to attack. For some reason, the chimera became faster than it was at first. Despite the chimera's deteriorating physical condition, his stature was improving. Henu had only 2 minutes to use the giant's power, and he had to destroy it in time. An active battle continued. It was a fierce battle, but with the help of magic, Henu won. In a copy, the power is imperfect. Henu wonders how much more powerful the real Dakan is. The guy went to the 9th floor. His adventurousness stat immediately increased by 100 points. It had never added more than 1 or 2 points before, and now it increased by 10 points. He liked awards. There were not many floors left. When he got to the 9th floor, he saw the arena again. There he would be able to test how hard his heart was. The battle will be with the people close to him who betrayed him. After fighting him, he will receive an iron heart. Tenny thought that he was very important to his master, so he would fight him. Henu thought that he would have to fight a loved one and receive a reward for killing him. If a father or mother appears here looking after him, he won't be able to kill them. It took several minutes to find the opponent. Eventually he was found, and when Henu saw him, he was shocked. It was Enchan. Tenny was offended and called his master a fool. Well, Arena knew him well. He is a really close friend, a friend who supports Hana, a family that is always on his side. It's really hard to say who he is to the guy. He owes him a lot. But this is a game, and Henu had to win, so he beat Enchan properly. While beating his friend, Henu asked if he was hurt. He hit him hard so that Inachan would thank him later. Inachan shouted that he would not buy the boy a chicken tonight. Watching the fight, Tenny realized that it was good that he was not fighting now. In the end, he won and successfully passed the exam. He was rewarded with a new skill, resilience. Safed was already quite sick of it. He was shouting at the top of his lungs, telling LeBron how the guy had mercilessly treated an expensive man. LeBron was also on the 9th floor, and when Cephas appeared there, they passed him very quickly. Cephas realized that, like the teacher, like the student. Meanwhile, Henu appeared in the same office. He had moved to the 10th level. He told LeBron that he had to go to the 10th floor and asked what kind of place it was. Henu even thought the man was his rival, but then he would have been unable to go any further. LeBron asked Sefed where the 10th floor was. The old man replied that it was broken. He set fire to the building when he was conducting research. It will take several months to restore. He also said something about LeBron and his student. Han wondered what the reward for the 10th floor was. He asked if he could come back when the floor was rebuilt, but he did not receive a response. Sefed just gave him a few letters to send on his way, 5 of them, 5 replies to letters. For Han, it looked like more than one thing. He had to have a little fun with Enchan. Sefed mentioned that the guy wanted to meet him there and asked why. Henu said that he had news from Garon that a new force, Al-Kil, had appeared. Sefed was surprised and wasn't sure that this was about the real Al-Kil. How would the guy even know the name? Henu found out about it from an adventurer he knew. Sefed assumed it was their spy. Knowing the area, it was easy to attack. They've been fighting for so many years, it's time to end it. He asked me to tell Garon that they would also be participating in the battle, so we had to get ready. The best sorcerer in the Empire and the best knight unite. This battle will be on a completely different scale. Henu immediately went to Garon to convey Sefed's words. Garon was surprised that the boy returned so quickly. He was under the impression that he hadn't gone anywhere. Han was told that Garon just didn't want to read the book himself, so he sent him. Then he realized that the boy had really gone there. The mentor and the archmage will take part in the battle. Garon was pleased that they would help them and praised the boy. The task was completed, and the boy received a gift from Garon, but nothing appeared. When he asked where his gift was, the man replied that he had already given it away. The guy didn't understand anything, but it turned out that the gift was Garon's assessment. This position will be maintained only after passing Garon's assessment and fulfilling his requirement. The level of requirements decreased from 175 to 170. Henu appreciated this gift of fate. Garon told him to come back to him as soon as he met his assessment. After that, Henu started hardcore training. He wanted to finish all the quests for the streams and slept 4 hours a day and spent the other 12 hours training and hunting. It's the 5th day of hellish training. Tenny went home to the islands and Henu continued training. The more difficult the path, the more joyful the victory. After a week of hard training, he reached level 170. He didn't look great and barely made it to Garon. Henu looked stronger, so Garon said he was passing. Now he is a knight of a special unit. The first among the adventurers. The task was completed. Henu received a new quest and the title of First Knight of the Special Unit. The boy was already excited about the new title. Garon did not understand why the boy suddenly shone. He asked where Alko was. The man replied that he was in the Kunta Plateau. Is the most difficult zone to hunt in the Arena mountain range, a zone inhabited by monsters called Kunta. They look like gorillas 4 meters tall, fast and strong, with intelligence and the ability to read enemy attacks. But there is one problem bigger than Kunta. Now the Kunta Plateau is a disputed territory. Guild member Mano Marco, Red Bull America, which includes Mascherano, and even JT Telecom's Jung Hanbuk are fighting for her. Later, Henu was lying in bed, completely exhausted. He wanted to stop thinking about it. A new patch is coming out tomorrow, and he picked up his phone to check the information in the broadcast. The guy turned on Sony's video and fell asleep. The girl was talking about the innovations at the arena. She was not alone at the broadcast. She was accompanied by an analysis genius named Sun. He started talking about the patch. It can be divided into 3 categories: third-class selection, castle siege, and pet contest. Firstly, the third-class choice is intended for users who have reached level 200, but it seems that you will have to meet tough requirements for this. The third choice of class will be very difficult for users with mediocre skills. There is a lot of talk about balance. The Quincy's have to come up with a good solution. Sonia thought that getting the Corpse Summoner class would cause more problems than it would solve. The next one is Castle Siege. It feels like Quincy has put a lot of effort into using content that would not have been possible without an esports player. Their intentions are likely to come true. The big guilds will probably start selling castles for too much right away. And the last competition of pets. In the competition, you will have to choose the best pet. The dream suggested that it would be Tenny, the winner's pet from the alley. Everyone loves Shadow, so there is a lot of interest in this particular innovation. Sun said that Quincy should give him a special award. Many people wanted to win tomorrow's competition, and so the competition began. A lot of players gathered with their pets. They were discussing whether the winner would stream today. Someone heard that he would rest today. The players knew he had to show up because he would hardly give up the victory so easily. And so it happened. A winner emerged from the alley. Everyone quickly started writing about it in the community. Of course he came because he needed the reward. Henu wanted to do a stream tomorrow morning. He summoned Shadow. All the players looked at him with eyes in love. The bear jumped on Hen's neck and the guy started the stream. The audience had to appreciate that he launched the stream a day earlier than he promised. Everyone wrote in the comments only about Tenny. He's the future hero of today's festival. Tenny asked if Henu would give him the elixir if he won. Henu said yes. He had already poured so many elixirs into him, but the bear still didn't believe him. Of course, Tenny believed him. He just wanted to taste them again. He started to warm up because his motivation was strong. The Festival of Favorites has begun. Sonia became its host and she greeted the audience. The first competition, called The World's Best Pet, will involve 32 animals. That's quite a lot. The competition started with the distribution of balls. Participants need to direct their mana to the ball and it will change color. There are 16 colors in total. The pet will fight with the one who has the same color. When Henu picked up the ball, they watched him closely. His ball turned purple. Each player hoped that he would not get one of those. Each of them took a balloon with bated breath and was relieved when its color was not purple. But suddenly, one girl with pink hair's balloon turned purple. Sonia announced the start of the first battle. In the red corner stood Tenny, the winner's pet from the alley. His rival in the blue corner is a Cohen pet, Debbie. The host announced the start of the battle to determine the best pet in the world. Tenny immediately launched lightning at his opponent. He needed to win to get the elixir. Debbie burst into tears when he saw the lightning, and his owner, Kukin, also burst into tears and begged him not to kill her pet. It was a defeat. Thus, Tenny won and became the best pet in the world. Hanu said that it was the pupil who decided to refuse to fight so that the audience would not consider it a reason. In the comments pointed out that it was not an equal fight, but Henu believed that it was a fair victory. Tenny became the best pet in the world. Henu never thought they would win like this. The host announced the transition to the main task of the event and invited everyone to enter the arena. The participant has to show the best sides of their pet in 3 minutes. There were no restrictions, so everyone could feel at ease. The judges will evaluate the pet's performance according to certain criteria. You need to win their hearts. There will be 5 places in total. Kong and his partner Freen were the first to take the stage. Kang immediately showed tricks and endeared himself to the audience with his sweetness. Freen was very happy that the audience was happy to see Khan and thought he was cute. But when they got to the middle of the stage, Khan froze because among the judges, he saw a man who frightened him. He hid behind the hostess. The man was a judge, Mr. Pokerface. He said that Kang was just an animal. The peculiarity of this judge was that he had never found anything cute in his life. All the other animals were also afraid of him. Sonia wondered why the organizers had hired such a judge. She invited the 27th contestant to the stage, Teddy Bear and his partner, the winner from the alley. Both Tenny and Hen came out in beautiful costumes. One of the judges said that he never thought he would meet Tenny in real life. He was even cuter than in the video. The host announced that they could start their show. Tenny asked Hen what they were going to show, but he said that he hadn't thought of anything. Tenny almost didn't beat him there. He needed to win to get the elixir, but that wasn't Henu's problem. They started arguing on stage, and Sonia thought it was funny because all the viewers had seen them quarreling on other broadcasts. Tenny decided that he was ready to do anything for the elixir and stepped into the middle of the stage. He stretched out his hands and begged for the elixir, making eyes like a cat in boots. Henu came up and hit him to stop begging, but the bear didn't know what else to do. Eventually, the bear started to show his skills with fire, but accidentally fell and got hurt. At that moment, Mr. Pokerface's heart melted. He felt a feeling he couldn't explain. When he looked at this bear, his heart overflowed. Was it because of his mercy? The competition was over, and Tenny and his owner, the alleyway winner, were crowned the winners. Today they received 2 awards. Now they can see the mukbang with Tanya. Bear dreamed of his elixir. Pokerface approached him and took his hands. The bear was very happy and asked to be let go. While this was going on, Sony came up to Hyun and whispered in his ear that she had information. He immediately began to think about what this information would be about, if it was the main scenario. But she said that very soon there would be an uprising against the Empire. The guy asked if Al-Kil had started acting. They agreed to meet after the stream to discuss more. The competition was over, and as agreed, Sonia and Henu met in the forest. The boy begged the girl to tell him more about it, and asked if Al-Kil had already started the rebellion. The girl was offended because Henu was in such a hurry that he didn't even greet her. But still, they said that in 2 months they will start local uprisings. As far as we know, their plans include a raid on 4 or 5 cities. Henu suggested that Al-Kil's base on the Kunta Plateau may be empty now, but it was not completely empty and not as crowded as before. They are now regrouping closer to the city of the uprising. Henu suggested that Sonia go to the same place with him. He thought it might help them in the future. They went to Garen and told him that the base was not protected. The man was shocked, but the information was reliable. Then he decided to warn His Majesty about it now and start moving out. Garen added that they will all be able to get there soon, including Henna and the other adventurers. The quest has been updated. Sony received 2,000 Imperial warehouses as gratitude for the information. When they left Garen's tent, Sony thanked Hen for receiving the Imperial contribution. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have been able to continue the quest, so he had to thank the girl. Sony thought that Henu was smart and played well. A very interesting guy. She promised to contact him if she learned anything new. Henu was very happy because he was 1 step closer to success. Then Henu thought again about the information he had received from Sonia. It's much easier to find and attack Al-Kil's base with the advantage of numbers. There's no point in going in alone, so Henu asked Sonia to find out more about Al-Kil's leaders. To get to the base, he would have to cooperate with Red Bull America, Mano, and JT. After that, Han immediately contacted Mascherano of Red Bull America and invited him to a meeting in the woods. Mascherano was surprised that the winner wrote to him, and Henu was surprised that he responded quickly. They agreed to meet in the forest of Novi, at the entrance to the forest. The boy was happy that he took the bait. Later, at the entrance to the Novi forest, 2 Red Bull America members were waiting for Hina. John asked Mascherano if they really needed it. To defeat them, they needed more strength. Mascherano lost to him on the King of 2 Masks. During this time, Henu has probably gotten stronger and will be better able to unite. John thought they were in too much of a hurry. What if something happened if they agreed to participate so abruptly? But Mascherano was confident that everything would be fine. At that time, Henu came up. They greeted each other and got to know each other. Henu immediately decided to get down to business and said that he wanted to take part in a raid on the Kunta Plateau as a mercenary for Red Bull America. Mascherano didn't understand the reason yet, but Henu explained that he didn't need skins, money, or items. He just wanted the right to move freely on the plateau. John immediately realized that the guy wanted to take out the leaders. Mascherano offered to unite, but Henu said that he could do everything himself and wouldn't need them. Mascherano was shocked. Did the boy really want to fight Mano and JT himself? Henu was going to figure it all out in less than a month. Did they really think that the others were far from him? Mascherano realized that he had a very bad relationship with them. They said they might have believed him, but what kind of guy had a plan? Henu had one plan, just to move on as usual. Later, Henu was walking through the forest, but he was stopped by some unknown young men. One of them said that he could not hunt here. They asked him to leave their territory. Henu said that Red Bull America allowed him. One of the guys came up to the boy, took his collar, and said that the Kunta Plateau was controlled by the Mano Guild. Hen wondered why third-rate thieves always follow the same script. He said that Red Bull America allowed him to. One of the guys came up and grabbed Hen by the collar. He shouted that the Mano Guild controls everything here. Henu asked them to calm down and stop the hysteria. It was time to take off the hood so that the boys could see who was in front of them. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they saw the winner from the alley. He had great material for content. First, the victory over the Black Skull Guild. Secondly, the victory over the Isis Guild, and the guild that he would destroy. Third, the Mano Guild. Henu drew his sword. When they got over the shock, the boys realized that this was their chance to defeat the winner, because their head had blacklisted Henu. Besides, they can become stars. And even if you do not use the account deletion rule, you will still have advantages. They decided that they needed to film it because they would need witnesses. One of them drew his sword and rushed to attack. He was confident of victory because he wanted to be famous when the winner died. But Henu took his head and pressed it to the ground. The boy had a huge gash on his head. They learned to talk a lot, but not to fight. What was wrong with the Mano Guild? Henu was getting annoyed. Later, Henu told the audience about these events. He specially prepared a video for those who could not attend the broadcast. He agreed to work with Red Bull America. They gave him permission to go through the Kunta Plateau, but suddenly members of the Mano Guild showed up. He asked the audience if it was okay to treat him like that. The viewers were outraged in the comments, and Henu was happy to see this reaction. He went on to say that this is why he had to fight them. The fight was not equal, 1 against 3, but they were very weak, so he won easily. Mano's guild members were completely destroyed, and the black aura of the killers still did not let him go. Taking into account the viewer's opinion, Henu said that they would go for a walk on the Kunta Plateau together. Patrick and Marco watched this video. Patrick thought that they hadn't even made it to the main scenario. And now this. It was hard to imagine what could be worse. Macro was furious. He ordered the entire guild to gather and destroy the winner. Meanwhile, Henu was hunting in the forest. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, perhaps since the days of the King of the Two Masks. Before him stood Marco and the entire Mano Guild. Marco said that they came to pay back the guy for his humiliation. He's not the type to pay off debts for long. Henu decided to make Marco even more angry and asked if they were going to attack him, since they had previously planned to take part in the main scenario. It worked. Marco replied that Mano wouldn't fall apart if several of its participants broke the logout. Henu pulled out his sword. Let's see what Marco has to say after this fight. Having increased his strength with the help of stats, the guy rushed to attack. Patrick could not stop the master. He is seriously going to kill the winner from the alley. He began to protect everyone with magic and asked the wizards to help with buffs. Other sorcerers have already begun to slow down the opponent. There was a long fight. Everyone was attacking Henu, but he was ready. The Mano Guild could not even imagine how he was preparing for their meeting. He also had a tenny. He stood in a tree and waited for his exit. When he used his roar, the mage's spells were canceled and damage and defense were reduced. Patrick realized that this bear was the pet of a winner. But why did it have such strength? He asked for support tanks. Henu was pleased with Tenny's work, and now it was his turn. With a double bolt of lightning, Henu destroyed all of Mano's sorcerers. Patrick was shocked. The battle had just begun, and all their wizards were already dead. They had been weakened by the victor's pet, and now he was targeting their tanks. They should not have touched the victor from the alley. Marco decided to attack Hen from behind, but the boy dodged. He had made him very angry, so one death would not do. Marco threatened that if the winner survived, he would find him and kill him again. He would do everything he could to make sure the boy never played the game again. For him, the arena was over. These statements didn't hurt Hen at all. On the contrary, he thought it was strange that such a strong player brought the entire guild with him. The reason was very simple. Marco was afraid of losing to him in a duel. Mark was furious, and he ordered the holy knights and priests to prepare for this. Patrick said that this way they could introduce problems into the scenario, but Mark didn't care. If they kill the winner from the alley, who is considered invincible, they will get more benefit from the main scenario. Henu offered Marco to play for the deletion of his account. The man replied that the boy could think whatever he wanted, but he would soon meet his end. Maybe he thought that Hen would do nothing. Suddenly, huge bubbles of ice appeared between them. This is the year of Patrick, who wanted to postpone the fight with the winner as far as possible. But since this was the chairman's decision, we will have to support him. Their head is a paladin, so they have mostly holy knights and priests in their guild. There are skins that are the worst option for both of them. Sword of Faith for holy knights and Prayer of Faith for priests. Skills require a lot of mana to use. And for just 2 minutes, the stat level increases by 1 whole 2/10. You might say that this is a frighteningly unique skill, but it has a secret. It duplicates all other skills. This is the best fighting style of the Mano Guild. Marco wanted to finish off the winner as soon as possible, so he took 2 minutes to do so. All of Marco's stats were increased by 4 3/10 times. Henu said the man was a fool. I told him about the 2-minute limit myself. Suddenly, Marco rushed to attack Tenny. Henu shouted for the bear to shrink. Marco used the Holy Cross, but it only managed to cut through the trees. Marco said that he told us about the limit because he was sure that he could finish in the allotted time. The winner has to pay for having to go so far. He rushed to attack the boy. It was even difficult for Hen to repel the attack, but he managed. Marco is stronger than him in terms of stats, but with buffs he will become invincible. Henu decided to use lightning with LeBron's art and numerous attacks. They stripped him of his stats, but did not kill him. Hen was worse off. His suit was all torn up and he looked powerless. In his thoughts, Marco admitted that the guy was a worthy opponent, even when he was with buffs, but he told him that he was no match for him. He knew that the guy was good on the broadcasts, but he would have to lose to the Mano Guild. Henu tried to direct a jet of black magic at Marco, but there was a protective layer around him. He had already lowered his head and Marco was sure of his victory. He raised his sword in the air. The stream viewers already thought that Henu would lose, but he was prepared. At this point, he moved to a new level. His energy and mana were fully restored because he was not hunting the Kunta tribe, but mobs which give almost no experience. He needed to accumulate 99.99% of the experience. The guy managed to do it earlier to finish off another one during the battle and get a new level. Marco was furious and rushed to attack Hina. He was still confident of victory because they were outnumbered. While Marco was saying this, Henu hit him, and the player disappeared. Without buffs, he was a complete nobody. Now Henu proved to everyone that the Mano Guild's best technique was nothing against him. He stamped his foot on the frightened members of the Mano Guild. He was thinking of killing them too, but Patrick came forward and asked to hear him out. Henu remembered that Patrick was the deputy leader, but what he needed was to know if he wanted to save his guild. He asked the boy if they had anything to talk about. Patrick bowed to Hen, apologized, and recognized his power, and promised to compensate for the damage and asked them to stop. Other members of the guild asked Patrick to come back because they believed they could win. Patrick thought it was nonsense because their chairman couldn't do it and they had nowhere to go. Nothing will change. Half of their players have already been logged out and they won't be back soon. If the winner forgives them, they will take part in the scenario. Now Henu understood why some people said that the whole guild was hanging on Mono. He asked if they wanted to back off and focus on the main scenario. Patrick confirmed and added that they would work for the Emperor. Henu was very happy and said that he did not like to fight, but they need to keep their promise. Otherwise, Henu will deal with them personally. Patrick went up to Hen and put something in his hand, saying that it was a gift from him and the whole guild. As he was leaving, Patrick looked back and said he was impressed with the winner's skills and thanked him for letting them go. When he was alone, he decided to check how Patrick had given him the object. It was a unique object. It was an item of elves, an earring made of young leaves of the world tree. The guy was happy. This is how Mono's guild should have started, and everything would have been fine. He decided to thank for this item next time. One viewer reminded Han that he was going to destroy the entire guild, but he decided to forgive them for the earring. Let's move on to JT Telecom, namely to the room of Coach Jung Ben-jin. He read about the loss of the Mano Guild. He didn't even know whether to be happy or sad about the guild's disappearance. Now Red Bull America has an advantage. They are unlikely to beat Mascherano, so flipping through the news further, he saw that Red Bull America and New York had merged. He was shocked. His thoughts were interrupted by a guy who burst into the room and said that Reina and Mascherano had attacked them in the Kunta Plateau. At this time, Hyun was already lying on the couch reading various news. He noticed that Red Bull had posted a video of him, so JT Telecom must have seen it. They even managed to unite with Reina. They really wanted to meet Henu. The next day, Reina quarreled with Mascherano in the forest because he had promised that the winner would come. But he was busy. The girl was furious because one of the conditions was to cooperate with the winner from the alley. Mascherano asked Reina to wait. The winner would appear later, but this did not calm the girl down. She even threw her fists at the guy. He asked her not to forget that the winner does not want to turn professional yet. So there is still time, and then Reina was very surprised that the winner didn't want to turn pro with such skills. Mascherano heard about it when they were filming The King of the Two Masks. He was asked to become a scout, but Mascherano refused. Obviously, he also has his own business. Reina thought she wouldn't be able to fight him again, but he wanted to repeat their fight so badly. She told Mascherano to make an appointment and gave him 2 weeks to do so. The guy gave her hope. Later, Tenny demanded his elixir from Henu. The boy forgot that he had promised it for winning the competition. He apologized and gave him 2 balls. Tenny said he would forgive him this time, but only this time. A small portal appeared near Shadow, and he sent his 2 elixirs there. Henu was shocked by what he saw. He asked when the bear had learned it and what it was. Tenny said he had shown his master before, but he had never looked at it. Henu remembered that it was when they were hunting on a mountain range. He got another skill that allowed him to have inventory. You could put anything in it. The boy was happy because now he could also use Tenny as a storage room. Henu decided to check his profile. He was already at level 180. The difference with the first place was only 30 levels. He was sure that by taking first place, he could earn a lot of money and help his parents. Hyunwoo thought of Jung Han-bak. The time would come when he would become a professional athlete. He wanted to repay Jung Han-bak for everything. Henu's thoughts were interrupted by Tenny hitting him in the face, but the bear saw someone coming. It was Reina. She was very happy to finally meet the winner from the alley. Henu asked why the girl was here, but she said that their meeting was accidental. She had to search for the boy in this forest for 5 hours on Mascherano's tip. Henu appreciated her honesty. Reina said she was looking for him for a duel. The King of Two Masks had several limitations. She wanted to fight without them. Henu thought it was not beneficial for him, and even more so for her. But she's the captain of the New York Warriors, and it's good for him to fight a famous ringer. So he agreed to fight her just once. But fight for experience. The winner will receive 13% of the loser's experience and will post a recording of the fight on their channel. Reina agreed to all the conditions. They were not going to lose. The video is his, so he will set everything up. Reina promised to do her best. Henu thought that it was a waste of energy for Reina, who would use the video on his channel. But she was willing to do it because she was not going to lose. Then the boy asked if the girl had finished 3rd grade. She said yes. And then the guy offered to fight twice. She will be able to not reveal all her abilities at once. The girl thought that the boy was worried that her powers would become known to everyone. She asked if Henu hadn't put his experience on the line. She thought she had a better chance of getting it. It didn't matter. Henu was going to win. She pulled out her sword and motioned for them to begin. Reina was not going to lose again. The battle was about to begin. Reina watched all the videos posted by the winner from the alley. He is much stronger than even the king of PvP, Daniel. He's good at provocations through conversation. In general, he's a liar. The battle was on. All Reina had to do was stay calm and focus. She started to attack. The girl thought she could win due to the difference in sexes. Henu repelled her attack. It seemed impossible. She didn't believe she could match the boy's strength. Reina had underestimated. Henu's characterization. He's gotten a lot better since leaving the King of Two Masks. That's why Reina's stats were no match for the stats of the winner from the alley. Hen got better, and it was much easier for him to fight Reina. He felt incredibly light. Now the main thing is to make the video interesting. He decided to try using her second-class skill. Henu asked if that was all she could do. He was worried about what would happen to the New York Warriors next season. The girl got angry. They could not forgive such words, so they decided to use the ice territory and the ice barrier. Reina realized that Henu was only provoking her, but he was irritating her so much that she couldn't help but lash out. The Rhine continued to attack with various ice skill variants. Suddenly, the ice shadow of the Rhine appeared, but Henu was stronger. He used black magic to paralyze the girl and put a sword to her neck. He used this skill in the fight with Marco. Now it's clear why he didn't have time to react. It's not about weakness, it's just that this skill is very fast. Reina admitted defeat, but she had another opportunity to win. Henu gained a lot of experience and moved to the next level. The girl put on another armor. She knew she would have to fight at full strength. She wanted to try one skill and they could start. With the 3rd grade, many opportunities opened up for her. Reina waved her sword and a small chasm covered with icicles appeared in the ground. After that, she suggested starting the 2nd round. Tanya was scared. The battle began and ended almost immediately. Reina knelt before Henu while his sword was pointed at her. It would have ended differently. In the 3rd grade, the girl's skill moved to a whole new level. He was jealous because he wanted to do the same. Now he was motivated to level up to the 200th level. Then Henu gave her his hand and said that the duel was good and he almost didn't lose. He asked if Reina would accept him as a friend. The girl was very surprised, but she extended her hand and agreed. Later, Henu and Enchan had dinner together. He told them about what had happened to Reina, and Enchan's mouth almost fell open. He asked several times if Henu had really defeated her. He was shocked because the guy not only got an agreement to record the duel, but also earned experience for the victory. Henu added that they had also become friends. Enakan was angry that things were going so well for him. Henu asked his friend what his current level was. and he replied that he was in the 90th grade. Then he asked his friend to get to the 3rd grade by next week. They discovered a fortress of stagers. This is the 5th main scenario. The mission starts next Saturday. The new mission of the main scenario will start soon and asked Enachan to prepare for it. The next day, Henu went to see Sefed. The old man asked why LeBron's student was here. Henu said he came to tell me that they had found Al-Kil's rebels. Rajek's repairs were completed, so everything was fine. Henu received a new task to convey Serped's answer to Karen. This meant that the 10th floor was restored. Henu hadn't come by, so he didn't know that they had done everything, and he could finally test himself. Sefed replied that Rake had come to Hen very quickly, but that the 10th floor was too much for him. That's why he sent him there, because losing to Hen was more suitable for him. A voice greeted the boy on Rake's 10th floor, saying that if Henu passed this floor, he would receive a certificate proving his abilities. On the 10th floor, he had to surpass himself. His opponent appeared at that moment. It was Henu, but he was blonde. The battle with the doppelganger will begin after the words "get set." A doppelganger is a monster created based on the player's data stored in the arena. The opponent has the same appearance, characteristics, and control skills as the player. But unlike the player, the double is not subject to feelings and emotions, so it is one of the most difficult monsters in the game. Well, that's what they used to think. In fact, it's easier to defeat a duplicate than it seems. You need to use data that has not been copied into the system. If the player uses items that do not exist in the game system, then victory will be easy, since the double cannot use the same item. Henu had just such a friend, Shadow. Unlike other animals, Tenny is an NPS. That is why it has the title of Heirs of the Islands. Henu asked the bear if he wanted his owner to get hurt. Tenny realized that this was a provocation. He did not understand why he would want to do this. Henu said he thought about letting him hit him. Tenny was very excited to be able to fight with his master and immediately started beating him. Henu pointed at the doppelganger and said that Tenny should beat him. He looks just like him. The guy opposite him really looked like his master, so Tenny was excited to beat him with all his might. They announced the start of the battle. Tenny grew in size and was sure he could win. The double fought just like Henu. He dodged and attacked in the same way. Tenny was going to either burn it or freeze it. He hadn't decided yet, but he knew he would win. Henu was happy that his pet was so active. But the doppelganger disrupted his plans. He wanted the bear to understand how to be intimidated, so he took off the ring, put his palm down and directed a beam of black magic at Shadow. The bear flew away and shrank in size. He was in pain and crying. The owner promised that he would be the one to beat him, not him. Then Henu came out to fight. Tenny hid behind a column and gave buffs. The rivals stood opposite each other. Thanks to Shadow, Henu had the giant's skill. He used the giant's power, and his stats increased, and so did his opponents. Their swords clashed. His doppelganger had to know that the guy didn't like to play by the rules. Tenny gave the boy buffs. The guys attacked each other. The double exists to humiliate the real player. For the sake of his goal, he is ready to use any means necessary and even give up his life. To kill the real one is the only reason for his existence. But in Hyun's case, he would not be able to fulfill his destiny. The doppelganger tried very hard to kill the guy, the real person. Eventually, Henu was able to strike. Dwayne was a cunning and petty creature. It must be sad to be just a doppelganger. Henu realized that he was trying to stall for time to get all the points he could. But in any case, the guy has an advantage over the duplicate. After all, the base of the double is the main personality, which, unlike the double, has the ability to develop. Now it was Henu's turn to attack, but the giant's power was over. The boy used his magic. Now the difference in their power levels became even greater. The doppelganger also used a magical explosion. Henu realized that he had used his information against him, and they could have been friends. The doppelganger pointed his sword at Henu, but he failed to strike. The doppelganger was disappointed. He was sure that Henu was distracted. But all the information that the doppelganger has is also available to Hen. He hit the doppelganger with a magical blast and a jolt. In the end, Henu won. He successfully completed the 10th floor test. This proves that the system cannot copy him completely. Tenny said that only his master could be so shameless. As a reward, he received the Rake Ring. This ring of proof, issued to those who have passed the RAC, the training academy of the Ruos Empire, gives the right to enter the Senu Intermediate Academy. All characteristics increased by 100 units. Henu realized that by taking the 3rd class, he could get other rings. He also received new ranks and a map to go with them. The guy felt that he would have to work again, but in any case, it was a good catch. Henu remembered that he was in a hurry and asked Sefed to use his teleporter. The latter thought the boy was being impudent, but he helped him anyway. Meanwhile, all the guilds gathered in a palace: New World, Pioneers, Mono, Ancient Dragon and Phoenix, Red Bull America, and New York Warriors. Seokjun thanked all 12 guilds and teams that responded to their request. Griffin from the Phoenix Guild asked why they had gathered them. The goal was to unite everyone and stop the suppliers. Mascherano and Reina have found their fortress, so we need everyone's opinion on further actions. But for now, they were waiting for another very important player. It was very important to wait for him. A few minutes later, the door opened and Henu came in. He apologized for being late. Seokjun asked to keep track of the time in the future. Hyunwoo apologized again and explained that he had things to do. Jung Hanbok, the Golden Eagle, jumped up from his seat and shouted indignantly, "Why is the winner from the alley here? Is he in some kind of guild?" Seokjun asked why he cared so much. He began to doubt that JT Telecom had professional players. Kate asked Chan if he knew what place the winner currently occupies in the arena. Until they decided who would be in the main scenario, they didn't understand why JT Telecom would send this boy here. All the players of JT Telecom together are not worth one winner. Hyun pretended to be okay with him and asked him to stop. He explained that the Golden Eagle is also a human being. JT Telecom is in big trouble right now, so he's a little emotional. Everyone agreed with the winner and decided to get back to the point of the conversation. Jung could not get a word in edgewise, so he was very angry and humiliated. Henu wondered how Hanbek dared to say anything to him. Chung suggested starting a discussion. According to the information that their miner learned, in the future, the reward will change depending on the player's contribution to the main scenario. It is important not only to attack the suppliers, but also to suppress small uprisings throughout the empire afterwards. The new Light Guild wants to take on this scenario as soon as possible and get a big award. Seokjun didn't like to talk around and around, so he decided to ask a very important question right away: whether everyone wants to unite. Henu was shocked that he wanted to unite all the major guilds. He was surprised, because the New World Guild, Kan and Sata, passed the main scenario. Perhaps they were up to something. Griffin was the first to support the idea, but she was concerned about how to divide the reward for completing the quest. Seokjun replied that there is one way, called equally. Chung suggested that everyone should take their own rewards. Why not let the New World Guild share the reward among everyone, taking into account the opinions of the other teams? Henu thought that this way the others wouldn't think they were trying to take it all for themselves. Because they put their reputation on the line, the Phoenix Guild agrees to move forward together. All the guilds agreed to participate in turn. No one refused. Seokjun was very happy that everyone agreed. When Henu left the palace after the meeting, he was surprised. He never thought they would agree to the proposal to unite to fight the rebels. Suddenly, someone came out of a dark alley and called the winner. He offered to talk. This guy was from the Nine Dragons Guild, the third dragon, Liu Shay. He seems to be very close to Tianho. Henu thought that he wanted to restore Tianho's honor, but he was not interested in that. On the contrary, he apologized to Henu and said that he was wrong then. Henu turned around to leave and wished him luck, but the guy asked him to stop and said that a man named Rude wanted to meet him. He's the assistant to the CEO of Editus Asia. He knew that Henu had already signed a contract with Nike, but Editus still asked Liu Shay to contact the winner and insisted on meeting him. Henu thought it was okay to meet him, it was free, but why was he asking like he was some kind of big shot? Then he asked why Liu Shay was sent as a messenger. Shouldn't he have asked more politely in that case? They were not in the kind of relationship for Henu to agree so easily. He didn't know if Liu Shay was ordering or asking. Liu Shay bowed and said he was asking. Heng's ego was flattered, so he agreed to the meeting. But as soon as the quest is over, then he will contact him. After that, Henu left. Liu Shay recalled how Rude had asked him to negotiate with the winner, and in return, he promised to help their guild achieve what they wanted. He was furious. Rude and the victor had to regret having disrespected him. Henu immediately went to the forest and started a stream. Other players also gathered in the forest. The topic of today's stream is an attack on the rebels, and the guy will not work alone, but with other guilds and professional players. They need to enter the dungeon to fight them. Today, the audience will see many mages of the Empire and interesting NPCs. He was sure that the audience would be satisfied. When will there be another opportunity? Only on the winner's stream from the alley. Sonia sent information about the plan of action. While Henu was reading the message and replying, people started writing in the comments that he was texting with a girl and behaving suspiciously. The guy said that he had to hurry to the dungeon. He thought it was better for the audience not to know about his communication with Sonia. She was the one who sent him the information, so she could get in trouble. Kate also wrote a message. He suggested attacking together because they would soon be on the ground. He was right on time. Henu revealed to the audience that he was distracted by Kate's message from the Pioneer Guild because he offered to train together. Finally, Henu entered the dungeon. When he entered the dungeon, he was very surprised because usually dungeons are not so spacious. Not far away, he saw a fortress. It must be a rebel fortress. Suddenly, something happened to the sky. It began to darken. It was just Cepheid who appeared. He said that magic and explosions have always been used to announce the beginning of a war. He rather wanted to let the rebels know that they were here. Cepheid launched a huge beam of light that was supposed to blow up the fortress. Henu could not believe that the main scenario would end so quickly. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, they saw that the fortress was protected and that the explosion had not damaged the defense. But still, after a few blows, the defense cracked. Cepheid was happy that they had succeeded in destroying the defense as planned, but Henu did not remember them planning to do so. At the same time, in the fortress, the assistant reported to the rebel leader that the Imperial sorcerers had destroyed the protective dome. Very soon, soldiers and adventurers will attack them. The leader knew that only Cepheid possessed the magic sufficient to destroy the dome. Apparently, Alexander decided to end it all. So he ordered to release the undead and make all the soldiers of the meter undead, and he was going to find Alexander. The leader hoped that his rival would soon realize who was truly worthy of being emperor. When the dome was destroyed, all the knights rushed to destroy the undead. But not Hen. He stood in one place and did not move. The audience was surprised because they knew how much the winner loves awards. In fact, he was waiting for everyone to leave, and when they did, he went to a meeting. When he went deeper into the forest, he met a girl he called Jenny. He didn't want the audience to know that it was Sonia, so he decided to use a code name for his informant. The guy told his followers that it was she who helped him find the fortress of the supply runners. The girl greeted him and introduced herself as Jenny. They are at the secret entrance to the fortress. Henu suggested that they go in. When they entered the territory, they saw one of the leaders of the proxies, Held. He was a large man in purple armor and red hair. He is called the Dark Knight of Alcala. Sonia knew that Hen liked to play by himself, so it had to be a good fit for him. Dark attribute against dark. It was interesting. Henu asked the girl to wait there while he quickly did everything and returned. Henu rushed to attack him and immediately struck him with his sword. He wanted to see who was the better fighter. Held managed to repel the attack and asked who he was. He replied that he was LeBron's student. Held knew that after the Emperor, LeBron was the second most powerful man in the Empire. It was good that he wasn't here himself. He asked the boy how he ended up here. He had to tell his lord about it immediately, so he rushed to attack Henu to destroy him as soon as possible. But Hen managed to repel the attacks. A fight broke out between them. Held could not be distracted for a second. He had no idea that LeBron's student was so strong. Henu tried to use dark magic to paralyze him, but the man succumbed to the influence. He wondered if Held was also using dark magic. Held also wondered how the guy had the dark skies magic, as it was a unique skill he learned from the book Abyssal Movement. No one in Alkyla knows how to use it. He did not expect to have to try it in such a situation. But suddenly, Henu dodged. Held was shocked. How could this boy know about the movements of the abyss? Henu thought that this was what the man called dark sky magic. Perhaps this skill is somehow related to the quest. Besides, wouldn't it be cool to see the magic of the dark skies against the magic of the dark skies on video? Held pointed his sword at him and said that he could not repeat everything after him. Henu noticed that the man would also use a dark sword. The man rushed to attack, but Henu repelled all the attacks. In the end, he scratched the man's face. Held did not believe that there was a swordsman as strong as LeBron. He couldn't lose, so he gathered black energy to launch at Henu and destroy him. To his surprise, the boy returned the energy and killed him. Henu wanted to finish things more beautifully. He thought that maybe he should have fought him longer and learned something about the Dark Skies quest. A sword with an attribute that is very strong. Reina also got one after getting the 3rd class. Henu really wanted to increase his level and get more items. He wanted to get the 3rd class and the sword with the attribute as soon as possible. At this time, Jenny came up to Hen. She was fascinated by the battle and the fact that he had won single-handedly. Henu did not understand her surprise. It looked amazing on video, but it was even better in person. It felt like she was at a real performance. Henu decided to see what was in Held's pockets to see if there were any items there. All the players received a message that Held, the captain of the 3rd rebel group, was defeated. No one understood how this was possible because they had just entered the fortress. Inchan immediately realized that Henu had killed him. When Reina saw the video of the fight, she was furious. Seok-jun suggested that Chung watch the video because they were too busy to watch it earlier. Let's go back to Hen. He received a lot of donations and decided to show us the item he received after the battle. It was a sword called the Dark Star, full of dark magic, shining with a soft black light. Among the items he received in the game, his own strength is higher than anything he has ever found before, and he really likes that the defense penetration is 20%. Of course, the audience did not realize its true value. Dark Star is his best find in the entire game. Jenny was very surprised because there were 2 subjects, and the boy told the audience only one. They went to the next place. There, Henu defeated the captain of the 4th Rebel Unit. They defeated the sorcerer of the 3rd Detachment, Ruane. Next, Kalu captains the 5th Squad of the supply troops. Meanwhile, the knights broke the wall. Everyone knew that the winner would now destroy the captain, so they had to move quickly while there was still time. Meanwhile, Marco from the Mano Guild was fighting monsters. When he started to see the winner doing something, he got angry. They were having a hard time here too, and he was having fun over there. If he cannot become better than the winner in the scenario, he will not avenge the humiliation. Patrick asked the captain to hurry up, because they had found the rebel leader's location. Meanwhile, Henu is killed by the captain of the 5th Knightly Squad, Kara. I think it was already the 4th. The quest seemed very easy to him. In the comments, someone wrote that Mano's guild had started a boss raid. Henu thought it was that he had caught 4 captains, but that was nothing compared to the main boss. Unexpectedly, Seok-jun wrote that he was waiting for Hyun at the eastern gate. All the guilds had gathered there to decide on the order of the raid. When everyone was in place, Chung suggested that they decide on a lineup for the raid. Someone suggested solving everything with rock, paper, scissors, or pulling sticks. But Griffin was against it, because it was strange to rely on luck in such an important raid. Mascherano proposed to settle the matter in a one-on-one duel. Henu said he was in favor. But for some reason, Mascherano changed his mind. Chung suggested pulling chopsticks. He asked who wanted to go on the attack after Mano's guild. Henu reasoned that to win a boss, you need information. It is important to know his fighting style. It was not clear whether Mano's guild would make it, so I had to be prepared for anything. It's unlikely that anyone would want to be second, so it's better to ask for it yourself. No one minded, so Henu set off. Mascherano asked who the boy was going with, but he was going alone. He envied the winner's self-confidence. He must have had a plan. Reina thought that if it was a winner, he would be able to handle it himself. Henu asked for help from the audience to find the Mano Guild broadcast. The audience asked if the guy had a plan, but he said that he was only now going to come up with one. When I found the Mano Guild stream, I was surprised, because they were holding their own. Patrick ordered to create a mana blast. Mano's guild didn't seem so strong to Hen before, but they have good sorcerers. Marco asked for buffs. The guild's special mana attack was about to start, but according to Hen, he started using it too early. This blow would definitely not work now, and it did. Marco stabbed the leader of the posse with his sword, but the sword stopped moving. The leader seemed to be controlling them instead of Marco, as he tried to reach it. The leader took the man by the head and threw him several times on the ground. Marco fell unconscious. Then he picked up Marco and threw him to where the members of the Mano Guild were standing. Patrick ordered us to go into defense mode. It was necessary to stall for time until Marco recovered. Edward took Mark's sword from his shoulder. After that, there was a powerful explosion. The leader told Alexander that one day he would use this sword to cut off his head. That was the end of the tour. Henu paused his stream to prepare and included an advertisement for the viewers. And he took his head and thought about how to beat Edward. Even with buffs and a bunch of mages, Marco lost quickly. He has tremendous physical strength and a lot of mana. Is this the Emperor's younger brother? He is the strongest of all the men Hen has ever fought. He got the book, it was his last hope. He had to use everything possible and impossible. He used it to learn the basics of Dark Skies magic. He knew there was more to Dark Skies magic than that. After studying the book, the boy received a gift. But the name of the gift was not specified. It was only when he picked it up that he learned it was a ring used by a follower of Dark Heaven magic. The rating of this gift was epic. It was his first epic item. Henu had no idea that this quest would be so cool. He didn't like the Ring of Giants anymore, so he replaced it with this one. In addition, he gained a new skill, Wind of the Dark Heavens, and could create a storm of blades. Henu tried to harness the wind of the dark skies. The force broke through his shoe. He hadn't even expected to have such a killer ability. Eventually, Henu went to Edward's room. The man was sitting on his throne. He said he came to kill because he was LeBron's best student. Tenny asked Hen what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He didn't look good in the outfit. He wondered if he could find out some information. He hoped that he could come up with something while the situation was still bad. Edward was very surprised that LeBron had a student, but he still believed that the guy was an adventurer without a family. But how good and how stupid. The man was amused that he came alone. Tenny felt a strong energy emanating from Edward. Henu asked Tenny to hide and support him with buffs and magic. The guy hadn't been able to learn anything, so he would have to start the fight like this, while he was going to stall for time to understand his fighting style. First, he built a distance between them. To Edward, his movements reminded him of LeBron's. He rushed to attack the guy. He wondered what LeBron's face would be like when he got his head. The leader was very fast, and if he hadn't had the ring, he would have died. So far, Henu hasn't understood his fighting style at all, as he did in the battle with the Mano Guild. Edward mirrors all attacks and has excellent recovery. He decided to strike when the man was distracted. When this happened, the guy attacked with various techniques. Edward looked at him and asked if he was okay. But that wasn't all. Henu threw a bunch of black magic at him and used a dark sky blast. When Edward stood still, Henu began to tell his audience when he got this skill. The backhand is also strong, but the effectiveness of this was impressive. He hoped he could use it further. At that time, he noticed that everyone else was off the air. He turned the broadcast back on and apologized to the audience. He briefly described what happened while the broadcast was off. By the way, not many viewers left. He briefly told us that he had the courage to fight Edward alone. He had inflicted great damage on him, but he had fought back and was now recovering. But he recorded it on video. Edward saw that the guy was very relaxed and decided to attack. Henu had an idea. He asked Tenny to launch lightning to block the boss, but he failed. Tenny prepared, and this was the first attempt to block the boss's recovery. He attacked with the attribute, but it didn't work out. The second attempt, I hit the weak spot, but it didn't work either. Then he tried a third time, destroy the suspicious object, not a single scrap. He thought this was his weakness, but he was wrong. Edward drew his sword. Hen's attack seemed easy, and it was time to end the fight. His sword was huge. His power is on a whole other level. If Henu can kill him, the whole scenario is over for him. But how do you win? Edward was originally created to win everybody. The guy realized that this was the key to victory. He called Tenny to stall for time. In the meantime, he called Ena-chan and asked for help. It was the only way to defeat Edward. Kwan En-chan. For Hyun is a very multifaceted person. He is a true friend, a family member who is always there for him, and a supportive person who always helps him find the right path. And a landlord who always feeds and drinks, a hero who can always save, and just an important person who plays a significant role in his life. But En-chan thinks differently. He thinks he's his father. Young Chan was already running to Hyun's aid because he had to save that fool again. Meanwhile, he and Shadow joined forces to fight Edward. The man tried to attack Shadow with his sword, but he dodged it. They attacked, but the man just laughed at them. He told them to give up because their attacks did not work on him. Henu thought that his attacks were not working either. He was running out of mana. He was still recovering very quickly. Edward also thought his offense was not working either. He didn't even think that the Empire would have someone as talented as LeBron. Henu decided to kick the leader in the face. He used his giant strength and increased his stats and really wanted it to work. But Edward grabbed his leg. He was caught, the poor bug. Edward started to twist the guy and then threw him away. During the flight, Henu was given a ceremonial cap worn by the vampire Viscount. He used it to get back on his feet. It could absorb the damage from Edward's sword. The leader was sure that the guy was dead because it was impossible to move in this condition. En-chan approached the leader's castle and began to call Han, but he did not answer. He immediately realized that the guy was fighting with his boss here, but why didn't he answer the phone? Hyun-woo is probably fighting with the boss right now. Young Chan had no idea how dangerous it was when he asked for his help. Meanwhile, the battle between Edward and Henu continued. Just then, Ena-chan came along. Henu called Ena-chan to talk and ask for something. The only person who could defeat Edward had just entered Edward's palace. It was LeBron who showed up and helped him. Edward didn't even expect him to show up in person. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. LeBron asked if it was time to leave his student alone. Edward was very happy that LeBron came in person. He planned to kill him, and then there would be no one else to protect Alexander. He was able to become so strong thanks to dark magic, not regular magic. Didn't he see that his weak attacks did nothing for him and LeBron had nothing to counter him? While Edward was bragging about how invincible he was, LeBron walked up to him and stabbed him in the chest. Henu knew it would happen and LeBron would win. LeBron said he regrets indulging Alexander's whims. They shouldn't have left Edward alive, then they wouldn't be here. Henu said there wasn't time to talk. because Edward recovered quickly. He said that their attacks didn't work. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't kill him. LeBron said to deal with the black magic that keeps Edward immortal, you need to destroy it completely so that there is no trace of it. LeBron launched a large beam of light that filled everything and destroyed the wall. Raina saw it and thought it was where the winner fought the boss. Is it really? Edward fought in agony. He said that he could have become emperor if not for his... It would be him now, not Alexander. LeBron thought he was stupid. He still didn't realize that Alexander was stronger than him. In the end, Edward vanished into thin air. Henu was shocked to see how quickly, in just one round, his mentor killed his boss. LeBron said that the boy had to go with him to the castle because he had to report to the emperor. That was the end of Henu's stream. He didn't want to reveal information about the emperor to everyone. After a while, LeBron and Henu were already on one knee before the emperor. He was surprised that his brother was really capable of such a thing. Ever since he was a child, he had been bitter toward the emperor in politics and fencing, so hatred had been born in his soul. Edward knew that he was the one who should become emperor as the eldest son and as a much better candidate. But he could not accept this and decided to remove him. Henu didn't want to hear it, but he couldn't miss the story. The emperor continued his story. He had heard that Edward was hiding in the southern lands. It was clear that he was up to something, but no one expected him to have the courage. When someone claims your place, a boring life finally becomes a little more fun. The emperor's sneering smile was hurting Hen. He got tired of watching him, so he left it up to them. But they will get the reward. The emperor gave Hen the title of Viscount of the Usmayan Empire. Henu asked LeBron how much of the imperial contribution he needed. The man replied, 3,000. The guy had accumulated only 40. The emperor thought that Hen did not like the gift, but the boy assured him that this was not the case. In addition to his rank, he received a new statue. He was expecting a rank, but definitely not a new status. Henu thanked the emperor, but he had already understood everything. It is very easy to read. The emperor asked Henna and LeBron to leave. He wanted to rest. Maybe he was sad about his brother's death or just wanted to appear noble. Henu and LeBron went out into the corridor, and the man said that the emperor's actions were impossible to predict. Henu was happy to be a viscount, but LeBron wondered if his student was now an aristocrat, what the future held for the empire. He imagined how many troubles would fall on the boy's head, so he sent him to go rest. But Henu asked him to wait. He took out the ring and said he wanted it back. LeBron asked if the boy was ready to show how good he had become. Henu received a level 200 for these scenarios, which means that he could start the third stage. LeBron thought that the guy was not at all like other adventurers. LeBron said he knows the guy's skills, so there will be no additional test. Keon's squad recognized him as their knight. 100 points were added to all stats, and he also received 3 new skill points. Henu was shocked that he got an easy promotion there when everyone else had to suffer for it. The boy squeezed his teacher's hand tightly and looked at him with loving eyes and promised that he would continue to study hard. LeBron asked for a favor. Henu was ready to do anything. Hank got a new quest. LeBron was looking for Duke Blake. Han's task was to meet Duke Blake, the former leader of the Knights of Keon. Henu could even get a secret skill. Today, everything is on his side. He was about to kiss his teacher, but LeBron asked him to leave. The guy asked where he needed to go to meet Blake, but LeBron didn't know because he hadn't heard from him in 10 years. He would have to figure it out on his own without any help. All of Hen's good mood was gone. Meanwhile, Hyun was being watched by Kim Kong-san, who is the Quincy of the arena's administration department. He asked his supervisor if they could keep the winner like this. Kim Jin-yeon, the head of the arena's administration department, did not understand what the problem was. The main scenario, the Battle of the Pets, new titles. He is the first in almost every event. This is too much for all other players. Kim Kang-san asked if the winner had finished this scenario too quickly. But the manager reminded him that it wasn't LeBron who defeated the boss. It's not a bug, but the freedom of the arena. They didn't even think that after Milligate there would be such a difficult player. Kim Jin-young realized that his client did not know that Milligat was the winner. This is a company secret. He knows perfectly well that there will be a big scandal in the arena, so he is silent. I wonder what will happen if the truth does come out. I wonder how Arena will behave. Meanwhile, Hyun burst into Enchan's Kimantu and said that they would be eating chicken tonight. Later, Henu met with Sonia. She had new information that would be useful for the following. It was said that one of them was very angry about the destruction of the citadel. Most likely, he and his henchmen would try to attack the Empire to avenge the dead. The first goal of the Black Wizard is the big city of bricks. Near it is a cave with undead, because it is a great place to attack. There are other places that are being prepared for attack, but there are a lot of them. The girl will send them in a message. Han wondered where Sonia got this information. The girl began to think about what to say. Eventually, Sonia disguised herself and said that she was actually a student of this black magician. If she had known he was going to rebel against the Empire, she wouldn't have studied with him, but she could pass on important information. Henu believed it, because a mage of her level could have such information. That was all she knew. Now Sonia said they would move on to the main thing. She realized that the winner did not understand what she was talking about. Perhaps he had forgotten, so she decided to remind him. Sonia was furious because he had promised her that he would talk to her about collaboration when he left the main script. He immediately went to meet with the Emperor and forgot about it. Sonia was offended that the guy was only using her to get information. Henu apologized. He said he was really ashamed. He asked if he could appear on her stream. Sonia asked if he wanted to be a guest on his program, and the guy agreed. He came closer to the girl and said that she helped him a lot, and he promised to repay her at least in this way. Sonia was thinking about how many viewers she would be able to attract if the winner was her guest. She didn't know why, but she always thought his mask was very handsome. And Henu was thrilled that she wasn't offended, because she would continue to help him with information, so it was worth it. The next day, a red Porsche was waiting for Hen in front of his house. Keith had given him this car for signing a contract with them. It was a surprise. He hadn't driven such a cool car for a long time and decided to call it Hope. So I immediately decided to go to solve important issues. The day came when Henu paid off his father's debt in full. There were $10 billion left. When my husband heard about this, he thought that the guy had just recently returned $5 billion. Where did he get the other amount from? He thought it was strange. Inu saw the man's expression and asked if he was okay. He thought they didn't want to take the money. He took the money. Henu got ready to leave. The man thanked him because not all clients were so responsible, and added that the guy should call if he needed money. Their director is ready to help tomorrow. Henu said that this would definitely not happen and slammed the door. When the guy left, the man immediately called his director and said that the chairman's son, Kang, had just fallen into debt. Director Jong Chulho was outraged. He blamed his employee for everything, but he didn't know that the guy would pay off the debt so quickly. The director understood this, but he was still so angry that he threw the phone on the floor. The man had been helping him all his life, and Jung thought he was the boss. He decided to finish with Director Jung. Meanwhile, Henu was sitting in the car and could only believe that he had closed the debt. When he was working in a store with a salary of 8,901 per hour, he could not have dreamed of this. From then until now, he hasn't rested at all. Now all the money he earns will be his alone. He will finally be able to use it for himself and his family. So he was strongly motivated to earn even more. His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his phone. He picked it up to look at the message and realized that he had forgotten something. Later at the headquarters of Nike management, the manager burst into the boss's office and asked if he had heard about the winner's fight. The boss saw it, of course. The guy destroyed the boss with LeBron. He's very smart. At first, Kyle didn't realize who he was seeing because it wasn't his boss. He even thought he had walked into the wrong office. But it was Jamie Moore, and he had just shaved off his beard. The man asked Kyle why he was reacting. Is the change really that radical? His friend Kim Seok-jun also joked with him that a razor can change a person, and asked if Kyle thought he looked older than Kim Seok-jung. It was a difficult question to answer. Kyle wasn't interested in answering, so he changed the subject. He gave the principal the information about the second student from the alleyway. Jamie took the documents to read them and immediately noticed that he, like the winner, was Korean. But he was chosen not because of his nationality, but because he doesn't want to be good at the game. This story was bound to work. People are already disappointed in players who only play for money. Jamie gave the go-ahead for this contestant. It'll be interesting to see how he compares to Dwayne. Kyle had to connect with the win. Thanks to Hen's involvement, the company's shares are constantly growing, but it's a pity that he developed too quickly. Because he might turn his attention to another company, Jamie suggested. Kyle was sure that Mr. Kang would not do that. At this time, Henu sent Kyle a message, in which he thanked them for their cooperation. There was no reason to worry. But then he read the message to the end and told the director that they had a problem. Editas sent the winner a proposal for cooperation. Henu had already been to this meeting and immediately asked how much they were willing to pay him. They offered twice as much as Nike. A few minutes before, Liu Shay had met Heng to escort him to the meeting point. The guy was very surprised that the winner had actually come. He had no reason not to come, because Liu Shay had asked him very much. He even bowed down. Walking to the meeting point, Liu Shay said that he would always be grateful to the winner for allowing him to save his reputation. Henu hoped that one day the boy would pay him back. He led him to a room where a man with glasses was sitting at a table. He introduced himself as Rud Fen, the head of the Asian branch of Editas. The winner sat down at the table and asked if he was the one who wanted to meet him. Rud replied that yes. Henu had heard that the world of management has its own rules and asked what Rud wanted to talk to him about. Rud replied that their conversation would be quick. He would immediately make an offer, and asked whether the winner was ready to sign a contract with Yedides. He offered much better conditions than the Naki. Rud knew that the winner from the alley was hungry for money. When Henu asked how much they would pay him, Rud was sure that the contract had already been signed. He promised to pay twice as much as he was paid in Nike. Back to Nike management. Kyle was still in the CEO's office. He didn't know what to do. Jamie knew that Edidas was very good at throwing money around, so they would ignore the rules of their business and try to poach him. Kyle was sure that the winner would not agree so easily, but if the boss is afraid, he could have contacted the guy right now, but Jamie told him not to. Partnership is a conversation that exists in the interests of both parties. If a guy is confident in them, he would not sign a contract with Editas. Kyle has noticed that whenever his boss says something cool, he immediately starts growing a beard. At that moment, Han texted Kyle. Jamie jumped out of his chair and walked over to Kyle to read the message. But Henu didn't write anything about Adidas. He just asked if they had looked at the profile of his second member. Kyle asked directly about what was bothering them, and the guy said that he had canceled his contract with Adidas. He had no intention of cheating on Nike, so he turned down their offer. Jamie and Kite were very happy. Rud sat there very angry and disappointed. He remembered the moment when the winner rejected him. Hen's argument was that his current partners were his fans and support, and there was no point in betraying them. Immediately, the winner got ready to leave because he had business to attend to. Rud wanted to keep him. He offered him to offer his terms. They agreed to everything. If the winner stays with them, he will earn much more. But Hen didn't care about money. He knew how to prioritize his priorities. He wanted to make good money, but not to be made good money off of. Rud did not understand how this happened. After such a failure, he would definitely not be left in a managerial position. He started yelling at Liu Shay because he let him go, but Liu Shay did not have to. He only promised to call the winner, and he fulfilled his part of the contract. It was time to fulfill his promise to Rud, or Liu Shay would go to Nike. He realized that it was better to be an ally of the winner than an enemy. The next day, Henu came to the hospital. He had a small box of citrus fruits with him. As he approached Choi Jisu's room, he stopped. When he found the ward, he saw a girl in a cap watching his video on a tablet. The girl's name is Jisoo. The girl asked who the boy was because she had never seen him before. The boy introduced himself and asked where his father was. Her father had gone to the store and would be back soon. Hyun saw Jisoo watching his video and asked if she liked watching the arena. She was getting more excited when they watched them fight so hard. They said that because of her illness, they would not be able to play in the arena. At that moment, her father came into the room. He was surprised to see Henna with the girl because he didn't know her. They went outside to talk. The man bowed to Hen and said he had no money. His daughter was sick, so they couldn't pay back the debt. He thought that Henu was a debt collector. Henu introduced himself, and the man was shocked. He asked if he had applied to the Winners Academy. He congratulated him because Choi Yoon was chosen as the second student. The man could not believe it. He could not believe that the guy was really with Nike. Henu said he came to help them realize their dream. When the man heard this, he started crying. He fell to his knees and began to say that he would definitely come because he had to fix everything for his daughter. Henu did not understand what was happening. Perhaps the man was so happy to become his student. Well, the reaction is natural. His wife died immediately after the birth of their daughter, who was diagnosed with a very dangerous disease and had little time for treatment. His situation was desperate, considering how many loans he had taken out to try to cure his daughter. Henu understood his feelings. Crying, the man said that his daughter had always dreamed of seeing him on the winner's stream from the alley. He would do his best not to disappoint her. Henu stretched out his hand to help the man stand up and said that he had heard that in America they could cure Jisu's disease. Their company offers to pay for her treatment in exchange for his training at the academy. She will undergo surgery in America. Choi Yoon couldn't believe that his daughter had hope. Hyun tried to calm him down, but he burst into tears and drenched Hen from head to toe. The boy realized that before that, I'm going to take a completely different approach to the student than I did to Dwayne. I'll have to make him a great player. It is imperative to bring him to at least the bronze level. The same day they had their first training session. The initial plan fell apart when Henu saw that the man couldn't even beat the dummy. The guy started a stream. Viewers have been waiting for a new episode of the Winner's Academy for a long time. Today he brought a new student, and he knew it would be unexpected. In the comments, viewers assumed that it would be another star or athlete or a girl. Seeing that the audience was very interested, Henu called his student. Finally, a man appeared. The winner introduced him as Choi Yoon, the Weeping Knight. The man introduced himself to the audience. Choi Yoon will be fighting for the bronze medal. He is an ordinary player who can be found in the arena all the time, but he has a personal reason to become the best. He wants to do it for his daughter. Henu was enthusiastic about his desire. Hyun opened the man's profile to check his stats. Choi Yoon was currently at level 80. Hyun asked how many people had rare class items. Choi Yoon had 2 such items, an F+ sword skill and 1 special counterattack skill. With this level, you can't even dream of bronze, but Hen was interested in proving otherwise. So he offered to give Choi Yoon one of his weapons. The audience supported this initiative. Hyun was pleased that the audience was upholding his decision. Choi Yoon was shocked that he would receive the winner's weapon. He gave him the sword of the dwarves. It should be just right for his level. And he pulled the sword. Now the man definitely has hope, especially considering his counterattack skill. Hyun decided to act on this skill, but Choi Yoon wasn't very good at it. There was no reason to worry, because he is here to learn. Now they are going to the training room. He called an opponent to show him how to fight by example. A guy with red hair showed up. He was very unhappy to be in the fight with the winner. Today was a bad day. The opponent is notified that the player is weaker than the opponent. The opponent's strength is reduced for the duration of the battle. The guy saw that his opponent's stats were reduced and thought it was a debuff. The opponent was outraged because he was not even worthy of a normal fight with him. He is in the top 5% and even won a silver medal. Choi Yoon switched to the arena's MC mode. Hyun asked the man to watch carefully. The opponent is ready to attack. There is a special trigger mechanism for counterattack skill. You need to be careful to meet all the conditions during the opponent's attack. The opponent heard what Henu was saying and thought it was the best time to attack. The most important thing is timing. It is better to wait for the opponent to attack than to attack yourself. It is very convenient to use a counterattack when you see a gap in the opponent's attack. It is better to act from the side of psychology than from the side of brute force. You need to see the gap and end it with a counterattack. This is a common fighting style using a similar skill. At this point, Henu pointed his sword at his opponent. Hyun decided to show it again so that Choi Yoon would pay attention to the timing. He specially finished off his opponent for his stream. Henu won. He asked if Choi Yoon understood. You need to hit the opponent when he is attacking. This is the basis of a counterattack. Choi Yoon didn't understand anything at all, but he didn't confess. Hyun suggested that they try practicing, and Choi Yoon agreed. The fight with the robot dummy began. As Henu watched him, he thought that if he couldn't get the medium-powered strikes to work, the counterattack couldn't be that easy. He hadn't known how to help him from the beginning, but now he was at a complete loss. However, he is trying for the sake of his daughter. Otherwise, he would not be interested in the game. He has a goal, but no understanding of the game. Such people are ready to do anything to achieve what they want. Choi Yoon fell to the ground, and Hyun asked the audience to remember Choi Yoon's current state. Hyun gave Choi Yoon a few tasks. First, get to level 100 and move on to the second goal. Second, use counterattacks as a real weapon. This is the only way to participate in ranked battles. If Henu didn't think it was realistic, he wouldn't have chosen it. Henu asked the audience to follow the path from a weeping knight to a bronze medalist. Later, Henu went to Bricks. Together with Tenny, they sat on the tower and admired the city. It had been a long time since Henu had enjoyed the vaulted structure of the arena. It was good to have a rest. Tenny confirmed this and asked him to let him rest sometimes. Suddenly, Henu received a message from Sonia. Henu immediately thought it was about the quest. Tenny was tired. His vacation was over. Sonia wrote that she had information about the necromancer's invasion. In 2 days, the rebels will appear simultaneously in all 10 castles, starting with Bricks and ending with Geode. Hyun was very happy because he had nothing else to do but level up Choi Yoon to the 100th level. He decided that he would take the main reward and give the rest to Seok Jun. The problem is that the reward depends on the integrity of the lock. It will be difficult to cope with everything alone. But together it's even harder because the reward becomes insignificant. I wish there was a good partner who didn't need a reward. Then he remembered that there were a couple of them and invited them to a meeting. When they came, they knew for sure that something had happened because the winner never wrote to them for no reason. The guy told them about a quest and offered to do it together. They were Eunjung, Yuri, and Mason. Henu said that he heard that Shafed had made Mason his apprentice, and that he had even gotten a third profession. Mason believed that Henu had surpassed him and had room to grow. Eunjung and Yuri had also already gotten a second profession. At this time, Tenny was already in Yuri's arms. The girl approached the guy and asked why he was hiding from them, that he was the winner from the alley. The boy ignored her. Mason asked why he had called them. His friends knew that he had finished the main scenario quest long ago, so why did he really call them? Henu explained that they had killed the rebels in one place, but there are other groups, so the rebellion continues. Other rebels will try to attack Bricks tomorrow. So he called them to help him complete the main quest of the main scenario. Engine could not even dream that he would take part in the main scenario. In fact, neither did the others, so everyone happily agreed. Henu is very happy that he now has good support. Other adventurers will also join the battle, but their team has to get the reward. They can't drop even a small coin. Everyone agreed, so their urgent meeting was over. Tenny was pouting because he was used to being treated like this. People were walking around the city, and they were at the local market when they heard the bell. This sound meant they were under attack. Everyone who could fight had to come to the defensive walls. Players were very excited because it was a quest with an extraordinary event. The monsters began to approach the city. This was the main scenario. The players walking by were already excited because they had accidentally turned into bricks on their way to the dungeon. It's cool that they're the ones who ended up here, not the big guilds. Even the winner with their streams is no match for this, so they rushed to attack the monsters to be the first to complete the main scenario. But when the monster hit the ground with his giant fist, they all flew in different directions. At that time, Henu appeared. He said that the extras had done a good job. Using the crescent kick, he destroyed several monsters. The boys watching him realized that they were no match for him. Henu himself was surprised at how strong he was. It was the first time he had fought with such pleasure since he had received his third profession. He wanted to test what he could do if he fought at full strength as soon as possible. And knights, no matter how many arrows they shot, there were no fewer enemies. Suddenly, one of them shouted for everyone to look up. A huge circle of fire formed in the sky. Meanwhile, Mason was blowing up monsters. The captain of Brix's guard named Brown was shocked to see this. He did not know that there was such an experienced magician among the adventurers. In this one, an undead man dressed as a knight was approaching him. Yoon shot it with arrows and killed it, saving the captain. Hyun said that they needed to save the lives of the most important NPCs to get the best reward. Yuri, meanwhile, was reading the spell. Tenny stood in front of her and received buffs that she had to send to the players. One of them shouted that he needed buffs, but Henu told her that in this battle, adventurers compete with each other. So, Mason regained his strength by drinking an elixir. He was watched and confused by his presence. He was a man, and he decided to deal with Mason before it was too late. At his back was the huge skeleton of a monster. The monster launched a huge jet of black energy at Mason, who was talking to the knight at the time. There was an explosion. Fortunately, Mason created a protective field around him, but he was a little late. The man continued to watch and rejoiced when Mason fell. He was the supreme black mage, Gordon. While he was in the research lab, they attacked their main hideout, so it would be good to take revenge on the disciple of that old magician. The slaughter was about to begin. Mason was lying on the ground, unconscious. Jury immediately began to cast magic to save him. Henu saw Gordon and was very happy because an important monster had appeared. Gordon summoned all the dark forces to start attacking. First, he empowered all the dead. The players could not move. Their swords were stuck in one place. No one could understand what was happening. Why all the monsters became so strong. Then Gordon decided to give them infinite stamina. The undead that had already been defeated began to rise again. Gordon stood on the mountain and watched the endless explosions. Now, it was a true battle of the undead. Are Adele and Philion watching it as well? He has come to avenge them. Their dream of turning everyone into the undead and conquering the world will soon be realized. Behind the man stood Henu, who heard everything. He started laughing and said that he had never heard a stupider plan to conquer the world. Gordon was not expecting this. He turned and asked how the boy got here. Henu asked him back if he was responsible for everything that was happening. That's why he came to fight him. Gordon immediately sent huge undead snakes at the boy. Henu began to destroy them. Gordon didn't even know that adventurers work alone. Henu assumed that he wanted to test his skills as soon as possible. He was not going to fight him alone, so he sent undead snakes that were constantly emerging from the ground. Henu was constantly dodging their bites and chews and managed to launch lightning at them. Due to the constant recovery, It was not so easy for Hen to fight them, but if Edward was the main boss, this one might be hidden. However, since the last battle, he has become stronger. With a half-hearted lunge, he killed almost all the snakes. Gordon was shocked that the boy had sword magic. The man sent the undead to the boy in a knight's costume. Henu was beating them even without buffs, and with them, he would have finished him off. But Gordon was confident. The knights were vulnerable to mass attacks. They rushed to Hena and surrounded him from all sides. He didn't like adventurers because of their stupid self-confidence. Even his student, who is also an adventurer, is not in touch now. Did he realize that Gordon wanted to use him as an experimental subject? It used to be good. A friend who was ready to destroy the entire village to conduct an experiment, and a student who was constantly asking questions. They were fun for Gordon. When he finds out who killed them, he will turn them into the undead and force them to worship their graves forever. At that moment, Henu destroyed all the undead that surrounded him and heard Gordon say these names, Adele and Phelion. He immediately realized who they were talking about and who the man was. Meanwhile, Gordon was impatient to destroy the boy. He conjured up a huge undead dragon. Henu said the name Pepe. Gordon asked him how he knew his name. Henu dropped his sword and said he heard the man say Adele's name, and asked if he was talking about Adele, who raised Pepe the bear. Adele was his student. Henu kind of burst into tears at that twist of fate and said it was a great twist of fate because he had once done his job. Now Gordon realized how the boy knew how to use the sword. The guy was crying and apologizing for not being able to save him because he was weak at the time. Gordon demanded to know what happened because he didn't know the truth. Henu cried and said that Mr. Adele had almost completed his research, but they were attacked by adventurers. He, Mr. Adele, and Pepe fought back, but they were outnumbered, so they lost. He will never be that horror. The smile of the adventurer and Mr. Adele writhing in pain. Gordon was furious. The truth did not fit in his head. He forgave the man who had done it by name. He had to find him and kill him. Henu had already fallen to his knees and continued to cry. There is a lot of acting talent. Henu said he was here right now. Henu said the name very quietly. The man did not hear anything and asked to speak louder. The boy spoke again very quietly. In this way, he made Gordon come very close to him and bend down. He thanked Hyun for coming up on his own. He quickly used the dark sky explosion. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, Gordon stood there very angry. He shouted that the adventurer had no right to behave like that. His clothes were torn. The man was very angry because of the boy's lies. Henu didn't expect him to be easy to kill, but he brought him to the second phase. He said he wasn't lying, he was really there. Gordon guessed that the boy himself had killed Adele. Hyun burst into tears again and said that this was not true. The black magician was killed by the arrow of the healer Kwon In-jun. But Gordon didn't care anymore. He wanted to kill everyone involved. He called his assistant Pippi. He was a monster with a huge sword and dressed like a knight. Gordon ordered him to cut off all of Heng's limbs. He immediately rushed to attack. Henu just managed to dodge. His punches were very fast. Pippi's strength is equal even to the leader Edward. He has all of Gordon's black magic. This is an invincible combination. But nothing was invincible to Hen. He raised his sword and asked if he wanted to see his combinations. Meanwhile, Yuri was trying to help Mason, who was lying on the ground, exhausted. She spent all her mana on the debate, but Mason still needs help recovering. Seeing that the girl was in trouble, Tenny approached her and promised to help. After all, he was a bear who could attack and heal. But once he started, he was summoned by Henu and teleported to fight Gordon. Meanwhile, Eun-young had taken a restorative elixir, and Yuri was shocked because Tenny hadn't even finished speaking. Tenny was outraged and told the owner that he was busy, but Henu laughed at him. He told him that they were going to have a duel with the Black Knight, so he asked to take the Black Mage, but Tenny didn't want to. Then the boy asked him to fight the Dark Knight, and the bear refused again. Meanwhile, Gordon ordered Peepa to kill Henu's assistant. Tenny backed away but gave buffs, and Henu started to fight him. The Black Wizard was angry that Henu wanted to play games, so he gathered black magic in his hand and promised the boy that it was a deadly time. Tenny approached him and asked him to stop. He still decided to help, to stall and distract Gordon. He suggested we just watch Hen and Pippi fight. Neither he nor the bear would get hurt, and it would be cool. This only made Gordon angry, and he launched a beam of light at the bear, which was supposed to destroy it, but Tenny bounced back. After that, Tenny got angry because he had hoped to make a deal with the Black Magician. He threw the ice at Gordon. Henu was surprised to see this because Tenny was very pumped up. It's time for him to start. A bracelet that will help you defeat an important monster and a giant's skill. After a couple of attacks, Henu realized that the Black Knight was now in his power. He could not and would not lose, as he had with Edward. Meanwhile, Tenny was launching lightning bolts at Gordon. The Black Wizard did not expect his magic to be so strong. The man wants to destroy the Empire, which means he cannot lose to one adventurer and his toy. Gordon created a protective layer around himself. He never thought he would use this spell. He began to read it. Tenny climbed up on the protective ball and asked if Gordon had forgotten his spell. Shadowy grew in size and destroyed the defense with a roar. All of Gordon's spells were forcibly cancelled. As a result of the unsuccessful use of the spell, Gordon, the Great Black Mage, he fell into a state of torpor and suffers from internal bleeding. For a time, the use of magic was forbidden. This was the time for Hen to strike. Gordon still wanted to use his spell, but Tenny swung to hit him with his huge paw. The main scenario spread throughout the Yusmeon Empire. The undead have appeared everywhere. The scale of the events was unimaginable. Many expected the Empire to suffer heavy losses. But this time the main scenario ended much earlier than expected. Meanwhile, Seokjun was finishing off the last undead. He could feel his fist getting even stronger. Chungu assumed that it was the monsters that were getting stronger. The reason is simple. After the death of Gordon, who was the boss, all the undead weakened, and it was much easier to defeat them. This quest also ended in victory for the players. Henu asked if everyone got the cool items. Mason, Yoon-young, and Yuri ran up to the guy and asked where everyone was. He said he was dealing with a bad guy. Immediately after completing the task, Henu went to the Emperor. The Emperor read a report that said that he received information from adventurers from the army of stagers and passed it on to other adventurers. And he even defeated the supreme black sorcerer from Bricks. Henu had once again done well, and the Emperor was pleased with this. The boy knelt before him. The Emperor called him Baron Kang Henu. He asked what the boy wanted as a reward. Hen wanted a pendant. The Emperor was surprised that the boy answered so quickly, as if he knew he would reward him. When the Emperor gave Hen what he wanted, he initially thought of changing it, but the additions to the stats are very good, and the morale boost doesn't go away so quickly. The pendant suited him perfectly, but it was not the only gift in the whole world, so the Emperor gave him another one and told him that he would wait for him to take further action. After meeting with Emperor Henu, he said goodbye to Yuri, Eunjung, and Mason. They thanked him very much, and they received many items and experiences. They said goodbye, and his friends left with Tanya in their arms, but the bear was screaming for his owner to take him away. Staying with Tenny, he decided to look at his inventory, and he decided to start with the item that had fallen out of Gordon's hand. It is a staff carefully crafted by the supreme black sorcerer Gordon, as it was made of black magical stones that enhanced black magic. Henu might even be able to sell it for $1 million. You won't be able to use it for yourself, but it will definitely work for a black magician. Next is a bracelet made from the essence of a dark spirit. It increases all stats and nano damage. Henu was very happy that it increased all stats and dealt damage, so he decided to keep it. It is a pity that the fire breath of the desert dragon's purification is not available, but he will not be able to use it when needed. And the last one was a gift from the Emperor. It was a small box. Hen was very curious about what was so unique, because the Emperor praised him so much. The next day, Hyun and Choi Yoon were training. This was the 72nd death. Henu advised the man to work on the basics to get a bronze medal and to train more to gain experience. You have to keep trying until you get it right. He asked him to pick up the sword from the floor and try to damage him at least that way. Choi Yoon asked if something was wrong with the boy because he was acting differently than before. He started smiling a lot but didn't say. Earlier, he had opened another gift from the Emperor. It was a necklace given only to the best of those who practice the demonic arts of the Dark Heavens. Henu received an item related to the Dark Heavens. It was an epic one. He wondered if he continued to help the Emperor. Would he get all the items related to him? There were 3 more levels to Choi Yoon's second profession. Hyun decided that a week later on Monday they will hold a stream with him. It was faster than they had planned, but judging by his skill, Choi Yoon wasted the winner's time. The man was very insecure, but Hyun was there to support him. Henu said that they managed to agree that his daughter's surgery would be performed earlier. Immediately after the stream, Choi Yoon and Jisoo will be able to fly to America. The man immediately started crying. Henu tried to calm him down and told him that it was better to show his best side on the stream. The man thanked them and tried to calm down. In fact, Nike's staff had already told Choi Yoon that the anonymous sponsor was the alleyway winner himself. It was strange for Han to admit that he had paid for the operation. The man wiped away his tears and said he had no time for snot. He had to keep training. The man had to do everything to get a bronze medal and pay back the winner from the alley. Later at home, Hyun-woo discussed the situation with Yoon-chan. He was very happy because Jussie was going to get better and Choi Yoon was going to try to make sure that she was. But En-chan was not sure that the man would be able to get a bronze medal. But Hyun very modestly said that his friend had forgotten who everyone was. Everything was going according to his plan. Henu had just gotten out of the shower, and Enchan saw that the boy had become very muscular. He was surprised by this, so he asked when the guy managed to gain so much muscle. He replied that he had been training for the game lately. Enchan recalled that he had recently met their mutual classmates from their old school. They offered to organize a reunion. At first, Henu said he wasn't interested, but Enchan said that Jung Han Baek might show up, so he had to go. It would be cool if someone could teach him a lesson when he starts bragging about his money. But if Henu didn't want to go, he was going to write to his classmates and tell them not to come. Henu snatched the phone from his hands and offered to make an appointment. They decided to stop by the mall before the meeting to get ready. That evening, the boys went to a cafe to meet their classmates. Henu walked into the cafe wearing a long down jacket. They were immediately noticed and called out. A guy with glasses got up from the table and raised his hand for them to see. There was already food and beer on the table. A classmate asked why they came so late and asked them to sit down. Enchan asked how they were doing, because they hadn't seen each other for years. Everyone was surprised that even Henu came. Enchan said that he had barely gotten them to come. Henu sat down next to the boy with glasses and asked why the boy stopped talking to them. Henu explained that he was studying. Luckily for Henu, the classmate did not pursue the topic and asked why he was wearing a down jacket. Henu was just cold. Hyun asked him what he was doing now. Sehun told him that he was in the army, and now he was studying at the university. The girl sitting on the other side told me that Sehun was level 180 in the arena because she knew that Hyun was also a fan. Sehun's grades even dropped because of the arena. He has to retake almost all of his classes. Henu asked the guy why he didn't just choose another field to combine with his studies. Unexpectedly, someone said that it was easy to say to someone who already had a 180 level. It was Jung Han Bak, who had just come to the table. He added that with this result, they were still far from being professionals. Jung sat down at the table across from Hyun. No one expected him to show up, as he was supposed to be preparing for a professional league championship, but he said he had changed his schedule. A classmate sitting next to him pulled out a glass and offered him a drink, but Chan refused. He was driving, and it was as if his classmates didn't believe him a word of it. Jung decided to prove it and took out a keychain from an out. He noticed that Kang Hyun didn't pay any attention to him at all. The classmates had a beer and a snack. Son, holding a glass in his hands, said that among them was a very famous streamer, Argon. Everyone began to make noise and ask Enchan something. Some people thought he was a star, but Enchan, because of his modesty, denied it. They were begging for the winner's autograph from the alley. Henu was on the verge of breaking down. He said that he had also met the winner and that he would do anything for money. His classmates were surprised, but Hyunwoo realized that Jung hadn't changed. Someone noticed that Jung was wearing branded clothes and assumed that pro players were well paid. Jung said that his father's business was booming, and he's in good standing with the team. He decided to ask what Henu has been up to lately. The last time they saw each other, he was working in a grocery store, but apparently now he has free time to go to meetings. Classmates were shocked. They thought that Henu was wealthy. Why would he have to work part-time? But Jung told them that his family and business were bankrupt. They're in huge debt. He was even worried that Henu would start drinking alcohol because of this life. All his classmates were shocked. Jung said this because he thought his classmates treated him well because of his parents' money. But now he has nothing. He's a complete zero. Why did he even come to the meeting? Sehun was outraged that Hyun didn't ask them for help. They could have had a drink with him and talked to him. All of his classmates sympathized with him and understood why he hadn't come to class before. They all felt very sorry for what Hen had to go through. Chan was surprised by this reaction. Henu was afraid of the rejection of others when their business failed, so he cut off all ties and stopped going to meetings with his classmates. Obviously, his worries were in vain. At that time, Enchan wrote a message to the guy. They had a plan and they started to implement it. Sehun asked the boy if he had a place to go, but Hyun said he was fine. He'd already paid off his debts and was doing well. The look on Chang's face at this point was one of shock and envy. He thanked Sehun for his concern and began to undress. Suddenly, he felt hot. When he took off his jacket, everyone's jaw dropped at his suit. Jung was furious. Classmates assumed that Henu had become a model. They started looking at him. He was wearing an expensive watch. Jung stood up from the table in shock. He wondered how the guy had managed to pay off his debts. It was impossible to pay off that amount in 10 years. Enchan admired the look on Chan's face. This was the reaction they had expected from him. Hyun knew that Jung would try to bring him down in the eyes of others. That's when they agreed to pull this stunt to make him lose the one thing he was most confident in. And it's money. Jong loves expensive things, so he will immediately appreciate where Hyun is now. Jung couldn't understand why Hyun had so many expensive things. Did the boy have a debt? But he recently heard his father talking on the phone, and he said that the debt was 15 billion won. It is impossible to give 15 billion in just a few months. These thoughts drove Chan crazy. He banged his hand on the table and shouted that the guy was lying to them. It's impossible to pay off such a huge debt if you work in a small shop. He asked me to prove that he had paid off the debt. It is very easy to prove. It all ends when he finds out that Haenu is the alleyway winner. But he wasn't going to expose himself that easily. And most importantly, he had no reason to negotiate anything. His classmates were surprised by his reaction. They asked what was wrong with him because his behavior was completely inappropriate. Sekun said that no one needs proof, just the boy's word is enough. You just have to be happy for the guy. Other classmates supported Sehun's opinion and criticized Jeong. Haenu asked him to change the subject with a smile. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they didn't want to quarrel. His classmates supported him and started talking about other things. Haenu rejoiced because Hanbek had dug his own grave. It was clear from his game that Jong did not understand what was happening around him. His stupidity hindered him as an esports player. Later, the classmates stood outside the restaurant and said goodbye. They decided that they should see each other more often. Sehun noticed that Haenu was gone. He asked Anachan where Hyun had gone. He replied that he had gone to get his car. At that time, Jong drove up to them in his new car. He rolled down his window and asked if there was anything else he needed, and then drove his car, whether everyone came with their own feet. Everyone realized that he was showing off again. No one was surprised by this. Jong was pleased. He wanted to show that his classmates were his equal. He waited for Kang Hyun to arrive on his Kalimazi. He could borrow some expensive clothes, but a car was unlikely to work out. At this time, Haenu drove up in his car and called Anachan to go home. Chan was eager to see the wreck and turned his head to amuse himself. But there was a red pastrami next to it. All of his classmates praised Hen's car. The difference with the B7 is immediately noticeable, and the price is also a huge difference, and Jong almost choked on his own envy. After that day, young Hanbak stopped attending class reunions. The next day, Haenu and Tenny were at the game. Bear noticed that his master was in a better mood than ever. He thought it was strange. They reached the door in the tree that led to Shadow's home. He wanted to go in as soon as possible because he wanted to see his friends. A message asking if they want to enter the residence of the warrior Ravnin Dakan. Finally, they entered. At this time, Cancun and Dakan were practicing, but Cancun was not doing well. He relied only on the power of the exit. Dakan advised him to focus on control, and they immediately continued training. Rakun asked them to stop, because they had guests. Tenny was very happy to see his friends. Cancun was also happy to see his handsome and gentle heir and human. Hyun introduced himself. Cancun had long since returned home, and Hyun had just arrived. He explained that he had been very busy and came to return the necklace. He really needed it. The orc was very happy to have the pendant back. Dakan noticed that the boy had become stronger and offered to fight, but he immediately refused. Then he suggested that he fight Cancun. He trains every day with him and Dakan, but he thought a fight with Hyun would be a good boost for his development. Haenu just wanted to get his reward for the quest and leave in peace, so he politely refused, but he promised to do it the next time we met. He was sorry. He was going to reward the boy handsomely for the battle with Cancun. I'll have to give him something else. As a reward for the quest, Haenu received the underpants of the leader of the Orc tribe. These underpants were worn by the leader of the Rakun tribe. This is a very important thing in their tribe, and they hoped that the boy would like this gift. Of course, Hyun was not impressed with this gift. He asked if he was sure he would get something better than Cancun's duel. And when he received confirmation of this, Haenu shouted to Cancun to take up his sword. They went out into the forest. Dakan said that anyone could win, but he would be rooting for Cancun and Tenny for Hyun. Hyun asked how hard they would fight. Cancun wanted to fight to the fullest, because there is no point in defeating an opponent who succumbs. Haenu said that in that case they might get hurt. Dakun and Rakuna supported him. Cancun was outraged that his family did not support him. The loser will be the one who sheds blood first. The battle will be with wooden sticks. With wooden sticks, there was less chance that they would be badly damaged. Haenu wondered how Dakan had made a stick out of a freshly plucked branch so quickly. Maybe he had sandpaper hands. The battle was about to begin. A message was displayed that the opponent was using the morale stat. So Henu also used it and realized that the debuff was neutralized by the morale stat. The battle began and the orc immediately attacked. Watching the fight, my father and uncle were discussing Henu. Even fighting with Kang-hoon, he looked quite relaxed, even though it was the first time he had seen him in combat. Even during the battle, he felt that he was particularly energetic. He has an interesting fighting style that is not limited by anything. However, his body was not so well trained before. He looks like a veteran in a beginner's body, but now he's also physically stronger. Meanwhile, the active battle continued. Kang-hoon approached Hyun to attack, but he fought back. To be honest, it was not even clear whether he would be able to win. Hyun turned out to be very strong, and now Kang-hoon understood what his father and uncle were talking about. Kang-hoon decided that he needed to use all his powerful strength. Around his body, he began to... A red flame was burning. With the help of this effect, Hyun fell into a state of weakening, and at that time, Kang-hoon struck. Henu was shocked. He did not expect this. The orc was surrounded by red energy. This skill imposes a debuff on players within a certain distance. Then Henu realized that the debuff was at a certain distance. He has a similar skill, and immediately activated it. A dark energy began to appear around him. He got this skill when he mastered his third profession, territory control. This skill disperses magic over a certain area and deals permanent damage to the enemy and slows their movements. The black energy spread all over the earth. Kang-hoon was a little bit hurt. At this time, Henu was struck. The orc's body was very light. His area control buff probably works better than Kang-hoon's debuff. The orc almost fell over. While he was struggling to get back on his feet, Henu struck him again. Kang-hoon did fall to the ground. After that, it was not difficult to identify the winner. The boy gave the orc a hand to help him up. Kang-hoon recognized that Henu was stronger than him. He had a different fighting style from the orcs. Henu held out his hands as if asking me to put something in them. As a reward, Dakin will teach Hen how to use the skill of this battle. Hyun thought it was about morale. Dakan asked if he had seen the red energy he had seen around Kang-hoon. This is one of its applications, a manifestation of fighting spirit. And if the difference between him and his opponent is very large, he can even kill him. This means that the skill has an instant death effect. It should be banned. Henu asked if he could look into it right away. There was only one problem, that it would take a long time. The orc asked if the boy was ready, and without waiting for an answer, asked him to strike a pose. The training began. Dakan swung his fist at the boy. In combat, training will be faster. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, one of the guilds was hunting. They must have reached level 30 by now. Even the orcs have become less difficult. You can kill two with one punch. They were already thinking that at this rate they would definitely become runners. Another asked if it would really be that easy. One of them had heard that an orc leader lived in this forest. As soon as the thought of raiding the forest came to him, a strong wind started blowing away everything in its path. The guys froze in place. It was Raccoon's punch. He couldn't fight normally at all, but there was no other way to fight such an opponent. Henu was shocked. He survived only because of the lightning. Dakan was sure that the boy would survive. The guy was outraged that the orc barely missed him, as he had promised to teach him the fighting style, but instead almost killed him. Fighting for your life is the best way to master the style, Dakan said. He used a manifestation of fighting spirit. Resistance did not work. Henu fell into a state of slowing down. Dakan was going to show him the true thirst for battle. Dakan attacked, and Henu barely had time to dodge. Raccoon was surprised, even though it was not a real fight, but he managed to survive despite his brother's deadly attacks. And because of his fighting spirit, he was restricted. Henu thought that even with the territory declared, he could only dodge the blows. Of course, if you take half a step forward, he can attack. But his senses told him that if he took those half steps, he would definitely die. Maybe Raccoon has the same fighting power as those people. How can we hit him? Raccoon shouted at Hyun that he would not break his morale if he avoided it. Only in battle can you gain morale. Hen needs to show up. The orc thought the boy hadn't heard. He seemed to be very focused. At this time, Henu swung his sword at Dakan's head, but he dodged it and said that he was thinking about something and created a gap for the attack. It was interesting. It was really interesting. It's not bad to hunt alone, but such duels are the most fun, especially when you fight an opponent who is much stronger than you. The process itself. Henu used a dark energy that filled everything around him. Henu rose above Dakun, but he could not see anything. He launched a crescent cut from above. Dakan thought he was an idiot for not blocking the view and yelling the name of the attack. Meanwhile, Henu was behind the orc and used lightning, wind strike, and crescent slash to strike. But there was not a single scratch on Dakan. Henu's stick broke when it hit the orc. Henu did not understand why the orc was so strong. His defense was shocking. Dakan decided to finish. There was no point in fighting on. The orc said the guy was a monster. He even suspected that the boy was going to defeat him from the very beginning, rather than studying fighting spirit. Maybe that's why he mastered it so quickly. A red fire began to glow around Henu. He had a new skill. This skill unleashes a fighting spirit to break the opponent's will to fight. Strength varies depending on the opponent. Is a skill that improves the opponent's overall combat performance by boosting it. He didn't have anything suitable for crowd control, so it worked out perfectly. Rakun realized that he had recognized him for a reason. Gaining morale so quickly deserved respect. Tenny also praised his master. His temper is not so good, but his skills are superb. Rakun said that he had long felt that Henu was like them. That's why the boy could call himself an orc. Then he asked if the guy would ever be on the big Boon Boon Islands. He thought it was, because the bear was their heir, but that wasn't Hen's name. Tenny said he hadn't called him before, but now he didn't mind. Henu agreed to go to the islands, but only after they had finished with their business. Tenny was very happy about this. He climbed up on his master's shoulders and hugged him, while Henu had to deal with the Winners Academy first. It was time to start it. He went to the training ground where he met Choi Yoon. The man had already acquired a second profession and all the necessary skills. There were 3 days left before the bronze medal competition, and this was the last lesson. The man assumed that Henu was dressed like that because of the last lesson. Hyun welcomed Choi Yoon to the hell of a morale-building camp. He and Teeny were dressed in a red cap and red shirt. Choi Yoon had achieved everything he wanted. He congratulated him on his graduation. His stubbornness made him proud. He'd have to do his best for the next 2 days. During this time, Choi Yoon has changed, and a lot. It was all thanks to the winner. Every day, 2 hours of theory, 3 hours of sparring with Henu, 3 hours of practicing with a first-class dummy, 2 hours of watching discussion videos, and 2 hours of training with Tenny as a representative of the mages. For some people, 12 hours of daily work is like hard labor, but for Choi Yoon, it's a very important time. Hyun Woo thought it was his way of expressing his dissatisfaction. He asked if the man had already packed his suitcase. Choi Yoon was very grateful for the winner's help. He was completely ready for the trip. After today's stream, a car will be waiting for him at the hospital. It will take them to the airport and they will return after the surgery. Choi Yoon began to cry again, and with his tears he lifted Tae-kyung off his shoulder. The man began to thank the winner again. Hyun decided to change the subject and said that Choi Yoon had managed to stand up to 9 of the top 10 dummies, so his training was already at the right level. However, there are rumors that there have been more of them recently. Choi Yoon didn't understand who he was talking about. Hyun was talking about replacement knights. Many in the community are discussing this. Maybe he would be lucky not to meet them. Choi Yoon didn't know who they were, but he didn't think it would be a problem. They had already decided that the man would definitely get a bronze medal. Hyun liked this approach, so they bumped fists. Choi Yoon was confident that he would succeed. Henu started the stream and greeted the audience. It's the last moment of the second season of the Winners Academy, when Choi Yoon is to become a runner. Hyun asked the audience if they had seen Choi Yoon's workout because he was trying hard. Hyun asked them to support him. To increase viewer interest, Henu decided to make a bet with the audience. It's been a long time since they've done something like this. He bet that Choi Yoon would win the bronze medal without losing. If Hyun wins, he won't stream for a week. The audience was not very supportive of such an argument, so he decided to call Choi Yoon on. The man greeted the audience. Hyun asked him what his current ranking was. Choi Yoon was somewhere below 100 million. That's about 40 million less than Dwayne's. The stream will end at 9:30, regardless of whether the man receives a medal or not. Hyun asked to see Choi Yoon prove himself worthy of a bronze medal. Choi Yoon pulled out a photo of his family and promised his daughter to win. The rating match began. The first opponent appeared. As the winner told him at the beginning, he needed to test the enemy's combat power. It was a red-haired young man with a sword in his hands. Looking at the opponent's equipment, we can say that the opponent is a swordsman between level 70 and 80 who is unable to get a second profession. The opponent began to attack. Choi Yoon was confident that he would defeat him after sparring with the winner. He stood still and waited for his opponent to approach. As soon as he did, he threw a surprise punch and won. The clean victory in the first round surprised the spectators of the match, because they remembered how clumsy he used to be. Even the fight with the dummy was hard for him, let alone the fight with Henu. That was just a few weeks ago. Many thought his skills would improve, but the end result exceeded all expectations. In the hospital, Jisoo was watching a stream. She had to get ready, because she was being discharged from the hospital today, but she had to watch this stream for sure. The doctor asked if the winner from the alley was so cool. The girl replied that today, she's not looking at the winner. Today, she was looking at something cooler. Meanwhile, Choi Yoon defeated another opponent. A corresponding punch with a flip on the ground, followed by a strong punch. This was my 6th victory in a row. Yoon asked the man what the current level was. Choi Yoon replied that it was around 83 million. With the 4th win in a row, he could go up 5 million per victory. Han reasoned that Dwayne needed about 20 victories to achieve this result. Choi Yoon's fights are not as dynamic and colorful as Dwayne's. He has a clumsy style and would only be suitable for the role of a count. But even someone like him is capable of winning a bronze medal. Hyun asked Choi Yoon to keep fighting. The new opponent was chosen. He was surprised when he saw Choi Yoon because he looked old, which meant he would be easy to defeat. His face looked very familiar to Hyun. It was the master of the Black Skull Guild. He immediately noticed the sword on Choi Yoon's back, a dwarven sword, the same as the one the victor from the alley had. Because of this, he was overwhelmed by horrible memories. I hoped that he would realize that the sword was not his. After losing, his character was deleted, so he decided to level up from the beginning, which means Choi Yoon will have to fight the thief from the broadcast, Hyun. The battle between the Winner's Academy disciple and the leader of the first training guild had begun. Henu was excited, but it was a hell of a match. Choi Yoon managed to defeat his opponent in just a few blows. As he disappeared, he asked in shock how he could have lost to the old man. At this time, Henu didn't know that a few months ago the Black Skull Guild was destroyed, and the level of the character Sharon was only about level 60. After defeating the previous master of the Black Skull Guild, the victories followed one after another. This was his 15th victory. Finally, there is an opponent who can handle a counterattack. The opponent struck and injured Choi Yoon. He thought that his contract was decent, but overall nothing out of the ordinary. He'll be able to win as long as he reloads. The man began to recall what Henu had said about what to do if the opponent was able to counterattack. At first, he said that fighting such an opponent would definitely make you lose. But as they say, there is no tree that cannot be moved at the 10th blow. If you don't succeed the first time, you need to try the second. If you don't succeed the second time, you have to try again. You need to counterattack until you win. To win, you need to try a ground flip. Choi Yoon did just that, but his opponent calculated the recharge. He thought it was the end, but then he made a celestial coup and wounded his opponent. Did he really have another counterattack? The audience noticed it was really another. Henu knew that his counterattack would somehow break down. So he suggested that Choi Yoon learn a few more so that he could use them if the first one was broken. Thanks to one counterattack, Choi Yoon was able to win bronze. The opponent was defeated and disappeared. Meanwhile, in the arena building, a team of Big Star's pro gamers were talking. Han Jae-yeol asked Kim Jin-hwan if he was done yet. The guy still had a little bit left. They're both gamers. They didn't want to do it anymore. Kim never thought he would be a knight in shining when he became a pro gamer. There was no improvement in skills. On the contrary, it felt like they were deteriorating, but it was an order from the head, so they could not change anything. If they didn't follow it, they would be kicked out of the company. Han Jae-young remembered something, blew up, put on his jacket, and ran out of the office. Kim asked where he was going. He replied that he had to get it done as soon as possible and go on vacation. Running to Cuba, he thought only about why he had to do it. A minute later, Han was standing in front of Choi Yoon. He was unbeatable in this section, so he hoped to finish quickly and go to rest. The battle of the ratings began. Khan noticed that the man had 24 wins. At first, he was surprised, and even suggested that it might be a player from the wrong level. Kim was so angry that he was even happy to have such an opponent. He wanted to show Choi Yoon how big the difference between him and a pro gamer was. Choi Yoon immediately began to assess his opponent. He is a knight who is most often seen on the battlefield. He uses a saber, which means his strength stat should be high. Face-to-face confrontation should be avoided. The battle began. Han attacked. Choi Yoon constantly dodged. Several times the sword was so close to Choi Yoon that it seemed like it was over. The man fought off the attack. He fell to his knees and Han began to actively attack him. Han got excited. This is a move. Why now? A fucking knight for a replacement. Why did he appear now? And he is so experienced among the knights to replace him. They were so close to bronze. Why now? Han was strong and had good technique. He was different from Choi Yoon's past opponents. The man realized that this could be the replacement knight the winner had been talking about. He recalled that the winner told him to be in line with the plan of Jisu's operation. He needs to get on the plane today to get the bronze today. He can't lose once. There's one variable, the knight in waiting. He has almost no chance of defeating him. If the man meets him, it will be difficult to get bronze. But the man had to win. He needed it not for the sake of the broadcast. He had a personal reason. If there are almost no chances, then when he can win, it will be a breakthrough for him. Then Henu suggested a trick. The man is already weaker than the replacement knight, so we need to use this weakness. The guy told him not to make counterattacks and show vulnerability. Surely the opponent would relax when he saw Choi Yoon like this. The man did just that. Han thought it was strange that the man was so weak. At first he assumed that he was a replacement knight, and if not, how did he manage to win 24 victories in a row? Had the knight left and the real owner logged into this account? Choi Yoon fell to his knees. Khan approached him and took him by the hair, as if he wanted to take the mask. He wanted to look at the face of the one who was using the services of the knights as a substitute. Khan started beating the man's head on the ground and saying that it was because of people like that he had become like this. Henu, watching this in the arena host mode, was angry. He would have killed this guy in a second. Choi Yoon suffered and suffered, but realized that he had to wait. Of the time the winner was talking about, he had to finally convince the opponent of his weakness. He waited until he noticed a gap. Khan asked his opponent if he was angry. He thought he didn't want to lose his points. He raised his sword to the mountain and said it was time to say goodbye. Choi Yoon realized that this was the right moment for a big attack and began to stand up. The first thing he felt after losing his wife was hatred for everything that was happening. The second emotion was unimaginable sadness, and the third, he felt when he learned that Jisi was sick and could not be treated in the country. It was a strong desire to protect what was left, so he trained a lot. In order to save his daughter, he had to perform a miracle. When he would pass a test, he didn't have to, and if he succeeded, he would ask for it again. Choi Yoon got to his feet and stabbed his opponent with his sword when he was already sure of victory. The player disappeared, and the man burst into tears. Henu began to praise him, even throwing his arms around him, because the man successfully used their lesson to win. And tears, at the end, have already become his style. In the end, the man received a bronze medal. He could not believe it. His victory brought him a bronze medal. Now he was ranked 9,997,328th. When the man realized this, he started crying even more. He was very grateful to the winner because if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have won the bronze medal and his daughter wouldn't have had the surgery. The audience wanted an explanation, but the guy didn't want to say anything. He noticed that there was very little time left before the plane, and Choi Yoon had to leave. He wanted to change the subject, but Choi Yoon continued to cry and looked at the winner and said that he was a special person and thanked him again. When the guy was alone, he started talking to the audience. He asked if they liked today's broadcast. There was a dangerous moment with the night for the replacement, but Choi Yoon managed to win, although Hyun thought that they would not see bronze. Both Dwayne and Choi Yoon won bronze medals. He started to feel proud, because it was all because of his training. The guy thought he needed to make a stream about the battle of the ratings. Viewers started asking questions about the operation. Hyun didn't want to say anything so they wouldn't think he was using Choi Yoon for the stream. But I still had to tell you about my husband's daughter. Her only hobby is watching fights in the arena. That's why Choi Yoon started playing. He wanted to be cool for his daughter. His daughter has a serious illness, but it can be cured. Right now, the girl is about to fly on an airplane for the first time. The treatment was invented recently, and there are cases of complete recovery, so it helped them. Choi Yoon became a student at the academy, and Hyun and Nike just thanked him. It was a simple mutual act, and that was the end of the stream. Later, Han was in the office of Big Star's director Yoon Hung. He called the boy an idiot because he was angry about his loss, because a pro gamer could not lose in such a battle. The boy tried to explain, but Yoon wouldn't listen. He said he would not allow the boy to compete. It was only through competition that Khan endured the order to be a replacement knight in this terrible place. He bowed to the director and apologized. He promised to do everything to prevent this from happening again. Yoon reminded him that there were a lot of other athletes besides him and ordered him to leave the office. Left alone, he thought that he would prevent Han from becoming a pro gamer and keep him as a replacement knight for as long as possible. Khan left the office very angry. He went to the closet and hit the door with his fist as hard as he could. The guys from the company noticed this and realized that he was talking to the director. One of them said that he had also recently visited the director and accidentally heard that from the next league, if a team does not have a lock, it is considered insufficiently prepared and is moved to the second league. Their team will be in the second league because they can't level up because of PvP, and they didn't know how to get a castle without a king's contribution. They thought they could buy it from streamers or guilds, but it was not possible. The main problem was also not solved, because the director, a bastard, orders them to be knights instead. With such a certificate, you can't get a castle. Yoon would definitely send them to the second league and make them work as replacement knights for as long as possible. Suddenly Han said he had decided. They would achieve nothing and would remain toys for Yun Heng. So he offered to take revenge on him and get out of here. The team was divided into two camps. Some supported Khan's idea, while others thought it was too radical. Jin Wan said that if he couldn't develop here, he would just become a streamer. This surprised his friend, who had to understand him. Each of them realized that in 4 months they would no longer be able to stream as they could now. Then they would become nobodies who could be used as they pleased. Jin Wan asked how Han was going to take revenge on him. The guy reminded him of how he lost to the winner from the alley today. Khan offered to tell the winner from the alley the whole truth, that they had to become replacement knights, that they will not even receive payment under the contract, that they are subjected to violence. In this situation, only the winner from the alley can save them. The next morning, Henu was sleeping. His phone rang and he woke up to answer it. It was Kyle who called, and he apologized for waking the guy up. I should have called him later. Henu started to worry that something was wrong, but Kyle said he had called to discuss something. Nike received a message requesting help from the alley winner. The sender is a pro gamer from a Korean company. He spoke about corruption in the company. Hyun couldn't understand why he was here. Kyle suggested that it was because of his popularity in Korea. And helping Choi Yoon has really boosted his reputation. What did Hyun think he had done that was so incredible that people would tell him about it? After all, he's just a streamer. Maybe she needs help? How difficult it is for them that they turn to Hen. After all, he's just a nobody in the game. He asked Kyle to send him all the information he had received. He will review the case and give an answer. Later, Henu read the information. He was shocked by the team of pro gamers. He didn't understand how the big stars even fit all the standards. What do the Quincy's do that allows such teams to advance? Arena is a game where astronomical amounts of money are made thanks to leagues, streams, and advertising. Therefore, the rules for creating teams should be quite expensive. But they had a new director and a new sponsor, Ilson Capital. Henu assumed it was a loan shark company. It didn't sound like a good idea. Even if it was, how could Henu help them? I didn't want to make enemies openly. You need to tell everything in such a way that the viewers come to the right conclusion and decide to call the expert for the broadcast. In the evening of the same day, Henu launched the stream. Greeting the viewers, he said that an important topic would be discussed today. His team received the information. To their surprise, the sender was a pro gamer, whom he will call A, who is a member of the team. There are 2 main points in the report. The first is that in his team, players are forced to become knights as replacements. And secondly, the payment was lower than it was specified in the contract. Henu cannot name the company to protect the players' identities. The problem is that this can happen not only in their team. Many pro gamers are young people who follow their dreams. When you have a dream at stake and someone threatens to destroy it, you have to obey. The team quickly figured out which company it was. Henu was surprised that they came to a conclusion in just 5 minutes. It was both cool and scary. Henu decided to invite a professional in the field to discuss the topic from all sides. The guest was Hedo, a former replacement knight. Hilo greeted the audience. This was their second meeting. Henu noticed that Hedo had already quit the business because he had a dream. He hoped that soon he would be able to talk about it more openly. Henu asked Hedo if players are really forced to be a knight in place of a knight. The man confirmed. As far as he knew, one team had recently changed its sponsor and was now receiving many orders of this kind. There were especially many orders from players who wanted to get bronze. Obviously, this is why the number of knights has grown significantly. In the comments, viewers began to write that Big Stars had recently changed ownership. Hinu was very happy that they had guessed right. He said that there should be as few companies like this in the arena as possible. After the stream ended, all arena communities began to actively discuss Big Stars. The director was immediately called and asked to explain what was happening. Yoon began to apologize to the chairman, who did not listen to him, and ordered him to find the player who had told him about them. Because if he doesn't, Yoon himself will be punished instead of the player. At this time, a boy ran into the office and told Director Yoon that they had a problem. Yoon began to yell at the boy because he had come into the office without noticing that he was on the phone. The guy said that all the boys had disappeared from the dormitory. It was empty, and even their belongings were gone. The chairman yelled at Yoon, demanding an explanation. He threatened him to fix everything. The next day, Hen received a call from Kyle. He immediately asked what was going on with Big Stars. He thought they would be banned. Kyle replied that it's hard to create a team and get it banned. They would probably just sell the company. Even a buyer has been found, and the community believes that players should be allowed to return as soon as possible. By the way, he said that Jisoo's surgery was successful. Doctors say this operation was the most successful. And the girl recovered quickly. Choi Yoon sobbed like never before. Reporters are already trying to get to the bottom of Hyun's story. Kyle asked if Hyun wanted to tell them the story of Choi Yoon himself. He didn't want to talk about it, so he said goodbye to Kyle. He was angry that Kyle wanted him to talk about it. When he put the phone down, he was very happy that the operation was successful. He noticed that Tenny was looking at the cannonballs he had received at the festival. He asked how much longer he would do it. Tenny was going to eat them when he got his awakening. He hid them so Henu couldn't take them away. The bear was already almost at level 200 when the first awakening happened. He got gigantization and a roar. I wonder what he will get after the second awakening. Now Henu knew what he was going to do. He realized that Tenny would want to wake up as soon as possible, to enjoy the elixir as soon as possible. So he suggested that Shadow go hunting. Tenny didn't want to go hunting, even tried to teleport to another place, but Henu wouldn't let him. They arrived at some place unknown to Bear. It was the Walter Mountains, their hunting ground. Others don't know anything about this place. Kate says that he was here once, but the monsters were so strong that the hunt was not very successful. Even the Pioneer Guild, which loves to explore new places, knows little about it. Kate told Han not to come here, but there is a reason he decided to do it. It's a task that cannot be refused. If the monsters are strong, then they will give a lot of experience, and Tenny will get a second awakening and tomorrow will be completed. 2 things at a time. As soon as Henu entered, monsters began to appear. He pulled out his sword to see how strong they were. He was able to easily destroy several lions with black wings with just one blow. After destroying a few more, the guy moved to a new level. His health and mana were restored. It wasn't as hard as Kate had told him. After his third promotion, he became stronger than he expected. Perhaps thanks to the strong energy that covers his weapon, Henu noticed that Tenny was hiding behind a rock. He did not allow him to do so, but Tenny said that the boy was doing well on his own, so there was no need to help him. But if nothing was done, Tenny would not gain enough experience to awaken a second time. After that, Henu and Tenny spent 2 days hunting in the mountains. Henu has never had an easier hunt than this, except for his first fight when he returned to the arena. All of his worries evaporated, so he was able to easily defeat monsters that were higher in level. As a result, after an active hunting season with no place to sleep or eat, Tenny was able to rise 3 levels. The bear was tired, and Henu was looking at his profile. Tenny was already at level 199. One more, and he would get a second awakening. Exhausted, Tenny sat on the grass and realized that he just needed to drink the elixir. Then he wouldn't be suffering now. When he wanted to lie down, a translucent wall appeared behind him. A message was displayed asking if the player wanted to enter the ancient Arperium dungeon. Hen was very happy that Tenny had managed to find the entrance to the hidden dungeon. Tenny cried and asked him to tell him it wasn't true. The last dungeon Henu was in with the boys was with a vampire. He hadn't been in a dungeon in a long time. Tenny continued to cry. He just wanted to go to the islands, but Hen didn't care. He was already anticipating that he would get a new skill or a unique item, or maybe even an epic. Tenny had already resigned himself to the fact that they would enter the dungeon and therefore asked to do it as soon as possible to get it over with. Finally, they entered the ancient Arperium, but it was the same place they had been before. The view around them had not changed. Tenny thought that the luck was better here than it had been before, and he suggested that the owner have a picnic. Suddenly, Henu heard a strange sound and asked if it was coming from the forest. The sounds were very loud, and they were scared. Henu and Tenny hid behind a tree to reconnoiter the situation. When Henu dared to look out from behind the tree, he saw that the sounds were made by giant ogres fighting. They fought very hard with sticks. Then the giant attacked and managed to kill the ogre from the mountains of Walter with one blow. Henu thought that this giant was the boss. Its destructive power was incredible. Tenny noticed that Henu had a worried look on his face. Apparently, he was afraid of this giant. This was his chance. The bear assumed that he could wake up if he caught a giant. Hen was surprised that he suddenly suggested attacking the boss, but Tenny didn't see the point in hunting for long. He really felt that he could wake up and set a condition for Hen that if he did not want to kill the giant, the bear would go to the islands. Henu reasoned. They had been hunting for 2 days without rest. No matter how brave Henu was, he would not be able to defeat the giant in his condition. Tenny was hoping that Henu would refuse and they would leave, but it didn't work out as expected. Henu said yes. The bear was confused. Apparently, he knew nothing about his master. He wasn't brave, he was crazy. But instead of going to fight, Henu sat under a tree and started thinking. Tenny thought he was being cool, but he wasn't. He was running a simulation. He will take enough damage, but the problem is the giant's strength. It seems that one of his blows will kill the guy. Usually you can defeat a boss if you understand the boss's style. Therefore, the first blows are used for this purpose. To hit a boss you don't know anything about, you have to watch him for a long time. During the fight, Henu could use lightning 7 times, so you need to have time to determine the giant's style. Eventually, Henu told Tenna that they were going to fight the boss. He wanted to finish the raid on the boss as soon as possible. Shadow was sad again. He still had hope that they would get out of here. Henu took off and was about to launch a beam of black energy at the giant, but he turned around. It was as if he felt that the boy wanted to hit him from the back. The giant swung to strike Henu, but the boy was able to dodge. While the giant stood still, Henu flew up to his face and used a blast of magic, but he managed to hit him only in the eye. Despite this, he managed to hit him the first time. The giant began to attack back. It became clear to Hen that he was stronger than any monster he had ever fought. But he decided to test something. Henu combined a magic explosion and a crescent lunge and managed to deal more damage. Hen's assumption turned out to be correct. Although the radius of impact is high, the giant received a lot of damage from the crescent moon, whose strength decreases with distance. He realized that they were definitely not facing the boss. The guy remembered that Tenny had encouraged him to fight, but he hadn't fought before, so he called him. He asked him to use magic, and when he did, Henu struck and defeated the ancient giant. The giant turned out to be an ordinary monster, and only Henu was worried. Tenny called to Henu. He screamed that light was coming out of his body. This was it, the second awakening. He reached level 200 and got 2 new skill sets. His stats went up so much that Henu was shocked. He may have been his pet, but it wasn't fair. One of the skill he received was wind breath. Additionally, there was a buff to speed, which was so necessary for Hen. After level 200, the Grand Canyon's wind gain rate started to disappoint, so it was great. Tenny approached Henu and pulled on his boot. Henu asked him what had happened and if the awakening was over. The bear said that something bad had happened. Henu turned to look at him and thought that such power could have the opposite effect. He was crying a lot, so Henu thought it was definitely something serious. Tenny stretched out his legs and showed him that one leg was red and the other was blue. Henu just laughed. He patted the bear's head to calm him down. Tenny shouted that it was a horror and nothing was funny about it. Henu said that Tenny was very nice to them. No one would say anything, and he's always nice. These words calmed Tenny down, and Henu was glad that he would be able to use it more often now. Suddenly, a huge man approached them and said that he was impressed by the boys fighting. Henu immediately drew his sword to fight, but the man asked me to put down my sword because he had not come to fight. The man had seen Henu defeat the giant, so he came to ask for help. Henu sensed that the talking giant had a request. Is the herald of a new quest. The giants rebelled against their god, so he abandoned them. Henu had to save their souls. The man bowed to the boy and asked him to save them. The man's name was Chroma, a shaman of Arperium, the sacred land of the giants. Their inhabitants were arrogant and vain, so they rebelled against God. As a result, his wrath fell upon them. Except for him, all the giants lost their great courage and deep wisdom and perished. Chroma asked to help his race find salvation through the death of their race. Henu was going to clear the dungeon anyway, so why not do it for such a great reward? He was not what Chroma might have thought, but he promised to help. The man thanked him and asked him to follow him. Chroma pointed to the building, the city where his race lost its true essence, and there is a giant named Floy, their past leader. He's incredibly strong, so the giants tried to build him up, but the result was terrible. It's better to save everyone first before meeting him, because when he uses the war cry, those who are nearby will join him. Henu realized that he could call the warriors to help him, so he asked if Chroma would help him, but Chroma said he had a lot to do and no time to help. But he promised to pray to God for forgiveness so that he would turn his gaze back to his race. Henu was saddened. Chroma is very reliant on the boy. He asked me to help them find salvation. After that, Henu hunted diligently. He killed 193 giants out of 657. Hunting became easy for him. The second awakening of Shadow's magic bothered the giants. Here it was, the sorcerer's power of more than 3,000 points. He now surpassed a sorcerer of the same level. Having launched the lightning, the bear stood in one place, covered with scratches, and told the owner that he could no longer. He started shouting that they had already spent so many days here. He wanted to rest, and this was his exploitation. Henu realized that Tenny had reached his limit. He suggested that he go to the islands to relax. Tenny told him not to even think about calling him while he was there. The hunt became easier for Hen, so he got busy. He'll have to apologize to Tanya. Anyway, it was time to start broadcasting soon, so he decided to do it. Henu went to the training ground. After starting the stream, he greeted the audience. He could not even imagine how much the audience was waiting for this stream. He was going to show his battles to achieve the gold medal. Now he's at the 206th level, so he can easily reach the gold medal. When he gets bored and tired, Henu will start doing the audience's tasks at each duel. A viewer under the nickname Crazy Fan gave the guy 1999 gold pieces at once and was the first to finish. For the task, he could choose 2 items: a weapon for a duel and whether he could use active powers. One viewer suggested that they could fight with their fists and without skins. Henu agreed. Thus, he won the first fight. He asked the audience to watch carefully because it would be over in a moment. Eventually, Henu's opponent appeared. It was a man dressed in nemesis, and he also had the class of a fighter. When the opponent saw the winner from the alley, he was surprised. He was already losing incessantly, and now even more so. The ranking match had begun. The opponent immediately slowed down. His body became as heavy as if he were at the bottom of the sea. Was this really a debate? Henu immediately began to attack the boy, and the boy also tried to attack Henu, but Henu held back his fist with his hand and wanted to use magic to hit his opponent. The latter asked to take a picture as a farewell. Henu decided that since it was his viewer, they would hold a freelance academy for the winner. He will allow the guy to attack himself for 2 minutes using all his skills. But even before the first attack, Henu started beating his opponent and telling him that with this style of fighting, he would definitely not succeed in ranking matches. A fighter must always attack accurately and quickly. After that, Henu gave each of his opponents 2 minutes of instructions. Of course, he did not forget about the task. Sometimes I used only my right arm, sometimes only my legs, sometimes a variety of weapons. That day, he hurt many people and even defeated them with a spoon. He ended up with 20 victories in a row. Now he will be able to win gold and reach 80,000. In the comments, people started discussing that Henu would soon be able to reach the first place. Some of the viewers didn't know that Rain was no longer in first place, but had fallen to 6th. After reading these comments, Henu thought that they didn't know that Rain was on the King of Two Masks. Enshin said that Reina was defeated 3 times by the King of the Two Masks, but lost to Reina in the first battle. He is good at hiding his true identity, which is why he won the first 5 consecutive victories on the show. Many players quickly rose in the rankings after their 3rd promotion. It's a completely different time now, not like when he was a melee gamer. Other rankers are also getting stronger, so the further it goes, the more interesting it gets. Henu told the audience that this season is coming to an end soon and had an important statement. We'll take first place in the arena this season. That was the end of the stream. Henu immediately set out to fulfill Chroma's request. He was being chased by a huge bunch of giants, but Chroma did not warn him that they were also inside. He was very angry with Chroma. He did not understand how he could not warn him about this. What kind of a shaman was he then, if he could not even describe the situation properly? Henu asked Tenny to help, but he was busy. He was killing a giant with lightning. The guy noticed that Tenny can't use skill properly when he is confused. With his roar, they would have done much faster, but he used only lightning. Continuing to fight the giants, Henu decided to start Spartan training from today. After a while, they killed 327 of the 657 giants. That was half of the job. If he got hurt, he could finish the job by tomorrow. Hen was going to be rewarded for his S-level assignment. He couldn't wait any longer. Tenny, lying on the boy's shoulder, wanted to rest. But for some time now, no giants were visible. In 10 minutes, he would meet at least one. Henu suggested that the other 300 giants might be guarding the boss. It would be hard to fight even with 8 of them, and their boss is even stronger. Henu's thoughts were interrupted by Tenny, who saw something and asked Henu to look at it. When he turned his head, he saw a giant man sitting on a throne, with a room destroyed around him. It was immediately obvious that this was the boss. He looked directly at Hena. The giant asked if he was destroying his race. Henu drew his sword, preparing to fight. But suddenly the giant told the boy not to be alarmed. He was not going to kill him. On the contrary, he wanted to thank him for saving them instead. Henu thought it was crazy. He asked how to understand this. The giant explained that they had fallen for the trick of an evil sorcerer, and the Heavenly Father had put a spell on them. He was the leader, so he was locked up here. Those who remained were even asked to kill them personally, but the boss could not. He did not make a good ruler, so he did not dare to take a life. This was different from what Henu had heard. If this one is telling the truth, the boss he needs to kill is not Floy, but Chroma. Henu explained that he had been told differently. Chroma claimed that it was he, Floy, who had turned his people against the god. Floy was very angry, and shouted very loudly that he did not dare to talk about him like that. His voice was so loud that Hen and Tenny's ears bled. He's definitely a monster. As if to summarize, Henu asked if the truth was on Floyd's side and Chroma had lied to him, the giant confirmed. If he could leave his seat, he would definitely kill Chroma. After a little analysis and weighing the pros and cons, he roughly chose who to believe now. And it was better for him to be on the side of the strongest. So Henu asked how he could help Floyd. The shackles kept him here, so Hen had to kill Chroma instead of Floyd. If he did, Floyd promised to give him a holy relic that only the leaders could have. The task was updated. Henu was sure that the truth was on Floyd's side if he had the relic of the giants, and Chroma would not be able to give him this reward in that case, so he had to be killed. He asked Floyd if he could bring Chroma here and help him with the murder. Floyd supported the guy's plan. V was ready to take his life in a heartbeat. Now it was time to go to Chroma. After a while, he told Chroma that he had killed Floyd. The man opened his mouth in surprise and even asked if it was true. He bowed before the boy in gratitude. Finally, his tribe would be able to repay his father for their sins. Henu said that if he hadn't been stronger, he would have died for sure. He really looked very tired, and Tenny was sitting on the ground, powerless. Chroma had already packed up and said he didn't want to detain the wounded guy. He was about to give the reward, but asked to wait. He moved away a little, and Henu thought he was a good NPC because his face was happy. But suddenly the wind blew, and Henu looked up in the sky and saw a magical circle forming in the sky. Normal NPCs lie better than humans. Chroma started attacking with a huge beam of black energy. He wanted to kill the boy, but he didn't even wait for the smoke to clear after the explosion to check and left immediately. But Henu stuck to a tree and said he was alive. He guessed that the boy had found out everything. Henu asked him why he decided to sneak up on him. Henu drew his sword and pointed it at Chroma. He activated the one who wants it badly skill, and all his characteristics temporarily increased. He hated those who attacked without warning. They began to attack each other. When Henu launched a blast from the dark skies and hit him square in the chest, Chroma was unbeatable with such an attack. Henu realized that he could regenerate. He wanted to help his master. While he was flying, Chroma was going to destroy him and had even gathered magical power. Fortunately, Henu managed to save him. The boy was angry with the bear because Chroma was not an easy opponent. He turned out to be stronger than he thought. Henu took Tenny in his arms and began to run away from Chroma. The giant was very angry and followed the boy. Now Chroma was really angry, but that was part of Hen's plan. He was very happy that everything had worked out the way he wanted it to. Now all we had to do was get Floyd. They had already reached the ruined city. They hid behind a dilapidated wall, and Henu asked Tenny not to come in again on a whim. Chroma was getting closer. While he was recovering, the guy asked Tenny to use the roar and run away. Henu planned to quickly lead him to Floyd, but got stuck in this place. Perhaps Chroma is suspicious that Floyd is still alive. The guy came out from behind the wall, ready to fight. Chroma asked him if he would run away again, and Henu realized that there was no other option but to fight him personally. To distract the man, he said he wanted to defeat him quickly. And in the meantime, Henu activated the giant's strength and the giant's spirit, which increased his powers. Chroma noticed something in the boy and told him that Floyd had left him a gift, but Henu didn't understand what he was talking about. But then it came to me. He spoke of the things of giants, namely the ring in the form of a giant from the mythical era. From him came the power and spirit of giants and the ring, which consisted of the spirit of the giant. And Henu realized that these rings were from this place. He didn't even know about it. So Floyd must give him another object like this. He could put together a unique set. The guy started to attack. A funnel appeared in the sky. From it, a magical beam hit Henu, but he bounced back. Chroma continued to read spells in an incomprehensible language. Each attack was deflected, and Henu only thought about how he could use how many attacks. Didn't he have time to back up? If this goes on, the lightning limit will be exaggerated. And so it happened. Chroma pointed a finger with a ball of black magic at the boy. It seemed that the boy had nowhere to go, and that his life was about to end. But luckily, Floyd was able to strike back. He threw a spear at him and it stuck in his shoulder. Finally, they met. Chroma knew he was still alive. As Floyd approached the exit of the room, he could not move any further, and Chroma realized that he still could not leave this place. He was glad because the curse was still in effect. Floyd looked so helpless. Chroma felt like he was in a zoo looking at an animal. Henu gathered his magic in the palm of his hand and told Chroma that the more you hit the sore spot, the more painful it becomes. The guy launched a blast of dark heaven right into Chroma's chest, but he immediately began to recover. Tony noticed this and used a roar, and the magic spell was forced to be cancelled. Henu took advantage of this and used a crescent kick to kill Chroma. Floyd thanked the boy. He didn't know how, but the relics that had disappeared when he was cursed ended up in Henu's possession. He was talking about the rings of the giants, but these relics only work better when complete. As promised, Floyd gave the ring to Han. That was the end of the quest. Floyd bowed to Hen and thanked him for saving his clan. His life had been sustained by the relics, but now it was no longer necessary. The city dissolved and they found themselves back in the forest. Now Henu had a complete unique set. In this dungeon, the loot was even bigger than Henu thought. But then he remembered that he hadn't received the items after Chroma's sweep. Tenny's expression said he knew something about it, but Henu didn't look at him. He kept the pendant behind his back and didn't show it to his master. Henu even asked Floyd to send him to the dungeon again, but he did not hear him. Meanwhile, Sony launched a stream on its channel. She greeted the audience with a greeting. The weather was nice today and Sonia was in a great mood, but not only because of the weather, and also because they had a special guest. They invited the audience to guess who it would be. Henu appeared. He greeted the audience. The audience was pleasantly surprised by such a guest and cheered. Sometime before, Sonia had called him and was outraged. He promised to do a joint stream and the time had come. That's how he got here. There were a lot of comments about how he got on the stream, and Sonia realized that there were a lot of viewers of the winner from the alley. She thanked them for coming. Donations started pouring in. Henu said that this was not his stream, that viewers should save the gold and words for Friday, but Sonia was very happy. She invited such a guest to host the Winners Academy. Sonia wanted to spend their time together learning skill sets and getting basic tips for hunting, not for arena battles. In the comments, viewers wrote that Henu would not succeed because Sonia is a necromancer. How would he ever study? To prove the point, he asked Sonia why they didn't use undead and curses because she was a necromancer, but she was a good hunter. They went to the forest to hunt. Henu did not participate but only criticized Sonia's actions. She was fighting monsters, and Henu was screaming that her skeleton was being beaten. They had to send others to help him or use magic. Sonia was almost crying. Henu thought that the girl could just summon and control the undead. How could she be so clueless at the game? The girl was attacked by a monster. She stood still and Henu had to intervene to protect her. When the monster was destroyed, Henu asked how the girl had hunted before because it seemed like it was her first time. And it was true. The girl used to hunt only in a group with spectators or friends. Henu was shocked that it was a group hunt with the necromancer. If there are 10 players and 5 or 6 necromancers, what is the point of group hunting for necromancers at all? Sonia was hopeless in his eyes, but nothing was impossible for Hen. So he promised to do everything to make sure that today the girl could hunt alone. He asked Sonia to do what he said and hunting would become something natural for her. The goblin demons appeared in front of the girl, and she was terrified. She could not imagine that she could defeat 5 of them alone. But Henu said that he would take care of them, and Sonia just had to do what he said. The girl turned to look at the guy, but he asked her to come to her senses and asked why she was not calling anyone. The undead began to appear from the ground. Their opponents are 5 goblin demons, 10 swordsman skeletons, 3 mage skeletons, and 5 guilds. This should have been enough. Henu asked Sonia to send 2 knight skeletons to each goblin and to order the mage skeletons to attack them. The gullies will protect the back while the knights fight. Sonia didn't seem to hear anything and asked me to repeat it. He repeated that they should block the goblin's path with the knight skeletons. She needs to prepare to attack with mages, and the goblins will attack from behind. Use breakthrough or debuff magic, but not explosive magic. The battle was to be fought only against the undead. Sonia seemed to understand everything and began to perform. She launched a dark bomb and managed to destroy one of the goblins. Sonia was very happy and turned to Han to ask if he had seen it, but he was not impressed. He said that the skeleton mages were ready to fight, and the girl had to be given an order. And so she did. The skeleton mages had to hit the wounded goblins. They did as they were told. And Sony turned to look at Hen, but he started yelling at her. There were no distractions because the battle was not over. He shouted at her to use the curse, because if she did, the undead would fall. In the end, Sonia managed to defeat all the demon goblins. She could not believe that she had defeated them all by herself. But to be honest, Henu was sure that soon Sonia would be able to cope on her own. Of course, if she continues to believe and follow Henu, she will be able to destroy monsters without prompting. Enchanted by Henu's beauty, she promised that she would believe. Sonia was embarrassed. Henu was nice to her. He thought she would have died in a minute without his help. Their goal was to help Sonia with the hunt, and she offered to hunt more. Henu believed in Sonia. As expected, she eventually managed to cope on her own. Henu asked how they were feeling. The girl was sitting on her knees with her head down. She didn't even think that she would be training for 8 hours under reproaches and lamentations. The girl did not answer Hen's question, so he said that silence was a sign of consent. But the comments disagreed with him. When Hyun saw that Sonia was exhausted, he ended the stream. He said goodbye to the audience and thanked them for watching. Sonia was crying and did not understand why the winner from the alley had treated her like that. He walked up to her, reached out to help her up, added that today was fun and that they would definitely do another stream together when they had a chance. The girl thought that Henu was behaving terribly only because of the stream. She agreed and thanked him for today. Henu was sure she would not agree to do this again. Henu's actions were always different from his thoughts. After the Sony stream, the guy was left alone. He didn't even have time to check it out because he was busy with the Sony stream. This is the last item in the set. This is the ring that formed the foundation of the giants. Henu began to examine it. Putting it on his finger added 100 units to his stats. He also received a skill that increases his strength stat by 100%. It was the first time Henu had seen such an amplifier, so now the power of his attacks was increasing. He was overjoyed. Even though it didn't affect his other skills much, even they became 40% more powerful. At that moment, he noticed that Tenny was also very happy and that he was holding something in his hands. It was a pendant. Tenny said he had brought it from the islands. Hen didn't need it, so he didn't pay attention to it. In any case, it's better than the spirit of the dark skies. In fact, the bear found her while the owner was talking to that giant, and if he told him, Henu would definitely take her away. This pendant is the source of the spoilage. Its effect was to increase the penetration of magical defense and create the attribute damage. While Henu was enjoying the rewards of the giant's dungeon, a bloody war was taking place in another city. Liu Shay, the third dragon from the 9 Dragon Guild, came to talk. To a man named Zhou Fang, he said it was time for him to step down. The man was surprised. There was no reason for him to leave, and he thought it was a joke. Zhou Fang is the first dragon in the 9 Dragon Guild. But Liu Shay was not joking. He wouldn't joke around and threw the documents on his desk. Zhou stole a lot. Liu Shay couldn't understand why one of the best guilds in the world had such a small profit. Zhou turned out to be very greedy. The guy was surprised when he started to do all the paperwork. The first dragon started shouting that these were fake documents, and no one would believe it. But the other guild members had already turned their backs on him. It was better to share the loot with them in advance. They wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye to how much the man had stolen. Today, Zhou Fang's fall is inevitable. Liu Shay has been building this trap for several months, and there is no way for him to get out of it. He set a condition for Zhou. Either he would leave the 9 dragons right now or the guy would report him tomorrow morning. In the arena community, there was a thread about a rebellion in a huge guild, and the news that the head of such a powerful guild had been replaced. Moreover, the resignation of the head was overshadowed by the fact that the next head was the 3rd dragon, although a 2nd dragon was to take its place. They also terminated the contract with their main sponsor, Editus. It was the biggest scandal since the arena became popular. Following this, Henu thought that it was a great decision to terminate the contract with Editus. Their relationship was not good. Their first meeting was not the best, but it was because of Tian and Hen that he decided to write a message of congratulations. There was nothing wrong with wanting to be friends, and he sent a message to Liu Shay. After that, Henu launched a stream. Today's arena battle will be special. It will also be very special. There will be no winner in the arena today. The audience is very interested in who it will be, and Henu didn't drag out the intrigue for long and called out Tenchi. Today it will be him. They will have a battle of favorites, and Tenny will be the main character. Tenny shouted that his master was forcing him to do this against his will. Henu told the audience that Tenny was actually very strong, but the bear didn't take his compliment well. Before the fight, Henu asked Tenny to fight with less force, because his friends might be there, so Tenny had to use only his fists, not magic. A trial fight will be held to determine the rating. Tenny's first opponent was a dog resembling a fox. His owner told him that he was a fan of Henu and asked if he could take a picture with him. He started Rune because he really liked Tenny. Henu realized that this was his viewer. It was not difficult for Hen to be photographed, and they moved away from the animals to take a photo. Tenny said hello to Rune. He loved the puppies, but for some reason he growled. Bear thought that Rune was doing it because he thought he was a bad boy. The owner told Rune to sit, and he did, then to lie down, and he laid down on his back, then to walk on his front paws, and the animal did that. Rune's master decided to surrender. He was not sure that Rune would defeat Tenny. I needed to teach her the image well. The guy called the winner. Thus, Kang Hyun won. He realized that this was not a battle of pets, but simply a day's entertainment for them. After Rune and his master left, Henu began to scold Tenny. He asked him not to use his influence to win. The bear did not understand why his master was not happy, because he did not use magic. Henu did not understand why the bear spoke so well. He assumed it was the effect of the second awakening. He started crying and saying that the owner always insulted him. It was always his fault. It made him very sad. The audience was surprised that the winner was insulting the bear. After reading this, Henu tried to convince them that it was not so and hugged him and told him he loved him. While Tenny was walking around happy, Henu decided to show the audience a window with the bear's stats. The viewers were thrilled and really admired Tenny, even though Henu had hidden his skill and stats. But Henu noticed something in his profile and realized that he was hiding something. In the comments, viewers began to write that Tenny had achieved everything on his own. The winner was pissed off and said that he had helped him to rise. He paused the broadcast and asked the viewers not to leave and wait for them. As soon as the audience stopped seeing him, his face changed to a very angry one. When Tenny noticed this, he asked what was wrong. His profile had some kind of corrupted attribute, and he asked Tenny where he was from. Henu thought he had taken something, even though he had asked not to. But Tenny proved that he hadn't taken anything, hadn't even drunk the elixir yet. Then it is not clear how he got this attribute. Tenny said he didn't know, but there was a pendant hanging around his neck. Henu realized it was her. Taking it in his hands, Henu saw the information about it. It was a chroma pendant. Tina had to admit that he had picked her up in the dungeon, but he decided not to take her away. Suddenly, he praised Tenny and returned the pendant to him. The bear was shocked that the owner had given him the pendant. He was offended that the student had hidden it from him. He thought it was lost. Henu thought that it was very cool that Tenny could use the objects. Even if this attribute is not the most positive, if there are problems, the parents will deal with them. He hadn't seen them, but they seemed to be as strong as raccoon. Henu asked Tenny not to hide anything when he found something. The bear thanked him and promised to tell him everything. After that, they continued to fight the pets in the arena. The battles ended with the pets simply being afraid of Shadow. That's how Tenny won 20 victories in a row and became the king of the arena. After that, Henu withdrew from the game. He was worried that everyone would think the fight with Tenny was unfair. But overall, the reaction was good. His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing phone. It was Kyle. He said that the big boss wanted to meet with him. Henu thought his boss was Jamie, but the head of Nike, Bill Knight, wanted to see him. Kyle asked if he'd ever heard of anyone. The guy was surprised, but nothing surprising. Henu did not realize what position he was in. The number of arena players was approaching 10 million, and the winner had hundreds of thousands of viewers on his streams, and the most views on the video. Henu said he was still not worthy of meeting the most important chairman. Then Kyle asked us to answer a question. If he is offered a debut as a professional gamer now, will he be confident in his victory among professionals? Would he be able to win international competitions? The guy said that he could do it, even without looking at who would be on his team. And even if the opponents turn out to be superstars, Kyle said that the guy was actually very confident. Hen decided to say something too. He actually wanted to make his debut as a pro gamer and hoped to do so when he got the first place in the ratings. Kyle asked if it wasn't a bit hasty. He suggested that the guy wants to qualify for the next season to go to the Arena Worlds. This is an international competition in which only a few teams participate, including the winners of their leagues. If he doesn't make it in time, he'll have to wait another year, and he's not that patient. Kyle asked which team the boy wanted to go to. He thought that if he had made up his mind, he would have already said it was simple. He needed a team of players who were passionate about what they were doing, who were good, who had a clean background, and who were all nice people. Kyle wasn't sure that such a team existed. It would be faster to create one himself. This is what Hen Kayla asked for. He needed a dream team. Hen had to start playing in the arena to pay off his debts, but now he has a new goal. He wanted to do something he had long dreamed of. Jonghanbak. The next place to study will be the professional league. Henu will start to take away everything he has. At the same time, Quincy of the Korean branch was having a lunch break. It had been hard to meet up with colleagues lately because everyone was so busy. Park Hyun-jung, the head of the arena's planning team, told a colleague that everyone has been busy lately. It's hard when you only get 12 hours of sleep in a week. His colleague, arena management manager Kim Jinan, thought that when the planning team finished working at night, it would be their turn. Park Hyun said that the winner was moving very quickly in the quest, and that he was very concerned about the progress of the Demon Guild, and also need to create an event and NPS to celebrate 1 billion arena subscribers. Kim asked his colleague when they would reach 1 billion. Thanks to the King of Two Masks, the number of users has grown significantly, so in 3 or 4 months we will definitely reach 1 billion subscribers. He had expected to suffer only until this month, but if manager Kim had problems with the document, they would have problems too. And there was little time left before the league started. The men sighed and wanted to quit. Meanwhile, in the game, Tenny told Henu that he had found the location of the big islands. Henu took Tenny and tried to kiss him. The entrance to the islands is behind a waterfall in the largest forest of Mount Hyunjin. Tenny asked to be released. Henu let go of him and remembered that the biggest big forest of Mount Hedgewood. This forest belongs to a high elf that was occupied by the New York Warriors. This is the team Reina is on, so the guy decided to meet her. After a while they met and the girl asked him what happened since the winner came to her. Then she noticed Tenny on the boy's shoulder and said hello to him. Henu and Reina hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guys from her guild were surprised at how different Reina was from Henu. They started telling her to behave as usual. The girl quickly covered the boys' mouths and asked Hen why he was looking for her. The boy replied that he had come to ask for something. The guys thought he wanted to join their guild. One of them was even willing to give up his salary, or he would just join them. But Reina asked them to shut up because she was speaking now. Henu explained that it was not about joining their guild. He had come to ask permission to enter the forest of the higher elves. The guild was happy to allow him to do so. Reina said he could have done it without being asked, but thanked him for honoring them. Gamers have rules, so he had to do it. Reina, in turn, also wanted to ask the winner for something. Henu assumed that the girl wanted to practice. Imagine his surprise when the guys from her guild asked to start dating with the prospect of marriage. They said that the girl watches his videos every day, and they will become the strongest couple in the arena. Reina beat the boys again and asked for another training session because the league would start soon. Given that they granted his request, he agreed to Reina's request. Later, somewhere near the forest of high elves, Henu and Reina began to train. Reina asked him not to use his active skill. Reina challenged him to a duel. Henu said they would fight only once and accepted. After that, the girl immediately rushed to attack the boy, but the boy fought her off. It would not end with a few lunges. Reina attacked again, but Henu dodged again. The difference between them grew larger. The girl asked why the winner did not attack, and she assumed that he thought she was pathetic. But it wasn't. The fight is supposed to help Reina. If Henu just wins, the girl won't get better. The point is to help fill in the gaps. Reina was humiliated by Hen's words. She attacked and put her sword to the boy's neck. Then she asked me to attack, but not to use destructive skills. Her defense was enough to withstand him. Henu realized that the girl was more stubborn than he thought. He said he would be stronger and rushed to attack. Stunning attacks are always so fast. Reina repelled the attacks. When their swords parted, Henu made a U-turn and continued his attack. The boy kicked her. If he had kicked her with all his strength, she would not have survived. He advised her not to swing too wide, planning the next attack while dodging the last one. The girl asked if they had always had such a difference in strength. The difference in strength was not so great, but the difference in stature was very great. Reina realized that the guy was lower in level, but the ranks, skill, items were much better. She asked to fight again. The guys from her guild who had watched the fight were surprised by Reina's behavior. They thought she had lost her mind. One of them was not sure that the winner was the same person as them. He had always admired his movements. But Reina is the ace of their team. How can you beat her for nothing? Meanwhile, Reina attacked. She watched the video of her loss so many times. Why did she lose if she had a huge advantage? All the coaches of their team also analyzed the video, and the reason was simple. The winner evades attacks that should have been evaded, reflects what should have been reflected, and attacks in a timely manner. He turned a theory that everyone knows into reality. She recognized that she would definitely lose, but the girl had to make him recognize her. And at this point, she attacked again. Having repelled the attack, Henu realized that it was something similar to the first meeting with LeBron. Reina put the sword to the guy's neck again, but he covered it with his hand and the sword hit his iron glove. It was a little dangerous. Henu hadn't realized that Reina could think like him. He turned to the guys from the guild and said that the New York Warriors ace was different from the others. After that, Reina smiled and Henu invited them to fight again. The guild members saw that their ice princess was not good at hiding her true feelings. After a while, Henu breathed out a sigh of relief. He barely managed to finish the training with Reina. She asked him to continue until he had used up all his strength. He decided to avoid her in the future. Eventually, Henu and Tenny found themselves at a waterfall, which is the entrance to the Big Islands. Upon entering the Big Islands, they saw a golden autumn. The weather was beautiful, and the sunshine made it look even more beautiful. Tenny told Hen that it was beautiful here. Now the boy understood why Tony was always bragging about the place. They decided to meet with Tanya's parents. It was close. There was a village of their race nearby. He asked me to take off my mask and gloves. The bear's father didn't like that very much. Henu realized that these objects of hatred and desire to kill, the curse of the turn, and the memories of killing. Apparently, some NPCs feel uncomfortable around them. He asked what kind of parents Tenny had. He answered only briefly that his father was a businessman and his mother was very beautiful. Henu imagined his father as a bear in a suit and his mother as a bear in a wedding dress. After a while, they reached the village. It looked ordinary if you remove the trees that grow in the houses. On the roof of one of the houses was a man who greeted Tenny. It was Tony's uncle, Tommy. He asked the man if his friend was with him. Tenny told him that it was his landlord and asked what the man was doing on the roof. He was repairing it, but it wasn't ready yet. He wished them to have fun. Henu was surprised and asked Tenny if it was really his uncle. Bear confirmed, and they went to his parents' house. Something was wrong. His uncle did not look like a bear at all, but like a man. When they got to the house of the bear's parents, they entered and immediately sat down at the table. They looked like ordinary people, not at all like Henu had imagined. My mother's name was Manon. When she heard that the boy had named him Tenny, she was very happy. He was too embarrassed to tell them about it. His father, Hugo, also liked the name Tenny. It reflected the cuteness of their son. Henu did not object. The boy asked why Tenny was different from everyone else in his tribe. Manon said that they can change their appearance to human after receiving a second awakening. Shadow also had a second awakening, so he could change as well. However, his mom thought he would rather look like a cute bear, so he didn't want to. And as he gets older, he won't be able to see himself that way anymore. You could say that this is how he expresses his desire to remain a child longer. Henu's imagination created a human version of Shadow. But why did he hide it from his master? Hugo saw the way Henu looked at his son and realized that he thought he was cute too. He had been worried when he heard that Shadow had a master, but he was glad that it was Henu. His mom cried, and his dad said that they hoped he was taking care of him. After that, the conversation with Tenny's parents continued. His father noticed that Tenny was getting stronger every day. Henu asked if there was a good place to hunt nearby. Manon said that monsters don't usually appear on big islands. The parents started whispering to each other. Hugo asked his wife if she should ask them to deal with the cave. It all needed to be done. Manon said yes, it was high time they did it. Mom said that Henu is a good person to trust with Tenny, but she is still not sure about his abilities. Tenny shouted that Henu was strong, but they couldn't take his word for it. They would have preferred to see him in action. The guy was pleasantly surprised that even Tenny supported him, so he agreed. This is not a difficult or complicated task. There are no big problems on big islands. So Hen got a new quest. Going north, you can see a large mountain. In the cave on the way to the top, you can feel a restless energy. They asked me to check it out. Immediately after receiving the assignment, Tenny and Henu went to the cave. Tenny thought that Henu liked his parents and that they seemed like nice people. He would not have liked them because they gave him an S-rank quest. He was wondering how much experience he would gain from this task. After that, they entered the cave of the Great Islands. It was very dark there, but Tenny used his magic to light the lights, and they started with just a pile of stones. Unlike the island itself, this place looked suspicious and very creepy. They noticed footprints on the ground. They were everywhere. Henu assumed that monsters the size of an organ must live here, at least. Suddenly, someone appeared. Henu was happy that the monster had come out to them. He drew his sword and prepared to fight. When the monster came out of the shadows, they saw a very strange and scary animal. As he roared, Henu was affected by the momentum of the lowest-ranked monster, Ramalan, but Henu immediately used the combat stat to ignore the effect. Using the day buff, Henu realized that he could defeat. He started attacking to kill it faster and clear the cave. After the monster's first attack, Henu realized that it was not that big, but it was also strong. Henu attacked with a crescent lunge and immediately discovered that the monster's defense was weak and it had no armor. Now he realized what the monster was roughly. Ramalan began to attack the boy in return, but he kept dodging. After using magic and realizing where his weakness was, Henu destroyed Ramalan and gained experience, but the quest was not completed, which meant that there was something stronger than a low-ranked monster. Henu asked if Tenny knew anything about this cave. Maybe his parents told him, but he shouted that it was his first time here. They decided to go deeper into the cave. Suddenly, Henu heard the sound of footsteps. It didn't seem to be a big monster, but for some reason, these footsteps seemed familiar to Henu. A very strong entity was coming to them. At that moment, a man in flak jackets appeared. Henu decided to attack first. As soon as he did, his opponent stopped him with just 2 fingers holding his sword. In front of them stood a guy with horns and long hair. He asked what they were doing here. Did bears do that? Henu thought he was talking about Tenny's parents. He was shocked to see that he had only stopped the bear's attack with 1 finger. He asked to talk to him and take the sword away from his face. Then Henu realized that he was not a monster and did not want to fight. Henu decided to introduce himself and told him that he was a friend of the bears and was clearing this cave for them. He replied that it was fun to see their surprised faces sometimes. The guy in turn also introduced himself. His name is Leon Mio, not his real name, but that's what everyone called him. The quest was changed from exploring the cave to talking to Leon Mio. Then Henu told him that he was an adventurer and that the bear's name was Tenny. Leon Mio took the boy's shoulder with both hands and said that even as a Henu, he could now easily defeat Ramalan. He was very happy. It meant that his suffering was over. He started asking a bunch of questions. What skills do adventurers have in general? Can he defeat an ogre alone, walk freely in the Balto Mountains, or explore the West on his own? Henu was shocked and replied that the average level is not that strong yet. Top adventurers hunt in the Haijin Mountains. After saying that, Leon Mio was in a tizzy because only a high-level adventurer could help him get out of this annoying place. Henu thought that he might be an NPC who connects general-level adventurers. Henu asked if he was protecting something here. This wording offended Leon, and he said that he was not defending anything but the cave. Many monsters like Ramalan come from the demon world, and if you don't kill them, you'll have a lot of problems. Henu was shocked to hear about the demon world. Leon added that this place was connected to the demon world. He could have left it to the adventurers if they were up to the task, but he eventually retired. Henu got some great information. The demon world is an important part of the fantasy world. Leon Mio said that a lot of time had passed and he had to go, and he left. He said that he would remember Kong Henu's name and allowed him to come in if he needed anything. Henu bowed and said goodbye to Leon. Henu was very happy. He not only finished the quest, but also met an important NPC. Why was he so lucky? And what else will he find on the Big Islands? While Henu was enjoying himself on the Big Islands in real life, in a cafe in Mascherano, the Red Bull America pro gamer had a meeting with another player. He asked why they were looking for him. Maybe he wanted to join their guild. Mascherano had already turned him down several times. His interlocutor replied that he did not come to hear Mascherano's jokes. He came to ask about the arena. Mascherano was very surprised because the guy hadn't been there for a long time. It was he who claimed that he could easily take first place if he wanted to. His interlocutor was Rhine. In the past, he was in first place in the ranking, but now he was in second place. He wasn't sure after he showed up. Mascherano realized that the guy wanted to find out about the winner from the alley. Rain asked where the winner stands in the rankings now. Mascherano replied that he had heard that he had fallen to 6th. Rain was now on 2nd and only one person above him. It was Taika. Taika is a real king of the arena, about whom little is known except for some of his skins. Rhine was confident that he could defeat him. But Mascherano realized that Rhine was not sure he could beat the winner. At the moment, he is in 1,236th place. And if he continues to follow his plan, he will definitely be able to take the first place in the remaining 3 weeks, which means Renyu will meet him soon. That's why he called Mascherano, because they had fought at the King of Two Masks, and he was curious about his opinion of him. He didn't think there was a player who could beat him in a duel. Here's what Mascherano thought. He saw for himself how easily he defeated him on the King, although Mascherano's level was much higher then. And Daniel's game was incredible. The winner could be considered an ecosystem disruptor. If the winner really decided to take first place in the arena, no one will stop him. Ryan did not expect to hear this and was a little angry. Since Mascherano spoke like that, his fighting spirit had completely disappeared. Mascherano replied that Rain had to fight the winner to understand. In the battle against him, everyone felt their limit. He believed that the chances of losing the fight with the winner were very high. Without even finishing his coffee, Rain got up from the table. He thanked Mascherano for his advice. He was going to prove him wrong. Mascherano was interested in this. The Rhine, like everyone else, believed that he could definitely beat him. Later, the news came out that the real personality of the first fighter to win 5 consecutive victories in the King of Masks was Rain. He said that from now on, he was going to focus on the arena. I read this news and thought that it would be the Rhine that would win 5 times in a row. Since he was going to focus on the arena, it was clear that he would try to take the top spot in the rankings. Realized that it was time for him to take action and start moving forward as well. He is currently at about 1,200th place. If he tries and moves up, he will be able to meet Rain and Taika, who also want to get to the top. Today, he would have to enter the top 10 Grandmasters. Therefore, when he went to the game, he joked in his head that he would meet an ecosystem pest, a winner from the alley. That was the plan, but when Henu came to the training ground, they couldn't find an opponent for an hour and a half. The guy was outraged. He didn't understand the reason, and even suggested that it could be a bug. That way, he would definitely not be able to move up. Players deliberately avoid duels to avoid meeting the winner. This way, he will definitely not be able to take the first place and make his debut as a pro gamer. He decided to try to deceive them. He told the viewers that the stream was over because there was no content anyway. At the same time, an arena streamer named Ninesteel was fighting goblins. His viewers began to write that they were bored and asked for a ranking. One of them asked if he was also afraid of the winner. The guy said he was tired and wanted to rest, but he was very afraid. He had climbed so high, and yet another monster could destroy everything. Style Ninesteel is a very strong streamer with a disgusting character, but if he loses to the winner, his image of a thief who loves to teach life will be destroyed. At this time, he noticed that the winner from the alley had finished the stream. Ninesteel thought that he could now go for the rating. He told the audience that since they wanted to see him duel so badly, he had no choice but to go for the rating. The opponent was chosen very quickly. Ninesteel was teleported to the training arena. He was going to use a double sword this time. But when he saw the winner in the alley, he was shocked. Henu was so happy that his plan had worked. He was beaming with happiness. Ninesteel was unpleasantly surprised. He did not understand why the winner was here. Henu said that he understood what he was thinking, but he had no other choice. Now he would have to fight on his opponent's streams. Henu drew his sword and took a stance to start the fight. It was logical to exclude his stream so that others could start entering the rankings and he could play. Ninesteel was disappointed. The rating duel had begun. Ninesteel had no choice but to fight. He had to get his act together, because his image would be ruined if he lost. He rushed to attack. He believed that he could win if he acted as usual. A naive boy. Just one punch and the guy lost. Henu warned all the streamers in his category. He will launch the search with them. It could happen in a couple of hours or maybe tomorrow, so there was no point in hiding. Come and see him yourself. The stream of the winner from the alley continued, and the reaction of the audience was very strong. After that, the community started a discussion about the behavior of the losers. Many runners began to move back. So, while continuing to show interesting content on the arena, the winner was able to move up to 546th place. Finally, Henu was in a real arena. There were only 540 people left, so it was time to start the next stream. Henu said that he was not going to switch off until he won first place. Meanwhile, in Nike's office, Jamie was watching the winner's video. He asked if he would be streaming it today. Kyle confirmed this. He admired him a lot because he easily managed to change public opinion at such a young age. But Jamie wasn't sure that the guy would be able to take first place. But if he did, he would definitely go down in the history of the arena. He hoped that the stream would be as long as possible today. It was as if the boss himself had become a fan. Kyle assured him that the boss didn't have to worry about the length of the stream, because he'd rather worry about whether he'd be able to watch it. At that moment, 3 employees walked into the office holding a pile of papers. Kyle asked him to go through the documents while watching the broadcast. Jamie was not happy. Later, the broadcast Henu was talking about started. He greeted the audience. When he saw that there were few comments, he asked the audience if they were happy to see him, because no one had written. Seeing that there were more comments, Henu said that he wouldn't lose anyway, and suggested that we move on to the selection of the opponent. The opponent was chosen very quickly, which surprised Hen. Argon appeared in front of him. They asked each other why he was here. Streamer Aragon, one of the most popular strategists known for his simple image, good skills, and a good streamer. He often appears as an invited guest on official arena broadcasts. Before the debut of the Alley winner, he was even named the best streamer in Korea. The rating battle has begun. Enakin didn't expect to get to Hen. He just ran out of content for today and thought he'd pass the time with fights in the arena. Henu immediately rushed to attack. Enachan was able to repel it. He asked his friend how they could have met here. Hyun was happy to have the meeting because it would make for a cool video. Enchan realized that if he lost to the winner, he would definitely be remembered as a loser. Enchan quickly increased his strength with the Dubhe and Marek skill. Using Fect, his movement speed increased, and Megrets increased his physical fitness. Henu knew that these were Star Apostle class skins. He said that he could become stronger by gaining the power of stars. Is Enchan going to fight with all his might? He asked Hyun to start the fight. He immediately attacked with a magic blast. Enchan used his buffs, but Hyun still pushed him away. He wondered how he could level up in just a year. Suddenly, he noticed a huge gap around the winner. As Henu approached him, Enchan struck and Henu was unable to dodge or warn him to avoid it. It was part of his plan. He was glad that Enchan had noticed. He believed that his friend knew him well. It was a shame for Hyun to end the video quickly with such potential. After the punch, Enchan winked at his friend. The concept of today's video is not a simple victory or defeat, but a great battle between two friends. Of course, in the end, it was Hen who won. At this time, Enchan started attacking Henu and he was able to repel the attack. Henu thought that if Enchan was still trying to attack him, then he had to attack back. With a swing of his sword, he managed to hit his friend. It was time for the real fight to begin. He pointed his sword at Enchan. It was time to end their dramatic battle. As soon as Kang Hyun's sword approached Argon, he said he surrendered. Thus, Kang Hyun won. Henu did not understand why Enchan decided to give himself up now. Youngchan said he had had enough. He already knew what was going on in his friend's head. He asked if Henu didn't want to be remembered in history as a loser, so he fought half-heartedly. Enchan knew he couldn't win, so he gave up. As he said goodbye, he wished Hyun to keep winning. When his friend disappeared, Hyun wondered why he was so stupid.